we can throw that under the bus. We never held it as our true map anyway.
Right.
So I think that gives us a good opportunity to completely get rid of that. And I think it gives us a confirmation of something that is happening. We can observe and we can measure, which is rotational points in the sky and what the sun does throughout the course of the year. I think a few others, I'm not sure about everyone, but might have a slightly better understanding of what's going on. Not in totality, not at all. Couldn't tell you exactly how the heavens and the earth worked together and all that type of stuff, but with a 24-hour sun in both the Arctic and the Antarctic in the course of a year, I think it gives us a better idea of what is actually going on.
Right. Yeah, it's crazy how just earlier in the spaces when I first hopped in, one of the first things I heard was a guy saying, "Well, we know it's a globe because of 24-hour sun." It's like a slam dunk falsehood now in that sense. Like, because and at least that's what that's what they're running with. They're like, "Oh, we have flat earthers that confirm that the sun goes around, boom, makes it a globe." It's like, no, dude, like that's it's above you, and that doesn't represent what you're standing on. The measurements, and oddly enough, Jedi,
Yeah,
the video of them flying into Antarctica,
yeah,
it looks so beautifully horizontal in the background,
yeah.
and it's like, where's this curve that they're saying that has to be, and that's miles and miles of straight ice. It's crazy.
Yeah. I think the 24-hour sun answers the question, well, where does the sun go if the earth is flat? You can see it for 24 hours, it's there, look.
Right. It's funny. Very, very funny.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think it's done more for us than it has for them. I personally think it's done more. It's been more profitable to flat earthers than it has been to globe earthers, personally.
yeah. If like I said, if anything, it goes to show that the heavens were created a certain way, and the reason why we have a checkerboard of a place that we live upon, right? Meaning it's planar in all directions from where you stand. So then it does raise a good question. Well, then wait, when I'm in this position of the board, it's going around me, and when I'm in this position of the board, it's going around me. Like, how is that possible? So
yeah, it's the sun's movement throughout the year, so you can be inside or outside of the circle, depending on the time of year, right?
Right.
That's why I've changed my PFP to the infinity sign, because I think that's what the sun's doing over the course of the year, circling the north between the equator and the Tropic of Cancer, then spiraling back out and going over the equator, then spiraling in around the Tropic of Capricorn. So you've got two rotational points. It looks like the infinity sign, the symbol that gives us time. I think that's what it is. I think that's what we're measuring the sun to do anyway, is do that type of figure.
Yeah, it does make the what's it called in the sky? It does make that figure 8.
The analemma, yeah.
The analemma, yeah.
It shows us an analemma, but that's not necessarily, although it is probably the true course of the sun, that's not directly because of it. We're not catching the bottom end of the loop, for example, around the bottom end of Antarctica. We're catching a top end of that loop.
Yeah. It's very fascinating to me, because then what that does to me, it's like, it just reminds me, like, the scripture that says, like, thinking they're wise, they were found to be fools, and us just thinking that we know what it is, like, oh yeah, look, this is what it is. And I'm glad with Clay the other day, he brought to mention Job when he's like, oh, like the earth, is rests upon nothing, and then later on in the chapter, in the book, God's like, where were you when I put the pillars, for the earth to stand upon? It's like, bro, like I never really like realized that or thought of it that way. Like he corrected him, and then he was like the first glober. That's funny, and God had to check him, But I don't know, man. Good conversation though. It's just like reignited it.
Yeah. Yeah. Flat earthers have to come to some stark realizations, but at the same time, that only gives us a better perspective on reality. You get rid of the bullshit.
True. Yeah, maybe now that a lot of the false claims can be looked over. What's up, Free? Go ahead.
Yeah. Flat earthers have to come to some stark realizations.
Oh, you're feedbacking. You're looping. Free.
Perspective on reality. It's myself, man. What the fuck? I don't like listening to my own voice.
Doesn't that mean you might be recording it?
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, you were like looping though. Like we heard the replay to your mic.
Yeah, I had it on YouTube.
Okay. What's going on?
Going on, man. It's been a minute since I've been back on here.
Oh, good.
With you.
Yeah. Good to have you back, man. So what you got into any good discussions about the TFE?
With me, I'm more I'm a little skeptical on whole footage, and I don't think it's real. I don't think it's. I'm a whole judgment until everything comes out, but it's a lot of fakery going on with it. It seems so. I'm not make any judgment on it yet, being real or fake, but
yeah,
definitely don't trust the people that went down there. I just nah. What you think?
It's like I said. It's if anything, it proves that we don't truly understand the heavens and how they work. It's very clear that the globe Earth has been debunked for years. It was debunked. Matter of fact, way before we were here, it got debunked. But the agenda still pushed through, and we were still indoctrinated into it. But now, being a grown adult and being in an industry where we do use tools, and unbeknowing, right? We didn't realize that we were actually transferring lines parallel to a baseline. Never even thought of flat Earth when I was doing it originally years ago. Right, this is back when I was a glober. I set up satellite dishes and locked them on in the birds in the sky. Never thought about flat Earth. Like I've done a lot in my life that would totally you would swear that I would have to be a glober because of the things that I'm doing. But then I didn't realize, like, wait, there's a way lot more to this that I thought, because I once believed as a glober. But now that I realize the lies, now I'm trying to figure out, well, how can we further, provide evidence?
I would just take like the 24-hour sun. I would just take it with a grain of salt, man. It's, I've been in this a long time, and I've seen stuff like this before. I'm sure other people in here, I can recognize a few names. They've been in here a while too, and they know with stuff like this, it's kind of like a Where's Waldo with the fuckery. You know what I'm saying? It just take a minute to find it. Whether it was the Lake was it the Pontchartrain footage or
Lake Pontchartrain.
And I can remember a bunch of them, man. The little fake thing they did with the butane trying to prove a fraction. You know what I'm saying? All that's been proven fake, man. I think there's gonna be another one just like that. No.
I hear what you're saying about it being fake. Do you?
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to try and give you maybe another way of looking at it. So, for example, I was saying to APOC earlier, we got given this AE map when we got here, right? Back in 2015, everybody was talking about flat Earth with this specific map.
Right.
In my mind, this looks like they've played a bit of a long game. Get everybody to believe in this straw man and then burn the straw man down, which is what they've done, right?
Right.
Burnt the straw man down. So this is going to cause what is kind of happening. Some flat earthers just completely dropping the subject, and lots of globe earthers completely thinking that the flat earth is ridiculous. So I don't have a problem with believing the 24-hour sun. I just think that they played the long game and gave us the AE map as a straw man to burn down.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Cool. Not saying it is, it's just reasonable.
Yeah, I've learned, I mean, just from listening to y'all, I guess I'm not gonna say the AE map is right or wrong. I'm just gonna stay neutral with it, man. I guess it really don't matter. You know, it's really nothing important. And we can't, as at this point, we can't. Nothing we can do to prove that it's right. So
the AE map was always wrong. Whether we saw a 24-hour sun in Antarctica or not, it's an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe. It was always wrong.
Yeah, but the thing that got me, you know, Gleason was a flat earther. It was kind of, I don't know. How do you say it's wrong though? What besides the 24-hour sun, is there any other
distances in the south compared to distances in the north are skewed off?
Right.
You have to do a correction for when you're using that and other polar centric maps for navigation. You have to do the correction. It tells you at the bottom of the map. It's right there in black and white.
Right. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
So it's a useful tool, but you have to know how to use it. The one that says that that it's useful as is.
As is, yep.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Distances are skewed, and because it's North Polar centric up until the equator. After the equator, like I said, the distances are skewed. But we have more than one rotational point in the sky, which has kind of been confirmed by the sun as well. So we have a rotation in the north and we have a rotation in the south. It's depending on where you project your map from, the north or the south, after you get to the equator, you're going to start losing distances. It's going to start going really, really wrong.
Yeah. You know, it's kind of a good visual, it's a good thing. Maybe you could visualize when you first get into it to see how it could be.
Yeah. It's got its uses for sure.
Yeah.
But we've been saying for years that models and maps aren't the terrain. That's a reification to use models and maps in that way. That's why we don't present people with a model knowing that this AE map is a map in the first instance. We're not going to reify this projection image of a globe Earth into reality.
Right.
Oh, no, we can't do that with anything not knowing 100%.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's why the maps, they, like you said, they set it up to burn. And it's interesting though. I mean, I'm going to say this though. It worked because
have you guys ever seen this
there's
model?
people that go ahead, Chris.
I'm gonna post it and you guys tell me about it. I feel like it's a nice model.
Never
Go.
seen, never seen that one. But like I was saying though, there have been people that have said, "Oh, there has to be a globe," and so it worked for those people. It worked for those people, but I think if you can easily be persuaded by a falsehood, by a false dichotomy, then yeah, I mean, you're just like the Glober that you used to once be. That's all it is.
Yeah, but do you think a lot of people fell for that, man? Because I'm looking through social media and it seems like nobody really fell
Not a
for
lot.
it. Yeah.
Not a lot, but there have been some.
Oh,
Like
I can see.
literally tonight in the X Spaces stream that we were in earlier, there was a couple that did voice that opinion.
Some jumping ship going on.
Yeah, but I mean that's okay. I mean that's some people are like I've said it before. Have you ever heard of someone like said they jumped on the bandwagon of a football team
Right.
that's winning in the preseason, right? And then they make it to the like the what's the man? I forgot. That's how long I haven't watched football. The
The
playoffs.
playoff.
Yeah. They make it to the playoffs, and they still keep winning, and then like a lot of people start coming out of the woodworks. Oh yeah, they start supporting them when they're in like the and then they make it to the Super Bowl, and all of a sudden everybody's that fan of this team that nobody else was fans of it. They were in the dark, but that bandwagon mentality also exists within all fractions of Discord. I think of all the different arguments and discussions.
Yeah. I believe that's on purpose, man. That kind of got us in that mindset, even in politics, to where you just got to choose a team. You know what I'm saying? And you got
right.
Whatever your team thinking, that's what you thinking.
Exactly. So, but here's the thing, though. What happens is when that team, in the Super Bowl, they don't win the Super Bowl. So then what happens? All those people that were bandwagoners, they ditch the jersey. They don't wear it the next week, but the true fans still wear that jersey, right? They still are like, no, that's my team. I'm gonna wear it even when they didn't win the Super Bowl. But you have a lot of people that are in this this mindset of like the sheep mentality. They're like, oh yeah, flat earth, cool, yeah, it's a cool new thing. It's getting cool now. Before it was like it used to be bad to be a flat earther because like you get ridiculed and mocked. It was a bad situation. But the more it's growing, and then you have superstars that are now talking about it. And
it's spreading like crack in the '80s, man. It's I jumped into it like 2015. Just a handful of people making videos, and we all didn't really know what to think. There was nobody really doing too much. We just knew we could see too far.
Yeah, and then
the horizon, we didn't know gas pressure without container. None of that was even considered.
Right. And as the argument, and the debate, the discussions kept going on, like more and more and more things started coming to light. Just like you're saying, like the gas pressure and the container, like who would have ever thought that, right? Like, and it's crazy is we learned that in school. Like we literally were told by the professor, right? Like, look, containment is how we get pressure. But then we walk outside and we're like, look at there's space. Like, dude, we were so blinded. Like we literally heard both things and believed that they could, exist at the same time. So it definitely does take a waking up, if you will, like a remover of the blinder, if you will. But once that happens, then you get it. Like something snaps, something clicks. You're like, okay.
But it should click once you just have to have a spirit of reflection. You're a type of person that reflects on things. I think you'll get it eventually.
Right.
You just gotta have that attitude. Like, wait a minute, let me look at this again. You know what I'm saying? What they saying does make a little sense.
Yeah,
it's definitely coming up, man. I'm real proud of everybody, man. This is crazy. I could have never thought, in 2015, this shit is it's on the news now. It's on TV. You got all players and boxers, and we're gonna see what happens.
Right. And it's crazy too because like I was saying earlier about like the bandwagon, right? Because it got so big, there's people that like flat earth, like they put on that jersey, but because this false dichotomy has been set up, and they made it to be, if we see the 24-hour sun, then the Earth is a globe, and so those people that just threw on the jersey just to be cool, because they have that. Oh wait, they saw it, so then our team lost. But nah, see, they're not. That's just the bandwagoners, the sheep, and they go right back to the globe. It's like, but you have to tell them. That's why we have to continue to tell them. That's why it's not the final thing. It wasn't final at all. We have to continue to remind people, like, looking up doesn't prove what's down below you. So, see how that goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're funny, Chris.
Did you go through high school?
You talking to?
We were all brainwashed. Yeah.
Oh yeah, so somebody went through high school.
Yeah, you go through high school, you get brainwashed. Yep. Been there, done that.
Nah, yeah, you should not go through high school, honestly. Just do something else.
I like these little gaslighting attempts. They're funny as fuck.
No, right. And what time is it y'all? But you in the UK, huh?
Yeah, man. It's just 12:30, just gone past lunchtime.
Okay.
12:30. Everyone set for Christmas?
Pretty much.
Hey, how'd it go on the Twitter space with Alpha and Nathan? Did that go down?
Morning Cyclone.
Yeah, I just watched that. That was pretty good.
So did Alpha go on and then Nathan, or?
Yeah, Alpha went on and then Nathan joined him. AI has been working in the background to try and sort some kind of cross-pollination out between our two servers and different events that we run on different streams and stuff. So he came onto X last night, or this morning for us. It was like about 7 o'clock he joined. He was on for a few hours.
Nice.
But yeah, apart from that, mate, just nothing much has been going on. Just some people coming in trying to gaslight us, talking about the final experiment. That's about it.
Nothing new. I think we should start calling it the starting observation. Now that we all agree that the Earth isn't a spinning ball, we're starting again, we're rechecking everything. And that's the first expedition of many, no doubt. Starting observation for these new flat Earth people.
Your microphone's a little bit muffly, Cyclone, dude. Just a little bit. It's all right.
Yeah, I was just dipping in to see what crack was anyway.
That's better. Yeah, not too much, man, like I said. Me and APOC had just joined for like the last hour and a half since last half hour or 45 minutes since Alpha Space went down on X, and just popped in here to see what was going down. Not too much at all. Free joined us, and that's about it.
Nice. Got any globies then?
Don't know, mate. My hands are full. I can't scroll down at the moment. You'd have to have a look.
Who we got? Uh-oh.
Any flatty?
Plenty. What we got for the globe today?
What's up, Cyclone? There's always one glober somewhere just lurking. You know that.
What's up,
Did
APOC? Yeah.
Did anybody hear Indio last night? Was you around Cyclone when Indio was
Yeah, I
on
was
last
listening to a bit of that. It was good.
Fucking hell. He doesn't, he just rips people apart. It's hilarious.
It's amazing.
It really is. I mean, I know we do our job here, but when Indio comes in, sometimes it's just a slightly different level.
It's so good, isn't it? They try and ask him like a question that they think is scientific and smart, and he's like, "Oh well, then, what is light, or how is light made, or something?" And Indio just breaks it down and gives them a super accurate answer. Then what else? And they're like,
The guy he was ripping into last night, I really felt sorry for him. He's just poor lad. He was just flailing on the floor after a while, just talking just to say something. He didn't have a clue what the fuck he was talking about after a while. It's fucking embarrassing for him.
"Yeah, we've had a good run the past few weeks. Really, just one after another."
Yeah. The weeks coming up to and after the final experiment, these last 2-3 weeks have been really, really funny.
Yeah, it's so funny how it's worked out. And now the Flat Earth channel is again the biggest channel in politics.
Yeah, we started doing that again. We dropped off for a little bit over the election and all of this stuff, but yeah, top of the table.
Yeah, we've got like 12,000 hours, and the next biggest channel has like half that. So
Good stuff, good stuff.
So thanks everyone for joining us on the Flat Earth server. Any of you globies tracking Santa?
Doesn't NORAD do it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I want his pitch data. That'd be awesome.
Santa's pitch data. That's going to be our Christmas question. Good one, Jedi.
That's hilarious.
Santa's pitch data, please.
You know what's crazy? I was thinking about it the other day, right? Because someone was arguing about the pitch data, and some Glober was just straight up just like, no, it doesn't prove that it's flat Earth. Like there is no flat Earth proof in that data, right? Just completely lying. I think it actually is in the stream, maybe, I don't know. But what happened was it made me think, like, you know what? What if they correct that now? What if they then give their graphic, or they take their data and then they put this curve to it graphically, the same way they do with the planes flying, across, like, let's say you get on a flight from like JFK and you go to like London, and then you have your little screen on your back seat, on the back seat. Yeah, in front of you, and then they show like, oh, this is us, and we're going around a ball. But then when NASA did the breakdown for the government, to make the sky less congested, NASA took the data and then they just made this model, and it just showed like it was horizontal. It was like exactly what. Well, yeah, exactly. So like, I feel like, what if they just then like just reverse that, though, the same way the airliners do, Like what if they start putting a curve in their data just because they're like, oh shit, fuck, this is proving that we're not going over a globe. We got to like correct this. I don't know. Maybe we'll see in the future.
Yeah, they've done stuff like that in the past.
Yeah, I feel like people take flat Earth theory less seriously after the other guy went to Antarctica. People just don't take it
No
seriously
way, man.
anymore.
It's all over the mainstream. We're getting more people than ever. If anything, it's worked the opposite. It's made more people curious.
I mean, it was 3, 4, 5 days ago, so can't really see the effect of.
Yeah, it's just made the whole thing bigger, which is great.
Yeah.
Like I said on the stream tonight on X on Spaces, I said the same thing. Like this like they're it's a hit piece now. Like is in Australia and UK, like the news. They're like, oh, flat earther approved. Went to Antarctica to prove that it's a globe. Like that, dude. Like they say, like bad press is good press because it's still press.
Yeah,
and it still gets out there.
Well, yeah, man, you can't put a lid on this, man. It would have happened with the hit piece on Netflix.
Bad press is indeed good press. I mean, it is still press.
I think the Netflix hit piece was worse than this.
Yeah.
That didn't do anything. So this is
I think this is damaging to the globe. You saw basically unhinged globalist behavior.
Yeah.
You saw them do a power pout in their hotel rooms because they couldn't follow the flat earthers around. You saw McDuffie screaming into the ether about where are the guns.
You mean McToon?
Yeah, McDuffie, because they seem to have the same email.
Oh, got you. I just got it.
Like they share an email. Like I've never, at no time in my life have I ever met this guy. Here's the email we share together. Which one is that, dude? Like, why does he have access to all your socials if you don't even know who the fuck he is?
Yeah, good point.
Very good point.
Yeah.
He's like, I was able to look at the information here, and it turned out this dude was going to fund a golden ticket, but it was a scam because he slightly changed his email address. The fuck?
Yeah, they're making all these games about Globe Earth, giving them to the kids, making them kind of brainwashed from a young age.
Exactly, the globe is brainwashing. Look at this Santa track and shit.
All they be doing, man. All they be doing. Brainwash.
I know kids. The Santa tracker. Did it start yet?
No, it's 24th.
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought maybe they're revving it up where he's like, Santa's oiling up the skids.
Yeah, why can't we just
reindeer
watch the Earth as he gets ready?
Yeah, it's like, from above. It's like, NORAD tracking. Yeah, the NORAD Santa tracker, that's been just a peach, to show that to the globalists. Because you say the globalists, like, so is NORAD in on it or they're not in on it? Do they know that Santa Claus isn't real, or what are they tracking? Because they'll show you this is about the same level of production they do for rockets and whatever missiles or airplanes. Like all they did was just put a Santa Claus where they normally put a rocket there. Use like cartoon renderings of the Earth.
Yep.
Yeah, but one of the favorite ones was, so how high up in the air is he? More than 6 feet, right? Do we agree? Everyone agree? He's more than 6. So he's appropriately socially distanced. But yet, in days of yore, he had a face diaper on.
Yeah, he strikes me as at least a 12-footer.
Here, look at this. Is what I'm saying. This is just a joy. This
Shut up.
Santa Claus.
No way.
Hell no.
That's amazing. Damn, Globies, even Santa's getting prepared.
Yeah.
Look at that shit.
That's what I love when the anti-flat Earth atheist comes in here. I can't think of one reason government would lie to me. It's not possible for government to lie because government isn't a sentient thing. It's just a collection of people. You're like, okay, so this collection of people at the Vehicle Assembly Lab has a record number of religious exemptions. They have a huge sign on the wall. In God we trust. Everyone else bring your data. Are they lying to you about that? Are they in on it? Do they know there isn't a God of the Bible? They're just lying about it. Which one is it? Is Santa Claus real or not? You got to come up with some kind of logically consistent story here. Did Newton know? Did Newton know there wasn't a God? He just dedicated his whole life writing over 1 million pages, breaking down the Bible. Like this, gravity stuff, like his Newton laws, that was just a semi-side hustle. He just spent a couple, days on. The vast majority of his life. He said the stars in the sky prove without a doubt of a heavenly Father, and the only one he can think of powerful enough to do such a thing is God of the Bible. So which one is it? Are they in on it and they know what you know, or were they lying about it? Which one? Come on, let's cut to the chase. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Or we could just say this: how about we throw it all out and show me your secular version of this heliocentric model that you believe in? Because otherwise, I'll just use your logic. I lack belief in model or models presented by state sponsors of religion. Or you could say, you've rejected some 3,000 models since Copernicus. I've simply rejected 3,001. We're only like one model apart.
Great, I got a question.
Yeah, far away, dude.
Why the fuck are you messaging me when I'm sleeping? Just kidding.
Well, I know you're sleeping. Give me like some sort of like heads up, like, up, down, or something like that.
No, I'm just kidding. I just woke up. That's why I replied so fast.
It's crazy that we live in a day of age where technology has allowed us to prove that our history was a lie. Yet also there's technology that makes the lie even more convincing. And it just depends on the individual whether you're able to see the lie or not. So it's pretty interesting. Like I posted earlier in the spaces, in the X spaces when we were live, Amazon Studios has this new like digital screen, green screen, if you will. But it's not a green screen. They could actually just show on the screens. They don't need a green screen no more. They can just show on the screen whatever they want to show. And it's a full-on production, movie quality at the highest, capability of turning anything into reality through the lens, right? Through the camera. And that's it. That's a game over, dude. Like they could film a whole landing on the moon if they want, and it will look extremely like believable. And they'll have all the data for all the way the light's supposed to be. They'll have everything worked out mathematically to where you would swear that person was there. No different than a deep fake video that you can catch today on your cell phone right now. Where you're like, damn, is that Tom Cruise grabbing that girl and putting her over the shoulders? And it's really just some dude with some CGI going on in real time. It's amazing how far technology has brought us. But at the same time, it's allowed us to prove that we have been lied to. It's a weird time we live in.
Yeah, but it don't seem like they're using it, bro. Because I mean, look at the Indian moon landing. Come on, man. Have you seen that?
That was pathetic. You would think, like,
Yeah.
bro, like, bro, we have way better technology, bro. What are they doing?
I hear what you're saying, but they seem to not be using it. Oh, well, maybe they're using it now with the drones and all that. You know, that could be
right.
Something like that.
That was the most awesomest, like, slow clap ever, too. Like, they had their prime minister or whatever watching it, and it's like, you know, Galaga, and it lands, and he's just kind of standing there looking, and everyone's like, "Oh shit, he's not clapping.
He's not applauding."
Yeah, he's just kind of fuck. It's like, oh, what do we do? What do we do? All of a sudden, like, he starts clapping, and then everyone else starts clapping too. It's like those really cringe videos where you see like the NASA people like jumping up and down and cheering and everything, and you're like, wow, dude, like, really? Like, can you like not act any more cringe and weird?
Yeah. This it's interesting though. Like I said, it's going to get even more interesting going into next year because they made a lot of promises for next year.
Oh, they're done already. There's no heat shield. They kicked it to like the Artemis program. They kicked it to like 2037, and people freaked out. They're like, "What the? You're talking about? It's like 15. Like, what the actual fuck? We were told already there would be a base in the moon." And they say, "Oh, okay, wait, hold on. That was a typo. It was supposed to be 2027, not 2037." And then people are like, "Still, what the actual fuck?"
Yeah, it also it helps the our side because it's like we've been telling you they're lying to you. They've been putting a carrot on the stick in front of you for decades. And you don't want to believe us.
Yeah,
literally decades.
It's not even a joke. Literally since the 1970s.
Right.
Decades.
And it's like I remember as a child them saying we're going to go to the moon someday soon. Not like 50 years from now. They're like soon. And that was the 80s, and then the 90s came and we're going to the moon. Every president would say we're going to go to the moon.
I had a pretty funny take on this. I brought it up to like just an average dude who's like new to the topic. I'm like, so what do you think about that? Why don't they have a heat shield? And the dude had the most programmed answer, but showed that he had a little bit of thinking. He said the reason why that heat shields of the past don't work anymore is because of all the fossil fuels being burnt have made the atmosphere more dense. So the heat shield isn't as effective. It's too much atmosphere you're going through now. And I'm like, dude, I can't tell if I'm supposed to be amazed by that.
That's hilarious, bro. If that's what they're claiming. And here's the funny part.
Well, he didn't claim it. He was coming up with a speculation. He's like, so I asked him, why do you think they don't have a heat shield? They had a heat shield in the past and they destroyed the technology. He's like, yeah, well, that heat shield was designed before global warming became a thing.
Oh my God. That's sad.
Like,
that he
I can't tell if your wrongness makes you right. Like.
It's interesting though, right? They have that famous video now of that NASA engineer, whatever the hell he was, drawing how we have this zone here, the belt, the radiation belt, the Van Allen radiation belt. And he's like, we got to figure out how to get through it before we send any humans through it. And it's like, Bro, like, did you not fucking forget you said that they went through it like multiple times too, right? There was several trips.
6, yeah, they went through it 6 times, and yeah, I know it's like this. It's quite interesting where people say, "Well, if you, what part of NASA are you going to use?" I'm like, no, I use the same method and practice executive branch uses for me. Anything I say will only be used against me. I meet them at their level. Meanwhile, while you think they're not lying to you, so which one is it? They can't go through the Van Allen belt, or they can. Which one? Because you're the one who seems to think the government can't lie. I'm the one who said I use their moral standard. Everything they say will only be used against them, just like everything I say will only be used against me. This is a unconditional acceptance. This is why the government has to warn you when they talk to you. Hey, do not talk to us, because anything you say will only be used against you. Nothing you say will help your case. So you best just keep your mouth shut, because it doesn't matter what you say. They'll ask you completely loaded questions that any answer you give will imply you're guilty. Like, even simple as like, are you guilty? No. Only a guilty person would deny it.
And yeah, they'll say everybody says they're innocent.
Like, you say yes. Only guilty people say they're innocent.
Right.
Yeah, it's complete. Or like to say they pull you over. Hey, I noticed you barely brushed the white line back there. Are you? Hey, had you anything to drink, or are you just tired? You say yes or no. You say no. Oh, you're not tired. You must have been drinking. You say yes. Oh, he was drinking.
Right.
So therefore, I've seen how the executive branch conducts its business, and will meet them at their level. Everything they say will only be used against them. They better follow their worldview and say, we only trust God. Everyone else, bring your data. Don't tell me no bullshit story. Show the data, and lots of it. Oh, we destroyed the data. Oh, it's missing. All the telemetry data got erased for like reruns of, Lassie or some shit. Leave It to Beaver. The Honeymooners. Oh, bummer. The most amazing scientific endeavor of all human history, and you taped over it. Wow.
That's crazy, right? And
Okay, so at
Globers.
this point, I'm going to use what you say against you.
Yeah. And Globers eat that up and be like, yep, we believe them. I remember when we were in the asylum, so like let's say like around 2021, 22. No, probably more like 2020. And there was a lot of guys over in Jim Panda server that I was letting into the server to have these, discussions. And so many of them were like, you'll see in a few years, you'll see, watch. And then we're going to get the last laugh. So imagine, let's see, 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, 24, about to be 25. So you have 5 years later, and still no man's walking on moon again. And those guys swore that they were going to be on the moon. That NASA was going to take us back to the moon.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. Like what you flat earthers, the clock is ticking. You're done. You might as well give up now, and instead of just, it's like it's over. Like, what was really funny is go to the Wikipedia page for the Artemis program and look up changes over time. You're like edits. You'll see it be like Apollo or Artemis 1 like 2014, Artemis 2, 2016, Artemis 3, 2017. Like the timeline. Like they've blown their timeline so many times. Like they're literally out of runway at this point. Trump is going to get retaliation. Trump, like last time he was in office, he said, "I want a moon mission by the time I leave office," and they're like, "Certainly, you gotta give us 17 or whatever $1 billion." He's like, "No problem. Here you go." And they go, "Yoink! Thanks for the down payment, sucker." So he's going to be coming on the warpath. Like when he comes in there, he's going to gut NASA. He's going to that's why he's got this Musk and Thiel and everyone. Yeah, he's like,
think so?
Yeah, you motherfuckers fucked with the wrong president. The other presidents just kind of said, "Oh shucks, I guess you couldn't do it. I guess the next president will get the honor of being the next Richard Nixon." And now, like, Trump's going to be like, "You motherfuckers burnt me. I was supposed to be the guy. I was supposed to pick up my green phone and lock your boots on the moon. I was supposed to go down in history in the history books to be like, bar trivia question. These two presidents were the presidents when America dominated the moon. What's Nixon and Trump for 100, Alex? Well done. Good job, little Billy.
I'm firmly convinced that the next landing on the moon will be in the same fashion that it was, where they put it on all the TV screens and they made sure everybody saw the footage live. I feel like the next time they do this, everyone's going to have like goggles, though, like VR goggles. And they might even like roll out this program for all schools nationwide. Like every child's going to have goggles the same way they, had the space shuttle launching and they put TVs in the classroom and the cafeteria and the auditorium for everybody to see it. I feel like this time in modern day, though, it'll be like virtual reality. Like everyone has goggles. They'll be like, this is an actual feed, and we're going to be sending it, and everyone's going to be connected to it. That way, everyone can see them walking on the moon, but in virtual reality, and it's going to look so real. I think that's what's going to actually end up happening, and maybe my kids' kids are going to be the ones to witness this, because I don't think it's going to be us anytime soon.
For the news of the day, one my favorite ones that really got a lot of engagement was when supposedly Japan crashed on the moon. And I was looking for it because I posted that GIF of like from the Power Rangers where it's like, after 10,000 years I'm free. It got
I remember seeing the footage. And that was terrible, bro. I remember that.
It was the 28th of April, 2023.
Yeah, it was like some that was worse than India, I think. I don't know. I think India was the worst.
Yeah, because all you saw was like it tipped or whatever. So like here.
Yeah.
iSpace, Japanese moonlander likely have crashed.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember. It just tipped over or some shit.
That's what I came up with a joke with that when that happened too, because the globalists would come in and be like, "What do you think about space programs?" And like, "What's your take on tipping?" And they'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Yeah, tipping. Do you tip or do you over tip? What's your what do you think about tipping? It's like these motherfuckers didn't plan for the eventuality of tipping. Like there's no tipping.
Yeah, right. Like they didn't make their little thing where like an arm that shoots out in any direction, like in case they fell over.
Little outrigs.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't. I go back and I'm in Japan right now. I didn't hear nothing about it too much. It wasn't. I didn't hear people talking about it. It's 2023.
Yeah, maybe because it was like such a failure that they didn't even celebrate it. It was more like a disgrace. You know?
This is a funny gif here. I don't believe in. It's not tipping. I believe in. It's over tipping. Because when they showed, I'm looking for the headline there too, where Japanese lander tips, and the other one was George Costanza from Friends, who he's like holding the receipt, and they're like, "Come on, George." He's like, "Give me a second. I'm calculating the tipping." It'd be interesting too. Like you get a globalist in here. It's like, hey, could you calculate the tipping here? How much tipping took place for the tip?
Why the fuck are we talking about tips?
No, for the moon, the Japanese lander that tipped.
Oh, I don't fucking know.
Because sometimes it's just about the tip.
And so they just give them the tip, and that's it.
Is that the biggest lie in all of human history? Just a tip?
Yeah. Every
find
man and woman understands that.
Funny that IRL, I'm actually changing my headphone tips as I listen to you guys talk about the tip. Ha! Just-
Yeah, the tips, no.
Yo, Crit, the tips have it.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a little bit. I'm gonna check out the new the Christmas Simpsons for this year. I'll be back later. Talk to y'all later.
I'm gonna go watch the brainwashing program, he says.
Yeah.
Later.
Yeah.
Don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Go find out what's going to happen in the future. Yeah, it's actually interesting that how accurate Simpsons have been culturally speaking. How they've always talked about things that end up finally happening or coming to fruition.
Yeah, like a dome breaking and water coming inside the dome.
Right. Yeah, they expose a lot of hidden truth.
People say that they're time travelers, but I just think they're Jesuits or something.
They're just creating. Yeah, they're like, you create the problem because you want to be the solution, right?
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, the
People
high-end conspiracy theory related to The Simpsons is that Mr. Matt Groening is in fact a Freemason and he has access to some kind of future-seeing device, much like a cell phone. He's able to see pictures, and with those pictures, he bases his design of episodes around those pictures that he sees. But that's just a high-end rumor.
Well, yeah, I think it's like that they tell them to plan because it's Hegelian dialogue. They have to tell us before they do it.
Was it Nostradamus or Nostradamus said they could do that too? He had some sort of magic looking mirror where he could see into the future.
That's just demons, brother.
Crit's on point. That's right, Crit. Well stated, brother.
So then that mirror was lost in history for a while, and then the creator of the Simpsons, he found it somehow, and now he's using it.
Apparently, again, high-end rumor. Apparently, Egypt had it.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, so it could be tracked over time, and that you have to connect the dots. And that where was it? Who had it when?
Connect the dots. Force the line. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh.
South Park's a better show, anyways.
Now, I'd like to know, was that a Glober or a stationary plane topographer acknowledger that said that?
What? The South Park's better?
Yeah, who just said that? What is your...
F.E. Christ is King?
All right.
See, I don't think The Simpsons had Warhammer episode. I don't think The Simpsons had a World of Warcraft episode. So objectively, not subjective, there's more enjoyment that comes out of South Park.
They had a global warming episode.
They've had an episode for every controversy, even Andrew Tate.
How ironic! We were just talking about the moon, and then opening scene of Simpsons. He's like, they're singing this like Frank Sinatra song, like a funny version of it though. Like, roll me to the moon, man, roll me to the star. I'm like, hey, we're just talking about the moon. Anyways, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What are you?
Someone we just said a second ago that made me start thinking: is it possible to make feelings objective, or are feelings always subjective? I know
That's a good thought.
feelings, but at the end of the day, just doubling down, are they objective or subjective? Go ahead.
I think if you have morals that align with God, then they would be objective. But if you have feelings that align with Satan, then they're objective in a different way. Does that make sense?
Well, I think you have to have rules in order to base those feelings on, right? Like, I object. If you disagree with something, I think you have to have something, a solid foundation, an object, if you will, to base that on, whether it be a law or something like a precedence, prior case study that's been set for you to have this feeling upon the subject. But yeah, get into wishy-washy stuff. 24/7 flat, observably a stationary topographical plane. Fight me.
E.
Hey, Crit, you ever gone cow tipping back in the day?
Huh?
Can't wait till the fucking corner store opens so I can go and get myself a nice ice cold white monster.
Huh?
You are what you drink, they say.
Well, not Black Monster.
Huh?
12 tablespoons of sugar.
Yeah. Wait, there's no sugar in white monster.
Yeah, what they replace the 12 tablespoons of sugar with then?
Aspartame.
Aspartame.
The cancer chemical, brother.
Cancer.
Better. Let's go. It's a me.
Nothing
It's
better than a
him,
fucking
Mario.
an ice cold white monster mixed with a cigarette, brother. That's better.
Lovely.
What? Pudding?
use any answer you want for any reason you need it for, and drive on to the point you're going to make, which will be, I predict, no point whatsoever.
Then you know why. Right there. It's the way the hard counter. It's like, I got a question no flat earther will answer because they're scared to answer. All right, let's just cut through the chase. I authorize you to use any answer you want. Whatever answer you can come up with. No problem. Use that one. Let your imagination run wild. So now that you have an answer in hand that hard countered your worldview, what do you do next? Nothing. Huh. Imagine that. Britt, you really did that one with McToon? Like, we'll eventually say God lie the flurf.
Yeah.
It's clever. I didn't know you made that one. I've seen it being passed around quite a bit.
I don't like look Fry. I'd rather say McToon over MC Toon. That's just too much. McToon is easier.
Yeah, I have a question. Would McToon come on this channel and explain himself?
What's he explaining?
No.
Hell no.
What does he have to explain? That he loves what's his face, Aristosthenes so much that he needs to show a spiritual access chart on his website in order to prop up his claim?
He is shit scared to leave any place that he doesn't have full control over. It highlights It highlights a globalist worldview. It's about control. It's about power over other people. This is why their world is so ugly, sad, and small that anything they're offering is by definition just simply more ugly and like pointless than anything flat earthers are talking about. You want to believe in his globe? His globe is like the worst idea that anyone can come up with. He's like, oh, I see you got a flat earth there. Let me make it even more hostile, toxic, nasty. Here we go. Now do you like it? It's like, dude, no, you took all the worst things. How about just take your globe and explain disagreement? That's where you can find flat earth at.
Are they still in Antarctica, allegedly?
No, they fled. They fled because of some storm. The day before, they were going to get the most amazing observations, the equinox.
Right.
They're like, oh, storm's coming, gotta leave. Nothing to see here.
Yeah. Not about right.
Like they couldn't relocate to another location. It was this, Union Glacier Park, and that's it. You got all of Antarctica, all of it. Like, and you couldn't go anywhere else to avoid a storm. Like, what the actual fuck?
Yeah, just to confirm everything here, you mean to tell me that on the day when they would have the longest exposure, which would be the winter solstice, December 21st, they couldn't ride it out? Poor guys.
Yeah, I said the equinox, solstice. Like, where the sun would apparently, I guess, if you ask them, they tell you different stories, but it would look like it would appear to be stationary. Like, the sun would not move at all. It would just stay in one spot. There would be no sort of up and down or whatever. And they ran away.
At that point, we would agree that it would be at its lowest, I believe, in its orbit. Closest to the ground at that point.
Nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, that's observable, repeatable, measurable. Nothing changes around here. Nothing.
I thought they were going to have I thought they was going to have a live stream, like a 24-hour live stream.
Oh, that was a bluff. That they bluffed that.
Yeah, that would have been it right there.
The best you'll get is a time lapse.
I was gonna say, damn crit. Sounds like $1 million got pissed down the toilet. Oh no.
Yeah, apparently he got a refund though. Jaren wrote a check for like $40,000 and said, "Thank you, McDuffie, for doing this."
Yeah, quit. Money is that good? 40 grand.
Yeah, I can't remember where I saw it. I was gonna clip
That's
it.
Great.
Oh, here you go. Here. I don't know if this is photoshopped or not, but I wouldn't. I mean, it looks legit.
Complete Jaren paid me back for the entire trip. Okay.
He's got like 2 bills there in his hand.
Yeah, what is that, man? What the?
It's supposed to be like, is it a joke where it's
Antarctica dollars or something?
Yeah. Is it like 40,000 whatever money they use in Chile? So kind of like a gag.
Okay.
You know, it's like, you know, some countries it's like, you know, I mean, really, it's like crazy. It's like 10,000. You know, their money is like really like a nickel.
Right. Yeah.
I gave him 40,000 Chilean dollars, which is like enough for a booger and a piece of lunch meat. Haha, good joke.
Got a NASA hat on, man. What the?
I got a question for you guys thinking about this. Does NASA make tools? What kind of tools does NASA make?
Well, I know they don't make toilet seats because they'll spend like $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 on a toilet seat.
Chugga.
They do make tools. Well, they have to make tooling for the spacecraft they make and engines.
So they only make tools for the spacecrafts that they work on, is that correct?
Tooling in the sense of machining, and probably also tools to work on their spacecraft and repair.
Interesting. Like, I've seen NASA clothing, like sweaters and hats and like fanboy type stuff, but like actual stuff that we could use here on Earth, I've never seen anything that NASA makes that we could use here on Earth. I know like there's construction companies out there that make stuff like levels, hammers, screws, or screwdrivers, you know, things that we can use to build stuff. I'm just wondering if NASA makes anything that we can actually use to build stuff here on Earth.
Pioneer GPS.
I guess they're a space agency. GPS?
Yeah, pioneered GPS.
Well, they pioneered GPS?
Yeah.
Interesting. What would you say they used to pioneer GPS?
They were the ones who basically worked with the United States government to make GPS a reality, as in providing launch vehicles and designing hardware for it.
Hardware?
Yeah.
What kind of hardware?
Satellites.
Balloons.
Yes. Oh, hold on.
Balloons.
That's crazy. I use GPS often. Thanks, NASA.
Interesting.
I think they're responsible for Velcro. Didn't they invent Velcro or some shit?
You know what? I heard that too, actually.
If you actually looked at, that's one of the more sinister things of NASA, how they steal people's ideas and say they did it. I mean, just look up Velcro. Just go to even the Wikipedia page. They call out basically NASA, you're full of shit. This guy invented Velcro like in the 1930s. And then you fast forward. This is what I hope happens to a globalist who says something like that. NASA invented X. I hope someday a sweet, ironic justice that you invent something and NASA takes credit for it. And no one will ever know that you're the one who did it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna invent shit. I gotta work.
Well, it could be the invention comes from necessity. There could be something out there, some sort of set of circumstances that you're like, wow, that's a really good idea. I'm going to play around with some of these materials here and see if I can make a better mousetrap. And then through all of history, it'll be NASA invented that, not you. And you're like, fuck. Yeah. Bummer, dude. You probably should have believed the bullshit to begin with. You advocated for a system.
Yeah, I ain't got time to fucking deal with that bullshit. I gotta work.
All right.
Why do you guys think
he left?
This Will Duffy put so much money on this? Like, does it make sense to you guys?
Well, apparently,
I've been thinking that too, man. It don't make sense.
If someone heard that one of the people on the final experiment was like a stealth Hollywood or some guy that's going to try to make it into a mockumentary again, like some sort
I can
of
see that happening.
Yeah, like there was a stealth guy in the whole thing, like undercover. Like, let me see what you got going on. We're not going to green light some sort of project like Netflix did, but we'll have one of our executives tell you if they see some good content here. Okay, we'll monetize it. But it looks like fuck.
Like, why would a Glover do this? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Wasn't that like $500,000, $500,000, something like that, 400,000?
Yeah, I mean it's a huge amount. Like, he could have done anything with that money. Like, why would you do this? Do you think he sees flat Earth as a threat to Christianity? Like, since he's like a pastor and all?
Yeah, he said that before, that he thought that flat Earth was a threat. Because that's what his origin story was. Right. Is that people are saying anyway, that his church, his super mega church, had some people like looking at flat Earth content and saying,
right.
The Bible is a little ambiguous here. Mm-hmm. And so then people were looking at it and be like, well, NASA says they've talked to Space Jesus, but that seems heretical. Bill Nelson, director of NASA, says that he's personally talked to God. Who the fuck is he? So they started seeing all these deeply theistic claims inside NASA, and they're like, that can't be right. God can't. only place where God has revealed himself is via NASA? Come on. Something's not right here.
Cap.
So they started questioning it, and they find it online and whatnot. So then McDuffie brought McToon, whatever, to come talk at his church, then lied about it, that he was never there, even though there's live streams of it. And then they decided, well, shit, we got to settle this because there's Christians who are going over to the flat earth now. Like before it was like, maybe there's a few Christians here and there, but they used, the Book of Enoch or whatnot. They weren't using the exact King James Bible. So they're trying to, McDuffie's real goal is to get the King James Bible back in circulation and get rid of the other books, like the Book of Enoch. And how much money is that worth to him? Well, apparently to try to stifle people reading something other than the King James Bible, he's going to spend about $400,000. I mean, that's peanuts. When you talk about a mega church, that's really kind of nothing. They can write that off anyway.
Wait, I have a question for you. Are you Christian by any means?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%, dude.
So, what's your opinion on the King James version?
Yeah, there's just one version. What you'd want to do is look at all of them. That the King James version was just a way. If you look at the lore, they wanted more people to have access to the text. Because back then, the Catholic Church, who invented heliocentric, they wanted all the Bibles to only be written in Latin, so the peasants couldn't read it. They couldn't actually read what was in there. You had to go through a priest that could speak the language and then interpret it for you. Kind of the same way the globalists use NASA. You don't get to really know anything about rocket science. What you get is these scientific communicators interpreting rocket science for you and then making a YouTube video for you to watch.
But to be fair, you don't want to go through to be fair, you don't want to go through 4 years of college to understand all this stuff, right? I don't understand a lot of, nutrition, physiotherapy, but I just take their word for it, you know what I mean? So I thought you were implying that King James version is somehow corrupted.
Well, yeah, I would say it is. It's been corrupted by the Catholic Church. It's been corrupted by mega church, mega churches and whatnot. Yeah, they're the ones who have done this. They're the ones.
Wasn't the King James Bible the one that took out the Apocrypha?
Yeah, that too. I mean, there's a lot in there. That's what I'm saying. If someone were to only, that's why they brought. I wonder what Bible they brought to the moon.
They took a Bible to the moon.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
I did not know that.
It was a King James Bible. Yeah, Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. They could bring a lot of the astronauts were able to bring some sort of personal item to the moon.
Right.
Like they brought patches or a leather or something that they could leave on the moon as a souvenir. Hey,
really? Living on the moon? Holy shit!
Yeah. So what they did was Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. He brought the sixth man to walk on the moon. He brought a Bible, the King James Bible, and he put it right on the lunar rover, the driver's seat of the lunar rover. Really, really easy to find. If someone says, "Oh, what's that thing over there?" Oh, there's a book on the seat. Whatever. So he said,
Wait. I have a question. So the lunar rover you said that's on the moon still?
Yeah. They had to leave. They left it behind.
All right. Okay, that makes sense. So they left the Bible on the seat.
On the seat. Yeah.
Hey Fry. Guess what else they left there, bro? They left 96 bags of shit.
Did they actually do that? That's hilarious.
Yeah, bro. The Apollo crews left a total of 96 bags of waste, including urine, feces,
this is why like humans can like leave shit there. Like what the fuck?
So yeah, amongst the things Crit mentioned, you'll find 96 bags of shit.
Yeah, when that story was dropped or kind of went mainstream, it's like, you know, like 99 bags of shit on the moon, 99 bags of shit. You take one down, you pass it around.
98 bags of poop on the moon, 98 poop on the moon, 98.
Why couldn't they just flush like shit like into the, like, you know, the, I don't know, the orbit, like.
Or there's scientists that that really they want to get their hands on this shit so they can examine the moon shit. We're excited about it.
You know those like tardigrades, those like water bear, like kind of microscopic. So like the Japanese rover or Japanese lander that tipped over, they were kind of bummed out because there's a bunch of tardigrades on there. So what you get is you get tardigrades plus 99 bags of shit on the moon, plus harmful cosmic rays. You're going to have some sort of like, you know, mutant, you know, xenomorph, you know, creature, and it's not going to take, you know, if evolution's true, the next time we get to the moon, there could be all kinds of crazy life forms up there.
And now we know that the sun is generating obnoxious emissions due to the bags of poop left on the moon.
Yeah, look at this thing. This creature here. Can you imagine a supersized, cosmic ray-induced taste for human waste? And people get up there, they're like, oh no, get the flamethrowers. It's immune. Oh shit, it's immune to fire.
The poop is alive. The poop is alive.
It's like they fucked around and they found. Oh, there we go. Yeah, the same one.
Nice.
They fucked around and they found out.
Doesn't even look real. Looks like, you know, something you'd see in like a Star Wars movie or something.
There's that guy, Richard Garrott, the guy who, Lord British, the dude who invented or wrote the video game series Ultima. He went to space and he had to get a surgery to get, you know, otherwise he was being disqualified. But anyway, after he was given his little spiel, apparently he was able to buy part of the moon from somebody for some reason or another. And the part he supposedly bought has the lunar rover on it. So in some interpretations, he now owns a lunar rover too, because it's a like abandoned property or something like that. Like if someone just comes to your property and just drops something off, then it just abandons it, like it becomes yours now.
Yeah, it's like when you leave a boat out in the middle of a lake and anchor it, and then you leave it there, right? It's free property for anybody, because if you abandon it, anybody can take it. So it makes sense.
Yeah, so his claim to fame is that he owns the Bible on the moon. It's his. And Edgar Mitchell was like, the fuck it is. That's my Bible. And they kind of had like a Twitter war, you know, or a social media battle at one point. Edgar Mitchell and Lord British spouting back and forth about whose Bible's whose. It's like, that's my Bible. No, it's not. It's mine. Here's my deed. And since that Bible is on the lunar rover, and I own the lunar rover, and anything touching the lunar rover is mine. He's like, I will fight you for that Bible.
That's probably a joke more than like a real fight, I feel.
No, they're dead serious about their Bibles, man. You talk to these astronauts, like they are serious as a heart attack. They do not fuck around with the word of God. Just look at it. I mean, look at Astronauts Gone Wild.
Really? Okay, let me look there.
Yeah, look up Astronauts Gone Wild, man. They make sure that their Bibles are authenticated, signed, sealed, and delivered.
Speaking of the Bible, the Pope announced there's no hell.
Uh-oh.
You know what that means, right? It's going to be a free-for-all soon.
So that all the people in hell are now in purgatory, and then once the gates of purgatory open up, and it's the end times.
You guys believe in hell?
I thought the end times was the first election of Trump, because like if some interpretations, they said the end times would be marked by trumpets. Maybe it was a wrong interpretation. It wasn't trumpet, like the instrument. It was trumpets.
Oh, that's right. Trumpets.
Yeah, the end time will be marked by trumpets. And everyone just thought that word was like the instrument, the trumpet. Or maybe it was supposed to be the second one. Like, so Pence bowed out. Like he was able to get divinely inspired. It's like, no, you don't want, I can't do this. I can't be a tool of the destruction of Earth. So he decides like, hey, no, Trump, I'm out. And you can now have J.D. Vance or whatever. So we were saved. I mean, people like get upset by Pence, but maybe he took one for the team. He balked at power and stepped down to save the world.
Wait, what happened?
Well, what's the end time going to be marked by? How will you know the end time starts?
Trumpets.
The peace treaty with Israel.
No, what will blare in the air? You will hear heaven like display its glory. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but like the gates of heaven will open up, starting the war, and it will be sounded by what?
The trumpets, but that's phase 2.
The trumpets, yeah. What if it wasn't
phase 1 is the
yeah, but what if it wasn't trumpets? It was trumpets.
See, they're trying to imitate God with that.
No, it's Trump Vance.
Oh, good take. Instead of, we thought it was Trump Pence, but it's Trump Vance. Holy shit. That is like
we're figuring it out. Also, the Pope is supposed to unlock the 4 doors of something, hell or something, or this week.
He's tomorrow. He's opening 5 portals.
Isn't that crazy?
The fuck you mean he's opening 5 portals?
Yeah, what?
Yeah, like that's what they're reporting. That's what they're saying. He's gonna open up 5 portals with the help of CERN. What the fuck do you mean by that?
He announced there's no hell, and this week he's opening up 5 portals. There's something there that says like some door. They're gonna open this thing, like a physical thing.
What? You can actually open portals.
Haven't you been on Facebook or any social media and see everybody posting the portals that are in the sky now you can go to and travel around in space?
No, I haven't looked at it, no. But I'm not sure if you can, what is possible to open portals. I don't know anything about it. So you have to educate me.
Well, I can't. It's just the people I see on TV that open portals in the sky.
Well,
you guys not have UFOs flying over your house right now? Everybody in the United States has. If you look outside, there's UFOs that are hovering and shooting lasers at people.
It's all part of the Project Bluebeam, brother.
I'm going to be part of it too. I'm getting ready to start 3D printing some parts for my drone that are going to hold my laser, a 100,000 watt flashlight, and I'm going to be part of it too. My neighbor across the street suggested I put a Roman candle launcher on it so I can chase the kids in the neighborhood around.
Oh. You ever see those Star Wars fights with Roman candles? That shit cool as shit. I don't like Star Wars, but that's dope.
You don't want to get hit by my laser up close.
An innuendo or something?
No, you'll get a hole burned through you.
Oh.
You sound like a bitch.
Who, me?
I use a cutting laser.
Yeah, because you're a bitch. Look at you. Your forehead look like my body.
Oh, dude, you got to be clearer with your words, or we're not going to be able to hear your troll properly.
That was not funny.
You're gonna troll. You gotta troll with your chest.
With your titties.
Ew, you talking about another nigga's titties. Ew, you gay ass nigga.
Come on. Do better.
No homo? They don't believe in the balls.
Absolute homo.
Space balls, earth balls, you know what I'm saying?
Wait, why don't you believe in that? I feel like it's very illogical.
Violation.
Not really.
Feelings.
But
Not at all.
You don't believe that it's logical?
Well, why'd you feel logic? Why go in the feelings at all? Why not just stay within logic and reason? Why divert from your logic?
I still care about your feelings.
Wait, so you think that saying that the globe, the Earth is like, sorry, I don't want to mispronounce it because it's clearly going to hurt your feelings. You think that the Earth is flat? You think that that's logical?
I
know it's flat.
I'm just asking. Wait, you know that it is?
Yeah.
So you're objective?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna post a picture in the side chat for you. Whoever's talking, I want you to tell me where is the horizon? Is it A, B, C, or D?
I would actually like you to call me by my name if that's cool. And
That's destruction. I want you to read the picture. It says, "Where is the horizon? Is it A, B, C, or D?"
What?
Oh my!
So because we don't see a horizon, therefore you would have to conclude that it's you're using observation. That's insane. When it comes to something as big as the Earth, that's insane. I'm just saying.
Well, destruction, to jump on.
So then just tell me A, B, C, or D. Any other answer at this point? What you give me will be automatically defaulted to D.
Would be that's crazy. I mean, I don't think that this is kind of there are other answers though.
So are you picking D?
Wait, no, I'm saying that there are other answers, but obviously you're limiting me to only these four answers because you don't want me to wait, that's crazy. You don't want me to give another answer that's going to clearly debunk your two chromosomes.
Okay, what's your other answer? What's your other answer? Stop fucking rambling. What's your other answer?
Did you not hear what I said earlier? Also, I'm gonna need you to calm down, Mister. Wait, what's your name again? And of course, fucking course, it's a nigga that believes in Christ. Yeah, I'm just saying, why is your perception of
out of turn, brother?
Oh wait, that's crazy. You just
debunked everything you've ever thought.
Wait, you debunked me by not even allowing me to answer. That's crazy. So could I answer?
You're literally just rambling, talking.
Wait,
give me a fucking answer instead of just rambling, brother.
Wait, I am going
One
to answer.
at a time, children.
Exactly. You're pretty angry. Who was the nigga in the background? Can you like shut your ugly ass up?
One at a time.
Mods.
Yeah.
Mods. He's bullying me.
No, you're being bullied. You're being bullied now.
This guy's coping. He's automatically defaulting to D.
You just
I think D was.
You can't even talk to me no more. The jit in the background.
No curve equals no globe, bro.
The fuck up, bitch.
Cry about it.
Now back to what I was
Space travel doesn't exist, bro. This isn't real, bro.
Let's ask Destruction a question. We figured this one out. Destruction asked you.
I'm gonna answer his question.
Yeah, Destruction asked you a
Somebody
question.
beat me to it. I had my hand right over him.
Yeah, I won. Yeah, so destruction, right? The horizon is an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, right? So is that A, B, C, or D?
I'm saying that this is completely redundant to what I'm talking about, nor does this not prove why the Earth is flat. Oh wait, crazy! You just asked me.
It's just a simple question, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that
horizon is defined at where the sky and the ground meet. Obviously, the answer is A.
DJ, if you can give
all
me,
you would have to do is say A, and then we can move forward.
We'll try to see if he's answered, if he's able to answer. Do you see? Maybe he doesn't see what's going on here. Like,
sorry,
do you see A, B, C, and D?
I'm saying that I don't have to answer it because it's not applicable.
Yeah, no one's forcing you to answer or not answer. In this, if you look at this photo, do you see a horizon anywhere in this photo at all? Like it. Do you see there anywhere at all?
Okay. Could I answer the question? No.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Do you see a photo? Or
Can I
how about this? Do you even see a photo right now? Are you? How about that? Maybe that's the problem. Do you see a photo?
Okay.
Do you see a photo?
I'm gonna answer the question now, if that's cool.
No, fuck it. No one cares about your answer. Just
Couldn't
go away.
answer. It's such a difficult to answer.
It is so if you can't even answer that, no one here cares to talk to you. Like you're that far away from any sort of way of communicating. It's like, hey, dude, I got a blue cup here. You're like, hey, what color do you see it as? Well, I'm not going to answer that.
Maybe he needs a Glober to ask him these questions. Euclidean trigonometry man is here, and he can ask him these questions. And he's a Glober.
What questions?
Yeah, do you want to go through it?
What kind of what's his best globe proof or?
No, just if he's able to see where the horizon is. Like,
Destruction can't answer A, B, C, or D. He doesn't know how to answer that question.
He's either coping or he's a Mossad agent.
Can I just quickly say something?
Here, go ahead, post it again there.
Yeah.
Can I just quickly say something?
Horse T.
Yeah. It's important, to answer questions, Otherwise, oneself won't be able to learn anything. You need to answer questions so you can learn and improve and expand your knowledge. It's important to answer every question everything.
Well, it's one thing to ask a question, but it's actually another thing to take the time to understand the answer that's given to the question. If you're willing to. Some people are just here to ask questions and troll away.
People are here just to waste time, like Brenda. Hailing from the chosen land, you know what I'm saying? Mossad.
Dude, cut the crap with that shit.
What, you don't believe there's agents in here every day?
I'm one of them.
Yeah, even if there was, how would you prove it? And even if you did prove it, what would it be?
The guy the other day actually kind of revealed his cards. I have the DMs off to go through in a sec. I'm in a dungeon.
Yeah, don't worry about who's an agent and who is not an agent. That's called poisoning the well fallacy. Like you're poisoning the well. It's fallacious argumenting.
Possibly, but why would you think that people like Mark Sargent and shit like that, and even Jeranism?
Yeah, this poison.
They've only contributed. They've only contributed to the globe.
Poisoning the well. Look who's talking fallacy. Like, are you going to be any? This is the word. This it sounds like you're an agent now. Here, you've got a good question to ask globalists. Where do you see the horizon? And the next thing you do is completely discredit yourself with back-to-back competing logical fallacies.
Like what?
Look who's talking, poisoning the well. Which one? Those two are contradictory. Is he a complete buffoon, the person, look who's talking fallacy, who is saying a bunch of bullshit no one's listening to? Or
who
are they designed, perfectly engineered agents of misinformation? You contradicted. You just gave this guy the most amazing golden parachute he could ever ask for. You are irrational, illogical thinker. He can say your question comes from a blanketed, void mind.
How long did it take him to answer the question?
It doesn't matter.
If he even answered.
Why not stay on the question? Why completely divert away from the question with back-to-back competing logical fallacies? Why the fuck would you do that? You've got a question right there on the table that's on topic, reserved exactly for this room, and you go into some batshit conspiracy theory about whose agents, who are also complete buffoons, look who's talking now. Which one? Which logical fallacy are you going to dive into? Because they contradict each other.
That's fair.
Poisoning the well. He is an agent and he's spreading.
I got a question for you. Why is he unable to answer my question?
Because he doesn't want to go down the flat earth talking points. He would rather just to troll.
Ah, makes sense.
Yeah. Does that make more sense? Or does it make more sense he's some sort of perfectly engineered cyber warfare disinformation agent? Or is he just an idiot online? He's just an idiot with an internet connection. Which one's more likely true?
Probably the idiot.
He'll answer in text, I think. Oh, Jesus Christ. He can't answer.
Oh, he's unmuted.
Oh, what was unmuted? So, y'all asked me a question if it was A, B, C, or D. I'll answer the question, but it's not going to be the way the young niggas want me to ask it to. Can you, like, shut the fuck up in the background? Oh, wait, that's crazy. I don't think that I was done talking. I don't think that I was done talking.
Here we go again.
Yeah, because I wasn't done talking.
Let's let the guy answer the question. But dude, stop dropping the N-word and stuff. Just answer the question.
Answer it first, then you can ramble all you want. All right?
Okay, so I'm going to answer the question. So my answer to the question is that this has nothing to do.
You get him in a mute?
I don't know who did that.
I did.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him with the ban though.
You don't got to get rid of him yet. He'll tire himself out.
Okay, so user is already permabanned. He's done the.
Oh, he left him. Yeah, I thought so. I remember him being on the list. Well, what they do is they leave and rejoin. So what you got to do is unban them and then just reban them.
Yep.
They leave when you ban them and then they rejoin afterwards, or like?
It's a way to ban evade. You can reset the bot, but it's kind of a pain in the ass.
Now it's reset. Now you can do it.
Okay.
There he goes. Bye.
Bye, Felicia.
Lol.
Get him up. Get him out of here.
Rich says he DM'd me. He wants to come back and answer the question.
Rich
Evans.
Oh, good Lord. What question?
Are we live?
What is the horizon at?
Okay. All right. See if you can answer.
Oh, he still doesn't know?
Why did he get banned? I know why. I saw it the other day. He's almost up.
He's already all used up. Yeah, I don't know what's left of him, to be honest.
Yeah, he may as well come back and see how long he lasts.
Okay.
DJ with the meme, I love it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, get him up, get him out of here.
It was Heretic got pissed off because he was just annoyingly saying the same thing over and over, and that was a couple days ago.
All right, there, Rich. I know you're listening on YouTube. You're good. You're unbanned.
Okay, Rich, it's safe now.
Out and play.
Yes, I wish we had safe rooms on this server like we have on the other server, where we can send them to their special room where they can just be by themselves.
Oh yeah, that would be great.
I know.
They go to solitary confinement on Discord. Ouchies.
It was like
His
the
own
two rooms.
echo chamber.
It was like the Cog Disc room and then the Helio Cultist room. And then, so there's like multiple tiers, that they could go like, which one do you want? Do you want to just be in Cog Disc or do you want to be Helio Cultist?
And detention. And what you do is when you get a group of 3 trolls, you send one to detention, one to Cogdis, and one to Heliocentric, and they can't talk to each other. And it's
that's
over.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about the detention room. The detention room was good too because if they posted swear words or the N word or whatnot, it would automatically delete the comment. Like instantly, the bot deleted it as soon as they hit enter, bang, it was gone, and they were just in detention. And you could be like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, you were gonna spam the N word, and it maybe lasted like a quarter of a millisecond. How foolish do you look now? Your troll was hard countered easily. What are you gonna do now, homie?"
Rich Evans is typing.
I wonder what kind of WPM he has. Go ahead.
This will be good.
We should, when we notice someone start typing, we should start a timer. See how long the words take to come up on the screen and stop the timer and then divide the time by the amount of words on the page and we can figure out their WPM.
That's like
people
that's
type
like Professor. Go ahead.
3 words and it takes them 4 minutes to type it. So I'm just wondering are they using their big toe? Because I've seen that.
That's like Professor Phil. You're talking to Professor Phil in text chat, going back and forth, back and forth. All of a sudden, you think you make a pretty good point. And you're like, okay, he's typing. Wow, he's still typing. 10 minutes later, damn, he's really bringing up a response. And all of a sudden, he hits enter, and it's like absolute rubbish. I'm like, dude, that's like 1 minute that's like 5 minutes per word. What the actual fuck, dude? I'm expecting some sort of big comprehensive answer, and you responded with a copy paste. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, but Crit, this has all happened to us. We post something to someone, and then we see that person typing. We're waiting, and no response comes.
Like right here. So Rich didn't answer. He said he was going to. Dude, Rich, you're letting me down, man.
Okay, so in response to your question, Rich, A, B, C, or I'm coping.
Oh my.
Tell Rich, that he's going to get
He
banned.
can join the VC, right? He can come in and listen for himself.
He's probably listening on YouTube, so he's a couple seconds behind. Anyway, tell him that he's getting banned if he doesn't answer A, B, C, or I'm coping. And he has to say I'm coping if it's D.
I like when they do say I'm coping. At least you can recognize that you're coping, you know?
Just want you to answer the question in the picture that I posted. Please. Not a dissertation on horizons.
These guys just can't answer.
I read it, Rich. I read it. Now answer my question. I have to go on YouTube and see what he was writing.
He answered C.
No, it was a different question. It was a thing about Eric Dubay. I deleted it. Some guy tried to do some sort of like celebrity, like gossip. No one here is going to do your TMZ, BuzzFeed, top 10, number one will surprise you. I think that was that top Asian dog or whatever. What do you guys think about Eric Dubay? Yeah, just go to a celebrity gossip channel.
Oh, you guys are so good at dodging. You guys have clearly posted his shit before, but when it doesn't suit you guys.
Wow, what a freak out.
Ooh, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, your TMZ, your TMZ BuzzFeed top 10 flat earthers, number one will surprise you. Go to a celebrity gossip channel. You should be able, if what Eric Dubay said was so stupid, address the point. Duh.
Is it me or will Globers not answer questions?
Well, they can't. That's why I've given up. I don't ask globalists. The only time I get, if I ask a globalist something, it is a very rare circumstance. Like, I am generally curious about what they're going to say next. They don't know shit. They literally it's wasted breath asking these guys anything at all.
I would waste my breath for them.
I'm not saying, I'm not telling you that you have to follow the same sort of epistemology. Like,
no,
if you want to ask some questions, for me, I am dead. I am done.
On the water.
You never get a straight answer. Like NASA, never a straight answer. These guys really have dived in to that sort of worldview, like of government, like politicians. They are shit scared to answer any question. Like, even if you know that they're going to answer inside a globalist worldview, they are shit scared to answer because they really don't know what the correct answer is.
I mean, like, honestly, represent your team, brother. If they're sending you, if you're representing the globe, and this is the answers you give, like, really? What would your top dog fucking what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson say? What would he say? You know what I'm saying? Like, clearly they didn't indoctrinate you enough in school, at least. Like, you didn't even know the answers that they were fucking feeding you. The school system has failed us.
Yeah, there's a big story just was it or last week? Like, a 14-year-old kid pays for his lunch in Texas with a $2 bill.
Why'd you say Texas?
Yeah, that's not how you pronounce it. Texas.
Are you memeing?
No,
it's Texas.
Texas.
Yeah,
Texas.
Wait, do you mean Texas, or what do you say?
Texas.
Tax ass. Someone taxed him.
What do you mean he paid with a $2 bill?
Yeah, like his lunch. The kid bought. I don't know if it's a boy or girl, but they bought their lunch with a $2 bill. The teacher said this is counterfeit currency. Like, literally, like, this is counterfeit. Like, this is funny money. This is the school system, mind you. The kid said, it's a $2 bill. What the actual fuck? Then they called the police, and the police come and arrest the kid and say, you're in big trouble, little boy. Like, or little girl, whatever. How dare thee try to pass off funny money for your school lunch?
I would have went to the bank and ordered a pack of $200, $100 worth of $2 bills, and then said, "Now go to the bank and arrest those people."
Wait, there's $2 bills?
Oh my god!
You did.
I'm
from Canada, so I don't know your currency.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're okay. You get an alibi on that. Yeah, there is.
Canadians
we use coins. We use coins up to $2, and then $5 bills, $10 bills, $20 bills, and $100 bills.
Yes, that's what I said. You use coins.
We call our $1 coin a loonie and our $2 coin a toonie.
I wish I didn't know that. I really wish I'd never heard that.
Yeah, the running joke for the Canadian
Rich posted your $2 bill for you.
is like the idea here is that the Canadians still have a little bit of actual resources to back up the coin, so we're able to go up to $2.
Yeah,
coin.
I remember that exact moment. It was awesome.
Who's that guy on the front of your Canadian $2 bill?
I don't know. Our $5 bill is getting changed into Terry Fox, though, which is dope.
And we got color money, just like Monopoly.
True, and it's plastic. Unlike Monopoly, which is paper, our plastic money, if you put it in the wash, it's gonna come out just as it went in. Also, if you scratch the maple leaf, it smells like maple.
Why?
You got scratch and sniff money?
Wait, what did you do? It sounds like you did syrup.
Is DJ hot micing?
DJ hot
You're done.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, scratch and sniff. If you scratch and sniff a $100 bill, it smells like farts.
No, it smells like maple. Unless it's like been used for like snow for going skiing.
Yeah, I'm a little pissed, dude. That this Toonie and Looney thing, it just pushed out my 10th grade birthday party. Thanks, asshole.
Good. Unfortunately, our coin money doesn't smell like maple. Not yet. Oh, by the way, did you guys see Trudeau's new wife? That shit funny.
Hold on, he could what? Sophie's out. I know that, but he's already got a new replacement. Damn.
Yeah. Look up on Google Trudeau's new wife, and you'll laugh.
This should.
Wait. Actually. Actually, look up Queen of the North, Trudeau. Yeah, that's what you gotta look up. Trudeau, Queen of the North. You'll see it in the first picture.
What's up? Can someone explain how Earth is flat? Type shit.
Type shit.
Yeah, you just go outside.
Or actually,
Just go outside.
Yeah.
You want me to go outside and that's how it's flat?
Yep.
That's how you observe it, yeah.
Simple as it.
If you want, you could sit inside, look out your window, and know that your windowsill matches with your horizon line perfectly.
I don't know
Yeah,
if
man.
that's
All you've ever experienced is a flat stationary Earth.
Oh
That's
my
all
god, never mind. Haptic
experienced,
leaf.
right?
This is retarded.
Yeah, goodbye.
Yeah, so you can, if the Earth's a
Later.
globe, right? It has to be a.
DJ, he left.
He melted. He
Never
melted
mind.
already.
Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was a quick one.
Yeah, he couldn't handle the reality. Well, what do you want?
Well, as soon as you give them reality, they don't know what to say.
Go outside. Well, what do you mean?
Exactly. It blows my mind. Q is like, go outside, right? I hit him with the windowsill, matches with the horizon line, and then DJ's like, it's really, really, and he's like, never mind, this is crazy, and he leaves right away.
That was funny, actually.
I don't want to go outside. These guys are insane.
I was gonna say we could actually clip that and be like cog this quick convert or something to that effect.
I think we need like a fucking 6-round clip. You know, the no curve, no globe. The Black Swan is round 1. Round 2 would be like Polaris never moves. Round 3 would be like, what else? What's the hardest hitting motherfuckers? You know, like what's the hardest hitting? Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, it's called the 3-point wig snatching, and we've already had that for the past 5 years.
I got this. Check this one out. I'm posting in the side chat.
3
Here's a
points.
good
Legendary.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the 8-point.
You only need 3. You want to look in the sky in your pictures. Hey, flat earthers, stop looking in the sky for answers on the ground.
Well, Star Trails are a pretty good one. With
Flat
5 or
earther.
6.
Flat earthers, stop looking in the sky for answers that are on the ground.
Yes. But as I'm saying, with 5 or 6 different supposed motions, it should be detectable, no?
Wow. I don't want to give away the punchline for the next guy that pop in.
Stop looking at the sky.
Well, if I look at the sky, that shows the ground. Because the Earth is concave. It's concaved. You look up to look down.
I wonder why flurfers hate the sky so much.
It's called flat Earth, not flat sky. Are you retard, dummy?
No, I'm a numpty.
Why would you hate this? Why would you think that someone hates the sky?
Why are rainbows dome shaped?
Because of the reaction like Radwin.
Oh, Twonger.
Because of my reaction. We're talking about flat Earth, how it measures no curve. And you say, but look, there's a light in the sky. And then I say, that doesn't make the ground curve, that light. And then you say what?
Well, what if logically it did?
Okay, so what just broke down? Something just broke down in my questioning. Earth measures flat. You say, look, there's a light in the sky. Earth measures flat. Did our light curve the Earth?
You're coping.
You're projecting, bro. Right? What you should be worried about is why are you having to constantly appeal to the sky when we're literally talking about the ground? We're literally showing you empirical evidence, right? Long distance observations, laser tests here on Earth that anyone can go and repeat, and you guys just want to talk about the sky. You don't have anything here on Earth that you can use to validate your geometric horizon that has to exist on a globe.
You just don't want it to be a globe.
Oh.
It can't be a globe because there's no curve measured.
You've measured it?
Yeah.
Got him.
Well, if you measured it flat, then it must be flat.
Why are you scared of looking down? What's so hard about you? Like, if you look down, is it to cause vertigo or something? Like, if you want to know
down at their phone all the time.
Like, you're that scared of what the surface of the Earth is that you got?
Yeah, I have Meniere's disease.
You got to look away from what the Earth is to see what the Earth is. What's interesting too is like this destruction of all of human knowledge. Like you couldn't even use the same sky that your forefathers used on the flat Earth. Like somehow all of that, anything prior to the 1700s, is completely destroyed. Like none of it, like all of it is just burned. Like burn every book to pretend like heliocentric was the first and only idea.
Wait, that's why they burned all the books for the globe?
Why you want to? You want to burn any book that references a geocentric cosmology because you're scared of the sky.
Scared of answering for your sins.
Wait, now I'm scared.
He's just scared of the sky.
Yeah.
I thought you guys were scared of the sky, not me.
No, it's you. It's you who's scared of the sky. you demonstrate this because you couldn't find out the different explanations over time. It seems
Dude,
like all the other explanations you're scared of.
I've taken thousands of pictures of the sky.
You have?
Yeah, I take pictures all the time. It doesn't.
Why are you looking at the sky to figure out the shape of the Earth?
I don't look at the sky to do that.
All right, so is it flat or round?
It's round.
Prove it.
You should embrace the sky because it brings into questions like if the universe is flat and you think all flat things must have an edge, show me the edge of your universe or the solar system or the galaxy.
Hey, Twonger, since is everything in this sky, right, has a different distance from us, from me. If I'm looking at something, there's a different distance between this star and that star, many distances, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I take a star and I focus my P900 on it, and then I just move it to another star, I don't have to focus it. It's the same distance. What happened to your answer?
Something's not right. You should have to refocus it.
Nope.
So you're saying all the stars are the same distance?
They're all, you focus on one, you're on any star you want, and I can turn on my little machine and click my phone and go to this next star. It's in focus.
That doesn't seem right to me.
I know. Something's wrong, isn't there? Are you afraid of the sky now?
I don't know. I guess I'd have to take your word for it.
Or go do it yourself. Many people have done this.
Yeah, don't be scared of the sky.
I went and bought all my own equipment. I went and bought all my own shit to do all this stuff anyway, even though a long time ago I already knew it was flat. I did it just so I could have the equipment now. Now I have it and I just take pictures of whatever I want. I use my cutting laser after I played around with that. I use that on my CNC machine, all kinds of stuff. So it's reasons why I buy my equipment and just doesn't sit on the shelf anymore.
Wait, I'm not trying to diss you or anything. Are you that guy that has like a long beard and hangs out in the basement or no?
I hang out in my basement. My recording studio's down there.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of someone else. Do you blow glass or no?
No, that's no, I know who you're talking about. His name is fuck. Okay, I'll think of it in a second. Once I stop thinking about it, I'll remember who it is.
Yeah, for some reason I mixed them up, I think.
No, yeah, it's a different guy.
Oh, you mean the devil worshipper? Yeah, he admitted it.
Guy that designs automation systems and replaces people with robots. I don't think Twonger's ever heard of an observatory that has a telescope, and then they pick a star, and then they just move their telescope to the next one. There's no focusing involved.
There's got to be.
Well, you would hope so, but unfortunately for you, reality doesn't work that way.
That's interesting. I'll have to look into that.
Go get a camera.
So what are the implications of that?
They're not different distances away, are they?
Yeah, so what would that imply?
I have no idea. You make up something. It doesn't do anything for me. I've never even thought about it. I was just glad I didn't have to focus the first time I realized it. I was like, check this shit out. Put it on one. I just moved it to another. I'm like, I don't have to do shit. I thought it was going to be aggravating for me to take pictures of stars. I didn't look it up or anything. Nobody told me. It happened. And I was like, well, isn't that something? Then I didn't worry about it. I didn't get scared of the sky. I didn't freak out. I just said, that makes life much more easy.
I'm kind of scared of the sky now.
You should be. It's scary. You should look at the ground.
It's good to stay grounded.
Yeah, if you really think about it, globalists are scared of the sky, which is why they think an asteroid at any second could fall, rain death from above. They made a movie about it. Don't look up. Don't look up, motherfucker. Don't. As soon as you look up.
Isn't that because when they track one, there's like 1,000 more that they can't track because they just didn't see them yet? And anytime, like Crit said, one can just blow your house right out, your whole neighborhood out.
Well, luckily, luckily they're small enough that most of them just burn up as soon as they get in the atmosphere.
Well, dude, those are in the same focus too.
I keep seeing shit like that on every couple months or so. I get a fucking notification on my phone. This asteroid might hit Earth.
Yeah, there was one recently, a couple months ago.
Like, it's always a close call.
Yeah.
You're like,
did you notice when people take pictures of the ISS transiting the moon, the ISS is in focus and so is the moon, so they must both be the same distance, shouldn't they, Twonger?
No, I think the ISS is way closer.
So you guys are all fucked up now.
Are you sure it's focused?
Seems like they just paste that little thing in front of a moon.
Maybe.
the next thing will be like just leaving the Photoshop hand right in there.
Russia.
Well, that's what happened with a couple of the moon photographs. They left artifacts in the pictures that shouldn't be there. Maybe it was on purpose.
Dude, why would you leave a glass of water on the table when you're floating in 0G and it's just flat and level? Why would you do that? Is that on purpose or is that by accident?
Yeah, I think they're trying to mock the Globers or something. They're laughing at him like he's...
They are trolling you, as you can see in the picture I posted from the Chinese space station. They're trolling you.
These stupid Globers will believe anything.
anything they see on TV. That's what Nixon. Nixon's
you will,
like,
Tonger.
according to MK Ultra, American people are so stupid they'll believe anything they see on TV. Now watch me call the moon with my magic green phone. Oh, CIA, you actually put that quote on the headquarters? Damn, cuz. I didn't think it was that groundbreaking, but I guess so.
I just said water is flat and level in 0G. Fry's never thrown water out of a window before.
I'm just here for the comedy.
See what?
The comedy. Yeah, it's good because the globe is dumb, boring, dumb, and lame. There is absolutely no comedy. It's only tragedy. You get the comedy in Flat Earth and you get the tragedy on the globe side. So I get it. Yeah, you're going to want to be where, hey, especially this time of year, you've had enough trauma. They've done the trauma dump. You've seen all the horrific shit happen in the world on the globe tard. So yeah, let's do a little comedy, lighten the mood.
Yeah, weren't most of the Greek comedies destroyed, and we only tragedies were recovered? I think that's what happened.
I got something for you guys. So if somebody asks you a question and you say, I don't know, would it be appropriate for the person to say you didn't answer? Or did you did answer?
No, you did answer. You said you didn't know.
Yeah, so in the Globetard, that is you didn't answer. Pure comedy.
So if you don't know, if you don't have an answer, you don't know the answer. You're not answering the question.
Yeah, that's what I just got. I just got a message that I don't know as an answer is not an answer.
That's a good one.
This is how they get around they ask you a question. If globe is globe, then globe is globe. If globe, then globe. Then how is it a flat earth if it's a globe? Yeah, dude, I have no idea what that question's about. I don't know how to answer that. Oh, you didn't answer. Try again. If the earth is a globe, then it's a globe, it's a globe. How is it flat if it's actually a globe, if it's a globe? Dude, I have no idea what you're trying to ask me. I do not know the answer to such a schizophrenic word soup question. Oh, you didn't answer. Ursa Globe, then Globe, the Globe. If Globe. Okay, whatever. Just go bug someone else for a while.
That's like the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's like, well, if it's a globe, then it's a globe.
Yeah, so like point at sun. If sun, then globe if globe. If globe, then how flat if globe if globe.
Or
Okay,
it's
well,
like
how did you
this.
do experiment if no flat? If globe
Yeah.
experiment.
You ready? Okay, I measured flat. I go to Antarctica. I see sun from a flat plane. I see sun. Earth is ball.
I'm kind of curious. Has somebody come in already with that discussion about the YouTuber that went to Antarctica? The one that went to an.
50 of them that come in here.
Yeah, people has already come in with that.
There was Dave McKeegan, Wolfpack, McLooney, McDuffie Toon, and then you've got Jaron Whitsitt. There's a lot of YouTubers went to Antarctica. Which one?
It was the most recent one. I forgot the name of it. And
Yeah,
I was just kind
which
of curious.
Which YouTuber are you talking about that went to Antarctica?
No. I'm just saying, like somebody has already came in with that discussion. Kind of curious.
Yep, we did. We're discussing it right now. You look at sun. Earth is a ball. Doesn't that sound correct? See sun. Earth is a ball. Well, it wasn't an experiment, that's for sure. Nobody's been able to tell me what the experiment was.
It's kind of a misnomer. It's not really an experiment.
It's not final either. It's like a misnomer.
Yeah.
It wasn't a final. It wasn't an experiment.
Well, I know what it was. I know what it was. It was the final for like McToon, Duffy, those guys. We're probably not going to hear a lot from Duffy after his that it's okay, as he preached to his congregation, that he said it's okay to deceive and to lie to people. You Globers agree with that?
A flat earther said it's okay to lie to people.
No, he's a Glober. It's okay to deceive and to lie to people. He's a preacher, as a church. You couldn't find it anywhere in the Bible that says it's wrong, so it's okay. So is it okay then, do you think?
I don't think so, no.
Will Duffy is a shady as fuck character. Super sketchy guy. Super sketchy.
Go ahead and watch it. I'm posting it for you.
I've seen it.
1 minute long. I know. Go ahead and watch it. He's the one who went to Antarctica.
I mean, look at how he made his money, right?
Well, hold on.
I
Don't worry.
trust
Don't.
those guys.
Well, Fry. Don't worry about that. Remember we talked about poisoning the well. People know already that financial advice or financial bankers, these guys are generally kind of scummy. And you add that on top of a super church mega pastor or used car salesman, people know which professions have scumbags in them. So you don't need to double down on that. And there could be a literal saint out there who is a financial advice banker. And that person might be the next person to come with a great idea. But it's been, I'm sure you.
Okay, I'll just say this. Like, honestly, the fact that he decided to spend, $400K or whatever to just disprove flat Earth, I mean, it's just the most ludicrous thing I've heard in my life. Like, I don't know why would you do that. Doesn't make any sense. I just find him pretty kind of shady, honestly. Like, he puts on a persona on YouTube, but it's, out of all the people in the conversation, I don't know. He just comes off as weird to me.
I mean, I agree. Like, just gives you a weird vibe. You know, like what I think is one of my takeaways is that the first, like the final experiment video, he kind of looked normal. He kind of looked like a dude over his head, got involved with this discussion, didn't really know the main talking points or the players, was kind of using like 2015, 2016 talking points. And by the end of it, he's sporting a faux hawk. Just like Fight the Flat Earth or Simon Dan. It's like, what the fuck is with that haircut? Like, why the faux hawk? I mean, for crud. I mean, I'd be interested.
Yes, his hair throws me off as well. What the fuck is his hair? Oh my
it's
God.
like that meme. Look at the top of his head. Look at his lips.
Yeah. I don't know. He's just a weird man. Weird fucking guy. Like, he's the kind of person, if like, if he's ever in the news, I would not be surprised. I'd be like, yep, that adds up. I mean, in the news for like doing something shady, I bet he got this idea from that debate that those two mega church pastors had. This Dean Odell and I think Greg Locke, his name is, those two. And Dean Odell was like, there's no 24 hours sun in Antarctica. It's not possible. And Greg Locke basically doubled down on it. And basically offered him to go. And I'm guessing Will was in the audience and he was like, you know what? Maybe I should send people to Antarctica. MC Toon is also kind of unhinged. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think he has a lot of knowledge. Like, at least as a Glover, I can see like he knows his stuff. But like, holy shit, the unhinged rants he has.
This is the one thing that people said, hey, I wonder if he will act the same in real life as he does on Discord or on the internet. And you're like, he's worse. He's worse in real life. Like somehow, like normally the internet kind of takes filters away and people are like, oh, fuck, that. But he's like, somehow the internet was a filter and removing the internet, he got worse. Like a complete, like his question, he went all the way to Antarctica and screamed into the ether, where are the guns? Like, wow, dude, wow.
I don't know, man. I really don't get it. I do feel like these anti-flat earthers, you have to be like, on some spectrum to get into this debate, as at least as a Glober. I feel like
money.
I don't think he needs the money. I think he makes a lot of money from software, so
No,
he's
where they make
clearly.
their money.
I doubt he's making. I think it's genuine. He's just doing it for like
Money.
some misplaced, I don't know, sense of being better. I don't know.
I get paid by NASA to be the dissenting opinion in the chat. They pay me about $100K a year.
That explains government spending. Yeah, why is it out of control? Why is and why Musk and Trump are going to defund it? They could probably hire some person with double the IQ and triple the engagement for a quarter of the cost. Maybe some dude who would do it for free. It's like, hey, there's gonna be some Musk fanboy. Hey, Musk, I want to work for Doge. Okay, here's your Discord account. Log onto the server and just keep the flat earthers engaged with a bunch of inane nonsense. 80 hours a week for free. We need high. His thing was looking for high IQ individuals who can work 80 hours a week for zero pay. You're about to get replaced, dude. Enjoy it while it lasts. Enjoy it while it lasts. The gravy train is about to end.
I'm just doing my job.
Yeah, and it sucked. You were bad at your job. Now it's time to find a new job. Maybe you can work at the food court in NASA or something like that, or the gift shop.
That doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, it seems like it would be. It would be not a bad gig. I mean, people need to eat.
Has anyone here gone to a flat earth meetup?
Yeah, I went to one. I just wasn't real impressed with it. It was like, I mean, it's like not. I mean, you make it think like, oh, this is so big. Like all the people here on Discord. Yeah, you go to the meetup and it's like, hey, so where do you guys talk about online? They're like, online. Why the fuck would I talk about flat Earth online? You just, like go to meetups like this and talk to real people instead of a bunch of phonies. And I'm like, damn, that's a good point.
Yeah. I mean,
Like,
if you have a community...
it's like that joke from Back to the Future where it's like, hey, why would you run for fun? And the guy's like, well, you run for fun so you get in shape so you can run for fun better. That don't make any sense. Who would run for fun? Like, yeah, why would you go online that's full of disinformation? So the space age abruptly ends in 1972. It's marked by an information age that's hallmarked by ease of access through the internet. That's really just disinformation. Why the fuck would you partake in that? I'm like, fuck. That's a damn.
You made a good point.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, check it out. Go to it. You can find them. There's a lot of different meetups. At the Dave Weiss app, there's like different websites for organizing events and stuff. Yeah, check them out. You like it's interesting. You get like people just in your area who are flat earthers that you never would have found out about.
Probably not gonna happen in my country, but yeah.
Yeah, well, in America, we're so spread out. I mean, if you're living like where Matthew learns and whatnot, I mean, those people like highly dense, populated centers like L.A. and San Francisco and whatnot. Yeah, but you can sometimes it depends on where you're at and how many people are there. See, they make it seem like America has a lot of flat earthers. Good luck in 3 cards, 3x live. Was someone hot mic in there? How much is that?
It's a
Yo,
long.
bomb.
I mean, it really kind of goes to that point where it's like, yeah, America has a lot of flat earthers, but you don't understand how big America is. Like with globalists, like I needs me a map. Why do you need a map? You don't understand what you're looking at anyway. Do you not realize how big America is? How many people are there?
Yeah, Dave, I
can explain flat earthers. America's dumb. That's why there's so many flat earthers. Dude, there's so many Americans. Wouldn't you want to compare apples to apples? Like maybe per capita? What does that mean? Like, holy shit.
Dave, I says like the population count is BS. There's way less people than they make it out to be. I don't know how accurate that is. If you flat with Dave, like sometimes just says odd shit.
CIA Dave.
Oh, you don't like him? Yeah, I don't think it's CIA. I think it's just too deep inside the rabbit hole, you know. You guys think Will Duffy has something else planned after this? Now that
apparently there was someone had said that one of the people on the expedition or experiment or whatever was a Hollywood executive. Like he was planning on somehow turning it into some sort of like syndicated show or documentary. But I guess they balked. They said nope, not biting. That was some of the dumbest reality TV show. That was literally ass cancer. It's like we're gonna pass on that. God. It's like that skit from Seinfeld, the show about nothing. Dude, you're really offering a show about nothing.
Can you imagine if it actually becomes a TV show? Like, every now and then they would gather flat earthers and globers, send them to Antarctica.
I
And
thought a
make a
good
show out of
reality
it.
TV show would have been Globalist doing a globe trot looking for all the missing Apollo artifacts. Like who's got, because there was at some point, like, it's possible the tapes might have got mislabeled and sent to Australia. All the telemetry tapes were sent to Australia for some reason. Like, who the fuck just says, hey, that box of crap over there that we're going to send to the Australian Space Agency, just throw some Apollo telemetry data in there. And we'll look for it 60 years later.
Funny.
Bing bong.
So it looks like Globers can no longer use miles or kilometers in their measurements because those are straight lines. That about wraps it up for the globe.
Check out what I was working on. Posted in text chat.
What is this?
It's a. I just got a message.
Oh my god. That's not real.
I don't know. It looks real. You got Reginald P.
Listen, that's Chat GPT generated. I know because I have it on my screen right now.
Blunder stick.
But when you ask it to format me an email, right?
Yeah.
They look like that. And then if you try to copy them in certain things like in Word, they sometimes get all fucked up. So then you have to say, please format in Word or DOCX format, and it will make one available. You hit copy, you paste it in, and boom, it looks like that, but in Word. So that's ChatGPT. I know. I use it all the time.
I am writing to inform you that we have received a report by a witness named Starlife making certain claims that may be considered a threat to public safety and national security. As a police officer, I am leading the investigation into these allegations. The claims in question include, but are not limited to, internet terrorism, spreading fake news, telling lies about the globe, actions of cyber warfare against the Geneva Convention, hanging out in echo chambers, ties to alien life forms, disrespecting NASA moon Bibles, refusing to take biblical blessings by Bill Nelson, director of NASA, disagreeing with the majority opinions. We take these allegations seriously and are conducting a thorough investigation to determine the validity of these claims. We kindly respect that you cooperate with our investigation and provide any relevant information that may be helpful in our inquiry. Please note that any statements made by Starlife or any other individuals involved in this matter may be used as evidence in a potential court case. We appreciate your prompt attention to this matter and look forward to hearing from you soon. Sincerely, Officer Barry B. Blunderstick.
That last line at the very bottom screams ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, I probably should clip that part out.
No, it's the what do you call it? The dots. That's how it does it. It's that format. I know. I use it all the time. It's ChatGPT. Just ask it, and it'll format the whole letter for you. Say, I'm this, and I want to write something like this. And it'll say, okay, I'm officer, whatever. I can say, I'm officer something. Please format me this email to somebody. And it will look just like that.
I would change the subject to like investigation, case number, random number.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you gotta play around with it.
I would I don't know if you want to dox yourself, but I would put a fake name instead of crit. I thought you actually got sent that for a second.
This guy Star Life has sent me like some 58 messages letting me know that he's in contact with the police. Here, look at this. This is just a small sample.
Did you see what Rosh put? Or Haas?
Yeah. Very blunderstick.
Dude, I didn't know that guy looked like Eratosthenes. I don't know how to say that guy's name, not gonna lie. His mom did a horrible job naming him.
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
Who names their kid that?
Ancient Greeks.
You gotta do it Eratosthenes, like phonetic spelling.
I think what is it? What is the actual Greek way of saying it? I think there is actually like I don't know. One sec.
What's her name? Mother Flurfer? She went to go toe to toe with Starlife. That's Starlife is what you call what do they call I forget what they call them. There's a word, like a religious word.
A eunuch? No, I'm joking.
Not that too, but I'm thinking like when you're super crazy for your religion, what's that called?
Fanatic.
Not a fanatic. There's zealot. Zealot.
Zealot.
I was thinking of like the elites from Halo.
I think of Warhammer.
Is there zealots in Warhammer?
Yeah, Warhammer 30K.
Oh, I play 40K.
Nothing new under the sun.
What's his name? In Warhammer Vermintide, you can play as a zealot.
Oh, the fantasy shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be starting a Blood Angels army here pretty soon.
Are you a Glober mushroom man?
Say what?
Are you a Glober? Globetard?
Globetard? I don't know that term.
As in, do you think there's a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying through an ever-expanding void of total darkness?
I believe we haven't even broken through the first firmament yet.
It's a yes or no question.
No.
Okay.
Oh fuck. Fuck. I got an addiction to fucking what are these things called? Slim Jims.
I call them Soylent Green or People.
Brew. Ooh. Made from only gyms in the world that are slim. I'm in the top 15% of players.
Players of what?
On World of Warcraft.
Oh, you play that, yeah?
Yeah, I've been playing ever since November 21st. I mean, I've been playing for like forever, but hardcore servers are up.
What is it? A war game?
Yeah. What, you don't know what World of Warcraft is?
No, I've never played it. No, I used to play a lot of games on the PlayStation 4, but now I'm working a lot. I don't have much time. I have a lot of time on the weekend. I have a lot of time on Sunday and Saturday afternoon.
Dope. Yeah, this is like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, I normally play the football game. You know, the soccer game.
I don't. Yeah, I kind of know it, but I've never played it.
It's called Pro Evolution Soccer.
Sick.
Hey, boop.
Howdy doody, fair people.
Oh, it's PMac. How are you doing, PMac? How you been? I hope you're doing well.
Who was that?
It's T.
Hello, T.
Hello.
I just called on to say Merry Christmas and all that crack. I'll be heading out to the town soon to get absolutely plastered. How are you doing, T?
I can't say, I'm doing very well. What about you?
Oh, just tickety-boo, tickety-fucking-boo.
You celebrating?
Oh yeah, why not?
And anybody get you any presents so far?
Yeah, shit, yeah. I had my daughters out in the town the other day there. We went for a nice meal. Traffic was bumper to bumper. It was fantastic.
There's a lot of traffic outside, isn't it, on the road? There's too many traffic.
Yeah, there's a lot, especially for this town, this little country too. It's the roads are shite.
Yeah, there's too many roadworks, isn't it? Like what are they doing outside on the road? Like, literally every junction you come across, they seem to be working on something.
Oh,
it's causing it's causing a lot of traffic and delay for everybody.
Oh, all the time, man. All the time. My God. They fixed potholes and 6 months later they're fucking potholes again. And they're always working on something. But that's, companies scratching each other's backs. Oh, we need to fix a footpath. And they fixed a footpath here one day on the main road. And the traffic was backed up for months just going to and from work. It was mental. All for a footpath, not even the road, like.
Yeah, over here in London is chaotic. There's traffic everywhere. Like everything's slow moving. And in every junction, like there's it used to be 3 lanes, now it's 1 lane. So it's causing a lot of tailbacks. Like before You used to be able to go around a lot quicker, but now everything's just slowly, like walking pace. It's crazy.
You may as well buy a bicycle and use that. It's just
definitely. I was thinking about getting that, but it's not practical for my job.
Well, yeah, there's that. There's the practicality, and then transporting other people. But yeah, it's the junctions and the roundabouts and stuff that back everything up. Eh? And you guys also have the ULEZ. I don't know if you're in that zone. Are you in that zone too?
Yeah. I'm definitely in that zone.
Oh no, you're in the ULEZ zone. Oh no.
Yeah, the government, the mayor is coming out with any stories to justify us paying more money to live in London.
I
don't even, hey, PMAC, I don't even want to live in London anymore, man. It's too expensive.
Yeah, well, I've heard that. A lot of people have moved out.
Yeah.
You might as well start looking, mate. Go to Birmingham.
Yeah, just save your money and then go and buy a house in the countryside or near the beach, or move and retire in another country.
Oh yeah, become an expat.
Yeah, it's pointless. It's pointless. Living expensive, like.
Oh, they're taxing the shit out of everything, man. I believe the cigarettes there went up as well again there.
Yeah. I don't smoke, by the way, but
wise man.
I spoke to some people who smoke. They said that cigarettes used to be like what, 10, 11, 12 pounds. Now they're about 15, 16 pounds.
Yeah, buddy. They used to be like yeah, they just went up very fast.
It's a sign for you to stop smoking then.
Yeah, I know. I can hardly fucking breathe at night.
What are you breathing at night?
Well, I'm trying to breathe air, but the smoking is preventing it.
PMAC, do you know they're gonna, in the future, they might charge us for the air we breathe?
Oh no, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah, they're gonna tax the cows for farting. I mean, once they start taxing cows for farting and fucking this tax and that tax, I mean, we're fucked.
Yeah, they just come up with any story, anything to take more money off of us.
Yes, it's absolutely incredible. Like, I've been working 6 nights a week for 2 months, and I worked 9 nights in a row there a week ago, and like, Jesus, the tax man just hits you, bro. They tax your wages, so you put some savings away. They tax your savings. You buy some food, they tax you on the food. You buy some diesel, they tax you on the diesel. Everything is just fucking tax. Council tax, this tax, that tax. Everything's taxed. Like, it's some fucking... You know what? I woke up, I think it was like 2 or 3 mornings ago, and I thought to myself, how are people actually accepting how much tax we're being taxed? It's incredible, like.
Yeah. There's too much tax. Tax here, tax there, tax everywhere. What we need is more protesting.
Oh yeah. And then they'll cry that they haven't got money for this and they haven't got money for that and they can't pay this and they can't pay that. Have you seen how much fucking money they're taking off us? Where's all the money going? Like, oh, sorry, 2 million to Ukraine and 3 million here and 4 million to green this and green that. Fuck off.
Yeah, how come they tell you that they got no money, but they'll come on television, and tell you that they're sending millions and billions of pounds to a foreign country? That's crazy. Of course they've got money.
Foreign countries are getting, like India, Pakistan, and Ukraine have got fucking billions out of USA and UK in the last 10 years. It's not even like exaggerated. It's billions. But they can't pay nurses or junior doctors or fix fucking roads in good time. Oh, and they're turning fucking streetlights off now in England, I believe. There's like 1.5 million streetlights, so they're going to be turned off in England because of this, to meet this net zero fucking shite. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's crazy.
1.5 million, something like that, traffic lights, street lights out in the suburbs are being turned off because of this net zero thing, which is probably a pile of piss as well. Like they're sucking us dry. They're like fucking vampires.
Vampires.
It's true. Money vampires. And then they're like, "Oh, look at the coffers. Oh, we've nothing in the we have to take money off the pensioners." Pensioners, Labour government just hit the fucking pensioners. Like, I don't know. This socialism doesn't seem to be fucking turning out too well. Like,
PMAC, is there any hope? Does the future look good?
Well, it does now that Trump's back in office.
I'm not sure about Trump.
Okay, that's fine. That's politics. So fucking, it's...
Up to the speaker panel. I'd like to give a shout out to everybody who's kind of helped us grow, and your participation is amazing for you to join us. And we're very humbled by that. But we also like to give thanks to everybody who's put in work on formulating the arguments for the way we do things. So it's kind of cool because I think of it like iron sharpens iron, right? You get to know people in the space and how they argue, and then you kind of glean a lot of information off of them, and then it helps you grow because you can form like your own style, your own way. And I think a lot of us benefited from that over the years. We hear like the way people do their arguments, and then we really like that. I mean, everybody's like most of the people on 24/7. We have our ways that we argue, so I think that's kind of cool that we glean the ways that we can argue off of each other, and we can grow and stronger in like our argument style. So, well, welcome everybody. CB, what's up, brother? What's going on, man? I don't know if you can speak or not, but I'll throw the mic to anybody that wants to. Just raise your hand or request to speak so we can have some conversation.
I'll bet CB's having audio problems. It's not like him to be quiet.
Well, yeah, it could be, but we never know. It's a little soft, but yeah, it is. It does sound clear.
Oh man, Get Vaccinated wants to join the listener panel. Oh man.
I don't know, man. Do you think he's going to come up here with honest conversations?
Probably not. Hey, Get Vaccinated. If you promise to be good, I'll let Nathan Oakley yell at you.
Yeah, that's an extra special treat.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna hit up some of these hashtag segues and post the link.
It sucks because like I only have so much room to work with, So, I mean, I'm stretching the limits because I have to have spaces between the words. Otherwise, I'd gain like a couple of characters. I don't know how much like that would make a difference on adding like another hashtag. But all I know is that these two are like the biggest ones for the type of target that we're going for. Like, not unless you have something different, which then you could.
Well, TFE got the most hits last week.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's. I just want to see what's gonna.
So I just clicked it. When I click it, it immediately goes to the final experiment, and then a couple other.
That's amazing.
And then down there's a bunch of people talking about flat Earth. So what I do is I just start spreading the link to them. Then I get kicked by X for being suspicious. Then I come back in and re-verify.
Jeez. Were you gonna hang with us for the duration, or are you gonna if Nathan shows up maybe later on?
I don't know. I'm probably just gonna do a little promo at the beginning and then probably pass out. Who knows?
That's one way to go. Yeah.
We'll see.
Are waiting for some juicy conversation, man. Usually, the Globers aren't too far back from coming in here, but I need to get some of that momentum back because it's like every time I have some days working, I lose some momentum forward, and that's kind of like you want them to actually come back. Is that Bree? You invite her to speak. That's the homie Bree. That's from if I think that's who it is. Bree from like remember the old days in 24/7? I don't know. Bree, if that's you, I just dropped this mic on you. So if you want to come to the speaking panel. Oh, snap. Helio is on it, man. He dropped the bot in here. So like CB says, are we live? Yes, we are live. We are live on YouTube. So not only is it being archived here in X, but it's being archived on YouTube. So thanks to our wonderful sponsors, Helio Skeptic. Shout out to Helio.
It's 8 degrees. Negative 8 degrees outside. And I'm super hot. I need to put my air conditioner back in the window.
You're going to put your air conditioner on and it's 8 degrees outside. I don't know if is that logical? I don't know.
Yes. My CPU runs hot.
Yeah, that's what she said. I had to take advantage of it, dude. You just left it out there like that. I really do hope somebody comes in here.
Oh, you gotta click the mic thing.
Oh, is she struggling to come up? Here, let me do it again.
Isn't exactly the easiest platform.
Yeah, it's something else. The stage, Bree, this is like a stage platform. So if like when you get a mic opportunity, like it usually allows you to come up. But I don't know. You might have some. There's a lot of people that have issues with X, dude. Like there's people on PC that can't connect, and then there's people on the phone that depends on what you got, you know. You might have like an old Nokia flip phone or something, and you can't really get up here with that stuff. Just kidding. Just kidding.
You know, the last few times I had issues, by now I would have had issues on other occasions, but I haven't so far. So maybe X patched some shit on this time, if we're lucky.
So we got. Look, man, we got some concavers in full effect right now. We got a twofer right now in the listening panel. We got two concave earthers, courtesy of Lord Stephen Christ. Now he's been kind of gracious enough, right, to make some of these guys who they are, giving them some arguments for concave, and perhaps later on. If he is, because the last time, I don't know, I'm not really sure which one is the one that we had a conversation with, but I mean, he was hot tamales, man. The guy was really up in arms, and it was shadow boxing and all, doing all kinds of stuff. But he was pretty upset, dude. He had to be in his bonnet about it. So we want to know if later on perhaps they want to come up here. Not currently, because we're waiting to see if somebody will come in here that wants to talk about the final experiment and possibly the topic of the space, which is the final proposition, part 2. And we're looking forward to that. But if you're joining us on YouTube, guys, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 28. And this is a continuing series. We're doing many different series types. Like the one we're doing right now, this type is specifically geared towards the final proposition. So that is what the rebuttal to the final experiment. And it is a proposition that if someone thinks that the Earth is a globe, well, all you have to do is, if you think it's a globe by the 24-hour sun, and if you've seen the final experiment and what they did in Antarctica, is that they witnessed a sun that's revolving around their head for 24 hours in the sky. So if in some way that depicts an Earth as a globe, then we'd like for you guys to form it in a logical statement to show us how it's possible that by viewing the 24-hour sun, it gives you the information of how to substantiate the Earth as a globe. It should be easy, right? Knock down win, all day for globe Earth, but we don't know that because no globe Earther has come in here and was able to construct this in a way. So waiting for that. I just read your message, CB. Yeah, you're having audio issues. Yeah, it was just like Mick B said. So it was audio issues, Mick. Hey, CB, is there any way that... Oh, he left. I was going to tell him maybe he shouldn't use his Nokia flip phone. I kid. It's X, dude. I'm telling you, it's really hard for people to come in here and be able to navigate this. So, is that Bree? Is that you? Are you up here now? I know it's difficult, man. It just trust me.
I know. It was like I couldn't tell what was going on. It was weird.
Yeah, it's not very intuitive, man. Yeah. But dang, dude, it's been like what? No, seriously, how long have you been away? Like, I haven't seen you. Maybe you're in other spaces. That's probably what it is. But I haven't seen you around. So,
no, I took a long break. Yeah, I took a long break, and then in 24/7, I didn't know you guys had moved to the politics server. So
yeah, we've been hanging over there, man. It's like we're real popular over there in the politics because we were number 1 for a long time, and then it was like we got to branch out even more. So I started to move into X. Because, Elon Musk and all that was saying that it was free speech and so on and so forth, yada, yada. So I'm like, okay, let's test out the waters and see what we can get from that. So from there, it was like, we're just trying to get as popular as we can possible. Because I think what the 24/7 group has to offer is a lot better than a lot of the other conversations that are out there from just like the normie flat earthers. I hate to say it that, or the esoteric flat earthers. I call them esoteric for a reason, right? We're not talking about like what the sun's made of or etheric realms. We're talking about this specific reality that you and I are in and the things that we can understand about it. So it's very practical. It's very reasonable to have a conversation about something like that. So it's not outside of the, like, well, what do you think's beyond Antarctica? Well, I don't know. Like, we can get into all that stuff is just what people want to talk about because they don't know those things. So, yeah, we don't dive into that kind of stuff.
So you got like a real platform, if you know what I mean. Like you're talking about the good stuff.
Yeah, this is the no spin zone right here. We're not going to give you the stuff that makes you think about things that aren't real. We want to talk about what you can prove with the things that are already here. And that means including physics and science and all the things that we can actually use at our disposal to have a better understanding of the world around us. I think it's the better way, man. Like, because we could talk about the things that can be, but that's really not like when you're trying to help somebody that's really kind of confused about what reality is, because we find a lot of the times that's what it is. People are really confused about what reality is, and then they're trying to have a conversation with somebody from Flat Earth that are talking about, etheric topics, like the luminiferous ether, and they're all in a kind of a mindset to have a conversation about something that's maybe true. Like, what else can it be? Kind of a thing, like a question proof. And we're not talking about those things, because we're not going to have somebody who's already confused of reality try to decipher whether or not they can understand some conceptual, model or idea of something they can't even provide evidence of. So it has to be based on things that are getting people grounded in truth. If that makes any sense.
Heck yeah, man! I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share your space then here, because I have a lot of friends who are interested, but they keep asking the wrong questions, and I keep trying to bring it back to look. Let's just start with the surface first. So I'm gonna go on and send them some links to your page, man, so they can at least listen, and that way they'll get a better understanding.
Yeah, please. The thing that we're trying to do right now, Bree, is to branch out and to get it. Well, at least I'm building this space, and I told people on 24/7, everybody's that's in here right now, the homies. I'm like, once we get more popular and it actually starts to become where people are looking at us now, like, they want to have conversations, and podcasts and all kinds of things. What I want to do is, after that happens, everybody who's in here can have a piece of that. Like, they'll know Indio, they'll know AI, they'll know CB, they'll know, all of us will have like something that we can, have discussions about. But individually, right? Because like each and every one of us have a part to contribute and what we've put in. So I think that's essential for all of us to have that conversation, like for people to know who we are, right? Because it's not 24/7 is not just me. It's every one of us who's made it what it is. Like the I don't know, for lack of better words, the elders that made it what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like that. I want people to get to know all of the minds that put the arguments together, and like the reason why we are still winning. Because we are, right? We're winning. We're dominating. We're not just winning, we're dominating the arena.
Yeah, I hear you, man. It looks like, I think on X, can there only be 4 speakers at one time? Or 3 speakers and a host?
No, there's 2 co-hosts, me as a host, and then I think 12 speakers in total. Don't quote me on that. It could be a little bit more than that, but let me see. Indio, I shot you the co-host, but it seems like it won't. Let me just try to invite you as a speaker. See if that works. Yeah. I don't know why Indio, but co-host doesn't work on you for some reason.
What?
I tried to give you co-host, but you weren't able to get it for some reason.
I don't know. Try again.
All right, I'll try again. Give me a second. How about now?
Yeah, I see it.
And having you as co-host too wards off evil demons, so we don't have to deal with those demons that you've already dealt with.
Yeah, that's true, man. Like,
so you're like
I don't block people for no reason. I'll block people if they debate. I block people for just like outright lying and wasting my time. Right? If they do the NPC reset too many times, I think you get like 5 resets with me.
Right. Shout out to Beardman. Beardman, I met up with you last space that we were on, and good to see you in here again, man. You were in here talking with some other guy. What's his face? That always comes in here. He's always, for some reason, he's always schnoggered, man, when he comes in here. Like, he's always had a few too many schooners, mate. What's his face? You know what I'm talking about, Beardman.
Dude, I just put a shot across the bow over at #TFE, the Final Experiment official page. Tell them to get their butts over here and try to prove something.
Yeah, we're open for business, man. So we want to know.
I'm gonna do, yeah, bro. I'm gonna do a couple more. I'll be back after I do some.
So You know, AI is busy getting all the people in the back chats kind of like riled up so that they can come in here like furious. And then when they come in here, we're going to get to hear them actually being able to state, hopefully, my hope is, a proposition for the Earth being a globe via the 24-hour sun. Who knows? That could be the thing. We have our hopes up.
Yeah, it's tough times out there for that proposition, man. It's tough, man. Like someone almost came close. Almost. They almost came close to actually forming a logical proposition, but they messed it up with just at the end.
I do want to say that I know I got the word maybe incorrect because I'm kind of saying it like the Aussies do. Let's go have a couple of schooners, mate. Schooner, like they say like a mug of beer. They call them schooners, or is it scooters? Am I getting it wrong? I don't know. You might want to come up here and correct me.
I have no idea, man. I'm out of that loop.
Honeybee might want to come up here. Maybe let me know if I'm saying that incorrect. I thought it was schooner, but it might not be. Beardman, you could tell me, man. You're from over there. Am I getting that wrong? Go on, man. Lay it on me. That's all right, man. I'm a Yankee. I don't have ferret income. As Professor Phil would say, I want to speak with those people that have ferret income. The last time he was in there with his shaky voice, Professor Phil. Professor Phil, man. Oh, Beardman's coming up. He's connecting. How do you say it, Beardman? Did I say it correctly? No, I didn't, did I?
Sorry about that. Just trying to get the wireless headset to connect. Yeah, you said it correctly. It's schooner, double N.
There it is. I did say it correctly. By golly. All right, hopeful. You have somebody that's validated that the word is schooner. I might have not pronounced it correctly, but it is. Anyways, the other guy that was in here, what's his name? The one you were arguing with that was saying that he said something in another space, and gosh darn it, what's his name?
Yeah, that was Macedon.
Macedon, dude. Yeah, that guy shows up at the weirdest times, man. Like he just comes in here like a bull in the china cabinet, just knocking things over.
I don't really know him that well, bro. I don't really know him that well. I mean, I spoke to, I heard him speak in regards to another guy that we have here in Australia. He's sort of moved and lives in an Asian country now, I think. But his name's Luke Mackey. He's apparently friends with him, and we're talking
Scott
about
Mackey. Oh hell no.
No, Luke Mackey. His name is Luke.
Oh, Luke. Okay, no.
Yeah, he's a different fella. But
that's probably related though.
Maybe.
I hope not, man. I don't want to deal with him tonight.
You don't want to deal with Luke either, bro.
No, Scott. Is he the same? Are they both? Is he a staunch glober and anti-flat earther? What is he, man?
Yeah. Luke's much the same as that. Luke seems to think that flat Earth is a psyop that's been created by a pedophile Freemason. That's
Jeez, dude.
Absolute nonsense, but
the amount of coke. What are we getting? Hundreds from Kingsley Braps. Kingsley's always supporting me out there in the text channel. He's like, dude, are you going on tonight? Dude, yeah, I'm on, man. So we're open for business. The sign has been flipped over from closed to open, so hopefully
we get somebody. AI Overlord told me that we talked earlier. I don't know if you saw the message in home base. Nathan wants to do something in here. I'm not sure what. Or I don't even think he knows how Spaces actually works, like as far as like the administrative part. But he wants to do something. So I'm not sure what the details are. I did send him a message that we're live. So he might pop in, maybe not. I don't know. Just give me a heads up.
I left one co-host spot open for him, so that way I can just give it to him. That way he can still talk when people are muted, because that's the only way. If we have him as a co-host, then he'll be able to do that. Because I do want him to be in here and possibly see because the conversation in here is going to get really interesting. So I think anybody who's part of this is going to see how this is going to, this particular channel will start exploding with content and with more new individuals that come in here via everybody else. So here's what I want everybody to do, if you can, for now. And this might be a big ask from me to you, but can you repost or retweet this space? Repost, retweet the space. That's how we're going to get a lot of people in here. Because people, let's say you have 1,000 followers, right, or whatever, or 500, or it doesn't matter. But they're going to see your retweet, your repost on your space and, on your page, your profile page, and then they'll click it and come in here. So we're going to try to get the maximum amount of people in here today. So it's a big ask. So if you've never done it, I know Hopeful, thank you for doing that. Just saw that. Just repost, retweet it, and then we'll get some more people in here. Because we're going to get lit tonight. So the final proposition, part 2. Part 1 was really cool because we had to make 1 or 2 people come in there and do that. But part 2, I think, is going to be even better because now we might have Nathan Oakley dropping by later on, which is going to be kind of awesome. So if you've never heard who Nathan Oakley is, you can go look him up right now. He's on YouTube. He's everywhere. So, and then, of course, we're going to have some information up in the Nest. So those people who've never posted in the Nest or the Jumbotron or whatever, they'll get to see information that's posted up there. So we're going to keep it kind of regulated to only those speakers that want to come up here, but you got to have at least some following in your profile. If we vet you and you don't have people that are following you or your page is looking like it's active, you're probably not coming up here on the speaking panel. So you got to have at least some people doing something on your profile page. So it's got to look a little bit like there's been some movement on there.
So the funny thing is, in the last space, the first guy, you were like, he don't have anything in his profile. He's the one that actually came up with with the help of ChatGPT, almost came up with a logical proposition. But he was, like I said, he was off base. I could actually read it. He tried to sneak in 22 premises into the proposition by having a warrant before it, right? So the warrant had all these assumptions and stipulations before he even got to the proposition. Man, that ain't gonna work. You ain't gonna pull that. I'm gonna sneak a bunch of stuff in and then make the proposition. You gotta accept all these things as true, and now my proposition is true. I don't think so. But
yeah, isn't that
So here's the funny thing. I was like,
yeah.
He's like, we all agree that the sun is at the Tropic of Cancer. I'm like, no, we don't agree to that. And he's like, well, it's over us, has a zenith spot on Earth, right? And I'm like, well, yeah. I'm like, well, how do you tell where that is? And he wouldn't say sun rays are straight. Dude, he couldn't say it. So it's like, dude, if you can't even tell me where the sun is because you don't have straight rays of light, then, what are we doing here?
You know what's funny is that's not even true in their paradigm, Indio. What I've heard...
I know that. That's why he was trapped in it. He didn't want to say it. He didn't want to, he has to throw part of the globe under the bus one way or the other.
The globe is such a paradox, dude. It's contradiction of terms, ideas. It's a bunch of things that are clashing. You got parallel sun rays, and then you got divergent. There's so many, the one time you think that the light is coming in straight, so you can use it for angles measurements and Eratosthenes. Then you find out that the light rays aren't coming in directly straight. So how is it possible, that you're going to have an argument formulated where it makes logical sense into the same tune of saying, well, I see the sun, there it is, that's where the sun is. But you can't say that with the globe Earth because that's the apparent sun and it's not the actual sun, according to how they're explaining what they say that where the sun's position is. because that's you know what I mean. Like it's so conflicting. It's
well, it gets worse, man. They also got 5 horizons, so it's like they got the astronomical horizon, the visible horizon, the geometric horizon, what do they call it? The rational horizon.
The nautical. Is it not?
Yeah, then there's another one in there somewhere. Yeah, so they got 5 horizons. Like, I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, curved like just whatever the situation is, they can just whip it out like Batman's utility belt. Oh, here we got this. That solves that problem. We just invent new words, new characteristics, and there you go.
Oh man.
Yeah.
There's some juicy comments out there about people being like, hey, the final experiment is over now. Now we can ditch all these losers like the flat earthers and Will Duffy. They're throwing Will Duffy under the
and
bus.
Will Duffy?
Yeah, because they hate Will Duffy because he's Christian, dude. And I think they think he's a young earther. So they're like, oh, he's a loser. Flat earthers are losers, but at least they did the final experiment for us, even though we don't know what it proves. Yeah, put that in the B thing or whatever it's called.
So no matter how much he does for the globe, they're still ostracizing him because he's a Christian, young earth creationist. Wow.
Oh, they hate God more than they hate flat earth. Most of them just hate flat earth because they think it associates with God, and that's their motivation. Then you got the other ones, the fanboys, the NASA fanboys. They think we're stopping them from going to Mars. So they have their agenda. Yeah. And then there's the ones that are like the tech freaks, and they think like they're not going to have their transhumanist freaking merging cyborg reality if we're around. So
yeah, don't forget a special category, Indio, the math wizards. Now the wizards,
the math wizards, that's right.
Yeah, the wizards come in here, and with their mathematical jazz hands, they want to form a construct by which the Earth is an absolute thing in reality. And it's
it's mathemagical. It's mathematical jazz hands.
Well, see, in their paradigm, Indio, math is reality. You know that, right? That's how they state it when they come in here, and they're firm on it. They're not gonna say that it's not. They're like, dude, if you don't understand, math is everywhere. It is what the makeup of reality is. It's all math, and so they're saying that math is reality. So that's why it's always hard to have a conversation with these people, man. So yeah, we're trying.
I heard Mark G doing that. Mark G was, so Percent was pulling his bullshit that he usually pulls. I mean, not that it's actual bullshit. It's just, he's a contrarian. So he's like, hey, frugal electrons are a point. And he's like, I'll show you. And he whips out he was like, I'm going to bed, but I'm going to whip out these formulas. Like, man, I thought it was a wave, right? I thought matter was waves. So whatever mathematical model they happen to be using at that time, that's reality. These are the mathematical wizards, right? That I'm going to use this model. And if this model represents reality as some abstract mathematical concept, that's what reality is. But then we'll have this other one, right? So you got the point particle model, and then you have the wave model. If he has to talk about the wave model, now particles and light are waves because I'm using that model, and that's reality. It's just so silly, man. It really is.
Well, flat earther, you didn't give me your model. Where's your model? And that question always comes up a lot with those guys.
Where's your model to reify?
Because whenever you ask them for whatever model they're thinking they have, they're like, well, everybody knows that model. They start getting a little dodgy with the evidence, right? They're not willing to present, and it's frustrating for us because you're like, dude, you think that we need to give you a model, and you don't have one yourself. Now, if you did have one, you'd be able to present it, and we'd be able to see it. Now, a scientific model is one that can give predictions, but if you're going to say that it's one like that, then go ahead and show which one that is. See who we got coming up. We got Beno. He wants to come up. Oh, he's got enough followers. He's got 2K following. Okay, shout out to Beno. Let's see if he wants to speak. Hello, Benno. Welcome to the speaking panel. Benno, are you there?
Yo, how you going?
Pretty good, man. What brings you by to the speaking panel of this wonderful group?
I've been in a couple of your spaces, and I do admit I enjoy listening to your spaces. They're always well thought through, and I'm in two minds about Flat Earth. I wouldn't call myself a Flat Earther, but I absolutely don't buy what it is they're selling us. I'll probably consider myself. Look, I think that the evidence, as far as when it comes to the Flat Earth debate, the evidence for me is the fact of what they're not showing you. And I think that being in the year 2024, about to sail into 2025, given the amount of technology and satellites and everything we have around this planet, there's the elephant in the room to me is this. There's not one video, uninterrupted, unedited, of Earth in its entirety, right? And I find that alone like a big red flag. Like, they can tell us everything they need to tell us, but the fact that that one video, and you've got how many cameras attached to Artemis 1 and all the other different rockets, Elon's car, you name it, all these things that have gone into like the James Webb Space Telescope, plus the thousands of other launches of other things that go outside Earth's orbit, and not one of them has a camera looking back like that. So for mine, they're obviously trying to hide something. I've pondered this question for many years. I don't mean to diatribe too much straight off the bat, but look, I don't necessarily believe you have to be one or the other. You have to be, it's a pancake or it's a ball, right? I think there's something they're trying to hide. Now, to me, that would either to do with, in a three-dimensional time and space, it's either, I guess, relative to the shape or to the size, and everything in between. I guess I probably would consider myself, if I was to be honest with myself, I think that this planet is a lot bigger than they are telling us. I think just the sheer size of it would be enough to I think the Flat Earth debate is almost inspired also by the CIA and Deep State, and they want, I'm not saying they want people to think that, but I guess I would probably almost go as far as saying it's like misinformation. And I'm not saying that a globe is correct either. I'll probably buy into a hollow Earth before I would a complete ball. But yeah, nice to meet you, and thanks for having me on the panel.
Hey, welcome to the panel, Benno. What we would like to say is just keep listening, and perhaps ask some questions later. I like having conversations with people who are kind of just still gathering information, because everybody's on a different journey, right? So I don't know where you're at with it, but just kind of hear what's going on in here and hear how the people who think that the Earth is a globe respond to us. And then perhaps you can start asking better questions for yourself and probably to us. And then, but what I would like to ask you, if you would like to kind of retweet or repost this space, we're trying to get as many people as we can into this discussion today, because we have a special guest that would be coming on today, possibly if he has some time. We got Nathan Oakley. I don't know if you've ever heard of who he is, but he's coming on here later on. So he'll be joining us, and then, he's going to go into it because he has his own show. So he'll be bringing a lot of his entourage over here. So we'll have him come in here. But we've known Nathan, for years now. So it's kind of a cool thing. He's a cool friend. So his style is very different than most. So he's very upfront and matter of fact. So that's a good thing, right? We want people to be able to have a baseline for reality and not be able to just like think whatever they want, So he's just talking about the basic things, what we all understand right now, but some people deny, which is the fact that there is no measurable curvature on the surface of the Earth. So with that, just so to tide you over, we'll have some conversations with other people in here that want to come up. So if you're in here and you're curious about the topic today, and for probably a few episodes, it's going to be the final proposition part whatever. Right now it's part 2. You should check out the rest of the episodes that we've done already. We're on episode number 28 of a continuing series on X. So X is the new platform that we're kind of colonizing, if you will. And we're going to be here for the long term. So long as we're not taken off the platform, we'll still be here. But there's a number of us in here. So a shout out to everybody. Just want to say all the people from 24/7 that made 24/7 be what it is, with the arguments, with the people, with the curation of the content for YouTube and Discord, Twitter. You got all kinds of stuff, right? So I'll just say myself, Alpha Veritas, as the host. Indio, who's a co-host, he's also the head guy over there on Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We got AI Overlord, who's another elder within our group. I'm saying elder just so you give you guys like a understanding of who's been in here, like with the curation of the 24/7 team and stuff. So AI Overlord. We got, let's see who else is in there. Helioskeptic. He's got on the listening panel. There's a user right now named 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Now I want you to know that one right there, Helioskeptic, that's his account. So you can click on it and it'll give you the 3 links to the servers that we're on. So it'll give you our home server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord home server, the one that Indio is the head of. And then we got the politics server, which we have Heretic, who's on the listening panel. That he's the head of that one there. So he runs that on the politics server. It's a room in the politics server. So the politics server is like an 85,000 man server. We have like a little space there, like a room. So Heretic's the head of that thing over there. And then we got, I think Heretic's also the head of politics and religion Discord. There's a room that we have on politics and religion. So there's 3 servers there and the rooms that we're in. So you can join us on those. And then, of course, 24/7 also has new up-and-coming people that are like learning their way through the arguments, like Mick B. We also have long-time standing members of like just people who've always been around, like Joanna Smidigard, who's on the listening panel. Yeah. And so that's it for now. We have a lot more people, but I'm only announcing the ones that are in here right now. But I appreciate everybody who's here. Like, once again, we're awaiting conversations from people who think that the Earth is a globe, and those who have seen what's recently happened within the context of the argument for flat Earth. Some individuals went to Antarctica and they witnessed a 24-hour sun, which, according to an AE map, wouldn't be able to be possible. Now, that was the idea behind the excursion or the trip over there, was so that they can disprove the fact that specific map projection is true, and whereby they would say they're debunking flat Earth. Of course, they didn't do that, but they're only saying that within the context of that reified map. So with that map being out of the way, what they wanted to do, the people who are proponents of the conversation for globe, is do away with the conversation of flat Earth altogether. Let's just stop talking about flat Earth. We don't want to mention it anymore. We don't want to talk about it. Let's put it behind us. Let's all get together and realize the Earth's a globe and no worries, right? So that's what they wanted, but didn't happen. That's not what happened. They've only inflamed the discussion, and they're only what they're gonna do. Hopefully, my hope is if Will Duffy gets his way, he might get this thing on Netflix, which will in turn probably get this conversation to even be more popularized, wherein we can have more discussions with more people and talk to more hearts and minds. So they're doing the promotional side for us, which is a good thing, because even if they think it's going to put us in a bad way, it's not really, because they didn't disprove flat Earth at all. They just were showing how that map is inconsistent with the idea that the 24-hour sun is happening. So
did they even really show that? I mean, to be honest,
no, I didn't. Yeah, that's what they wanted to do. I don't know if they did show it.
Think about it. Let's say at a Mercator projection or even a physical globe. Do you actually look and see where the sun actually is in any of those maps?
Nope.
So why must the AE map show where the sun is and no other map and no other representation of the Earth shows where the sun is relative to Earth? Just
one of the things,
for some reason needs that. But say like you've seen the day night map of time and date. You could represent that like darkness and light on the AE map. It would probably look something like even with a 24-hour sun, would look something like a bell curve with a ring, kind of, right? And it would kind of oscillate or something, like if you ran it through time. So I don't even know how it debunked that map, quite honestly, because the sun position isn't represented on that map. That's not how we represent the sun's position. You have an elevation angle, take it from the surface of the Earth, right? And that assumes, a flat surface.
I was just gonna say, Indio, I do remember. I don't know who made this, but there was an argument about the sun's path, and a lot of people on the side of flat Earth were saying that the sun moves around in a corkscrew style, concentric to the North Pole, and it moves outward. Like corkscrewing outward, like spiraling outward. So there have been arguments for that. So the map itself doesn't show that because it's not showing the sun's path. But that was inferred by some of the people, the proponents, who say that the AE map is the correct map to say that that's how the continents are for the flat Earth. And then if the sun's moving about overhead, then it would move in this way. And I remember seeing a GIF that was put up in 24/7.
Yeah, I've seen it. Right?
Yeah, the corkscrew.
On the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what the argument was.
Well, the reason that was created because I guess that's a very old GIF. That goes back to like 2016 or maybe 2015. But that was created, my understanding is, so you can explain how the sun has an inner and outer path, right? The Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn. Right? So they're basically trying to shoehorn flat Earth into a globe paradigm, right? So you take the assumption that all the globe claims are true, and then you try to shoehorn a flat Earth into it, is what people tried to do back in 2015, 2016. But as time went on, we realized a lot of the stuff they said, right? The globe claims, if you go out in reality, it's not actually out there. You know what I mean? So like, I don't think I ever today that showed in Nome, Alaska on the December 23rd sunrise and sunset. So
in Alaska?
In Nome, Alaska, which is way the hell up there. No,
that's really
I looked on time and date and it said
that's interesting.
There should be a sunrise. But then I looked at the dates, so the solstice should be the shortest day of the year. And then I looked on time and date, and shortest day of the year wasn't on the 23rd; it was on the 20th. So I'm like, okay, like a lot of these things, this model, none of this stuff is actually verified. Like actually,
that's an anomaly.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's another anomaly, right? So it's like none of these things, these quote unquote models, a lot of them have not been verified against reality, like sunrise, sunset.
What?
And nowhere.
Yeah. What parallel?
And nowhere in the government actually records this stuff.
India, what parallel is Nome, Alaska at? What is it at?
63 or 60 something.
Is it well beyond the boundary of seeing the sun in any way? Like if it were on the globe, like putting it on the globe.
Time and date said you should see the sun. Time and date said you should see the sun. It should be something like 4 hours of daylight. But
can I ask? I come from the UFO community, right? And I've been entrenched in that, I guess, community for quite a while. But my question to you guys is: do you guys hope for some sort of disclosure, as opposed to like it being thrust upon us, just the pleb layman of planet Earth, to try and work these things out? And what I have noticed lately, also, is since that guy you referred to went to Antarctica, who was touted as a flat earther, and then he admitted, et cetera, it's almost like that's another tactic like the deep state used to try and promote. It's like it's a gaslighting type style of psyop. And I see that, but there has been a notable uptick on my feed of that particular gentleman who went down to Antarctica. to basically prove flat Earth. I've noticed the increase in the social media side of things. So, but my question is, do you guys hope for some sort of disclosure? Because I know a lot of people in the UFO are waiting for and hoping for some form of disclosure. Do you believe that will encompass that? I guess.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know, Indio.
I can tell you why we're not waiting for disclosure. It's not hidden. Right?
That's correct. That's correct.
That's why you can just go outside. It's not hidden. No one's hiding it. In most
disclosure. A disclosure would be an unveiling, right?
Well, let me bring up one more point, Big. Most people don't know anything, right? Only 27 people claim to have seen the globe, like a whole globe, Earth. The Apollo astronauts, right, from outer space. So the people that went to the ISS, they're barely above the surface of the Earth. So what do they know? They can only see 3% of the Earth from where they say they are. So who's going to disclose what? Nobody knows anything. There's a bunch of people that believe shit, but they don't know anything. Whereas with the UFO thing, they say that they've got spaceships and bodies and all this shit, right? It's a totally different thing.
Yeah, I agree with Indio. What I was going to say is it's an unveiling. So a disclosure is an unveiling of something. But when you're dealing with the Earth, it's already apparent. There's no need to unveil anything. It's already there. Like you can't talk about something that needs to be unveiled when it's practically there. Like it's and when you travel over the surface, when you do anything dealing with the surface, like you don't have to wait for an unveiling of if it is or is not curved. You can already see that it's not. So there doesn't need to be any disclosure because what you probably, maybe it's a little malformed, but I think what you mean is them to actually state the truth of the nature of reality versus them tell you a narrative of what they've been saying so far. I think that's probably where you were going with that versus it being a disclosure. I know what you mean. I guess everybody understands what you mean, if that makes any sense.
All I mean is they teach us lies. Like we've been indoctrinated with what was not truth. And I think the hardest part is unlearning all of that. And I think that with this disclosure, there is exactly what you just said, is exactly what I meant. And that is essentially, and I do believe that again, for me, the elephant in the room is there's no video of Earth in its entirety. And given the amount of satellites, et cetera, we should have that. That would end this debate in a heartbeat. Yet, for some weird reason, I don't see anyone asking for that or anyone pushing for that or, that to me is just very odd as well.
Yeah, there's a I don't know, Andrew, do you want to answer that? Because it sounds like...
I want to bring up something which is related. Have you ever, have you ever looked into, what NASA says about whether you can see stars from outer space, in outer space? Have you ever looked that up? And you get, 100 answers. Nobody can get their story straight. And, how can you not get your story I went to space, I didn't look at the stars. Who the hell is going to believe? I don't believe that. Why wouldn't you look at the stars? Shouldn't that be the first thing you do? Yeah, I went to space, man, and you should see what the stars look like. They're amazing, right? I live in a city with lots of light pollution. That'd be the first thing I'm looking at. I'm looking at the stars, right? Plus, people that say they go into the wilderness and, with this no light pollution, way in the desert or way out in the, they're like, oh my God, the stars are crazy. They look amazing. These dudes went to space and they don't know what the stars look like. One dude said it was all black. One dude said it was all white. One dude, there's a different story. Actually, if you go on my YouTube channel, there's a video of a guy. It's a live stream. He's not a flat earther. He's a globe earther. He's been asking NASA for what the stars look like from outer space since the 1970s. In the 70s, he was mailing them letters, and he was getting the runaround back then, what the stars look like in space. And up until now, so for whatever it is, 50 years, he's been getting the runaround whether you can see stars in space. That right there should be a big red flag. There's no videos of a rocket going from Earth to orbit, right? A continuous video. Hey, we launched. This is a full video. We launched. We went all the way around the Earth, came back to where we started. A full video of a full orbit. There's none of that. And like the video, like from space, a continuous video, they could shoot a rocket, right? And just drop the camera on the face of the moon, pointed straight up. And because in their paradigm, the moon is phase locked, or tidally locked to point at the Earth, you wouldn't even have to aim the camera. You would just have to aim it up, and it would face the Earth constantly forever and ever and ever. And you could have a continuous 24/7 stream forever. Well, why don't we have that? It'd be super simple. Instead, people want to launch garlic bread on a hot air balloon. You have anything to say about that, Benno? About the stars or anything?
I absolutely agree with everything you just said. And they're the questions I asked. You look at the photo of Earth and the moon, the Earth looks fucking tiny. I mean, the moon looks bigger when on a clear night from anywhere in the world, I'm sure, than what the Earth does from that picture. And every video will, because I've had this argument before with folks, and they go, oh, here's a video. And I said, please just give me one link to one video that shows Earth in its entirety. And if you look at the rocket launch from Musk and whatnot, they're super crispy, clear videos. That's good. And then I've had the argument that the rocket would spin too fast, and et cetera, et cetera. That's a load of bullshit. That's not the case. As you'll see by watching Elon's videos of them going up into the stratosphere and then coming down again. And that's amazing. It's all well and good. But again, there's no video of Earth in its entirety. There's that one famous photo of, I forget which satellite, or no, it wasn't a satellite, it was a space probe, looking back at Earth and whatnot. But again, there's given the technology and where we're at in this day and age, absolutely, that video does exist, would exist on multiple different satellites and whatnot. Again, how they use a fisheye lens. There's the evidence that people say there's no evidence for one way or the other, right? And I kind of agree with that. But the fact they go out of their way to hide it and not give it to us, that in itself is the biggest red flag. That's the thing that makes you stop and think, well, hang on, there's something more here than what they're telling us. But yeah, and then again, when I've had the debate with other people, they've said, oh, here's a video. And the only link I've ever been sent is basically photographs of Earth that are stitched together to make a video, right? Like a flicking 100 pages with a stick man at the bottom.
Yeah, there's always an edit. There's always an edit. I want a continuous shot with no edits, right? You launch the rocket, you film it, you don't cut away, you don't cut to a graphic, you don't cut to some other shit. Rocket launch, continuous to a full orbit, okay? What's so hard about that? Seriously.
They won't do that. They won't give us that. And Antarctica is the other spot. Is that thing has been blurred out on Google Maps. Again, I think why would they do that? And for me, a logical answer would be, well, you can picture the Earth being again, I believe in a hollow Earth, right? I believe there's a big hole in the bottom of the Earth. I've got reasons why I believe that. But essentially, you look at the Earth like a soccer ball. You know, the soccer ball, we're all in our pen. And I think the Earth is a lot bigger than what they tell us. And perhaps there's an ice wall that surrounds our little patch before we move on to the next patch. And if you look at the older maps, and I've looked at some, flat Earth theory and whatnot, and it kind of it aligns with what I'm saying now. There's other lands on this planet. We share this planet probably with other beings. Probably goes very deep. I think they're all interrelated somehow. It makes sense that they're interrelated, but I think we're just a little patch on a soccer ball, and there's a bunch of other patches. And that would make sense that they're trying to hide that or keep that from us.
Well, I mean, you can consider the Hindu cosmology, where they thought reality was a bunch of stacked planes, but they weren't separated by I'm sure you've heard of it, the astral plane, right? So things are separated by. This is speculation. I'm not saying I believe any of this. I'm just saying that there's alternate views of what reality is other than globe and flat Earth. It's more complex than that. And here's something you should look at, though. The Falcon Heavy launch, where remember how they launched the car into space? Remember that? The Tesla? So that launch, originally in the live stream, it had a split screen with cameras on each of the boosters, and the camera feed was showing the same video. They fucked up or something, and they were showing the same video as if it was YouTube. Let them go back and edit that video, re-upload it, and it still shows it as if it was a live stream, even though they cut shit out, composited video into it, and they kept all the likes, they kept all the comments, they kept all the views, they kept everything. Now, YouTube don't let you do that. It's not possible on YouTube. If you live stream, that's it. You don't get to edit the video. For some reason, SpaceX got to edit the video, ex post facto, and keep everything. So that right there is suspicious on his face. Never mind the fact they put a car in space, which Musk said was just an ordinary car. Just an ordinary car. It's got air in the tires. It's got foam seats. It's got foam polyester. The fucking car would have exploded from all the dissolved gases in the components of the car. So, like, when you create ultra high vacuum on Earth, you have to use special components. You can't just like build a ultra high vacuum and put it together and be like, yeah, cool. It's not how it works. You have outgassing. You have cold welding of surfaces. They didn't do anything to compensate for any of these. They just like, oh, we just put a car on a rocket and launched into space. Yay. That's not how it works, according to them, right? So this is how this so-called space war works, right? They just update it, change the story, all the stuff from like 5 years ago. If they said, oh, you got to do this to go to space, they just roll that stuff back and act like they never said that in the first place. And it's really funny because back in the day, they'd just say, oh, space travel's hard because you have to worry about all this other stuff. We have to worry about this and that and the other thing. We have to engineer it. So this is why it's so expensive. We can't do it. Now, Musk is like, oh, all that stuff, like all those physics that we complained about, those don't even exist anymore. We got new physics. We can land rockets upright. We can do this. We can do that. We can do all these things that we couldn't do before for less money, which is crazy.
But you're still not going through the dome. I mean, I don't buy the excuse that, like, you know, I don't believe we landed on the moon. I believe if we did, we landed in a way, and that's hidden from us. Okay, with my tin hat on, I get it, but
no one went. Believe me, dude, no one went to the moon.
And furthermore, the excuse.
I would bet my life that nobody went to the moon.
Yep, same here. Yeah. Facts.
But the fact that they've lost the way of the technology, so we've lost that in an interview with the NASA employee saying we lost the technology on how to go back. It's like, you serious? Like. Yeah, and the footage that was originally wiped over as well, so that can't be accessed. Like, there's so many flags to say, hey, we're like being fed bullshit. That absolutely I agree with.
Look, you ever seen the photo where there's so it's Neil Armstrong. It's one astronaut taking a photo of another astronaut, right? And the complaint used to be, oh, he's taking a photograph and the camera's on his chest. How is that guy lower than the camera? And he's like, well, everybody missed the obvious. His reflection is in the visor. So if you look in the visor, his reflection in the visor, you can see the shadow of one of the LEM's legs on his body. It don't go on his body. That's the problem. It goes between his legs and out the other. Now, you got to think, this is a shadow. It goes between his legs and out the other side, but the shadow doesn't touch his body. Like he was pasted into the image.
And the shadows have different angles as well. So one on the
but the different angles can be perspective, right? Yes, some of them have impossible angles, but we know it is impossible to have a shadow go between your legs and out the other side without touching your body, right? So it goes between your legs. So you see the shadow running up between your legs into your crotch. Someone's taking a picture from the other side of you
pause.
And sees the shadow over your head, right? Extend past your head on the ground, but none of the shadow touches your body at all. That's fucking impossible. You can't.
That's cap, bro.
It can't happen.
Yeah, for mine, I think, okay, just into that, like if you had, just imagine two pieces of timber suspended above your head, and there was a gap between them, and you're standing between the gap, then that would explain a shadow. But what gets me is that you have
there is no gap. But that's the thing. There is no gap. There is no. It's the leg, and then the leg is connected through like a little armature, and that leg shadow is going between his legs, and you can see behind his head part of the shadow connected to the freaking limb. Right, so you basically, it looks like, dude, you just have to look at it yourself. So it's the photo of one astronaut taking a photograph of another astronaut, zoom in on the visor, and look at the freaking image. I'll let you figure it out yourself, man.
I'll check it. I'll check it out, Indy. For sure.
Yeah, I'll actually post it because I actually made a post on this a long time ago. So I'll post a link to that in the purple pill. And you can check it out, dude.
Hey, Mickey, let me get co-host, bro.
Yeah, we're gonna, and I'll give you co-host, but we're gonna as soon as Nathan comes on, we'll pass the buck off to him.
All right, sure. That's fine, bro. That's fine. Let's cook, man. Indio's in here. Holy smokes, dude.
Yeah, I want to see if I can get Benno to think about the topic of the space. That's important, Benno. Let's see if we can challenge you right now on thinking about this. So you heard about the final experiment. I don't know if you may or may not. I think we talked about it. We talked about it when you first joined.
Can you recap it just quickly?
So a couple of individuals on both sides of the camp, so you Globe Earth and Flat Earthers, went to Antarctica to go see if there was a 24-hour sun over there, the midnight sun. It just recently happened. They went to Antarctica like not even but a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I do know. Sorry. Yeah, okay, now that you mentioned that same guy. Yeah, okay. They've used one dude to try and prove to the world the Earth is, like, round.
All right. So we're asking people randomly, right, like, to come into the space. If you think the Earth's a globe, is there any way that you could form in a logical syllogism how the 24-hour sun proves that the Earth is a globe? Now, think about it, how it should be constructed, because premise, conclusion, right? So their two premises have to follow that they're going to give the sound reasoning for why the conclusion is drawn. So how is it possible that you could form a logical statement or syllogism that the Earth is a globe from seeing a 24-hour sun? Now just think about it and see if you can do it within a premise style conclusion. So I don't know if you want me to just go into a little bit what that means, or do you want me to give you one to kind of
please
start?
Yeah, like I get their model, right? I get the heliocentric model where it says basically Antarctica, its orbit of the sun would reflect a 24-hour sun because essentially for 6 months of the year. But I mean, again, sorry.
It's basically a conclusion that logically follows, kind of like a premise using a modus ponens. The structure is if P, then Q. P is true, so Q is true. Thus, the syllogism is valid. So if we're trying to draw a valid syllogism, right? So let me just give you an example. How about that? So the example would be like premise one, if the Earth is a globe, the axial tilt causes a 24-hour daylight in polar regions during the summer, right? Antarctic and the Arctic. Premise two would be 24-hour daylight is observed in Antarctica and the Arctic during the summer. Conclusion, therefore, the observation is consistent with the Earth being a globe. Premise, conclusion.
You only have to fudge the premise of X and Y, to get the same outcome of the conclusion, right?
Did you hear the way the structure was for premise, conclusion? So I'll say it again, for everybody who's listening. So I'm going to parse them out. Premise one, if the Earth is a globe, the axial tilt causes 24-hour daylight in polar regions during summer, right? So now premise one is if the Earth is a globe, the axial tilt causes 24-hour daylight in polar regions during summer. Premise two, 24-hour daylight is observed in Antarctica and the Arctic in summer, in their summer times. Conclusion, therefore, this observation is consistent with the Earth being a globe. That's premise, conclusion. Now, that was an example, and we can dive into that mere example and kind of go through it. But I think now that I've given you kind of an example, this is what we're asking the people who think that the Earth is a globe to actually do, with the idea that you can use what I've said. If you think what I've said was something valid, it also needs to be sound. So having something valid and sound it needs to follow. So a syllogism that's sound if it is valid and the premises are true. So you know what I'm saying? So the soundness of the premise needs to follow. It's not just it being valid. This making sense, Benno?
Absolutely. Just a question on that. Like, what do you guys ever discuss what their motivation is? I mean, like, why? Like, because I go straight to the 5 whys. Like, why would what purpose does it serve, or like, and I guess my follow-up question to that would be, what do you think actually the Earth looks like, and why would they? Yeah. Why those whys based.
Yeah, it's great. I don't want to detract from what I'm doing right now, and because this is going out not just to you, me showing you how to do this, but it's going out to a listening audience, because we're on YouTube right now and we're in Spaces. So everybody who's listening should be able to think about what I've just said, because both premises that they need to be true if the reasoning is valid. Both premises, once again, need to be true if the reasoning is valid. Then the argument is sound. So if it's possible, because the title of the space is called The Final Proposition, Part 2, because we already did Part 1. But I'm going in depth a little more as to why this needs to happen. We got Slave Squatch that wants to come up here. Let's see if we can do some vetting on him. But if we have the soundness of the syllogism, then it follows that the validity of it is also going to be able to be extracted, because we know that the premises are true and valid. That makes it sound.
I think there's more than one premise, though. Also, I think it's not just. I would argue that it would be like shape, angle of rotation, distance from star. Like, I mean, how many premises can you doctor, so to speak? I think there are multiple equations that sort of come into the equation.
Yeah, it's following a modus ponens structure. So if it's just a logical statement to say that how they've extracted the 24-hour sun, giving any indication that the Earth is a globe, not that it's not flat, that it's a globe. So this is what the 5 whys. We can dive into that a little bit later, Benno. But right now we're really wanting the crowd to actually get engaged with a logical statement for the final proposition. It's good to have banter. Not saying it's not, but it's even more so better to stay on topic. We really want those Globers out there to think about, because they think right now they're patting each other on the back. They're doing victory laps. They're gyrating their hands back and forth and saying that we won, and all kinds of crazy things are happening right now. They're saying game over, flat earthers. They think that something has happened, that they've won something, but we're trying to ask them, what is it that you proved? So is it the globe Earth that you proved? And this is the reason for the final proposition. It's a rebuttal to the final experiment.
I'd also like to, I want to bring something up. I mean, we can ask, like, why would they lie, what the motive is, all these things. But ultimately, there's going to be very little as far as conclusions we can draw from that, because of speculation. If we knew why they lied, we'd be them, right? We'd be with them. We'd be on their side if we knew. And ultimately, it's just speculating about what human beings would or wouldn't do. We can't possibly know. All we know is they are, because we can go out and say, hey, they said this. Let's check reality against what they said. Oh, reality don't match. Why would they say that? Now we can speculate about why they would say that. Most of the time it's they heard it from somebody else.
All right, I'm gonna pass it off to Slav Squatch in just a second. I will tell everybody here, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. I'm going to plug the space. I'm going to do this numerous times throughout the space so that get everybody acclimated with what we do here. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 28. titled The Final Proposition Part 2. Shout out to Indio007, the co-host of the space right now, and also Creation Bear. What's up? We're giving him a shout out because he came up with the final proposition, which we're now actually starting to use in this space, and we're going to be doing a little bit more content with that. But we want to stay on topic, fellas that are in here, and ladies. We want to stay on topic about this specific thing that the space is all about. So if you have contributions to the topic, we welcome that. If you want to divert to talk about other things, that's great. I'm not going to say that let's shut that down or whatever, but always remember, we want to be on topic. Because if the people who think the Earth's a globe think they're victorious, we want to hear how they're victorious. So now we're going to be holding them to their claim that the 24-hour sun has proved the Earth as a globe, or that it's disproved the flat Earth. Either one is fine with me, so long as the logical structure follows and is sound. All right, so with that being said, welcome to the panel, Slav Squatch. I'm going to pass it over to you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to try to follow that logical exercise you were doing.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, so the sun shines light, or the sun travels and shines on a portion of this world, and then that's observable for a portion of the day. So the sun shines on a portion of this world for a portion of the day, and that's observed.
Okay, is that premise 1?
Yeah.
Okay, what's premise 2?
The sun shines on a portion of this world all day, or 24/7, like all the time. And that's observed. But they're two different portions. I got to do like portion A and then portion B then.
Okay, so you got 2 premise, and you're going to do your conclusion?
Yeah. So, therefore, there is a part of this world that the sun shines 24/7, and there's a part of this world where it shines during the day only. And that does not matter upon its shape.
I'm sorry, did you say that does not matter about its shape? Okay, so is this conclusion wrapping it up to tell us that the Earth is not flat or that it's a globe? Which one of those?
No, this conclusion shows that it is flat, or that that it's not a globe.
Okay.
Okay. Well, what side of the argument are you with right now? Are you on the side of the Earth being a globe, or that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary?
As far as it's observable, I believe it's flat.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So you're basically just reaffirming the fact that what we state, that it is observed, it's navigated, and it's measured that way. So that's fine with us. I mean, we're not disagreeing with that.
Yeah,
but
I don't think they proved anything with the Antarctica thing.
Yeah, you know what? You know what's important? I think most people who think the Earth's a globe that have been doing this argument for a while would also say that. They're like, because I asked a couple of them. I think Peter's in here right now. I'll let him speak for himself.
Simp, yeah, he's our simp. Yeah.
But they would say that they didn't prove anything when they went there. Okay, and I'll give you the reason why, because I'm gonna try to steelman them, but they were saying like because they're just telling you what you already know about the globe. Like they're not proving anything more. They're just affirming it.
Yeah.
Like duh, it's a globe. Duh. Yeah. So that's what they're saying. So they're both sides were saying they're not doing anything that's relevant to groundbreaking or awe-inspiring or anything that's like, oh, they went and saw the 24-hour sun. If people have been in the argument for a while on both sides, they would say they really didn't do anything that's like extraordinary or special. Nothing like that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, our model, the sun, our sun might not travel 24 hours everywhere on this place, just like their model. It doesn't mean that we have the exact model where they do. It's just that they didn't disprove anything, and they're like, gotcha, and we're like, no, there's literally you're all retards.
Yeah, facts. It's a PR stunt, bro.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Another thing it's going to do is just get more people to talk about it. But I'm asking anybody who's out there, listen, if you're listening right now in this space, or if you're listening to this as a recording and you're coming through, you could drop it in the comments or tag me at AV_overdrive. That's my handle on X. Just tag me and tell me your logical syllogism with premise, conclusion. And we needed to state how you can affirm that the validity and the trueness of the Earth being a globe or disproving flat Earth can follow soundness, so we can understand that because it's valid and true, it's sound. So we need to see in what form you can do that so we can understand how you know that the Earth is affirmed as a globe by a 24-hour sun. That's what the topic of the space is, guys. So, I don't know. Did you want me to bring Peter up, guys? I don't know.
Hell no.
Talking to the co-host. So
bro is roasted, bro. We're good.
No, you don't,
bro.
You don't have to listen. It's just I'm asking you guys. I don't care either way, man. I'm just here for the popcorn.
Nah, man.
I want to see the sparks fly.
We're not that bored. Just keep cooking, Biggie.
We can talk to the concaver who was in here the other day and his hair was on fire.
Lord.
That would be more productive.
All right, let's bring him up. Let me bring the concaver up here.
Yeah. I went to Flattober in 2020 or 2021. I forget. It was during COVID. It was crazy.
Yeah, man. There's some cool people to meet there.
Yeah.
We got Concave Earther coming up. As soon as he connects,
here we go.
He's gonna be dropping bombs, dude, like knowledge bombs on everybody here. It's gonna wreck the panel. So, from what I heard, now I'm just taking a jab at Concave, but I heard that Concave Earth is the third stage of enlightenment because you go from the ground level, which is globe, you move up to flat Earth, that's the second level, and then the highest tier is concave. You got to be the top of the top, the creme de la creme. The best of the best,
the crazy of the crazy,
with honors.
Look inward, grasshopper.
I'm telling you, man. So I don't know. I tried it. Hold on, Concave. I try to give you the speaking role, and it doesn't allow you for some reason. Try it again. Oh, there he is. All right, Concave. Let's see, Concave Earther. Concave
here we go.
What's up, guys?
All right. We're just having a conversation about the topic of the space, and it's the final proposition. We're giving this to anybody who wants to come up and speak about it. Is there any way that you could form a logical statement that viewing the 24-hour sun proves a globe or disproves the flat Earth?
Yeah, I definitely think it disproves the flat Earth.
Okay. Can you form that in a logical statement, Concave?
Sure. Now, if you could picture the flat Earth map, right? So let's say you're at 270 degrees on this flat Earth map, so that would be the leftmost quadrant. Now, if you were to go all the way to the opposite side at 90 degrees, according to the flat Earth map, basically Antarctica goes all around 360 degrees. Is that correct? Or do you guys not believe that?
Are you talking about the flat Earth? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just trying to get an idea on what you guys...
Why are you asking us questions, though?
Because I'm trying to understand what you guys believe. Because I remember last time I was talking about general consensus flat Earth stuff, and you guys were saying, "Well, we don't believe that." So I'm just trying to get an idea. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or anything.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't matter what we believe. You said you had a logical statement that it disproves the flat Earth. So
right, I'm trying to get a confirmation.
All iterations, no matter what we believe, we should just prove them all. Like
what Indio said, concave basically is just make the statement that void of asking us any questions. Just make the statement how it disproves of. So I'll give you an example. Is that cool?
Yeah, can I do that? I got it. All right, let me take it. I got it.
All right, premise, conclusion. Can you do it that way?
So if
2 premises, 1 conclusion. So premise 1 would be what? Premise 2 would be what? And then conclusion is what? Premise, conclusion.
Well, the premise is if Antarctica was surrounding us 360 degrees, it would be literally impossible to see the sun 24 hours a day.
Okay, premise 2?
I don't have a second premise to that. I mean, it's pretty straightforward right there. I mean, if you're standing at one point on Antarctica, how are you going to see the sun 24 hours a day if, in fact, it was flat? You know, I mean, I'm looking at the map right now, and there's no possible way. You know.
Okay, so does that map
flat earthers to present a map that makes this work, or can you tell me through the celestials how this could somehow?
But concave. Here's the
never have anything. You know.
Here's the deal though. Your
lack of understanding is not a proof.
Yeah,
but help me understand though. You don't have anything. Is my point. Like no flat earther has ever presented anything logical or concise about it.
Okay, so, you can't even make you shouldn't be talking about logic because you can't even make a logical syllogism.
But yet I have a model that works, so that's funny. Yeah, I mean, the sun works on my model, but you can't tell me how it works on yours. So
yeah, that's
funny.
Fine. That's fine. That's called an appeal to utility fallacy. So who gives a shit if you have a model that works? Lots of models work.
Yeah, a lot of things work concave, right, and you can't even tell me how it works. It's just funny.
All right, concave. Before your hair goes back on fire, dude. The only thing I really wanted to know.
Hold on, I want to bring something up, though. Whether a model works or not doesn't make it true. We have lots of models that work to make predictions of things, which aren't true. We do it all the time.
But flat Earth doesn't.
It's like
that's my point. Flat Earth doesn't. How does the 24-hour sun work on a flat Earth? You can't provide shit.
Okay,
it's kind of pathetic, honestly.
Look. No, I don't care about your side comments, right? So, how is the current sun position predicted? What do we use? How? If I want to know the sun azimuth, I want to know where the sun is above, what its azimuth and elevation angle is, when sunrise is and when sunset is. How do we predict that right now? Humanity. How is that predicted right now?
What do you mean? It is where it is. It goes from pole to pole.
We want to know where it is. How do we predict that?
Where is it on a flat Earth is what I'm asking you.
Yeah, what do we use to predict that?
What are you getting at?
Why don't you just answer the question? What do we use?
I don't know what you're asking me. What are you trying to get at?
Okay, the model you say works. How do you predict where the sun is on a concave Earth? Can you put the equation in the chat?
Can you? For your flat Earth?
Yeah, I can, actually.
Here. Okay, explain it to me.
It's called the equation of time. It's observocentric. It has nothing
to do with I'm glad you brought up time. Let's get into time, because here's a major disproving factor in flat Earth. Let me speak.
Are you going to just talk over me? Do you think that's going to make you right? So
how fast does the sun move on a flat Earth?
I don't fucking know. I didn't measure it.
Oh, but you're telling me you got all these measurements. You don't even know how fast it's supposed to go in your own theory?
No, I didn't say that. Now you're straw manning. I wish I could spend a whole day without hearing.
Why are you even talking? Can I talk and then you could rebuttal after? Let me get some stuff off.
No. You haven't actually answered anything I said.
I'm not answering you. I'm telling you why it's not flat. I'm not trying to talk to you. I'm trying to state my case.
Yeah, you're yapping, brother. Who are you?
And you're real loud. Your mic's real hot.
So I asked you. You said the concave Earth has a model which predicts the 24-hour sun. I want to see that model.
I could show you it. You want me to send stuff on the comments? Sure.
I want the equations because I want to know the sun azimuth and elevation angle and how long it's up.
I'm about to give you an equation right now. If you shut up.
Post it in the chat, dude. Post it in the
Damn, bro.
All right, can I talk now? Or are you just going to keep talking over me?
No, you can post your evidence.
I thought I had the floor to talk. Are you just going to keep talking over me?
Post your evidence. The model you said you have. You don't get.
Okay, I will post my evidence, but right now I'm talking.
And you can shut the fuck up till you do that.
All right, I'm moving on. I'll send that, and I'll send a bunch of things, but let me get to my next point. Fair enough?
Yeah, it better be equations where we can predict the sun's azimuth and elevation angles.
Okay,
because
so
you don't know how that's done. You don't know how it's done.
Anyway.
It doesn't use a concave Earth, it doesn't use a globe, and it don't use a flat Earth. It's observer-centric. So when
anyway,
so when you look in the sky and you see the celestial equator, we predict the sun's position relative to that, and it's observer-centric. It has nothing to do with what you're standing on.
You don't even know what I stand on because you don't even let me fucking explain it. So get over yourself.
It doesn't matter what you're standing on. It doesn't matter.
Because you're full of ego and you don't let me talk. You don't even try and understand anything other than the flat Earth.
Talking about me. Why don't you actually address what I'm saying, the substance of what I'm saying? Why can't you address that instead of talking about me like a bitch?
Oh, dude, you're a bitch. You're afraid to let me talk.
Good one,
shut
bro.
the fuck up.
Good one, bro. You're yapping, bro. Relax.
Yeah, calling me a bitch is a good one, right? Real mature. Anyway, next point. Earth's orbital speed is 1,040 miles per hour.
Prove it.
In heliocentrism, that means the Earth is What do you mean, prove it? Is there not 24 hours in a day?
The Earth doesn't
Are you
move.
stupid?
Relax.
Are you fucking stupid? There's 24 hours in a day. Are you going to deny that too?
That
You
doesn't mean
fucking
the Earth is
retard.
moving, idiot.
Day, but where'd you get 1,000 miles from a 24-hour day?
Do the fucking math on it. And shut the fuck up and let me finish my fucking sentence.
Dude, why are concavers also triggered?
Because this guy's retarded. Are you guys fucking feds?
Yeah,
Bro.
so asking you to substantiate your claims is retarded. That's crazy, dude. Where did you get the 1,040 from? How did you calculate that?
Yep.
How did you measure that?
The only feds ask if they're feds.
Yeah, the feds got him tapped or something. I think he's paranoid. He's a bit paranoid.
He dropped down in the listener. I don't know if you guys dropped.
Loser.
So
No, I think he left on his own.
So you would need a radius for that. And where'd you get your radius? Especially on a concave Earth. What is it? The radius from the center of the black sun?
Oh shit.
You're like serious. He doesn't know how they got to 2,040 miles per 2,040. That comes from the circumference of the Earth at the equator, right? And then you have a 24-hour day. You divide it, right? And that comes a certain miles per hour, tangential speed. If you don't even know how these numbers, where they come from, you're just talking out your ass.
Dude, why are concavers all so bricked like this? Dude, they're all crazy, bro. Like you said, they're the third tier. Yeah, third tier crazy, dude. Holy smokes, bro.
No, they're all just Glovers trolling and trying to legitimize fucking it's like underproof flat Earth is ridiculous by being even more ridiculous.
Yeah, that is. Oh,
I'm just trying to get the
require some acting skills that I don't know if they have, but I don't know. Maybe you're right.
I'm just trying to get them to actually get a logical statement for the 24-hour sun.
Right,
why can't I even get that, man?
Apparently, a logical statement is just saying it's impossible, and just saying it's enough.
But you're not letting me speak. I just need to speak. If I could speak, and like, dude. You failed at giving a logical syllogism. You failed miserably. You didn't do it.
So
why are we going to let you speak?
Like, no, we're not. AI's here.
Well, he said he had a working model. I want to see it. I don't want to see diagrams and pretty pictures and cartoons. I want to see your working model that predicts where the sun is.
I've got a joke about a working model in a nautical horizon.
Talking about mermaids again?
Oh, man, come on. I've been working on this joke for a week. So, what do you call a sex line operator getting up in the morning?
Horizon.
A naughty call.
Yes.
Yeah.
Naughty call. Horizon.
You sly dog.
Oh man.
Oh my god, that was epic.
Sucks.
He said he worked on it for 2 weeks.
Man, we were cooking. So when is Nathan about to pull up? Is he asleep right now?
Yeah, he's asleep, dude. We gotta go wake him up. Nah.
Well, if, he
Come in
doesn't
here
show
in
up,
just a moment.
if he doesn't show up, I'm going to spank him on live cam.
But like, what time is it where he's in like, what time is it over there? Is it morning time?
They're 5 hours ahead of my time, so it'd be about 8. Gonna be 7:30 right now.
Nathan, has he done this X panel before? Would this be his first celeb appearance?
Nope.
Ooh. Okay.
He's going to be at a disadvantage, so maybe Peter will be able to get the best.
Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking really. Bro.
Aaron, you summoned him out.
To this goofball, man. Shit.
This is gonna get Indio irritated.
Let's just keep cooking.
What is?
Oh, here we go.
Nice.
Here we go. Peter's our simp. Dude is more dedicated to flat Earth than the flat earthers. Facts.
Hey guys, is Oakley coming in later?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah. Eat, sleep, flat Earth, repeat.
I don't want to get booted before he comes, so I'll mute.
Are you gonna put on your special aftershave?
Bro, why are you even here, man?
You know,
like, don't you have better? Where
already on Alpha.
Where are your friends at?
Oh my god,
Hey,
dude,
creation,
it's on.
I only talk to alpha males, okay? So shut up. Alpha, I'm gonna go on mute.
Right here. So, bro, man. Bro, we gotta set up some sort of. We gotta set up like a boxing event or something. Y'all be talking
That means
so
alpha
much
and
shit.
Indio. They're the alpha males.
Yeah, man,
alright?
I've cooked you.
You need to know your place.
I've cooked you more times than I can count.
Yeah, you
bro.
did.
Just
You did.
relax, bro, dude. Oh, we've seen you on camera. You're
Hey, Peter,
roasted, bro.
Peter.
Like you're nobody, bro.
Thank you for recognizing that I'm actually a cyborg and not a male. I appreciate it.
You're definitely not a male.
I'm not an alpha male, man. Dude, cook my PFP, dude. I'm Chinese. We don't even use alpha.
Hey, micro peanuts does not exclude you from being an alpha
Bro,
male.
put your boner away. It's gonna be all right, man. Go dye your hair black or something, man.
And by my count, Pomade's undefeated.
Old ass,
isn't he?
So if I'm Chinese,
He has never made any claim. He cannot be defeated.
Oh.
Oh, I make a claim. Earth is flat. There you go. Peter, you were making.
It's not a
fun of my
claim. That's the
syllogism.
default position.
You were making fun of my logical syllogism. So what are you talking about making claims?
Your syllogisms are the best.
So what? Can you point out what's wrong with it? You point out what's wrong with the
Never.
conclusion.
With your syllogism.
No,
what?
I'm asking you, man. You seem to go along with Berkey that there was something wrong with it, and they couldn't believe I said it, but you guys can't actually point out anything
I
wrong.
never read your syllogism. What's your syllogism?
Oh, dude. Yeah, okay. Quite stupid now.
Yeah, facts.
Dude, I just like tweets without reading the whole thread.
I mean, I kind of do that too, but it was one sentence, so I don't know how you didn't read it.
Okay, well, go cite it then.
You don't remember like 3 days ago?
Come on, bro.
To Berkey's comment?
No, I'm a Glober. I have goldfish memory.
Yeah, facts.
Okay, then. So why even say anything to you? Because you just forget what I said in 5 minutes.
Dude, you're just asking me questions. I'm trying to engage, and now you're asking me about my goldfish memory. We all have problems. Mine is goldfish memory. Just cite your syllogism. Don't flex your syllogism without willing to cite it. Jesus.
It wasn't.
Well, I go outside, the earth looks flat, therefore it is flat. What's wrong with that syllogism? Tell me what.
Okay, repeat it slowly without the beta male interrupting.
Is true, and
yeah,
can I reach?
Repeat it slowly.
Can I reach the?
Bro, I couldn't hear it. I couldn't hear it.
Can I reach the conclusion stated from the premises?
Okay, can you repeat it slowly without your beta male interrupting?
I go outside, the earth looks flat, therefore it is flat.
Amazing. You win. Earth is flat.
Okay. Yeah, so, well, is that a valid conclusion from the premises, yes or no?
Absolutely.
Are they both true premises, yes or no?
Absolutely.
Okay,
That's
then.
a win.
Game over.
The Earth is flat.
Clip it, boys. Clip it. And bro, slap squatch. Don't let him talk to you like that, man. You can slap this guy around. He's just a child. He's not gonna hurt anybody.
Yeah, I'm a little bit, by his accent, I'm a little bit intimidated.
He should work on his accent. It's kind of trash. I'm not gonna lie.
All right. Well, at least you got one in the bag.
He's just jealous. So anyway, we'll just move on. Bro's our simp. We got our simp for the day. Very nice. W simps. W dedicated globetards. They're here in the flat earth more than the flat earthers. That's crazy, bro, man. It's like every time I log in, these dudes are here. Like, don't you have anything better to do, dude? How are you more dedicated to this than the flat earthers, dude? You got friends. Where's your chick? Go make some money, man.
CB, they're here when you log out, too.
Yeah,
imagine that.
Bro, I'm gonna leave and then clock back in and they'll still be here. Like, dude, what? Holy.
Y'all had any turncoats?
That alleged.
Any what?
Well, we stopped believing. I remember, you guys remember Tiger Dan? Back in the day, you had to be a FE back in the day. Tiger Dan said that the reason why he...
Are we still live?
Yeah. Can you hear me, CB? CB, can you hear me? Hello? Uh-oh. I don't think he can hear me.
CB, can you hear Alpha?
CB, can you hear me?
I can hear y'all.
Oh, okay, shit.
No, I don't think CB can. Oh, you can't hear anybody.
No, I don't think so.
Ay, caramba.
Yeah, that's all right. We're still awaiting those guys who think that the Earth is a globe to come in here and tell us how a logical statement can make the Earth a globe via the 24-hour sun. So if you can put it into a statement that sounds like that the 24-hour sun is proving the Earth is a globe, or that it's disproving flat Earth, go ahead. Put in a logical syllogism, please.
I'm a little disappointed, I got to be honest. I invited quite a few people. There's been some globe earthers that have been riding me for the past week, over this so-called globe earth win.
Are we still live?
Hang
I'm
on,
going to join my computer. I can't tell if we're live or not.
Yeah, CB, are you there? All right, let me see. He's having trouble right now.
Oh, CB.
Can you kick him? And then...
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
What is it, Pete?
Oh, he just responded. He just responded.
CB, you cannot hear any of them. You can hear me. Sucks for you.
Hold on. Let's see.
Yeah, how did do?
CB.
Hey, if you need a co-host, Alpha, I'm available for like half an hour. So
we don't worry. Just go back to being our simp, though. That's fine.
CB, can you hear it? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yep.
All right. Yeah, we were
on my computer.
All right, so I'm gonna give you back co-host, but yeah, let's see.
Let's go. We finna cook.
Right.
That was a real easy W that Peter gave us. Do y'all recall?
Yeah, facts. That's all he does, bro. Just give us W.
You better clip it.
Clip it, boys. No honest question, though.
No, the file's too big. We can't put any more clips. The file's too big. It won't allow for any more.
Holy smokes.
All right, once again, 24
live.
20. CB, can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
Hey, CB.
Oh, okay.
Can you provide a logical syllogism?
Dude, you're running all over my space.
You're not a beta man?
No, we're not talking about that. So I have you up here for a reason. If you want to put on your best aftershave, you can do that. Just stay on mute, dude. Then when he comes in here, you can talk to him. But I got to plug my space. 24 hour. See, you got me all mixed up now. 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 28. the final proposition, part 2, hashtag TFE for the final experiment, or hashtag flat earth. Try to get some people in here. Guys, it's going to be a big ask for me to do this, but I want everybody in here, as many people as there are. It's like 40 people. Go ahead and retweet or repost this space on your profile to get some more people in here. We want to expand the conversation to as many folks as we can get in here possible. So the more people that we can, Nathan Oakley might be coming in here later on. So we want to see if we can have a panel here that later on wants to talk to him. They can do so. But it's going to be his first time on X like this. So he's going to do that here in this space. A few hours, I think. So if you guys hang around, if you want to be partaking of that, he will be probably later on, and he's going to bring his entourage. So they have people that are with him on his show. And then, of course, we're going to have us in here. But I will kick it over to him when he arrives and, let him speak to the panel of people that are here. So if you want to join us for that later, that's what's coming. But as for now, what we're doing in this space is we're talking to anybody who wants to come up here and formalize a proposition, right? Which is a logical statement that shows that the 24-hour sun from the people who went to Antarctica and they saw a 24-hour sun, how that proves or affirms that the Earth is a globe or disproves flat Earth. All you got to do is put it in 2 premises and a conclusion, right? And if you do it that way, then it shows that you understand what we're talking about with the topic of the room. So if you can do that, that'd be great. So that's what we're asking.
Yeah,
it's possible.
We're trying to salvage Will Duffy's claim that this is the final experiment. We're trying to maintain his reputation because, otherwise it would be just like a false claim and false advertising that he sucked everybody into. So we're trying to salvage it for him, because I'm surely some Glober can come up and prove that it actually was the final experiment.
Spoiler, they cannot.
And we are live.
This was a kind of a way that you can form a syllogism within the structure for premise, conclusion. If the Earth is a globe, in the sense of saying, like, if you're going to make a statement, and I'll give you guys an example of that. Premise 1, if the Earth is a globe and tilted on its axis, the Antarctic region will experience 24 hours daylight during its summer solstice. Premise 2, during the Antarctic summer, 24-hour daylight is observed in the Antarctica. Conclusion, therefore, the Earth is a globe and tilted on its axis. So, giving you guys an example, I'm kind of showing you it's what you, when you come in here, it's what we're asking for.
No, you're not. You don't understand the truth table for that rule.
Okay, so would you like to be a listener?
This statement is
I think you do.
False is.
Yeah, he thinks he can just start speaking at any time. That's not how we do things, bud. So, if anybody is able to do that, you're welcome to come up here and go ahead and state the premise 1, premise 2, and the conclusion of how, like the example that I just gave you, and make that statement and see if it's valid and it's true. Has to be valid and true, which makes it sound. Valid, true, equals sound. So, if it's valid but not true, then it's not sound. Does that make sense? That's what we're asking for.
Facts, bro. Facts. I heard earlier someone say that it can't be done. Pretty sure Peter, like right when I logged in, he was here, before me, simp. And then he was saying directly that it can't be done. Did anyone else hear that? This was over in politics.
Yeah, it was him. It was him and Britnet.
Yeah.
Him and Britnet were saying it.
All right, well, we'll just take the W.
Britnet's here listening. He's at the very bottom. His name is Filgugigu. He's at the very bottom.
You know, they gotta have different sock accounts so people don't realize that they're here more than everyone else.
That's him. He's trying to be incognito, but I know. Yeah, 100's there, Brett Nat, because I know that's who you are. But 100's in the chat if that's who you are.
Yep. Our Beta Male Simps are here. W's in the chat for the Beta Male Simps. Let's go.
We do have, if you want to come up here and go ahead, because like we've been asking this because everybody's running around, jumping up and down, saying it's game over, flat earthers, and they're telling everybody they got the W and all kinds of stuff. So they're feeling very happy, very proud that the 24-hour sun was shown. So I'm just saying, like, now is the time for you to come in here and go ahead and prove your worth for the argument. If you think that's a win, show us how it's a win.
They can't.
But here's the real question. But where are the guns, Nathan?
Oh my God.
What's that question?
Dude, you haven't seen that video, Alpha?
Nuh-uh.
Oh my goodness, dude. You haven't... McToon called Nathan and started screaming into it from, Antarctica. Started screaming into the phone. Where are the guns, Nathan? You're a freaking liar, pacing around, the ice, screaming like a maniac into his phone. Where are the guns? Over and over again. Dude, it's pretty cringe and, frankly, just mentally ill.
He looks not that well, dude. There was a video I think they were showing of him down there. He doesn't look well, man. Like, he looks disturbed. A disturbed person, like,
yeah,
he doesn't look like he's doing all right. Like, somebody would just, like, that's a friend of his would be like, hey, man, just kind of like pulling you over to the side and be like, is everything okay? Like, I mean, it's really doing okay. Like, I know you might got some money, but that doesn't make you looks like he's going through something, man. I don't know.
Yeah,
what it is,
like
but
24 hours of sunlight is the most sunlight he's had in like 20 years.
Indio, you come in with those like,
oh man,
dude, this is like.
Well, that's what lying and stress will do to someone. Make your hair turn gray. You end up looking like Peter, smelling like cigarettes and booze.
But it's still not the thing that we're asking. Like if you're stressing out, if you've got trouble, your feet need to touch grass, not snow, bro. That's not gonna help. You're touching snow, bro. You need to get on some grass. That's grounding. You gotta ground yourself. Not grounding on ice, bro. Yeah, you got snow blind.
Brown liquor or clear liquor?
Yeah, he listen, dude. He drinks Japanese lagers.
Oh,
that's what last time he came in, he's like, shit. I'm having me some Japanese lagers. And he knows that I'm saying what I'm saying is true because he said it. So
basically trash. Yeah. Got it.
He's drinking big Kansas Sapporo, is that it?
If you're broke, would say that, man.
That's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer. You know what I'm saying? Like remember that old trash commercial, Indio?
Oh yeah.
What beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer? No, yeah, he's dude. What do you think, man? I think they're in pain, dude. Every time we're having these conversations, they come in here like, something's bothering them. You're like, dudes, like, why don't you just like go outside and have a barbecue, man? Do something. Like, you'll feel better afterwards.
Family, friends,
do something, man. You're all stressed out. Your hair's a mess. I mean, you got your bread stanking like hot garbage, bro. You gotta go do something, man, with your life, bro. Like, seriously. Like, we got Nathan. He's on the panel. Let's bring him up.
Let's go.
Hey, I'm gonna drop out of co-host, and Nathan can come up.
No, you can stay, or I can drop if you want to keep it.
Nah, dude, I don't know how long I can. It's like 4 a.m., so I don't know how I can chill. You're in.
Indio's kind of. Indio's stretching it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I mean, I'll make it as long as I can. That's all I can promise.
All right, I just want to welcome on the panel Nathan Oakley. We're talking about him coming onto the panel. So, everybody, if you know who Nathan Oakley is, he's arrived. So, Nathan, welcome to the panel. If you're there.
Hello.
Yeah, thanks for joining. There might be a little audio issues when you're starting to get used to X, but hopefully everything goes well, getting acclimated with it. So,
cool, good. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, X Spaces is kind of like a platform that we're trying to get to now that it seems to be a little bit more open for us to have like a conversation about the topics that we speak of in here. So we've been here kind of doing a couple of episodes, and it's been going fairly well, except for like, I think the major problems that we've been having are like the audio issues with people connecting. Because of it being like a stage platform, there's only 12 speakers at any given time, and then you have the rest of the listening panel could be any number. We could just exceed like a grand number of people in the listening panel. But I think the maximum number is 12 speakers at any time, one host and two co-hosts. So, and then that would mean, anybody else that comes along is just going to be able to come in if somebody else drops out after those 12 people are the limit of speakers are reached.
I see.
And so in order for you to have like a bit of like control in the discussion, I can give you a co-host kind of rank, and then you could, like, if I was, because the way you do it here is like if you mute the panel as a host or a co-host, then everyone else in the speaking panel is muted except for the two co-hosts and the host. So if you have one of those roles, then you don't get muted. So it's like a mute all button. It's kind of weird because you can't individually mute somebody. X is kind of strange that way.
Fair enough.
So I'm going to toss you the co-host role, and that way, in case with the co-host role, you can actually give the ability for somebody on the listening panel to come up here and join us on the speaking panel, and or remove somebody. Like if somebody's being belligerent or doing something that you just want to remove them, all you can do is click on their avatar and then just remove them, and it puts them down to the listening panel, and so they're not in the speaking panel. So right now I'm just gonna toss you co-hosts and see if you can receive that.
Let's freaking go.
Done. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yep. We have a number of listeners in here at the moment. Let me see. Currently 40 listeners, and we're also live on YouTube. So, and then of course, if you have your panel and how many people you have, listening on your show and such.
No,
but
just me.
It's just you. Okay. Yeah, and if like you just want to maybe do anything you want, get your style going, or I don't know what you have planned, or you just want to be a guest, or it's whatever, man. We can utilize this anyway.
I've not been long awake, so I'll hang around till someone says my name, and then if someone wants to ask me something or you want to drag me into a conversation, I'm more than happy to do so.
Oh, Glee.
Awesome.
Oh, Glee. Oh, Glee.
Yeah. We're just actually putting the question for the Globers who have been in and out of the chat. There's been a lot of epic failures, of course, with them actually coming forth and being able to form in a logical statement what they've been able to produce as evidence for them actually viewing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So it's been one of those kind of listening to them like fumble around with like logical statements. It's kind of what we always expected them to do when they come in here. So I just wanted to extend that to the listening audience right now that we have Nathan Oakley on the speaking panel. If you guys want to come up and maybe have a discussion with Nathan, gonna go ahead and open up the panel for that. If you're listening right now and this is your first time coming in here, this is 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 28, and we've dubbed it the final proposition. It's a rebuttal to the final experiment because for some odd reason, people think that they went down to Antarctica and proved something. So we're asking anybody who actually believe that's the case to come up here and formalize it in a logical statement that it's possible that they proved or disproved the flat Earth or affirmed that the Earth is a globe. So if you want to come up here and speak, you can do so. Yeah, they've been. It sounds like, every time we get these guys that come in here, they have a lot of trouble with this. So I like for them to actually have the ability to come up here and see if they have any or what it takes when they think that they're able to prove something. So it's kind of, for me, it's just an observation of just seeing how many times they fail when they are trying to say that it affirms anything for Globe. So I've always been saying it's just a fantasy that they think that they're going to be able to put it in a logical form. So they're not. They have never even come close to it. So
yeah, facts, bro.
Yeah, so for the benefit of the slow globers in the back, what that means is that supposedly Mr. Duffy orchestrated the coup de grace to the idea that the Earth is flat by supposedly conducting an event that will settle the matter once and for all. Now that it's settled once and for all, supposedly, you guys are supposed to come and gloat that the Earth can't possibly be flat by telling us how whatever happened in the TFE event proves the Earth is a globe or that the Earth can't be flat. Yeah, you guys don't seem to understand how to do that. I guess Will Duffy forgot to give you all the manual.
All right, for everybody here, what I would like to ask the people on the panel and everyone in the listening side, if you can, just retweet, repost this to your profile page. So when you do that, what you do is you bring the attention to everybody who's following you. So let's say you have like 500 followers. Every one of those people who comes across you being in a space will see that you're in a talking space. So they'll come in and join. So what I would like is that all 40 people that are in here currently just retweet or repost this space. Like I said, what it does is it gets the attention of everyone. So that's great. We want that to be the case. We want more people in here, and so the conversation can grow and people can come to the speaking panel and have discussions with Nathan Oakley, who's joined us as a guest and also a co-host. So if you're in here right now, don't forget to repost or retweet the space out. That's it. That's kind of like the important part of what everybody needs to do right now. That's going to get more eyes on this space. So, we have Nathan Oakley in here. But I don't know, Nathan, how much time do you have, like, with us? Short while or? Might be busy.
Hey, we got time today, man. We got time today.
Okay, we got Basto Max coming up. Basto Medic. I'm going to bring him up to the speaker panel. Basto Medic, welcome back.
Hey, you remember me, huh?
Of course, of course.
Yeah.
In like episode, what was it, like episode 5 or 6, something like that?
That
you were on.
You would know more than I, but yes.
Yeah, you were on one of the earlier episodes, but
It
you
was
were.
an early episode.
I think you were conflicted at the time. You were still thinking that the Earth maybe could be a globe, and you were wrestling with that fact. How has it been going so far with that? Like,
I did discover something that was kind of interesting. I saw a YouTube where they were talking about how the guy used his fist as the Earth and the sun. I guess he used two hands, but so it kind of goes like this, right? So if we're supposedly rotating around the sun, right, and you've got the side of the Earth that's pointed towards the sun, right? So let's say that the sun is on the left, and the Earth is on the right. So we're looking into the sun. What would be, I guess, we'll call it west, right? You could pick anything, but it'll make sense if north is 12 and 6 is south and like that, right? So the dark side of the Earth, we get to see space. You following? Does that make sense?
what I mean, the way you're proposing it, like I understand the globe the way they talk about it, but you're saying that somebody had shown you some example of how they were trying to describe it with their hand?
Well, it was just a way to do an example. You could use anything. With the guy, he was using his hands just to sort of illustrate it, because then you're looking like west, so the dark side of the Earth, you're looking west, for example. So kind of the deal is, if you're going around, and you reverse that, so the sun would be in the middle now, or we'll call it the middle, because we're going to put the Earth, instead of at 3 o'clock, we're going to put it at 9. You're looking in an opposite direction. So how does the North Star occur every night? And that's sort of one of the things that I thought was pretty entertaining to try and figure out. And I've never had that proposed as like, because you always see the Big Dipper from the Northern Hemisphere.
Yeah, they're showing you things that are cause you to think about how is it possible that the Earth is a globe, and we still see the stars in a particular region of the sky. As it being a globe, it wouldn't work. Kind of an idea, right? But the only thing that I would say is, like, you don't have to talk about how it's not a globe. Just all you got to do is affirm that it is flat. Just the affirmation of it being flat could just easily, they can't get away from that, right?
Well, actually, what I took away from you is that they can't prove that it is a globe.
Of course,
the
because
fact that it's flat or some other shape, that is totally up for debate. But the globe thing, you and I can't do it, right? Because we need scientific equipment. We need a vantage point that is not Earth, pretty much. Got to go up, or we got to be somewhere else to really view this thing and understand it. We don't have that ability. So a lot of what they've decreed as fact has been debunked on a myriad of different things throughout the ages, right? So this is quite likely something else that could be debunked. I have yet to really... I mean, there's a whole bunch of different ideas. There's someone kind of like a snowman or whatever, like multiple, it's not just a globe. Or then you've got the flat with the ice ring on the outside. Like, there's a whole bunch of different concepts for what this could be. But we're just being told one thing and expected to burp it back.
Yeah, we don't. That's the problem with the idea that people have these concepts of what the Earth is they fall into a trap of reifying those concepts. So whether it be
interesting last time, because there are a couple people after me that clung to some idea, and you had a very valid course of reasoning, and they just clung to something, and they weren't even making sense. They had to realize that they weren't really making sense, but it challenged their core belief, and they weren't even willing to entertain that something could be different, to just even have a thought experiment. Just life is going to exist. You're still, everything's the way it is. You'll do whatever you do tomorrow. You can go to sleep, wake up, life will be normal. But just for the sake of argument, can you do this exercise? The answer was no with a couple people. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it just...
Mode. So I think you need to re-ping him the host access.
Yeah. He shows his co-host up here for me, what I'm saying. Okay. Is he as a listener? Is he a listener right now? Does he look that way to you?
Yeah, it's a listener.
Brother, but yeah.
It's showing listener for me, yeah.
Okay. Let me switch. It's got a lot of bugs, so let me remove him as the co-host. Let me see.
Well, dude, all the funding from Elon's corporation is going to fake space stuff. So I mean, they can't afford to fix Twitter, I guess.
Yeah, dude, it's got a lot of bugs. Here, let me try it again. I'll drop him as a speaker. See if that works. Yeah, I was telling him when he came up here, there's a lot of audio issues. Let's see.
I have heard Twitter is full of technical debt, and at the point when Elon purchased it, basically the engineers were afraid to touch the code. You touch one thing and it causes a bug somewhere else, and
Yeah, Basto, just excuse me for a moment. I want to see if Nathan's back on. Nathan, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was fiddling around and I think I left and rejoined. Sorry, my bad.
All right, I'm gonna drop co-host on you again. See if that works over.
Thank you. I'll try not to press anything.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It's I don't know. I don't never really liked the whole situation here with the audio and the way it works.
It's working though, isn't it? We are actually able to talk to each other and it's functional. So I get it. It's glitchy. It seems that way, but it works. It seems to work. You're having a conversation. I'm talking back to you. This is good.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see what else. So Basto, you've come up here, and you've had it's been a number of weeks since you've been here, since you last been here. Is that right?
Yeah. It's like maybe 5 weeks or something. Well, you're on episode 28. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought I was in a low number one. Definitely.
Yeah, you must have been like 4 or 5, something like that. And we've had many people come on since then. We had 2 pilots that Jedi had spoke to that were struggling. Actually, they spiraled out of one of them was acting like a big baby, and he was just over talking him. And like after he found out that he was proving that the fact that planes don't have to negotiate over any specific amount of curvature while in flight. I mean, he himself being a pilot admitted to that, and it was such one of the most amazing spirals out of because when he admitted it was just amazing. And so he just hard reset and try to save face, and because he started over talking Jedi, so we kind of put him back down as a listener, and then after that he left. But the second pilot, everybody has trouble when they come in here thinking that they're of a specific profession going to prove that the Earth is a globe.
Well, that's the thing. They really come in trying to refute you instead of just saying, maybe since we perceive everything upside down and backwards, maybe just perhaps I've got some belief that isn't correct. Or maybe like the educational system really doesn't matter what they teach, but the purpose is to provoke and embed a response to authority.
Yeah,
but
most of them
read and be able to do basic math and
whatnot.
But
so
they don't really work on critical thinking skills.
Speaking of response to authority, I command everyone to go into the active chat and repost my post giving Nathan Oakley's information out to all the listeners that are going to be here today. So get as many reposts on that as we can. Thank you.
Did you put it in the Jumbotron in the nest?
Yeah.
Let me see.
It takes a minute to populate in the nest.
I'm a crash guy.
Unless it's the Indio.
I'm gonna crash, guys. Thanks for the space, though.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by, man.
Yep, I'll be back around. Just gotta get some rest.
Yep, we're here. If we're on, welcome.
Wait, around.
All the best to y'all.
See ya, man.
All right, man. Have a good one. And
pilots really don't like the fact that they think they're experts on the shape of the Earth, but actually what they do disproves their claims. Like, for example, we've had a butthurt pilot for years in the flat Earth community called Wolfie 6020, who claimed way back in the day that when he gets the black box data, he's going to prove that the Earth is round because the plane flies in an arced path to maintain the same altitude. Fast forward to now, and there's still no data that shows that, but yet we have data that shows that the plane just flies level. And of course, Nathan Oakley's panel over there talks about that all the time, so he might actually have something to say about that.
What, with pitch data?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. The guy who gave us that pitch data was in my live stream chat yesterday, Buck Sodbuster, and he scraped all of my history from YouTube and started telling me stuff about ex-girlfriends from 30 years ago. I'm like, are you trying to scare me? Really? Man, you need a lot of cope at the moment, don't you, Drive Believers? You think going back through 30 years of my history on Facebook's going to somehow change that Earth is measured flat? Or that we've got pitch data in his case that he's given us?
Wait, so he was a Glober that was trying to give it to you to do what exactly?
I don't know. Started asking me about jobs from 20 years ago, and I'm like, did you work for this job? Yeah, I did, yeah. About this girl, Gemma. I'm like, what? A girl that I nearly married 30 years ago. Wow, you've dug deep.
Hey, we get girls, man. Hey, facts.
Damn, he went all the way back in your history just to look for something to find some dirt on you or something. What's wrong with these guys?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I said. Oh, looking for dirt, are you? I was like, there's a reason my name's public. I use my real name. You can find anything you like out about me. This isn't going to be some effective tool that you're going to utilize.
What that's called is a hate boner.
Yeah, if you guys didn't catch that, though, he's the one I suspect that gave the data, and then he's coping about the data he gave. Is that what's going on?
Yeah. So he's frequenting our chats more often than typically he had. Now he's just some sock. He's probably someone else that's more well known than his sock suggests. Just some coward that doesn't want his real name to come. It's like, well, if you are an actual individual out here making videos potentially, then fine. Just use your real name. Level your accusations, but they don't want to be caught out and be wrong on their own account. Can't risk their reputation. Me, I've got a totally different attitude to the internet. Like, if I get it wrong, I'll own my mistake. No worries. That's why I use my real name. I've always took that attitude from the day I started using the internet. But some people don't. They're like, I can find dirt on you. Why? Because you've got loads of dirt on you, and you need to use a sock account to approach me? No. You might find things that you think are dirt, but they're perfectly open and public and discussed at nausea. People who don't know that think they find dirt on me when they go through my Facebook profile. It's like, hello, we're measuring Earth flat. You've given us pitch data, and now you're asking me about a girlfriend from 30 years ago. Sad. Creepy and sad.
That is kind of a trend. No, that is kind of a trend. Like, we've experienced it 200 times, 24/7, in heated debates. The Glober will go to grab a citation, bring it back. They never even read the whole thing. We just read like the next 3 sentences, and it completely debunks what they were trying to do.
I do want to give I just do want to give a quick plug to Nathan Oakley, as he's just joining X. It looks like his account is brand new. So what I would also like to ask everybody who's in the chat right now to go ahead and follow Nathan Oakley. He has some of the best flat earth arguments that you've ever heard on the internet. So if you can do that right now, I put the post that AI had put up on the Jumbotron. So all you got to do is go right above all the speakers right now and look into all the information that's up there. He's on there 5 days a week, 9 a.m. Eastern. So it's going to have all the information there. But also don't forget to follow him. We're starting up with the following. So I just followed Nathan Oakley. So everybody, if I can have you, just follow Nathan Oakley. Click on his avatar, go to his profile page, and click follow. And that way we can start getting some more accounts to actually start following Nathan Oakley. Appreciate everything Nathan Oakley has done for the arguments putting forward, and hopefully that helps a lot of people out understanding just basic reasoning. So
W's in the chat for Nathan.
Audience.
Sorry.
Thank you very much. But for context for your audience, the guy we were just talking about, I'm just not talking about some random sock account that's come to my channel. In this instance, it's specifically referencing what AI asked me, which is about flight data. So that particular individual, the reason I've gone into his scope is because he provided us with the NTSB pitch data originally. So when it comes to your pilot that you were talking about earlier, conceding that he's flying over a plane, well, he's flying over a plane, that's how it's measured, and we've got the data to back it. It was given to us by this random sock account who gave it to Brian. So that's how we've got it. So after the fact, he's then presumably looked at this data and gone, I don't know what this proves. Given it to us to look at, we've said, well, it proves that it's flat and measured so. Then he's, like I said, started digging through my Facebook account because I point that out to him whenever I see him. Thank you for the pitch data.
Oh, so he felt slighted because you're now using it for flat earth evidence, and now he just like, he hates to be the guy that actually put that information out, so now he's just trying to throw some shade on you because of that. He feels slighted from... That's funny.
Basically, yeah.
But he put it out. It was his information. He gave that to you. It's like not like you twisted his arm for it or anything. It's like...
Exactly. There's a very fancy name for that. It's called hoist on your own petard.
Looks like Yakub's son wants to come up here requesting to speak. So, see, Yakub's son's been on our panel before. I'm going to see if I can give him the speaker. Yakub, welcome back to the panel. Not too much, man. How about you? What you been doing?
No, just working. Being a globe dog. Hey, you hear about the 24/7 sun? The guy took a trip to the North Pole, and I guess they convinced him the Earth was round.
We heard about those guys going over there, but what did you hear about it? Do you think that they've proved something for when they went down there?
Nah, I think everything's a psyop now.
Psyop? But why do you even say that?
Why do I think everything is a psyop?
Yeah, but no, based upon what you heard them go do. Like, I'm not. Maybe that's not what you think about everything's a psyop. But what did you hear them? Like, what did they say that they? What impression did you get? Like, what did they do? They prove something?
So, I'm not an expert on it, but from my understanding, this guy was a pretty avid flat earther, and he thought maybe the videos were fake of the North Pole and the sun, and he didn't believe him, so they sent him out there. Some guy paid for a trip for him to go, and then I guess he got to see it for himself. But then I also seen a video of how it could still do that, and we still live in kind of a dome type situation. It's just, it's from perspective. So I don't know, dude. I'm not at a point to talk yet. I'm just a listener,
Sounds like Duffy spent that $500,000 wisely. Doesn't seem to have had much effect on anything.
God, that's a lot of money for a guy to do that. Like, God.
What do you guys think, though? What do you think that did for? Did it prove or not prove anything? Or
W promo.
Prove there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica at this time of year.
So was that all the impression you got, Yakub? You couldn't make heads or tails now of like them saying that they proved that the Earth is a globe. Did it leave a lasting impression on you? Like they did something amazing?
I try to stay skeptical and not really convert anything to belief, but for the most part, no, it didn't wow me. I just figured that's like the newest thing in this spectrum, But what do you guys think? Did it do any? Did you guys talk about that yet, or?
Yeah, it's exactly what Nathan said. It just proved a 24-hour sun. That's it. They just went up there. It's a bit underwhelming, actually, to spend $500,000 to go see a sun up in the sky for 24 hours. And then what do you do with the rest of the time? Have a snowball fight? Like, I mean, what?
Yeah, I was gonna say, where's the proof of the snow angels? That's what I want to see.
Did you guys see something about the the shadows? I seen like some pictures of shadows like how the shadows weren't like they altered something or like faked something or.
Dude, I've been getting a feed, like people have been tagging me and saying that there's one side that the people are saying that it was all fake, this propaganda, and they're CGI with the, there was an image showing. I don't know if you guys on the panel have seen this image that shows like where they're standing and in like some other thing that's in there in the shot, and then the angle of the shadows are like divergent, all like in the same image, showing that it couldn't be possible that they were all standing underneath like the sun that's shining, and like the shadows were all in the same direction. Have you seen that image? Maybe we can. It's in the feed somewhere. I gotta look for it and post it for you guys.
I think that's exactly what I saw.
It's from McToon pacing around in circles, screaming my name at the snow and at Dave McKeegan.
Oh my God. No, Nathan, when they told me that, dude, I was like, what the hell is his problem? It's almost like his feet never touch grass at any point in time in his life. Like, what? Why does he have like this bee in his bonnet that he's got to talk to you about? Like, it's the guy is kind of off his.
I posted two of those clips. in the chat thread too about this very thing.
Yeah, if you can, Nathan, that'd be.
Well, let's just deal with the more important stuff first, because that's far less important than what you're discussing. So, in terms of these shadows, right? Again, unless you're going to use it to affirm the consequent, it's not going to prove anything or disprove anything. Because if you're trying to debunk their claimed observation, you haven't done it, but I'm prepared to take it as read or not take it as read. In other words, if it's fake, okay. If it's not fake, okay. Doesn't prove anything. You're on the right lines when you're asking people who come here, okay, form a logical syllogism. Tell me how it proves something. And if they don't come to the conclusion that it proves there's a 24-hour sun at this time of year in Antarctica, then they're an idiot. If they come to another conclusion, then you have to take it apart based on its fallacious reasoning. But it doesn't really offer much. Now, when my panel have started analysing the data, I've told them to stop. So wait till the dust settles. There's going to be a huge purge of flat earthers that run away. There's already been commenters telling me, I was really for AE, now I'm going to give it up. Well, okay, you didn't know it was flat then. You just believed it. So, good for you. But when the dust settles, maybe we'll, or at least my panel, start actually putting out their analysis on this stuff. But I've said to them, for the time being, let's not do it on air. It's just not worth it. We don't know who we're appealing to because they're all up in the air. Once the dust settles, we'll know who we're appealing to. But while the dust is settling, the people who have been around for a long time and are seemingly going to stay are going to make their responses to it to justify it if they think it's an issue. And we can critique them. So we've already started. We've started critiquing people like Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, who had a guy on with a model trying to explain it. Like, why are you trying to explain it? If you don't know what their claim is and how they say it proves something, what have you got to find a need to debunk? Why are you looking at shadows? Have they proved something for you to need to debunk it? No. Same would have applied. I'm far happier doing it this way around. I didn't know I'd be this happy doing it this way around. I thought the flatties might come back, having not shown the 24-hour sun, and I'd have to explain this exact same fallacy, but to flatties, and say, well, how does it prove it's a flat plane? Do you want to take me through the logic? And have them go, doesn't matter, we won, we're flatties, hooray! More flat earth numpty believers, aren't we?
Well, you're right. I mean, you're right. But it's also right to let the dust settle and find out where everything stands, and so we can point to the right people instead of just making these wild accusations as to, like, we got some kind of weird image that shows something that we don't know who to appeal to at this moment. So there's a lot of analysis that's going to have to go through after once it's all put out to the information. So
for the time being, the way it's been presented is this is thanks to us largely. They haven't actually presented the bad logic, the fallacy, because we've kept presenting the logical fallacy that would have to be used before they'd had a chance to even use it. So very rarely will you actually hear someone like Duffy or anybody from that expedition detailing how it proves the globe. They're too scared to. So the way this actually breaks down is it's an affirming the consequent fallacy. If I assume I go to the bottom of a ball, Let's say I'm standing on the bottom of a ball. Now I've assumed that I'm here on the bottom of a ball. Let's have a look at the sun. Check it out. The sun did, doesn't matter what. Sun did that. Okay? So that's what you've got thus far. I assume I go to the bottom of a ball. I look at the sun. I looked at the sun, and therefore I'm on the bottom of a ball. That's how the fallacy breaks down. If antipodal positioning, 24-hour sun in Antarctica, 24-hour sun in Antarctica, therefore antipodal positioning. No, it's a formological fallacy known as affirming the consequent. We pointed out from the moment it was suggested they'd be going down there. That's where it all begins. Down? No. South. With respect to a plane. South's a flat plane direction. You don't have south on a ball. It's nonsense. It's a two-dimensional system. They've superimposed on a three-dimensional ball after measuring Earth flat to create the ball. There's no south. What are you talking about? South's out there towards the horizon, flat on a map. And tell me that's the bottom of a ball by assumption, I'll point out your formological fallacy that you're about to employ by saying we're going down to Antarctica. No, you're not. You're going out southwards on a flat plane with pitch data proving you're on a flat plane, with maps that were made with flat plane angle measurements to stars, with a system that was taken from those measurements to create a celestial sphere, and then impose a globe within. Nothing about what you're doing, measuring, flying upon, sailing upon, has got anything to do with the globe, but for the fact that you say, I assume I'm on the bottom of it when I look at the sun, there is no globe proof here.
100's in the chat, guys, if you hear what Nathan's saying and it resonates. 100's in the chat. So I totally agree. I mean, it's I think they grew up with the colloquial way of saying down, like, so I think that's stuck with people, and they're saying it now. Sometimes even flat earthers are just saying it, and I know what they mean, but it's just like when they say it, they're not being cognitive of like why they're mentioning down. So,
but QE even says down. He does.
No, but Nathan's correct, right? So it's when it's said, they're not taking mind to like what they're saying, because they're affirming the consequent. So.
Well, just for Flatsy, you need to tell him off.
Yeah, 100%.
Tell him off, Flatsy.
No,
I will. Do you want me to?
It's not going to work. Yeah, I'm saying, it's a serious tone to what I'm suggesting to you, Flatsy, right? In the same way, QE, do you know how QE calls me on using the word model out of context? And he says, it drives me nuts and he tells me off every time I do it. You've got to do that. Same with atmosphere, same with all these words that we use incorrectly because we're verbally
you know how many times I want to like correct QE when he says down, and I'm like, you're assuming an antipodal. But honestly, I can't even say that anymore, because if whatever is happening in the sky has like podal positions, then I can't say anything against it.
No, you can. You must. I'm suggesting to the entire panel that this is an opportunity as a reset's just occurred. I used to call it a purge, whatever you want to call it. Loads of flatties are going to desert it, the subject that is, because flat Earth subject, I should be more specific, because they only had a tertiary belief in it to begin with. They didn't know it was flat. So when someone comes along and says, oh, look, there's a 24-hour sun, I'm not a flatty anymore. Now, that's how I hear it when someone says that. Like, what? Well, how are those two things connected? Yeah. You're not a flatty because you looked at the sun on a video.
Yeah, so I will. I'll take up that whatever that means. Like, I'll take it up and I'll be like, hey, every time you say down, QE, you are assuming something. But I want to say this, at least when you're talking about antipodal, that could be happening in the sky, but not on the ground. But like ground position of what's happening in the sky could absolutely be like antipodal.
What do you mean could be happening? Antipodal, opposite side of a ball. What do you mean?
Not on the opposite. No, not on the opposite side of a ball. I'm saying whatever is happening in the sky could have like some sort of podal position. Antipodal position.
Flatty. When you get to the sky and you're able to go around, then you can use those languages.
I'm saying could. I'm saying a lot of like terms that are not definitive. They're suggestive. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not giving you something that you should take as 100% fact. I'm saying that this could be the case in the sky, but not on the ground.
No, what it means is diametrically opposed to. So on the opposite side of a ball, I correct people when they say upside down. So if I'm upside down in Australia, no, you're not. You're antipodal. You're diametrically opposed to the position I'm standing here in the UK. Just means on the opposite side of a ball. It's used like a synonym for Earth specifically.
Yeah.
As well. In the definition.
Okay, so I guess I was saying that antipodal could be something that could happen in the sky, but not on the ground. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
Okay. Either way, when QE says down, which he does, he's inferring antipodal positioning, and you're absolutely correct to want him to not do it. And from this point, I'm not saying you need my permission, but take it as a permission to do so. Don't think, oh, it's QE. He shouldn't be saying down, but who am I to say? Well, you're right to absolutely tell him. But don't tell him because it's like, oh, I want to point like how smart I am. It's like, no, he shouldn't be doing that. Like, I shouldn't be saying model when I'm talking about a map. When I'm getting it wrong, QE will pull me on it. And rightly so, we're hypercritical internally. If you spot him saying down or atmosphere, or me saying model or atmosphere or down, which I do it too, you absolutely pull the person on immediately.
Yeah, but he doesn't do it on anything other than that. He only ever says like down. Like he says that a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah, he says going down there, doesn't he? He says going down.
He says that a lot, doesn't he?
Yeah, we have Andrea that's coming up to the speaking panel and raising her hand. So
before we go on to that, I just want to make a slight nuance. The idea of a reset really isn't fair. It's more like New Game Plus.
Yeah, next game.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but we already got our armor and our rank and all of that and all the experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just got here, so you guys can just kick me out if you want to.
I have a quarter. I have 50 cents.
You're broke.
I have 2 questions.
What's the question, Andrea?
I have 2 questions. One is, why are our rockets shaped like spherically, like dicks, kind of cylindrically? And the other question was, if Earth is flat, are all of the other planets flat, and the sun and the moon, are they not spherical as well?
Yeah, this also explains why nobody understood your first question. Your second question gave you away.
No, I mean, like, why do we have to orbit like that? If it's flat, why don't...
I'm telling you that... I'm telling you that your second question gave you away because you said something that's just completely nonsense and false on either side of... whoever is claiming anything on either side that you're listening to, you should probably so you should probably know who is representing a certain side before you go in and say that they represent something that you don't actually know about. You get what I'm saying?
I was asking it.
Yeah, but you were wrong in a loaded question.
Okay.
So you had a loaded question for one side, right?
I had 2 questions.
Yeah.
Can I answer her?
Yeah, go ahead.
The lights are flat. You can only get a 2D view of the lights in the sky. You asked if they could be flat, but you don't get 3D vision to the sky. You don't get binocular vision of the stars. You only get a monocular vision. It's like a 2-dimensional plane that you'd look through it, through a telescope. Do you understand that? You're not getting 3D view of the sky? You said, would the stars be flat? They are. That's how we view them. Did you not know that?
No, I'm asking if Earth is flat, are all of the other planets flat as well? And the moon and the sun?
And my answer to you, I've just said...
I know the sun is a star.
I'll repeat it. That means I'll say it again because you haven't comprehended it. No. The view you have of the stars is flat. And you're asking, would they be? Like, hypothetically, could they be? No, they are 2D only view, not binocular. You don't get a 3D view of them. You can infer certain 3D aspects when you look at what are like.
But I'm not looking at them through binoculars.
And you can use suppositions like orbits. orbits being the description of an asymptotically flat plane derived from flat plane angle measurements to Polaris to give you a radius value for a ball Earth, for Kepler to put in orbital motion on a 2D flat plane. That's what orbits are. You use that word too. You also said if the planets, as in this is hypothetical. I pointed out, no, you have got a 2D view of them. That's what you look at them as through a telescope. You're not getting a binocular vision. Third time I've told you. As for if
I actually have seen NASA's
I'm answering her questions. Just talking through me. You asked a 2-part question. That means it's not going to be a really slow process, a really quick process.
Right, go ahead. Sorry.
You've got to shut up while I'm talking to you. I'm answering you, aren't I? Would they be 3D? Would they be flat? They are flat. That's the first part dealt with. Orbit, you say. Orbit's made by Kepler on a 2D asymptotically flat plane. You have no idea what I just said to you, madam. I know from the tone of your voice that you're not very bright, so I'm trying to speak slowly for you. That doesn't invite you to talk while I'm talking. It invites you to shut up and listen. She keeps talking through me. I'm telling her. She's asked. I'm telling her.
It seems that I can't not talk.
Shut up.
I cannot talk while you're.
Shut up. I'm still talking.
You don't like my answer.
Why? Okay, I don't get to answer you then, do I, dum-dum?
No, of course you can. You just don't like mine.
You didn't let him answer you completely first.
I'm answering you, you dumbass. Can you I'm done. Why am I even getting... Got my kids in the next room. I don't need to raise my voice to you. I was trying to answer your dumb question. You didn't want to hear it. You started talking while I was answering your 2-part question. Now you can go.
I'll ask one at a time. So why are rockets?
Even when I'm telling her I don't want to talk to her anymore, she's yammering through the top of me. How rude. Shut up, bitch! You're a triggered glurf. That means globe-believing numpty. Somebody who can't tolerate me answering your stupid questions. And in the middle of those stupid questions, they trigger you. It's oh so painful to hear me, a flat earther, correcting your dumb question and answering it. That's what I'm doing. I was trying to get to the end bit, the most important bit, the first bit you asked. No, actually, that was about stupidity about rockets and aerodynamics. We're not talking about rockets. Going to where? A sky vacuum? No, we don't have a sky vacuum above us for the rockets that you're asking about their shape. Maybe go and speak to somebody in aerodynamics. That's not us. But we had to try and get to the end of the 2-part question that had no bearing on anything we discuss here. Shape of rockets? What's that for? Going to space, a sky vacuum, a place where you think orbits exist, because you used the word. Now, I know how orbits was made, how it was invented, who invented it, when it was invented, and what it utilizes for you to reify it into existence for a ball Earth moving. I know all those things. You're asking about the 3D representation of the lights that we look through telescopes at. Okay? You've got absolutely no right to be talking through me, madam.
100's in the chat, guys. We got Nathan Oakley in the panel right now. Apocryphon, Creation Bear, Flatsy Klein, Overlord, Beardman's in the panel, Yakub's son. Guys, if you want to have a discussion with the panel, go ahead and request to speak. We'll bring you up to the speaking panel. You guys can maybe ask Nathan Oakley some questions if you know who he is. If not, there's something in the top in the nest. Click on that. That's going to give you some information of his channels. Also, please do this. Follow him on X. That way he can get some people that maybe he can have some text conversations with. So go ahead and do that as well. Follow him on X.
Let's go. Let's cook. Don DeMarco.
We had some other guy that was coming up here, but he just wanted to interrupt. I usually bring people up here thinking that they're going to be cordial and be able to wait till someone stops talking, but he started to yammer on between you and that other person. So I put him back down on as a listener.
But also, don't forget that Alpha Veritas loves it when these guys come in hot and heavy, and he's ready to put them in their place. So you got to at least, I don't know. Alpha has his own style.
The thing is though, Nathan's been bringing the heat for many number of years now, and a lot of people need to get to know who he is on X. There's a lot of these X globies and flatties that they don't know who he is, and if they don't know, they're going to start to get to know him. So hopefully this space will kind of record, his interactions here with the people so that they can get to know him, because he's pretty famous.
Everybody should get to know everyone that's prominent in this topic, and Nathan Oakley is one of the top prominent folks in this topic that you can go to and get good information. By the way,
no, I was just going to be
glazing right now. Facts.
Yeah, listen,
I'm going to glaze over everybody if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, Flatsy, hold on. I was going to say that I think I had mentioned Joe Rogan even mentioned Nathan at one time. There was I don't know what show it was, but they were like, "Did you hear about this flat earther guy?" And Joe was speaking about Nathan having a conversation with somebody because they had like a little snippet of him talking to someone. I don't know, Nathan, if you knew anything about that, or maybe you do.
Do you mean Joe?
I hope so.
Joe, do you mean Eddie Bravo?
Was it Eddie Bravo that brought it to Joe's attention? But I know that there was someone that mentioned a clip on his show about you, and you were just, I guess, talking to somebody.
Really? Recently?
No. This was back in, I guess, in Eddie Bravo when he used to frequent Joe's show. But I do remember that there was a clip of you. You were, I guess, you were lighting somebody up, and it was just like, it maybe could have been Eddie bringing it to Joe or Joe mentioning it to somebody, but I did remember a piece of like a soundbite of you. I don't know, it was an interaction that you had with someone, but it was interesting because like you got mentioned, and I was like, damn, he didn't even give you props to like who it was. He was. Anyway, I just thought that was kind of neat.
Cool. I'll have a look, mate. That's news to me. I didn't know that.
No, I just thought maybe you would already be like, oh yeah, I remember that clip. But I'd have to look for it actually. It's somewhere, it's in the internet somewhere, and I'm pretty sure we can find it. But yeah, if anybody wants to come up here and have a conversation, if you think that the Earth is a globe, what we're doing right now with this space is the continuing series that we have here on Twitter, on X. The final proposition, it's a rebuttal to the final experiment. So if you guys know or not know about what happened just recently with people going to Antarctica and seeing a 24-hour sun, if you want to come up here, we can discuss what that was all about. Perhaps have a discussion with Nathan Oakley or us. It's up to you. Go ahead and just request to speak or come up here to the speaking panel. We see Arthur B. Flats joined us as well. See you there, brother.
Flat Arthur.
I do have a question. Nathan, are you with the panel, or are you just alone?
I am on my own, alone.
On my own, all alone. Just kidding.
Are you doing the show today,
guns, Nathan? Where are they? Where are the guns?
Where are the guns?
Yeah.
Dude, that is so funny.
McToon's hair was on fire for Nathan. He was just running around like a freak.
You want to know why that was? I didn't get to that earlier. So just give me a sec. The reason that happened isn't because of guns, in case anybody hadn't figured that out yet. Right, some 10-year-old comment wasn't so egregious that McToon felt the need to yell my name into the snow. No. The reason Toon's yelling my name is because I've pointed out to Toon on no less than 100 separate occasions that he measured Earth flat. He did a 10K challenge and measured Earth flat in it. Now, me pointing that out to him is why he's screaming my name, because he can't cope. Why wasn't enough for him to just go and see the 24-hour sun if that proves the globe? Not that we've been given the logic for how that would be the case, but if that's what they believe they're down there to do, you'd think it'd be sufficient enough evidence once they saw it. No, he needs to call me, doesn't he? Why? Well, because he knows he measures Earth flat too, and I pointed that out to him 100 times. That's what I said to him when he called me, although you can't hear me on the other end of that call on his video. I'm saying, what about those flat Earth measurements you made there too? I've told you them 97 times. This will be the 98th. Then he rumpuses me. Then I say, 99th time, Toon. Your 10K challenge uses flat Earth measurements. And he hangs up the phone, as soon as he hears 10K challenge, which is what you can just about make out on his video, he puts the phone down and starts screaming about guns.
Oh, where's the guns, Nathan?
He measures Earth flat. That's the point. That's why my numbers have started going up. My viewers, my people requesting me on their shows, things like this have all gone up. People's interest in me and what I do and the people around me has gone up. Why? Because we talk about Earth being measured flat. That's why.
You gotta love it though, because that song was such a good highlight for how you live rent free in his head, buddy.
I posted the song, by the way, in the Nest for anyone that wants to check it out later.
Yeah, it will never be enough for a globe believer. I'll always be living rent free so long as I'm talking about Earth's measurements and how they measure Earth flat. Everyone on this panel, if they were to measure Earth, would measure it flat. It's been measured flat for as long as it's been measured, and it will always be measured flat in the future. So anybody that comes up with Earth measurements will be presenting flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, but it's only not flat because I saw the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, Nathan. So where's the guns, Nathan? Where are they?
And Nathan, by the way, I just want to make this point real quick. Let's say you get to a new job site and you have the elevation. The second that you establish your vertical, and then you do a benchmark of your height from that position that you've been given by the blueprints of where you're going to start, and you create a new horizontal that's now parallel to your position, and now you're continuing to measure the Earth flat. And you can build as far away as you need to from that position, but in all directions of that, you are parallel to a baseline that's been transferred inland, probably miles at this point. But it's just, you are continuing the measured Earth that is, to be a planar position, if you will. So,
precisely. Yeah, exactly.
Hey, real quick, chat. Miggy, I just had someone join 24/7 the panel. I told them to come over here. So keep an eye out for a new speaker. Should be joining us shortly.
Cool. You know who I was having a conversation with the other day, APOC, was Duncan Darth. You know,
that moron. Yeah.
Now he was on about, like, he just, because when I pop into 24/7 and I listen in for a little bit, usually there's a Glober in there saying some stupid shit. So he was saying that when he goes to his job, that he uses his theodolites to measure the Earth as a globe. And that was like, when I was listening, I was like, what an idiot, dude. Like, you're going to, like, in my head, I was like, okay, I'm going to listen in for a little bit more because this sounds interesting. So just listening to him saying that, well, you guys don't know that geodetic surveying is a thing, and we're measuring curve as we go along. And I was like, remembering the conversations that you had when you were talking to your that other friend that was measuring with John F. Kennedy. Is that right? The name of the place
at John Wayne Airport. Yeah.
John Wayne. I keep on mixing that up. John Wayne Airport. Yeah. But and how you told him about, like, how he did his measuring of transferring the line with rise over run. And then listening to him explain, Duncan Darth, and just hearing him talk about, like, him using the transferring the line using geodetic surveying and saying that you have to use curvature. And I'm like, oh my God, I had to pop in, dude. It was like I couldn't hold back anymore. And I told him, I was like, so at what point do you account for curvature using the theodolite? I need you to tell me right now. I was pretty furious at that time because he's just a damn liar. He doesn't do that. Period. He never has.
Yep.
He's a liar.
Yep.
So, and he's like, of course we do. I was like, dude, and I was at the point, I was like, dude, I'm gonna ban you. Like, and every time I see your name or hear your voice, I'm gonna keep banning you. I'm not gonna stop. I'm gonna make it a mission of mine to always ban you when I hear you or if I see you. Yeah. Like, so you need to be honest with everybody right now and tell everybody that you don't account for the Earth's curvature when you're using your theodolite. Now, I was like, I was on his ass, dude. Like, I didn't let go.
Hey, pause.
Yeah, so he came to the point where he was like, Well, if you're doing a 1 mile survey and you don't account for it, you don't need to. And I was like, you fucking liar. Like, you see how you see it? He actually admitted it, dude, because he knew he had to.
Yeah.
Because somebody that works with that type of equipment can't say that. There's no way. You cannot say that you're accounting for its curvature.
Exactly. You'll never. A theodolite doesn't know curve. It knows the shot that you're looking at because through its crosshairs, and that's giving you an angle to it, and that's a straight line. That the theodolite doesn't know shit. You're the person. You're using. It's a tool, right? But now I'll say this: if you have a total station, and you have a shot, and you press the little button for atmospheric refraction / Earth curvature correction, then it has an algorithm in it, and it will literally give you a position and say, oh, well, then I know where I am at according to this curve that we didn't measure physically, but I'm calculating it to. And that's when they go in, they write in their book, oh, this is where I'm at. And then they match it up with the NGS disk in the ground. And then they go, oh, yeah, cool. I'm right on point. I calculated it correctly. But that's why the importance of the John Wayne Airport, he transferred that line physically, not calculated it, not fucking guessed or predicted. No, he physically transferred it, and it didn't comport. It wasn't the same because the Earth isn't fucking dropping. Simple as
that. So you're saying that plane surveying is measuring the Earth as flat, right?
Exactly. That's exactly what it's doing. No, that's why it's important that you tell these knuckleheads that say, oh, yeah, we do it, from miles away. Okay, now do yourself a favor and now transfer that line in increments, okay? And don't account for refraction. Don't account for curvature. Just transfer it. And look at, by the time you get to the end of 4,000 or 5,000 feet away, you're going to realize that your number, your measurement, it's not going to add up to the NGS disk that's in the ground. I guarantee you, 1,000%. It's not going to fucking add up because they're including a drop that doesn't exist and you transferring it benchmark to benchmark, leapfrogging it. You're going to realize, oh shit, the Earth didn't fucking drop down as I got further away from my position. That's why I laugh at these idiot surveyors that are fucking coming in Discords acting like they know something.
Yeah, we got Liberty Conservative coming up to the speaking panel. Yep. I don't know if anybody else wants to put some input. Hold on, Liberty Conservative. We'll get to you in just a moment. If anybody wants to put input on what we were just talking about, if not, I'll turn it over to Liberty.
All right. So what PowerPhone was trying to say is go to the Nest, share, repost Nathan's info. I think that's what he was trying to say.
That's exactly what I was saying.
For real, that's a plug right there. 100's in the chat, guys, for plug to Nathan Oakley's channel. The information's up in the Nest. 100's in the chat. Go ahead and see if up in the Nest you guys can click on that link and support Nathan Oakley. Go ahead and follow him. Also, follow everybody on the speaking panel, guys. Me as a host, Alpha Veritas. We got Creation Bear on the panel. You got Apocryphon, Flatsy Klein, Overlord, Beardman, Yakub Son, and we got now Liberty Conservative, who we're going to turn over currently right now. And listen, request to speak so we can have you come up here. But I'm going to ask you guys, when someone's talking, just sit there and listen. Don't interrupt. Because if you start interrupting when someone's talking, you're going to go back down to the listening panel. So just request to speak and then raise your hand. There's an emoji that you can click on that shows a hand sign, and that stays on your avatar. So it shows that somebody who wants to speak will get the next turn. So just raise your hand. We'll go in order of people that raise their hands after the person who's speaking. So remember, guys, just be courteous and don't interrupt conversations when you come up to the speaking panel. So we're going to turn it over to Liberty. Oh, Liberally. Sorry. Said that incorrectly. Liberally, I'm turning it over to you. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the homie from Discord that just joined. Welcome, Liberally Conservative.
Liberally, yeah.
About flat Earth.
Liberally, if you're there, go ahead.
Might just have to iron out the kinks, but go ahead when you're ready, friend.
Does he know how to unmute himself?
Boomer detected. We also have two others that are requesting to speak as well. Mickey, if you want to check in.
Just kind of vet them a little bit. Go through their profile. If they have more than 10 followers or something, then I would say be cautious when you bring somebody up, because we got the porn bombers and whatnot. So always be quick to remove them as speakers if they're starting to.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Looks like JBV's got some smoke for the Flat Earthers. He's reposting from Sly Sparkane.
Sounds good, man. Let's bring him up.
All right, let's cook, man. JVB. Is he JVB? Like not varsity? Okay. All right.
Yeah. JBV, welcome to the speaking panel, if you're there. I don't know. Test 1, 2. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, you're clear, bro.
All right. So my question is that the typically accepted flat Earth model was a disk with a sun that orbited a central point, the North Pole. Now, I appreciate that not everybody has the same model. That being said, the final experiment showed a 24 hours of sunlight south of Chile. How is that currently being explained by the flat Earth?
Okay.
Hold on. I would like to be a bit courteous to our guests. So, Nathan, if you would want to engage with this individual, it's up to you.
So which part of the question do you want me to answer? The bit about a reified flat Earth pancake flying around the sun, or the bit about how we would explain it when I haven't made a claim about it? Which bit do you want me to tackle?
Either one, honestly. You are loaded with both.
But to the guy that was just speaking, so you've already kind of alluded to the idea that you recognise that you're offering us a straw man. So unless you've heard somebody here claiming that azimuthal, equidistant, North Pole-centric globe projection you say was debunked, then it's unreasonable to put it to anybody here. But it seems like you already understood that, because you're like, I understand other people might not be making that claim.
I think you're misunderstanding. What I was saying is that the typically accepted flat Earth model
I was in the middle
had a sun
in the middle of the same sentence.
In a circle.
Did I invite you to talk, sir? That is a question. Did I invite you to talk? Now he won't talk. That wasn't rhetorical. Did I invite you to talk when you started talking through me just a second ago, sir?
Well, you're misunderstanding my question.
I understood your question. I listened to it.
All right. Feel free to reply.
I was. You interrupted me. Now I'm asking.
Okay, simmer down.
When you interrupted me, now he's interrupting me again. If you felt like you'd been invited to talk when I took apart your straw man.
It wasn't a straw man.
So you felt compelled to debate me in the middle of me putting to you that I haven't got that claim, I haven't made that claim. If you can tell me when I have made that claim, you can defend the fact that it isn't a straw man. When did I make that claim?
Are you done ranting?
So is that an answer to me not having made that claim? It is absolutely, without question, a straw man. You seem to identify yourself in the process of saying, some of you might not say this. Yeah, that's a straw man fallacy. So in the middle of me pointing out that it's a straw man fallacy, which is absolutely still the case, you felt the need to interrupt to tell me that it wasn't, because you were compelled to, not invited to. It is a straw man. You stupid man. Do not interrupt me when I take a giant steaming dump on your poor use of logic. Straw man. I didn't claim it. Otherwise, if I had, you'd have told me where I claimed it, in that long protracted silence. When invited to offer it as my claim, you'd be rebutting if it was not a straw man, Jay.
It was not a question to you specifically, Nathan, so calm down.
Shut up, you stupid globe-believing dick. Nobody invited you to talk. I'm addressing you.
Actually, yes, I was invited.
Nobody invited you to talk, you stupid man. They've had to be muted by the operators of the server. I'm still in the middle of answering you. You felt the need to tell me, not a straw man, through the top of me, pointing out the absolute use of a straw man you used. No, stupid dick.
All right, get to your point.
Contain yourself. Yeah? You used a fallacy. It's called a straw man. You want to say, no, it isn't. Yeah, it is. I didn't claim it. Nobody had claimed it. I know most of the people on this panel, we don't claim globe projections as flat earthers. So I can see his mic wide open and him making little muttery sounds in his mic. He can't wait to talk. He's not listening to me. I mean, he claims globe projections. What you held up from the final experiment, which it isn't, fraud by a fraudster that you haven't identified. That's a globe projection. It's called the azimuthal equidistant North Pole centric globe projection. So if you're saying that doesn't work, what do you explain? Yeah, that's straw man. Burden of proof reversal fallacy. I'm not making any claims here. So you've riddled your questions with fallacy, Jay. Now I've broken down all of your fallacies. What I don't want to hear is some new question that ignores everything I've just ripped to shreds. I'd like you to thank me for identifying your poor use of logic, starting with the straw man you used. Nobody here would claim as a flat earther a globe projection, and that's what the AA map used in that garbage was, a globe projection. How could you possibly assert I'm claiming it when it's a globe projection? Straw man, hello?
Are you done ranting?
Can you get rid of him, please? I don't want to talk to this.
All right.
Yeah, you don't need to be here if you can't.
He's claiming I'm ranting. He interrupted me. I'm annoyed because he interrupted me to tell me it wasn't a straw man. I put it to him twice with him interrupting, telling me it isn't. He was keen to tell me it's not a straw man through the top of me. And now he's assessing whether or not I'm ranting. I didn't rant. I took apart your arguments with you interrupting, which annoyed me. And I had to raise my voice because he interrupted. And then because I've had to raise my voice because he's interrupted, he's asking me if I'm done ranting. That is what you call a glurf prick. You can't cope with his fallacies being ripped apart. Asks me about how my tone's doing. Am I ranting? No, ripping a glurf, a new asshole.
Exactly.
Hell yeah. We got some other people that look like they want to come up here. We removed that guy. We got Keon requesting to speak. Let's vet him, make sure that he's got enough followers behind him before we bring him up. Yeah, he does. Keon does have some followers. We'll bring Keon up. Remember, guys, if you do want to speak in here, you have to have more than one follower if you're going to be a part of the panel. So it looks like the other guy, Flat Earthy, is not coming up here. So, see, is Keon up here now?
Yeah, I'm up here. Thank you so much for the mic. Yeah,
go ahead, Keon.
Just a quick question. I thought flat Earth was dead. How are you guys still going?
Because it's measured flat. Earth is measured flat. So there's nowhere for me to go from a measured flat Earth. The globe believers who ask me that sort of question, under the misapprehension they've got a globe to stand on, when in reality the measurements I can't walk away from of Earth that are flat create the glurf belief you hold. So my question to you is, why are you holding on to a globe belief when Earth is measured flat to give you that belief? Why is he talking through the top? Is he the same as last guy? Or is it just me? This guy's talking before I'm done talking. Haven't taken breath yet. Asshole. Keon. Your glurf belief is based on the measurements of Earth that are flat and I can't walk away from them. I don't know why you'd think flat Earth's dead. No, it's measured flat Earth. Can't walk away from that. I'm now asking you in response, having answered you, why you'd believe in a globe Earth when the globe Earth came from flat Earth measurements. That's my response and question back to you, Keon.
Yeah, so who measured it flat and when did they measure it?
You could take any of your glurf proofs, for example. You could take Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows. That's angle measurements, otherwise known as elevation angle measurements. You heard of Eratosthenes? Claimed to be getting the radius of Earth with sticks and shadows. Those are flat Earth only measurements. They're called elevation angles. That would be Eratosthenes, part of the origin story of your glurf belief. That's globe Earth belief you hold. That's based on measurements of an Earth that's flat with elevation angles, sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes. That's a flat Earth measurement for your globe belief. I can do better than just giving you a flat Earth measurement. I'll give you a flat Earth measurement your globe Earth belief is based on. Right, so why would you believe? You haven't answered my question though, Keon. Why would you believe in a globe Earth given it's based on flat Earth measurements? You didn't answer me. You asked a new question.
Yeah, because we have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah, no, we want to hear the answer to the question he asked.
No, that was what the question was based on.
No,
so I don't need any help. Your question was based on there being a 24-hour sun. That doesn't prove anything. Earth's measured flat. And I pointed out that Earth's measured flat for you to believe in. For your reification of a 24-hour sun on a globe, you need to measure a globe first. You don't. You measure a flat Earth and then create a globe in mathematics to suggest that this 24-hour sun would prove the globe you created with flat Earth measurements. You asked me what measurements. I told you of a measurement that came to give you your globe. Eratosthenes, specifically. You haven't acknowledged it. You've then reasserted and rinsed and repeated question about why flat Earth would still be here in light of a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, we want to hear the answer to that.
Coming off mute, I'm still talking.
Yeah,
you haven't answered my question here. You haven't answered me. Why would you haven't answered me? So I'll ask again, hopefully without you chanting through.
Yeah, I'm answering right now. I mean, if you stop talking, I'll answer.
Why do you believe in a globe? Earth's measured flat.
Yeah. So Eratosthenes, it was a globe. Number one. Number two.
That's not an answer. That's not a rebuttal. No, he measured Earth flat with an elevation. You stop him talking. He's got nothing except yammering through. It's just audio chaos rather than a concise demolishment of this dick. Keown, Eratosthenes measured an elevation angle. That's a flat Earth measurement. It's not a globe. He's measuring Earth flat.
All right. So how about this, right? So we both know that the 24-hour sun has been
non-responsive.
So can I finish, or are you gonna?
No, that's non-responsive.
You've not responded to what I've said.
So you want me to say what you want me to say, or can I say what I want to say?
Respond to what I replied to you with. You've asked me about the 24-hour sun. Well, how can you still be here as a flat earther? You asked.
Yeah,
there's a 24-hour sun.
I'm going to give you.
I heard your question,
Yeah,
You're repeating it. You're repeating it rather than acknowledging a single word that I've said. I've put to you Earth's measured flat, and then I've told you how it's measured flat for the use of your globe in your question about a 24-hour sun. To create a globe to suggest a 24-hour sun's above it, you need to first take measurements. Eratosthenes are the measurements. They're flat. I can't believe Earth is spherical when I know the measurements made by Eratosthenes for your globe belief. There's more beliefs than just globe and flat, by the way. But my belief is irrelevant. I don't have one. Earth's measured flat by Eratosthenes, so you can create a globe for you to believe there's a 24-hour sun on it. I've answered you 3 times. You just haven't acknowledged a single word in rebuttal in regards to Eratosthenes' measurement of a flat Earth to create a globe for you to ask me about a sun being above it.
Yeah.
Can you acknowledge anything I've said?
If you let me answer, then I will answer. But if you keep interrupting me, you won't get the answer.
Do not.
That's non-responsive.
Can I answer, or are you gonna keep talking?
That's non-responsive. Also, that's not a response. Ask
You
me if you
cannot.
can.
So can I answer?
You're not helping.
Can I
That's
answer?
non-responsive. That's non-responsive again.
Can I answer?
I'm answering you by telling you your answer. Asking me if you can answer is non-responsive.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the response. So, the guy you're talking about, he did the experiment. How long ago? 2,000 years ago?
Not an experiment. That's incorrect.
Yeah, how long ago?
Who?
When did he do it? When did he do the experiment?
Eratosthenes, I'm answering you. Eratosthenes did not do an experiment. He measured Earth flat with elevation.
How long ago? How long ago?
Who cares? It's what you're basing the question on. You're saying Earth's a sphere and there's a 24-hour sun over it.
How long ago?
I'm talking.
You literally interrupted me first.
Dude. No, you say 24-hour sun because it's above a globe. I say, no, the globe comes from flat Earth measurements. That's where we're at. You're saying, how long ago? Sorry, historic fallacy. It makes no difference. It's your religion, not mine. Your religion has led you to ask me about why the sun's circling. Okay, the sun's circling. Because of crap. Oh, above a globe? Well, let's look at where the globe came from. Eratosthenes' flat Earth measurement is where it came from. Your religion's based on it. Why are you asking me about when he did it? It's your religion that you based your question on.
Yeah, so I'm just going to get to the point. So if you're saying that the Earth is flat and is measured flat, what you need to do is you need to organize an observation.
Why are you telling me what I need to do? I've never
doesn't need to be telling you.
Can I talk?
How rude. How rude. If I do this, I must do that.
So
go
can
and
I
paint my
talk?
house.
Can I
If
talk?
you believe the Earth's a globe, you go paint my house because I say so. No, don't tell me what to do. Who the hell do you think you are? I know Earth's measured flat. Eratosthenes measured it that way for your globe belief. Are we done?
I know you don't wanna hear me.
No, you don't want to
You don't really want to hear what I have to say.
He's done.
It's the other way around.
Repeat back what he said. I've heard him. telling me I don't want to hear what you've said. No, I heard you.
Yeah, you didn't hear him. The problem is not the other way around, buddy.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to Nathan.
Yeah, but I can hear what's going on. You didn't hear him.
Can I finish my answer?
Oh, your answer to his question?
Your answer? There's only one question on the table. I answered you.
Yeah. I'm going to answer your question.
Why do you believe in a globe Earth when Earth is measured flat?
Yeah,
you haven't answered that.
So can you give me 30 seconds to answer?
I didn't get it through clearly. You're not listening. You're talking. I asked a question. It hasn't got an answer. Yours did. You think you've got the right to keep talking? Demand what I go and do now? It's rude. No. Answer my question. Why do you believe in a globe that Aristophanes created by measuring Earth flat for you to ask me about 24-hour suns above a measured flat Earth that Aristophanes created a globe with? Can you answer that? I've asked it 5 times.
Yeah, if you give me 30 seconds, I will answer. Like 30 seconds without you jumping in. Can I go?
Non-responsive.
Can I go? Can I go with my answer?
Asking me permission isn't answering why Earth is measured flat to globe to ask me about suns being over. When I get to the end of my question, you keep asking for permission to talk. When I stop talking, I expect a response, not a question about whether or not you can answer me. Why do you believe Earth is a globe when that globe belief comes from Aristophanes in this example, because I've been asked, when I've answered you, from Aristophanes' flat Earth elevation angle measurement, sticks and shadows? Why would you believe in a globe Earth when you've got flat Earth measurements to back them? Those beliefs in a globe Earth. Go.
Right. So the guy you're talking about, he did whatever he did over 2,000 years ago. Unfortunately, we are in 2024 now, right? So if you say that the Earth is flat and it's not curving, what you need to do is you need to organize an observation.
Don't tell me what I need.
Can I answer the fucking question? I'm going to keep talking.
Shut him up. Shut him up. I don't want to be told by you, some faceless dickhead, what I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to be doing anything you tell me. I've told you how Earth's measured flat. You haven't responded to me. You've started telling me what I'm going to do to prove it ain't curving. It isn't measured to be curving by Aristophanes, so I don't need to do a damn thing. It's already been measured. Oh, you don't accept Aristophanes' elevation angles he calculated a globe into existence with. You don't accept them, too old. Well, then you don't accept your globe Earth, you stupid numpty. So you decry your own origin story of your own globe Earth belief then? Oh, well, bye-bye globe Earth for you. You don't want to believe in that story. Oh, well, there's plenty of other ways we measure Earth flat, sir. I don't need to do anything you tell me. I'll be telling you what to do. Bugger off and believe in a globe. You're an idiot. Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah, he didn't have anything to offer. It was apparent.
It was so funny, though, because I'm over here like, just answer the question.
All right, we got Jay Duh coming up as a speaker. Welcome to the panel, Jay Duh. Jay Duh, are you there? All right, I'm just going to give a quick plug while he gets sorted out with his mic situation. Chat, we got 62 people right now listening in. 62 people. We need 100s in the chat. Everybody go ahead and follow Nathan Oakley. He's a special guest this day. So if you guys can go ahead and do that. Also, more information in the Nest to follow any of the other places that Nathan Oakley is found, either on any social media platform. Thanks to Overlord or AI, he put that information in the Nest for everybody to look up. And also click on his profile if he has any links there for you to go look at some more material to follow him. But special guest today is Nathan Oakley. Hopefully he can frequent our show a little bit more. We kind of like that here. So everybody here, if you guys have any questions about the topic of the room, which is the final proposition, which is what we've been doing with the continuing series, or if you want to have a conversation with Nathan Oakley and form an illogical statement how the Earth is a globe via the 24-hour sun of what they went to go do with the final experiment in Antarctica. So if you guys want to have take a stab at that, go ahead and you can talk with Nathan Oakley for a moment. I don't know how long Nathan's going to be with us, but for however how long that is, we'll go ahead and do this chat. So go ahead, guys, if you want to go ahead and speak. We got Jada on the panel right now. Go ahead, Jada, if you're there. Or did he leave? I think he left.
In that case, big shout out to AI. I'm only here because he hustled and pulled a few strings to make sure I was in a position, dumb as I am when it comes to using this sort of software, to get me here. So thank you, AI. If you can, send me some links to this. And when I publish this on my own channel, after the fact, obviously, I'll put all the links to hopefully usher people back to you. So the point that AI has done this is so that we have some cross-pollination in light of this 24-hour sun nonsense. People are coming and looking because they're intrigued. So might as well cross-reference each other's platforms and cross-promote each other. So that's my intention. But thank you for having me. Thank you to AI for getting me here.
Yeah, appreciate your time, Nathan. Always a pleasure to kind of hang around your chats and have you come through and such. I think it's just like, it's awesome that people get to hear, when they think they have an answer, to come against you and see like there's nothing they have to offer. I mean, they've been doing it with 24/7, but it seems like it's so apparent whenever they come across to like try to present any information or an argument to rebut flat earth. It just, you can see how they don't have an answer. The guy was struggling. The previous guy to that was hopeless. So it's just every single person that comes up here is just met with the same kind of thing. They're just gonna like have to prove it in some way, and they can't do it. So it's always amazing to me to see that. I mean, for one, I love to see that Globe Earth is failing on every front. So
okay, so Alpha Veritas loves a good selection of people to roast. If he's got a bunch of Globers in here, he's got you by the short hairs, and you just don't know until you talk. Go ahead.
You roast flatties in here too.
Oh, hell yeah.
Good.
Because it's like we hold everybody to the same standard. You can't just be in here saying dumb shit, and I think that's apparent to everybody when some of the I call them esoteric flat earthers. I don't know what everybody else calls them, but
Nathan calls him Whitsit.
Warm in my heart. Brilliant. We're all on the same page. You hate bullshitters. Great.
Oh God, it's so annoying when I hear them talking about like what the sun's made of, and we figured out a map on the map on the moon is telling us how the flat earth is, and it's so annoying. Some of the Twitter flat earthers, they dislike me. They call me a believer in what's it called? Oh God,
photons.
The particle, the photon believer or something. I don't know. They talk a lot of mad shit. They say that I believe in photons, and because they think that I'm more of like QE's protege or something. They're trying to make me seem like that, and it's like, no, I just don't like you guys talking dumb shit. We don't even have to
make any claims. They just go ahead and label it. We don't even make those claims. QE makes more claims than we do, is what we're saying. And we don't even have to make those claims. They already make all of their claims for us without us saying anything. And that's
their spaces grow to be 200 people in their chats, and they're talking utter nonsense. And to me, it's like nails on a chalkboard. I'm listening to a bunch of people talking dumb shit. So some of them, when I first came on X, they were coming in saying things, and now it's like, it's a bit opposite. Now they're against, those guys over there, those flat earthers are, they don't believe in anything. It's like, so you're going to prove something with a question? Like a question proof?
Yeah, but...
Oh, it can't be. It's got to be something. It can't be nothing. Really? How does that prove anything, man? Like you're not saying anything. It's annoying.
This is the problem, because we don't get anywhere. They don't have anything. So we don't actually get anywhere. If they come in here, there's nothing to be had. They don't have anything. It always ends at what they believe. They believe something. Okay.
Yeah, Flatsy, it's got to be something. It can't be nothing.
It's always some sort of question proof. Exactly. So we don't have to look further past that, because if you can't give us some extraordinary evidence for your extraordinary claim, we don't have to accept it at all.
Yeah, flat Earth believers, a lot of them, they come in here and they're standing proud on the fact that they just believe flat Earth is, what it is. There's no evidence. It's like, it's obviously true. Like, you don't have to say you believe in something that's
but
true.
Where is
like,
there a equipotential increase of voltage in the air? What is that measured from? Somebody give me the measurement of that. Can somebody do that? No?
All right, we got D369 coming up to the speaker panel. 100's in the chat, guys, if you like the conversation right now, and our special guest, Nathan Nelkley. So, guys, we got D369. 100's in the chat. Emojis, if you guys thumbs up if you like what's going on. Appreciate you guys joining in. Don't forget to follow everybody on the panel. A shout out to everybody that made it in today to today's episode, the final proposition, part 2.
Yeah.
It's a lot of spiraling going on. So D369, you're on the speaker panel. Go ahead.
Yeah, if you're going to give me the answer to the question I asked, that'd be great.
I'll let Flatsy get her answer first, and then I can go.
Well, I don't think anybody on our panel was rebutting that. She's just asking that to the room, I suppose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not you specifically. If you want to answer the question, go ahead. But the equipotential increase of voltage in the air is what we were talking about before you came up. So I was wondering if that's the reason why you even popped up. But if you don't want to pop up for that, fine. That's great.
Yeah, no, I just logged back into here and put my hand up. I wasn't really in the conversation. I just had a question for Nathan. When it comes to plane surveying, and we're talking about using plane surveys over large distances, when you're doing the plane surveys and you go from, say, one city and you survey out, and then you go to another city and you survey out, is there a way we can verify these connections are actually level in the data? Like, is there a particular way we can do that?
Way to do that? They are level in the data. That's what the data is. You are measuring Earth flat when you survey Earth.
Right. I agree. I'm just saying, so, because what I would like to see is somebody maybe who's listening, who is good with these data apps and things like that, kind of go in and find the data that you're talking about. I use the same thing and just put it out in like a nice, is there a way we could just put it out in a nice way that everybody can,
We do. Yeah. What every measurement when you survey Earth is a flat Earth measurement. It is measuring Earth flat ipso facto. You're talking about elevation angles with respect to horizontal, depression angles with respect to horizontal, rise over run. Everything about the process of the measurement is measuring Earth flat. There's no, how do I show somebody that when we measure Earth flat, we're measuring Earth flat, is what you're asking me?
No, I mean, kind of, but I think people need to see like a large scale coagulation of this data put into like a single format that we can share in the community for everybody to kind of get on the same page with that.
I think it's pretty funny that he's sharing it with somebody that probably already knows the information, that you being that person, and he's sharing it with you the way that he is. I think that that's more telling than what you're asking him to do.
No, I think the only thing I'm saying is what Nathan's saying. It's obvious. D369. It's obvious. He doesn't need. What more can you do when it's already being done? It's obviously done. Like you. Why do you say that there's something more needs to be done?
Exactly.
Kind of
because it's already
the
very
average
clear,
person,
plain, and already on the table. Super simple and not complicated.
But it's not though, because for everyone who doesn't understand plane surveying, which is the majority of people, there is no way that you're just going to say, "Hey, it's been measured flat." They're going to look at somebody saying that and be like, "No, it hasn't," because they don't understand it. So if the flat Earth community would, I think it would be good if somebody could put it together in one format and maybe even create a model or visual based on the data to show people. Visuals really affect people much more than talking about data points.
You know what? That's actually a good point. And just real quick, if I could jump in, because I've thought of that. There's this guy that creates, you can like just send him an audio file, and then I think he uses AI, to be honest, but he creates like a little cartoon to whatever's being said. And I was thinking of like recording my story with my boss / best friend, and then he can like do like this visualization of showing like somebody using a theodolite, transferring a line horizontally, and then like showing that when you get to the end, it doesn't add up. And then like maybe some like little comical cartoon, like the guy like all like, what? Why isn't it adding up? And then showing that what it's supposed to be doing is dropping down according to the
No. Stop. I do apologize to interrupt. Just rise over run. Rather than telling people what it should do on a globe, I hate to interrupt the host, but by the same token, if you had a cartoon of what is rise over run, how is rise over run measured, something like that, you'd see how that would unfold for you, so you could present it to others.
Right.
But that's what we're talking about. That measurement is a flat Earth measurement, though. I can see what you're saying. You're saying if you just go, well, that's how Earth's measured. It's measured flat. They'll look at you like you're strange. Yeah, they might, but that's just a fact. They don't have to like it.
Right. That's what I was saying. That's what I was telling these guys too. Like APOC, like you don't like D369 he's trying to make a point. Like something needs to be done. It's all why?
I agree.
I mean, it's already.
Why? I think because it would help the community.
I agree to that.
If we had a certain
but wait.
Show people.
No. What I'm saying is like it's already done. That's the practical. That's a practical way of how they're measuring the Earth. The raw data is collected by doing it that way. You can't just go out and say, "I'm gonna." How can we measure the Earth using planar surveying, and then
There's
attempt
no
to try to
Earth as a globe. You don't have that.
You're missing. You guys.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
You guys are missing the point.
You see what I'm saying?
No. Hold on. Just real quick. I get what D369 saying. He's saying that like to create like a visual, like that's what I'm saying. Like I thought about that too. Like doing a cartoon because it's unfortunately, here's why Flatsy. I know, but Flatsy, I know that we get that. Flatsy, listen, we get that. You and I, Nathan, Alpha, we get that. D, we all get that, right? But there are people they don't get it, and that's what he's talking about.
It's great, but it's not incumbent upon us. Because here's the thing: it's not incumbent upon us to like hold their hand and say, okay, look, this is how it's done. The information is already it's already out there.
I know.
All they have to do is go like just hold on a second, man. All I'm saying is that the people who are lacking this information just need to go look into it. So in other words, all you got to do is point them to the obvious way that it's already done practically. There's no more labor that needs to take place. It's already done that way.
I get what
there is though, and here's why.
I don't see why you're insisting on trying to make it sound like we don't listen. Wait, guys, listen. You don't need to make. Hold on, Flatsy. You don't need to make a cartoon or something else. The Earth is measured that way. When planar surveying is done, it's done in that fashion. You don't need to do extra things.
No,
like make nice little videos and things. Like it's when you study this and you research how they're doing it, they're going to tell you the same thing. Every surveyor, they say this. The raw data measurements are taken from planar surveying. They're not doing geodetic surveying to take information for like how they're measuring the land. It's not done in that way. So why do we need to do any more work to make it like, let's kind of put it together in a package for these globers? Why?
Okay.
I don't get the why for that.
Okay,
like it's already out there.
I'll try to explain to you the why, but I would like it if I don't get interrupted, right? Nathan doesn't like being interrupted. I also don't like being interrupted. Can we just let me get 30 seconds and then I will stop, okay? So
28, 29.
The reason why the reason why is if I go to my sister and I'm trying to explain to her, she's not going to get it. I can tell her, hey, go look at this data. She's not going to get that data. She doesn't understand this stuff. I've researched it. I agree with you. From my perspective, I don't need anything else. We don't need to do it. But I think for the community, I think it would be good for us to do it. That's all. That's it. Normal people don't understand it.
Okay.
We understand it. They don't.
Okay,
That's it.
I would like to propose this to you instead. Okay, I want to say this instead. I want you to be able to educate people in another way. Another way, meaning, like, you teach them how to process information instead of telling them what information out there is bunk and what isn't. You don't need to tell them what is and what isn't. You need to tell them how to differentiate what is and what isn't on their own, right? So you don't need to teach them about all of the aspects of Narnia. You could, and they probably will learn it along the way anyways, because they're going to want to learn how to probably argue their point of view, right? So the main thing that they need to learn are the fundamentals. It's not about how much they can learn about something that isn't necessarily provable. They can just stick to fundamentals, and they'll be able to dominate any conversation, because no one can refute somebody that's only giving you fundamentals or axioms or those things.
Yeah, but
all experience.
I'm just saying, Flatsy. Let's kind of. I think you're moving off the beaten path. Like we're sticking with what he was asking, which is a way to describe to the Glober how easy it would be to describe, planar surveying and like measuring the Earth flat in that way. It's like it's obviously like the practical way of how it's done. It's already out there for everybody to look at. So you don't need to. AJ, you have some backfeeding, brother.
Yeah, rise over run.
Oh, sorry, man.
Look at, if there's a specific measurement, if it's for us, I don't focus on this. I think it's too small. They'll answer locally measured flat or some garbage. But aside from my preferences on what I like, if you want to use surveying and you want to explain to somebody, just go and look up how it's actually done. What is being used in terms of a horizontal coordinate system, and rise over run is what's being done when they're acquiring their measurements
Exactly.
and applying them to Earth. So if you understand rise over run, maybe you can bosh up a video and pass it on to your sister. Now, don't get me wrong, the way of phrasing is useful if there was this available for me to provide to my sister when I want to tell her Earth's measured flat. And she's like, well, how? Well, here's a video explaining how rise over run works. That's what you're asking for. And yes, I appreciate why you're asking. Good question. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to look into that, though. Exactly. Rise over run. Maybe there's something I can do with that. Appreciate you.
Pleasure.
Oh, rise over run is a big part of it. Yeah, it's from sea level. That's what we're always using. So rise over run is,
and that's what I was saying. That's what should be made into like a cartoon, because some people are visual learners, and when they see it, even like comically, like a cartoon, like everybody learn like that. As kids, that's the way you learn visually. That's a big part of our learning. Not everybody, but most people are. So like if you're trying to explain like, oh, this is why it's not like that. Well, if you can do like a little graphic, like a cartoon, like a little, like a little animation.
Anyone in this panel right now could just go ahead and understand that if they have to build something, they have to level the ground first. You need to be able to do that first before you build like a greenhouse. So if you're going to do some sort of greenhouse outside of your house, you need to level the ground first. Don't you? Am I wrong?
Yeah, no. But that's when it comes to people that are told from the globe side that surveyors are counting for curvature of the Earth. Like if you did an animation showing what they're actually doing, and then even including
measuring the Earth flat. Their own.
Yeah, I know. That's the point. That'll be the
APOC, do you think that there's videos that are out there already that show that?
I don't know. I know. Well, hold on. Let me take that back. There's videos that are that show how they do it. That's true. But like there's an actual instruction video.
My husband actually
as well.
My husband actually works with theodolites and all that stuff. So all they do is measure the Earth level, by the way. So that's, I mean, if you really want to know what they're doing with theodolites, they're measuring the Earth level.
And
all right. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No,
yeah, look, there is this information out there, Alpha, like you asked. I'm sure, just Google it, planar surveying. look for a picture, go to images, you'll find it straight away. I mean, the information is very simple. Anyone can find it very simply. It's 250 kilometres square, which is 16 kilometres equal sides, where there's 20 metres of missing curvature. I mean, it's so simple. We don't need to link. Well, what I heard, he was asking if we were to survey one piece of land and then travel across the ocean and survey another piece of land, is there a way we can link these two together to show that these heights are level?
I think it's more.
We don't.
Yeah, hold on, Flatsy. I think it's more the case that he wanted, like, he's posing it to the group, right? Like, I think it's something that we can do if we can make a video or do something to make it like package for the Glober, so they can look at a presentation of something that we show is evidence of the Earth is flat, in regards to a planar surveying. But what I'm saying is, isn't there information that's already out there? All you got to do is pull it up. So to me, I think it's more of a case of
100%. But what I was saying, what I was going to say though, Alpha, is you'll find them online, but are they from a position of just teaching what the theolite does only, and then showing that?
What I'm saying is,
because they'll throw in the globe calculation.
I know, but that's why. But it doesn't, like, at some point they're going to have to talk about how the raw data is collected. So you can't. There's no way you can fudge that and say
we don't have to. We don't have to sift through their dumb stuff.
I want to boil this down, Flatsy. May I? Is that okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm asking Alpha.
Yeah, go for it, Nathan.
Okay, so there's a flipping of a burden that's happening. So this is a factual statement, but when I state it like the guy who's asking this question, cool question D369, because it's caused this controversy, because the way you phrased it is correct. You've put it to us that if I just tell my sister Earth is measured flat when we survey Earth, she'll look at you and go, well, what about after they've measured Earth flat and calculate it into a globe? Can you show me how after you measure Earth flat and I measure Earth flat, you then extrapolate out a flat Earth from your measurements of a flat Earth? Because when I see you measuring Earth flat, we extrapolate out those flat Earth measurements out into it being a globe afterwards. So can you show me how on a bigger scale you extrapolate out flat Earth measurements into a vast flat Earth? And what Veritas and I and a couple of others are saying is, you don't have to. At the starting point, you're measuring Earth flat. So there's a term, and I wanted to put it, I think it was deep. Maybe it's the same guy, because it was a while back that this conversation started. There's a term, whistling past the graveyard. Yeah? We're measuring Earth flat with every process that's being described. If you just go and look how we use the tools for surveying, what is surveying? What do they actually do when they take a measurement of Earth? Well, they level their tool with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, so they can do rise over run in a flat coordinate system. It's all flat at every stage. There's no apologies needed by you as a flat earther. You don't have to explain anything. But for the fact that a glober comes along and says, after I measure Earth flat, I say it's a globe. Look how I extrapolate out these flat Earth measurements into being a globe. How do you extrapolate out the flat Earth measurements into being flat? Can't be flat when we've measured it flat. Yeah, it can. I don't have to explain anything. Exactly. No diagram or video is needed. We're measuring it flat. And if you ask your opponent, this is my final point, I promise. If you ask your opponent, oh, you're saying surveying suggests sphericity. Okay, take me through it and show me what they do when they measure Earth. And when they, that's your opponent suggesting this, not you, say, here's how they level their tool. Whoa. You don't have level on a sphere. Stop. What do you mean, step one, establish a horizontal plane with your tool? No, not on a globe. Oh, no, we just need to measure it locally flat first. We can all agree and assume that we are on a ball, but we're going to measure Earth flat first. You're okay with that, Flatty, that I and you will measure Earth flat now when we level this tool and establish horizontals to put onto 2D graphs? Then we'll make the ball assertion, and you'll have to explain why I'm making that a ball assertion with these here flat Earth measurements we accept as being cool to measure locally flat. Because that's just locally, right? No, that's just us measuring Earth flat. I'm done here. Goodbye, you stupid globe-believing numpty. Do what you like with the flat Earth measurements. I don't need to make a video. That's not directed at you, D. No offense.
the royal you, but yeah,
exactly.
100%, man. I mean, I that sentiment is exactly the way I feel about it. There's no way out of it. There's nothing more that. Why do we have to? It's like putting more work for us. Like, we are already telling you that that's how it's done practically. Why do we have to do more things? What more can we do? Like, what do you want us to do?
Yeah, because they
Honestly.
want us to give us. They want them or us to give explanations, in place of just descriptions. You know what I'm saying? We usually just describe what we're seeing.
Yeah, but it's demonstrated that way.
Yeah,
it's a
exactly.
demonstration of how it's done practically by professionals everywhere on Earth.
It's fine because we're only describing what we see. We're not trying to explain it always, so we can describe what we see. That doesn't require an explanation.
Anyway, it's the most obvious thing, and I don't know. Sometimes I feel it's a bit boring at times. Like, we're talking about the thing that's obvious. Why are we? What's there to argue about? Obviously, there's some people that believe that's that way, but that's because they think things in fantasy land. We don't have to explain to them things that are done practically. It's already been done that way.
Exactly. We can just describe it. It's fine. We don't have to make a claim, and that's what drives them insane, is that we don't make claims. We just describe what we see, okay? So you don't have to make a claim. You can just describe what you see, what you observe, what you have in your pocket, okay? You know that you observe these things. You don't have to, answer to anyone against what you observe. It's what you observe. It's an axiom, literally.
We got 58 people in the chat. Welcome to everybody who's joining us. Once again, I do a little bit of plugs every time I can, in between every pause. So 24/7 Flat Earth, episode number 28, the final proposition, part 2. We're still asking people if there's any logical statements that they can put form to how the 24-hour sun has given proof to that the Earth is a globe, or if you'd like, disproving Flat Earth. I don't really care. Just come up here to the panel and go ahead and tell me how that's possible. But go ahead and see if you can have a conversation with anyone here that's on the panel right now. We got Creation Bear, special guest Nathan Oakley, who's joined us. Don't forget to shoot him a follow. If you don't know who he is, you'll get to know him. He's all over social media, so he's got YouTube channels, and he does do some shows, I think, every day. Nathan, I don't know if you want to give a quick plug to your show and possibly give the listeners that are going to listen to this episode again. Yeah, if you don't mind, I would do as much promotion as we can.
So I run Flat Earth Debate. It's been running for years and years and years on the Nathan Oakley 1980 YouTube channel, where we run live debates daily from Monday to Friday on UK time, because that's where I'm running it from. It's 2 p.m. UK time that we kick off, and you can join the panel live every day. There's a link for the public to join and just come and do as we're doing here, I assume. You can join, you can ask questions, you can debate. It isn't a debate. Earth's measured flat, as you probably heard if you've been listening for more than 10 minutes. That's it. Nathan Oakley 1980 is the YouTube channel. I'm on Twitter and all the other TikToks and things, but my main platform is YouTube. So check me out on YouTube, Nathan Oakley 1980. All one word.
Hey, Mr. Oakley, I got a question for you.
Feel free.
All right. I've asked this question before, but I feel like this might be my only opportunity to ask somebody as well-versed as yourself. Are we all just mistaken, or is somebody lying to us? Because at what point, because I'm sure at some point there's a lie, because you've easily, figured out that the Earth is flat. So is, I'm sure, many others. Why is the narrative still a globe? And who's doing the lying?
So is your question, who's lying and why have we got a globe? Is that your question?
Yeah, why are we all taught to believe that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, because all schooling comes in this particular aspect from its origins in the Roman Catholic Church when they created these mathematics of heliocentrism. So you're talking Copernicus, Kepler, and then later Huygens for scale. Those are the origins of the heliocentric, what you're calling lie. None of these people that created this mathematical paradigm, as it's now described accurately, intended to deceive anybody. They were trying to more accurately describe where the lights in the sky would be at given times. That's not an intent to deceive anybody 500 years later. How are we here now? I can go through the history of how we end up being here. But in terms of pegging anybody as a lie, there's very, very small numbers of people that I, on my show, can ascribe as being, quote, liars. Not very many of them. I mean, if you can point me in the direction of somebody who specifically lied to you about being on a ball, then feel free, you could be my guest.
Okay, well, maybe I might be looking at it the wrong way. To me, it all seems a bit nefarious that we still believe something from 500 years ago.
It's not really that
contradicting data.
I was leading him somewhere. Yeah, that's right. But you can believe whatever you like. The maths for describing where the lights will be, called heliocentrism, can and is reified into physicality by way of, what was that word? Belief. You're welcome to, as society.
Well, we're taught. We're not just belief, we're taught.
Still answering you.
Sure.
You're welcome to believe whatever you like. Now you're saying you taught it. Yeah. Doesn't mean you don't have discernment to recognize what is stories, fantasy, religion. All of those things are also taught to you in schools or by your parents or by your own discernment. But
I feel like you're being fair here. I feel like you're avoiding what you know I'm asking here.
No.
I'm in the middle of answering you while you tell me you feel like I'm avoiding you. Could you just shut up while I do answer you?
But now you want to shut me down because you can't directly answer the question.
No.
I am answering it. You're interrupting. This isn't a prolonged interruption to me actually answering.
All right. That's done.
The benefits.
Never mind. Okay. Fuck the question. Fuck you.
Why is he now swearing at me? Triggered zealot.
I don't know.
No, you can believe in whatever you like, right? I'm not asking you to believe it. I know how Earth's measured, so I don't hold any beliefs in this regard. But this guy wants to ask me, well, how did I get tricked? That's what he's really asking. How could I have been so stupid? Surely someone's to blame. They taught it me. No, you had no discernment and you didn't look into it. You didn't do any investigation. That's on you. You want to know the truth of this matter? Eventually, to answer his question, I got there in a soft way, but he's decided to swear at me because while I was answering, he recognized the awful truth of whose fault it is. His. Yeah? You can't recognize that you didn't do enough research into it. You just believed what you were told, regardless of it having any primary source research logic applied.
Trevor, you're a Stephen Greer grifter. That's what you are. You're a fucking grifter.
Wow, dude, you are just giving yourself away.
I'm pointing out the origins of his answer. Told him it wasn't lies. He wanted to ascribe lies to it.
Why is it taught in school? Why is it taught in school?
You're giving yourself away.
I told you it came from the Roman Catholic Church. I've already answered this question. You're not listening to me. Roman Catholic Church gave it you. I gave you the people who gave it you. Kepler, Copernicus, Huygens. That's why the
American school system teaches you this. The British school system teaches you this.
Now, am I going to get called a grifter because I'm in the middle of not answering him apparently while he interrupts my answer to him about the Roman Catholic Church?
Please answer. So maybe I said the fucking wrong word that you can fucking do your speech on.
For me, it's just a triggered zealot. This guy's become a triggered zealot.
Not a triggered zealot, dude. What are you talking about? You know the question I'm asking. The audience knows what I'm asking you, and you're deflecting, just in your little fake intellectual way.
Are you done chanting through the middle of my answers? Because I'm done talking to you.
During the middle of it. Fuck you, bro. I'm over it.
Bye. Thanks for running.
Yeah, we removed him.
Just to summarize.
Bro, who hurt him?
I know this guy was triggered, and now he's decided to carry on being triggered while I actually summarize the answer he chanted through the first time, telling me I wasn't answering him. Nevertheless, I will try and conclude that answer, which is you can believe whatever you want. I know Earth is measured flat because I looked into it, having suspected that something wasn't quite right. Doesn't mean that the people who told me what they also believed and have been taught down the line to believe when they taught it me in schools, which is your question, Doesn't make them liars, as you phrased your question. I tried to deal with each part of it by unpacking it. The nonsense waffle this sweary little man decided to put to me. Yeah, I heard him. Oh my God, I might not get another opportunity to chant and swear at the person I'm asking about your failures in recognizing your beliefs you were taught in school. Yeah, the teacher didn't recognize me. They had a curriculum and they were paid a salary. As I grew up, I realized that they didn't actually do any primary source research for what was in the syllabus. The curriculum had no bearing on them and checking whether or not it was right. They just got paid to tell me that stuff. Literally, they were handed money. Amazing revelation for a dumbass that's going to swear at me. Dum-dum, you believed all this crap and now you want to blame the teachers? Call them liars? Well, aren't you stupid? I wouldn't do such a thing. NASA astronauts claim to be in a sky vacuum that violates natural law. They're definitely liars. If I was in front of Buzz Aldrin, I'd look him in the eye and call him that. Well, wait for him to lose his temper and punch me? No, he is a liar. I can call certain individuals who lie about being in sky vacuums liars. Your teacher isn't one of them. They were paid, and they're in a curriculum. Where did it come from? The Roman Catholic Church. Now, as I found out through more research, it doesn't matter if you're a Muslim. In a Muslim school, you'll still get taught this Roman Catholic paradigm. Why? Because I've asked a few?
Yeah.
That's why. Because I travelled around the world and asked people after the fact, after knowing that it doesn't matter what continent I have been on, people are people and you can talk to them. They're easy to ask these things. So I asked them, were you educated in heliocentrism in your Muslim school? Yeah, I was the answer I got. Telling me that it's not just Western world from the Roman Catholic Church that got this garbage to believe in, as you did, and I did. It's just I can have some introspection and face my own failures and recognise my own beliefs, where you want to swear at me and shout and call your teachers liars. It's sad. Get a grip. Meanwhile, flat. Still getting interrupted while I try and summarise the answer to a complicated question that had a lot to unpack in it. But people are going to call me triggered because there's a capability within me to unpack numpty questions about beliefs and liars. I'm done.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, Nathan.
It's a friendly fire. No, but you're spot on though. That's very, very true.
Yeah, I was agreeing with you every step of the way. Everything that you said is so true. It's just crazy how people don't see it.
Yeah.
No, it's not that. It's not they don't see it. They want to blame a boogeyman. And so, just like Nathan was pointing out, just because it was, he doesn't, now that in this conversation, he was realizing it wasn't a boogeyman he had to blame, it was himself, that he didn't realize that. So he didn't want to face that. So that's why he got triggered and called Nathan these names, because Nathan pointed that out. And it hurt him some way, emotionally, possibly. And now he's lashing out, making it sound like, Nathan's a bad guy. Why? Because he pointed it out? That's the obvious reason. No. There's no boogeyman to point at to say that some people are conspiring, because he wants that to be the case so he can feel good about himself.
Somebody's got to be the
I wasn't deceived. They deceived me. No, you deceived yourself, dude. Because now, when you could critically think about the question, you're still believing it. So it's your fault, not the boogeyman. So yeah, he pointed it out, and it hurt him because he now knows the truth. So he had to call him names and stuff, and I didn't appreciate that from him. It's just what people do, man. They want to point to a boogeyman. Bree, I know you had your hand up. You probably fell off already. Go ahead if you want to say something.
No. I was just noticing how triggered these people have been coming in today, and it's been crazy. And, they have such a bad issue with just having formal or even just natural conversation skills.
Or not being...
And hold on, Flats, real quick. Let me finish, please. So, yeah, and I was just noticing that I don't think that... I think that we should try to limit ourselves when other people are speaking as well. Like, I know that we really want to, tell the Globers, hey, you can't say that, or you can't dodge the question, but when one of our members are trying to get a point across, I think it's really it's not going to help anything, if we're like dogpiling, because it's just going to make them more angry, more frustrated, because then they'll feel attacked when they're already being mansplained by somebody else. You know what I mean? So that's just one thing I was noticing, that I think it would help if we just let whoever is currently going at the person, let them just get it out and finish, and then we can, slide in and say what we need to, or what we felt we needed to. But besides that, the main reason I had my hand raised was because we're thinking about bringing back ladies' night. So if you guys know any female flat earth women, then totally, like, you can hit me up on my Discord. I'll put my information in my bio here on X, actually. But yeah, you could also hit up AI. I think he's going to be the one trying to really organize it and stuff. But yeah, and it's good seeing you, Flatsy. I wanted to say hi to you, but I was like, oh yeah, there's so much going on. All right, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, definitely. If you wanted to coordinate with something that happens on X so that you guys can get a little bit more following, hit me up as well. So you can do something on this platform, and then, I can just be here as a host, and then, whatever people come in, you guys can start your own thing and then branch off of there. So whatever you want to do, it don't matter to me.
Cool. I think that's more of a question for AI, though, so yeah.
Well, however you guys kind of work that logistics out. Yeah, so if there's anybody else that's in the channel, we're rounding out about almost close to the last hour. So if anybody wants to come up and have a conversation with us, go ahead. The topic, of course, is of the room right now, the final proposition, part 2. Part 1 was already done, so this is part 2. I don't know, we might get crazy with it and continue the parts. We don't know how long we're going to go with it, but probably until we get tired of it, which is probably never, because I like hearing the spirals of these globers think they have the answers.
Yeah,
so,
I think that it's a great thing that you should do. The final proposition would mean that these people have to come up with a logical syllogism for their point of view. They can't do that if they can't come up with some sort of premises first that would validate their conclusion. So let them do it. This is a great thing. Come on.
Just real quick, Nathan, I believe it was quite a few months ago. I had I'd said, hey, just wondering if you were interested, if somehow you could, simultaneously broadcast to X in the space and then you're like, I got too much stuff going on. I got YouTube and Discord. I don't know if you remember that conversation a couple months ago, but I'm still proposing that, that'd be cool if you still did that. With a bot or however. How does he do it? Alpha, does he use a bot and the 24/7 Discord bot of YouTube, and then he just throws it on Spaces, right? It's not even hard, it seems. It seems very doable.
Are you talking about Helio?
Yeah, Helio. The way Helio throws it on, he takes the 24/7 Discord and he just throws it on Spaces, or he hosts it, right? And then it runs.
Yeah, the account is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's in the listening panel. You can see it at the bottom.
Right. So
I think that's the one. When it's in here, it's broadcasting to YouTube. So
right, but then on the flip side,
how he does it.
But on the flip side, right now, if you go to your homepage, you'll see the 24/7 Discord is hosting. And then if you click on that, I don't know if he's recording this or even over there, just the 24/7, the politics one right now. But right now he's hosting on Spaces. 16 people are listening to that right now. But I don't know how he's doing it exactly, but it's not hard, obviously, because he's doing it. But I was just saying, Nathan, it would be just another extension of yourself, and it does get people, and it would build up traffic, especially going into your YouTube specifically. Because you could,
go ahead.
Yeah. Well, on the flip side, if I was a listener on YouTube and I was thinking, how would I find my way to join this chat? What would they have to look for to find their way here to have this conversation with us? Because obviously, I'm recording this and I'll put this on YouTube. So at this point, somebody's going to go, I wonder how I would join this discussion.
Yeah, well, They would have to be here like live now. Like if they were listening to it, you could put the link of like what Alpha posted earlier, the 24/7.
You could put something else other than you as some sort of listener that records the whole thing.
Let's try it. And then stop. Let's try a different way. Where are we right now?
We're in Spaces.
Yeah,
so
Spaces.
So like what we reposted, Nathan. Watch out! If you look in the either the pill, like they call it the pill, the bottom right, you'll see like where people are posting comments.
Yeah, if you look, I got it. Apocryphon. I got it. Right, you're not getting what's going on. I'm recording this, and all I want this to be is an appeal to my audience to find where I am now. Engage with you. So we just need somebody to say, "Oh, we're on X Spaces," because somebody's answered, so that the audience, my audience, can pick up on what this conversation is and go, "Oh, I know what X Spaces is." Now, I don't. I have no idea. I'm just repeating what I'm asking. I'm trying to hint so that my recording's useful to cross-pollinate my audience with yours. And likewise, you're shouting me out through this whole thing, go to Nathan Oakley 1980 on YouTube. He's awesome. And I'm like, right, but I'm recording this. I want my audience to cross-pollinate with you, and I just need someone to say, "Oh, we're on X Spaces." I don't really know what that is, but I do now because someone said it, so I can repeat it. But that's about all I'm good for. What else can people do to find their way here?
I got you.
It's the hold on, APOC. It's the handles of people's names. So like the handle for my name would be AV_overdrive. I
was just gonna say that.
So or at AV_overdrive would be the handle that they would look to find my account. And then my account would have all the spaces logged into it. So like everybody's account has a handle, like on top of the name that you give yourself. So Nathan Oakley is the name that you have, but then your handle is the way they find you on X. So your handle is kind of like, it shows like your profile and everything. And then from that profile, they'll be able to find like the information you put on your profile, which would be the links to, YouTube and everything else. So your handle is kind of like a great way that they can find, me or you or.
Yeah, cross-pollinate. It's kind of like you're one of those honeybees, and you want to cross-pollinate with another honeybee hive.
Yep.
Okay.
Right. So how they do that is they go to the main hive, which is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, www.discord.gg/flatearth. That's us. All the info's there. All the people you're listening to, you can link up from there. We also have a sister server called Flat Earth Debates. That's the server that holds Nathan's show. You can go on there. They don't have a vanity link yet, so you're going to have to search them or get a link. And that's how you do it.
And in that Discord, they'd get links to places like this, which is X Spaces.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. So the main hub is Discord, and that's Flat Earth 24/7 Discord. That's just not pronounced right.
And you can go to mine, but you can also
go.
How am I saying the
24/7 Flat Earth Discord? That's the name of the server. We do have a vanity link, which is just a simple discord.gg/flatearth.
That's 24/7. 24/7 has a vanity link.
24/7.
Well, good news. Yeah.
Discord.
Yes.
Correct.
Perfect.
But I did want to add that if you follow me, you see QE's live streams, like Quantum Erasers live streams, because I always share them, and all that's on my profile.
Perfect. But just for the benefit of my audience, so that makes perfect sense, because that's actually how I've got here, right? So I've gone in, and off the back of being told by AI in Discord that he's holding an event, and obviously the host of the event is a bit like my Google Plus when I hold it for my panel. Well, we're in X Spaces now to hold that. But the way I got my link was through Discord, which is 24/7, which is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. And that's where you can find the links to places like this, and indeed probably to my show if someone's sticking that in there. Who knows? But in either event, that's how hopefully we'll increase each other's audiences, which is the purpose of this. But this is also going out on X itself, is it not? as it's being recorded. It's
correct.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah, cool. Very cool. I love it. It's my first time doing this, so I'm obviously a bit green. But yeah, cool. Very cool.
Yeah. So it's recorded and archived here, and then Helio restreams it to YouTube, where it's recorded and archived as well. There's live chats there. There's obviously chats here. Also, there's good news on the Flat Earth debate server. You actually reached critical mass for boosts, where now you guys can have a vanity link. So I'm sure Righteous will produce that for you in the
That's
next
so
coming,
cool.
days. Yeah.
Oh, very cool. Well, I've got to toddle on because my kids have become little sods after several hours of me not obeying our regular routine. But it is close to Christmas, which is why I can actually do this in the first place. So I've got to thank you very much for having me and toddle on and say farewell. But thank you, especially Alpha and Apocryphon AI, I don't know who else to thank in moderation terms, but you guys have been great.
Good to have you, brother.
Thank you, Nathan, for dropping by. You're welcome anytime, brother.
Always good to have you.
I don't actually know how to leave. How do I? Oh yeah, there is a button.
See ya, man.
Later.
No one leaves.
Hundreds in the chat, guys. Emojis, hundreds in the chat. If you like what was going on,
stuff.
Today's episode was fire. I mean, we had good conversations. We had Globers being shellacked, and we had people trying to come in here and talk about the final proposition, which is what we've been doing, a series of part 2. So we're still moving forward and going strong. So we're going to go on for at least another good hour or so for the rest of everybody who's just joining us right now. We're entertaining people coming up here to the speaking panel and talking with us. We got 55 people that are in this chat right now, either listening or participating within the chat. And we also got live listeners on YouTube. So everybody's welcome to join. Don't forget to follow everybody that's in this panel right now. Of course, we had Nathan Oakley who dropped by and joined us. Don't forget to follow him on X. He just opened up his account, so he's got some followers. But go ahead, if you're just joining us right now, drop him a follow as well, so we can get some people populated on his profile. But I appreciate everybody who's joining us, man. We had CB. I don't know if you're still with us. I might rotate some co-hosts and get some new co-hosts up here for the last hour and such. But we do have some people that have been joining us and having good conversations. So Jedi's just joined us right now. Morning, brother. And I think, today's episode was a hit. So I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah, it was good, man. It's good to see Nathan in here. It's always fun to hear him talk to people. That's for sure.
And I'll take CB's non-response as him maybe falling asleep. So I'll remove him from the
I've been there. So maybe. I've been there several. Oh, there he is. He's back.
No, I removed him.
So. Oh, okay. It was really glitchy because I see like a lot of people just as listeners. I don't even see anyone as speakers. So once again.
Well, I got a new phone and new headphones, and it's actually working for me this time. First time ever.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to invite you to a co-host, AJ. Let's see if you got that. An APOC co-host.
Okay, cool. Hey, AJ, I bet you got a new phone with that climb in Bitcoin. Congrats.
Yeah.
It pulled back, man. So you might want to accumulate right now. It's the time for accumulation.
Yeah, I am. I'm actually still in a trade, so I've just been buying the dips on that one. I'm in a fairly big dip. One. So I'm in about, $150,000 trade at the moment. So I'm a little bit...
Let's freaking go!
A little bit down, but I'll just keep buying the dips. No, man, I bought one of those Samsung Galaxy flips, and you fold it open like a book. It almost gives you an iPad screen.
Interesting. We got a lot of interesting people in the listening panel right now. If you can go take a look at who's joined us.
Yeah, this former flat earther and this other one. This almost seems like the same person. They have 3 following, or 1 follower and 3 following. It's like it's 2 soccer accounts. I don't know. I'm not sure who it is though.
Don't bring up that.
Yeah, I did it.
Vet the freaking. You can let that one person come up here, and we're gonna hear nothing but sound horns.
Yeah, no. They requested again. I denied it the first time though, but because their account looks a little sus.
Good stuff, man. So we're getting the cross-pollination going. We're getting people to look at spaces a little bit better now. So we're gonna start moving the people who are holding good arguments onto Twitter, and we're gonna be holding these guys to their claims.
Nice. Yep. It's interesting because I think it was earlier. I was listening in a different place, and it's amazing how much this whole TFE thing has kicked up, and it's got people earlier. Actually, when I first jumped in, because I just woke up and then I jumped in, and I saw that you had messaged me, so I jumped in, and I hear a guy saying, "Well, because there's a 24-hour sun, now we know it's a globe." Like I heard him say that, and I was like, "Wow, dude! Like people are fully convinced now." And I think that's what the intention was for. It was to just that false dichotomy is like just setting up people for failure, even deeper than the brainwashing that has already happened since we were children.
Yeah, I'm still to hear someone explain how debunking a globe projection has anything to do with us. If anything, we should be laughing at them.
Maybe they'll come up here now that you provoked them, AJ. Hopefully they heard what you said, and they're going to be like, I'll tell you, AJ. I'll come up there. And so if you think you can do that, please come up here and do so.
You know what I noticed is like a lot of followers of Jeranism. He like months up leading to the date, he kept saying like, okay, if the sun's south of me, then we have problems. He never said then it's a globe. He just said, back to the drawing board. Kind of like what I was saying as well. Okay, yeah, if it's south of you, okay, we get it. Then that's why in a lot of my posts I'm like, all it proved is that we don't understand the heavens and the things inside of it. Like it's an optical thing. If you can see it that way, okay, that's giving them that the okay, yeah, they did go down there, and yes, they did see it with their own eyes. Go pay for a trip and go if you want or if you can. But it's just interesting because a lot of those people that have fallen from like, oh, because Jaren said if it's south, then that's a wrap. And then they're just like jumping back to the globe.
Yeah, he needs to rephrase that. It needs to be rephrased that he has a problem, not we have a problem. He's the only one that's claiming some sort of map, some sort of globe projection that they've debunked, yeah? So, again, nothing to do with us.
Right. Yeah, and it's interesting because I feel like people should have been more like, no, it doesn't mean it's a globe. It just means that we just don't fully understand because the way the Earth is treated, observed, and measured. How do you have a 25,000 mile circumference sphere if you can't even get any drop on that rise over run the way we do it? You can't even get drop 5 miles away, 3 miles away, 2 miles away, 1 mile away. You don't get drop. So how tell me where it starts to drop to make it a curve that's 25,000 miles in circumference. It's just it's ridiculous how people can still think it's a globe.
I will say though that I reckon I've seen about 50 different posts at least on Facebook with Jaren all over them about Jaren being debunked, Jaren admitting he's wrong. All the flat Earth completely debunked, but they're definitely using Jaren as the poster child for it.
Oh yeah, it's the news in Australia, the news in the UK. Like there was literal hit.
Yeah, I've seen that, dude. I've seen the news in Australia. It was Channel 9 that aired it, and it was just a little hit piece against Flat Earth and showing that one thing that they're showing that the Flat Earth was debunked by some Flat Earthers going to Antarctica and seeing the 24-hour sun. It was just dumb things that they do. But yeah, they're starting to put out the propaganda. But like I was saying, what this is going to do is reignite the conversation. They're not putting it out. If they say, okay, we're finally done with these Flat Earth nonsense arguments, like they're not doing that. They're inflaming it. They're making it. People are going to now, well, I never heard of this. Where's this at? And they're going to look online. They're going to find us, bro.
Yeah. And you know what they say? There's no such thing as bad coverage or bad media. Like it actually is a good, like even bad cover or bad media is good media. Or wait, how do they say it? Bad press, or I think it's bad press is good press. Something like that. Because they'll get the word out, like you said.
Yeah, free promotion. What's up, Jedi? See you come in here.
Hello. How are we going this morning? Everyone good?
Hey, good morning, Jedi.
What's up, APOC? I saw Nathan Oak in here earlier.
Yeah, he was definitely in here, man. We got Goyam that wants to come up here and speak, so I'm going to give him the speaker panel. Yeah, he was in here having a conversation with us. He's trying to cross-pollinate, so that's a good thing.
I brought
some people over there.
I was going to say I brought him up. I checked his account.
Cool.
See what he's got to say.
Perhaps another pilot that Jedi can speak to before he goes to work or anything. He's got 2 notches on his belt. He's going to see if he can go for any more.
Go ahead, Goyam. Your hand's raised. Go ahead.
Thank you guys for allowing me to speak. I was just going to ask, who do you think or what type of group of people are hiding this fact that the Earth is flat?
Nobody's hiding that the Earth is flat. It's obviously flat.
No, I'm not. I'm saying who's convincing the masses. That's what my objective is.
You.
Me?
Yeah, you're convincing yourself that the Earth is not flat.
No, but I'm asking why is it like in modern day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Education points towards like a round Earth, which I don't believe that. Like I'm not a big round Earther guy. But people do because the information is out there. So they're not doing it on the basis of like it being true. They're just putting the information that's out that supports that the Earth is a globe is only there to give people like this idea that it is. So people aren't being taught that the Earth is a globe. Being taught would mean that they are being shown or there's some teaching happening about it. Because if there was, then the people could tell us back how they know the Earth's a globe. But it seems like that everybody that comes in here who thinks that the Earth is a globe, they've never been taught that it's a globe. They've been told that it's one. So they're telling you how it is. They're not telling you like how to think about how it is. So if you were to say like, well, wait, let me ask, like, how is it possible that the Earth has curvature if I don't recognize that's any way that I've seen the Earth, have curvature or measured to have curvature? So people are just accepting this narrative. So the narrative that the Earth is a globe is what they're doing and believing. It's not true. But it's not like a nefarious thing. People are just like in school. It's like a traditional thing, you're being taught that it's a globe and so on. So it's not like a nefarious thing. Like nobody's out to get you with this information. It's just for so long, people just already think it's just an obvious fact. And they're just telling everybody, yeah, of course it's a globe. They don't know why. They're just saying that. It's kind of like a religious belief in a sort of way. Okay, so you think it's not on purpose that people are being told that?
Yeah, let's put it this way. It did start out that way, and then as it moved forward, from it being like a bit nefarious to now like how everybody just tells everybody, like your school teacher and all them, like they're just teaching a class with a curriculum that shows that they're telling their students that the Earth is a globe. They're not doing it to deceive individuals. They're not doing it for that reason.
And like you said, they're not really teaching, because at the end of the day, I don't believe I've spoken to one globe believer that's come into this this conversation where they can answer who's measured any curvature, who's measured any rotation, questions on gas pressure. They don't even know their own circumference or radius. They know absolutely nothing. It's just a belief that's held because they've been told, and the majority believe it. Yeah, you can't go against what the majority believe, otherwise you're an outcast. So they just follow along like sheep.
Of course, and like people look at you sideways when you tell them, "Hey, how do you really know that the Earth is a globe?" Like even if you were to ask them that question, they want to like look at you like you're some like idiot or something. Like, what do you mean? What do you want to talk about this, man? Like, it's suspect to them because they don't know how to articulate how they know it is a globe. So they don't want to get into that. It's some question that it's almost like you shouldn't ask those questions. Don't ask those questions, so they get upset. And it's like, to you, it might be just like, well, I want to know how you know it's a globe. And if, that shows you any indication that somebody doesn't know that the Earth is a globe, that would be like, I think to me, it's evident that there's no way that they know, because if they're going to get upset about it, or it's easy, right? If I knew the Earth was a globe and I was taught some information, I'd be like, okay, I know how. So this is exactly how it is, And so people you got to think about this, man. Do it like a random test. Grab as many people as you think you can and have the conversation about the Earth being a globe. Like, randomly just talk to them. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question. Can you just tell me how you know the Earth's a globe? And say that very same question to every individual that you speak to, and listen to the response, because it will never be that they articulate a point to the exact way that they know. They're going to tell you something like this: I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. Or they'll say things like, well, science. Like one word answers, they're never going to substantiate it with like a great unfolding of knowledge. You're not going to do that because nobody's given that. Nobody knows. We're just told that it's a globe, and to believe in this narrative.
No, I agree 100%. I think there's no evidence other than, what we're told, which is not true most of the time. I'm just asking you, right? What group do you think is doing this? What group do you think is spreading this thing that's not true? Yeah. And how, and like, what I'm just asking, actually, just what group?
Well, it's already, the information is all throughout all of curriculums in schools everywhere.
Yeah.
So who put that?
Yeah,
it's already snowballed. It's already snowballed into like this whole giant, it's everywhere now. So there's no need to like wonder like how it's there. It's there now, and it's propagating out. It's already doing what it's doing by itself. It doesn't need any more like nefarious means of it being there. Like we don't have to wonder like, are the Illuminati still doing this? Or like, there's no boogeyman that you can point to that are like making this thing happen. It's now, or everybody just takes the foregone conclusion that the Earth is a globe, and now it's in the textbooks everywhere, and everybody's just thinking that's the case.
So you think it just naturally happened? That's one philosopher of some sorts or one mathematician?
Traditions.
No, it was pushed.
Can I just give me 10 seconds? So one mathematician or one philosopher was able to convince the world at a single whim that that
you're miscategorizing how the event
I'm asking.
Events
I don't know. I have no idea.
So it always takes place within a hierarchy. It always takes place within a hierarchy system. So in order for information to come down to like individuals who will trust the information, you have to hand the information over to somebody who has authoritative power.
Yes.
So authoritative power would be somebody like a person in the church. They have authoritative power. So people look to individuals who have that power, individuals who have been endowed with superior knowledge of understanding the scriptures that, God given to men.
Yeah.
So if you're speaking to that individual and that person is telling you, yes, I can tell you that the Earth is a globe. Well, the person or people who are listening to the people propagating this information out coming from a religious source, then they'll trust the information without looking into it, because there's like, well, I trust them for religious text. So if they're saying that the Earth is a globe and God's saying so, I'll trust that too.
Mm-hmm.
And so it came from long ago. That's how it was propagated. It was propagated through a hierarchy system from religious means. So if that's a vehicle for it to travel into the population, right? You have to give it a way to insert it into the population, which is what you were asking.
Yes.
So that's the vehicle. It went through like religious means.
So which religion specifically? I was asking.
Catholicism.
So Catholicism actually in the Bible it describes the Earth as more of a flat surface or half globe. It not an actual circle. So
no, it was there was a lot of translations. I think there was one.
No,
I'm not really sure the name of it right now, but
it really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry. But
you know why? You know why
Okay,
it doesn't
okay.
matter?
No worries.
Yeah, you know why?
Yes, no worries. Yeah.
You do. You do know why. So it's because the Roman Catholic Church did propagate this narrative.
No, they did
You
not.
can't. Yes, they did.
Yes, they
They
did.
did not. You could.
Yeah, that's factually true.
The Bible says. I'm saying. I can quote you the Bible quote, by the way.
No, it's not the Bible, dude. Listen, you're talking about the Bible and then a religious group. The religious group is the Catholics.
Okay, I got you.
So the religious group is different than what the context of the word says, right?
Okay.
That's different.
Okay, that's fine. I actually like that argument. That's fine.
Because
I had no idea. I didn't know the Catholicism Church or Catholic Church.
Yeah, and it's not, these are just facts, dude. Like we're like
no. I appreciate you informing me. Sorry.
Yeah,
so I didn't mean to, jump at you.
No, it wasn't me. You were actually talking to Flatsy. But listen,
Yeah, I was trying to tell you.
So, yeah, I guess for me, it's more of like, if you just look at the historical context, then it came from the Catholic Church. So it was more of so that like George Lemaitre, the father of the Big Bang, and other proponents that were a part of like contributing to the cosmological aspect, they were teaching people about the cosmology actually being one of that had a sun in the center. So basically sun-centric, solar system with the planets revolving around. So it was more of like within the church. And so the church fathers that were giving this out was the reason why individuals were taking this belief system on. So it went from, so it was, that was the vehicle that they used, right, at the time. So early on, it was through the church, and then it migrated into the school systems in the like early or late 1800s, early 1900s. So when that system came about, then that was the vehicle that was used now to propagate the information. And then fast forward till today, and now it's everybody knows. So it's more of like it has to come from an authoritative position, and then that's how people believe. Because as young impressionable people, like you can't. So the church was teaching the adults, right? Because adults were understanding like going to church, and they would have to take their children there. But in order for the young people to actually get the information, you have to get it to them at a time where you were teaching the young people. And so in order to do that, it's easier to do it in a school system set up to where they're now listening to a teacher, and the teacher became the authoritative person versus the clergy. So the clergy were the authoritative position, and then the vehicle then became the teacher for the schools, and those were the authoritative people. So what this is a war against misinformation. So the only way to battle that, the only way to get somebody to realize whether something is true or not, is to teach them, like your young children, teach them discernment on what truth is and what is not. So that's the only thing you can arm them with if they're going to go into a world of misinformation, because you can't shield them, from all the bad stuff that's out there, all the misinformation. You can only teach them how to discern what's real and what's not, and then give them those tools to then go out into the world and be able to have, like, and even if they have questions, they can ask you, but don't think for them. Like, give them the ability to discern. That's the most important thing that you can do for your children, so that they're not believers of something, that they can have, like, you know what, they said this in school, I don't believe it because they didn't give me any evidence. Like, you show them how to do it, right? Maybe find fun ways to do it, but because of that, and I'm just really going on a tangent, but like I just want to go back to what you were saying earlier, but I think it's more important to the case that the vehicle that was used was always a religious one. And so that's how it got out to the people. That's how it was first kind of distributed. And then it migrated over to the school system when that became something where children were going to school, right? Once they started going to school, then they used the teachers as the authoritative person who had this information. And that's why it's still being propagated today. And without any buffer against the information, the person who hears this information will take it on in their worldview without any hesitation. Because, you're a young person, you're impressionable, you're not going to argue with your teacher as, in second grade. Teacher, I think that's wrong. Obviously, you could probably have a critical thinking young person to do that, but that's not always the case. The kids are just going to listen to their teacher because they're telling them how to read, write, do things that school teaches them. But also, they're going to take on the idea that the earth is a globe and all of that stuff. So, you know what I mean? That it's just... some people might think it's nefarious and the boogeyman are out there and Illuminati and the Bilderberg group and all this other kind of stuff that makes it really confusing, right? You don't got to point at the boogeyman. You just got to point at the information. What are you hearing? The earth's a globe? How do we know that's true? What's the discernment to know that's true? Can we measure it? Can we test it, verify, falsify? These are the keys to understand what is real and what is not. And if you help somebody understand this, how to think instead of what to think, then you can arm them with the best tools possible to go against misinformation, for sure. So you don't have to worry about the boogeyman that's out there deceiving or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's...
No,
hopefully this is landing, man.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Oh, yeah, no worries. You go.
Hey, listen, this is genuine. You know, there's plenty of people that have claimed they've been to space. There's an international space station. We demand that somebody knows that the Earth is flat and is lying to us, and they're a foregone authority on the subject. How can we just expect that everybody's just wrong? It's unrealistic expectation.
Huh? We're talking about the information. Not everybody's wrong. So, is the information correct, and can it be substantiated? Is the question we're asking right now. So, Goyam, I think he's got his hand raised. So,
all right, let him go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, just real quick to add on to whoever was talking. That's why I believe this is more of a... Can you mute your mic? I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to be a jerk.
I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, no, you're good. Your mic's a little... No, I think it's a little bit more nefarious than we think of. I think they're funneling a lot of money into this whole space thing, which I don't think is true. I don't think they've landed...
Who cares? Nobody cares about their motives.
Okay, I think we should find out their motives for this whole thing.
Yeah, we don't have to.
Dude, we don't have to. I'm sorry. I'll stop. All right, no worries.
No, listen. You could think about the motives as one category of looking into researching what's going on, right? You could look at that. But the most important thing, what I just told you, hopefully it doesn't get glossed over by you going into any other explanations. I'm only telling you, if you teach somebody how to think, then they'll have a way to discern whether or not the information is true or not. So regardless of how the information is being motivated to be told to them, that doesn't matter, because when they receive the information, they have a choice whether to accept it as real and true or to reject it as false. So that the information is the most important thing. It's who cares about the damn motive? The people behind it might be nefarious. It might be just a traditional teaching that somebody's just handing it down to somebody else. We don't need to worry about the motive. We need to be concerned with why do people accept it into a paradigm where it's not real. So we got to do better at helping people understand how to discern the information, not whether or not the boogeyman are funneling money to build, weapons of mass destruction. We don't need to work that stuff.
I agree with you.
Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to make it more practical.
No,
it's the
I
information.
feel like you're going around the block to get across the street.
No. He's right.
What?
No, he's right. You need to be able to, if you're going to make a claim, you're going to be able to substantiate your claim. The only thing that we are claiming are things that are absolutely 100% observable to you, to me, to everyone else. So we're not going out of the box. We're not saying that flat earth is something that you don't experience outside. When you go outside, we're telling you, hey, this is not measuring as a curved surface. Okay?
Yeah, my main point is about the information. It's not about the motive. So how you deal with the information is really the key factor here. The key factor is, how are you dealing with the information, whether or not the earth is what they're telling you it is? Are you dealing with it in a way that you can know whether or not it is a globe or not? Or are you just saying, I don't care about them telling me that it's a globe. I want to find out what they're funneling money into. Like, that's
we want to
really
know
not
why.
the case.
We want to know why, and that will justify.
No.
We'll either rationalize whether this
Dude,
is worth
listen
paying
to me.
attention to.
Jakub, listen, when are you ever going to listen? What if you never find out the why? Are you going to go the rest of your life believing that the information is true?
No, but it's probably.
Okay, then.
Listen, is this
Okay,
your
that's
final
my point.
proposition here?
That's my
Really?
point.
Really, bro?
Oh, we're not even talking about that. We're just having a discussion about what Goyam brought
Like a conclusion to something or another, and we're trying to figure out, like, is even figuring out if the Earth is round or flat, if it even makes a fuck, bro. Honestly.
Information.
Now if there's a bigger reason, because honestly, it's irrelevant whether the Earth is flat or round.
No, it definitely is relevant.
Why
It's
we're all
relevant.
being led to believe that it's round, would discern whether this even matters or not.
Information.
You know you're leaving it open-ended for a reason.
No, I'm not.
Why are you
I'm
doing
not.
that?
You think that it's open-ended. I'm telling you, when somebody tells you, hey, man, the Earth is a globe. So that information they just gave you, how do you know it's true?
Well, there'd be a good reason for somebody to tell me that the Earth is round when it's fucking not. We're telling the whole world that it's round, and people are
Who cares about the
acting
reason,
like
dude?
you're crazy because you're
Who
calling
cares
the
about the
Earth
reason?
flat.
He doesn't
Who cares?
understand.
Why
Who cares
why
about
is
the
everybody
reason?
programmed to believe this?
Who cares about the reason?
Yeah.
Well, we want to know whether or not. No, dude,
you're
Jakub, no.
gaslighting. You're gaslighting the fuck out of everybody listening, and you know it. You fucking know it, alpha guy.
No. That's
Come
not
on,
happening.
can we listen? If it's the last one of the year, can we at least
I would love to. I would love
stop
to
this
tell
for
you
a
how
second?
you're wrong. I'd love to tell you how you're wrong.
Okay, listen,
So you'd
let's
like
just
us
stop
to-
for a second and talk like regular people. Like,
So you'd like us
What
to
the fuck?
speculate on why a liar is lying? It's really not logical, man. I'm sorry.
how do we know they're lying? Well, maybe they're just wrong. Maybe
I just told you. It's about the information, Jakub. I told you it's about the information.
They put a Tesla in space and they're just wrong about it.
No, listen. If they're making any claims, right? If they're telling you any information about the Earth being something that you don't experience it to be, how are they proving it true? How is the information validated? The information they gave you that the Earth is a globe is not validated. So how is that information true? It doesn't matter, regardless of what you think nefarious means that they're giving it to you. It doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the fact that it's true or not.
Man, I'm gonna have to leave this alone because
You should.
it just stops at a point where it's like, how can I not see this as gaslighting or a grift?
No, information is your key term, and you're not picking up on it.
No, I am picking up on it. But we all fucking know this is a grift, man. We know it. If you will refuse to go into further about anything else except for, and you won't even fucking say believe, like you're so careful with your words because it catches you on your script.
Wow. Okay, buddy.
This is bullshit. It's really fucking me up here. Can't you guys be regular people? Who gives a fuck? Nobody's gonna be remember this next week.
Emotional.
Hey, Yakub, here's my question. Here's my question I want to present to you, okay? You're saying this is a grift, okay? Do you know how much money McToon, Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, Dave McKeegan, Simon Dan, do you want to know how much money they have made compared to Nathan Oakley, Whitsitt, Jaron, Dave Weiss?
I'm not concerned about their money, and I understand. Oh, wait, because you're using the same logic that they're telling me not to use, bro.
No, you're missing the point. Hold on. No. I'm just throwing it out there. You got really angry right now and raised your voice and said, this is a grift, when Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, has received more money than Jaron, Nathan Oakley, and Whitsitt combined twice as much over. So think about who's the real grifter then, okay?
Think about who's grifting.
I know that. I know. Listen, I apologize for calling you a grifter, but you guys refuse to go in.
No, it's not about that either. You can say whatever you want.
To keep it on topic so people don't argue about
you can say what.
unfamiliar
Listen,
to what you're comfortable talking about.
I don't know what being in your bonnet that you have right now, but it definitely is not addressing the fact that I've spoken some truth to you and you're rejecting it because you're upset because I'm not giving you an answer.
I'm not
yes,
rejecting. You're not hearing me. You're just responding to my emotion.
Because you're emotional, dude. Why? Why?
The fucking Oakley guy I don't know, man. You just. You know why? Because I asked a simple question. I ask a simple question, and it's like I get stonewalled.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna
not getting stonewalled,
you guys
dude.
overcomplicate it, and you're like, let's just stick.
This ain't overcomplicated. No, this is not overcomplicated. It's simple. It's so simple. It's so simple.
It's so simple because you choose it for it to be elementary.
Yeah, you can't finish my sentence. You can't finish my sentence.
To people that haven't memorized fucking whatever fucking data
you can't finish my sentence, dude. I'm gonna finish my sentence. So basically, the information that's handed to us every single day, because it's not just one time; it's all the time. We're being told that the Earth is a globe. The news is showing that people are living on a globe. It's like we're getting bombarded with this information at all times. So what I'm saying is that we're getting hit with information 24/7 all the time. This information is coming into us at light speed. The only defense we have is not finding out the motive of why they're telling us that it's a globe, but how to discern whether or not the information is true. So that's the only defense we have. How else can we go about it? We're not going to wonder every day, I know they're saying that the globalist population is increasing, so I need to figure out why they're saying that. What's their motive behind them? Who cares? The only thing that I'm telling you right now is to discern whether... Listen, dude. The only thing I'm saying is to discern whether or not the information that they're telling you, that there's overpopulation or whatever it is that they're telling you about the Earth being a globe and it's dying or whatever, how can you know that's true? I'm telling you that's the only defense you have against misinformation.
You're adding. I don't care. How am I not being clear enough? That's not.
You're not
what
getting
I'm concerned
it, dude.
about. No,
you're concerned about the motive
to fit your response. That's not what I'm saying at all.
You're asking.
Do I have the floor? Or am I cutting anybody off?
Go ahead.
Do I have the floor? All I'm asking you is people when you're talking about pitch data improving, we are willing to run with it. Okay, the Earth is flat, but why are we getting hit every day on the news with the Earth is round? Why would we be looked at like we're fucking crazy if we walk around saying the Earth is flat? Why is that taboo to speak about? No, oh my goodness. Listen to what I'm saying and don't add anything or make people think that I'm concerned about other shit. Why is it common knowledge that the Earth is round?
Okay, dude.
It's not flat.
Let me answer your question for you,
Earth being flat.
Let me answer your question, yeah? The people that you're talking about, the people on the news, people in everyday life, your school teachers, etc.
They're no different. Let's say the entire planet.
Hang on. They're no different to me and you. Most of the population of the entire planet. Or if you want to call it a planet. Sorry.
Wrong word, pardon me.
They're no different to me and you, yeah? They've been told this narrative. We've been told it since birth. we've believed it. Yeah. So when your teacher teaches it to you, they're not lying. Yeah. They're just being deceived the same way that we have, and they're teaching their belief or a belief that they have in what they've been told. Now, beyond that, why they're lying, we would have to only speculate. Now, most of the time, people lie for certain reasons, and the reasons are usually for power, for control, for money,
there we go,
or some type of benefit to themselves. Yeah, but other than that, there's no way that I can tell you exactly why. I have my own speculations based on religious beliefs, well, biblical beliefs. Okay, but again, that's my belief. It's not something that I can prove, so it's not really something that we're going to sit here and debate over, yeah? What Alpha's trying to say is that these things we can't prove, yeah? It's very difficult to get to the bottom of these things. However, what we can know, yeah, is that when we put these claims to the test, they don't stack up.
As a matter of fact.
But what about the experts? The experts are just what are they doing?
As a matter of fact.
Yeah, hold on. We do have people that have their hand. Hold on, Yakub. Hold on. No, we got people with their hand raised right now. So I have to go to. I have to go to Goyim, and then I have to go to Bree after Goyim. So Goyim.
No, I'll get Yakub. No, I was just asking if there's no nefarious intentions, like Alpha said, then why does it matter? In a sense, I don't understand. Is it just to say, like, I'm right? Is like an ego thing? I don't understand.
No, for your discernment, for your ability to be able to.
Yeah, but who cares? It doesn't. Does that affect me? Why are you interrupting me? I was asking Alpha a question.
I wasn't.
It's okay. You're not supposed to finish because you weren't supposed to talk.
Oh, okay,
yeah. No, that's exactly what's supposed to happen. Alpha, I asked you a question, not this other person, unfortunately, that interrupted me. Who cares? Like, I don't understand. If there's no nefarious tensions or there's no power to be gained, or like, who cares? Like, I mean, not in a sense. Like, I mean, I should know that the Earth is flat, right? Everyone should know. But why make a big deal out of it if it doesn't affect?
I know that's an easy. Okay, that's an easy answer.
I appreciate it.
That's an easy answer. The answer is, why does truth matter? You kind of were saying the same thing that I just said right now. Why does truth matter? If it doesn't really matter at the end of the day whether or not we think the Earth is a globe or whether it's flat, like, why does it matter? Like, why do we need? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't affect my everyday life. Like, if there's no nefarious intentions? I think there is nefarious intentions, in my opinion. But if there is not, how would I justify this? Like,
it's everything that the information. So basically, what it is a foundation. The foundation for that information, what it supports other derivative narratives. So the derivative narratives are going to be such that, okay, you live on the Earth, that's a globe. That's fine. But this globe is dying. Why is it dying? I'll tell you. Because we're using all the resources. And one day there won't be any resources because it's a dying planet. That's one derivative. Another derivative, there's overpopulation. We are crowding this planet. And so, like Thanos, we need to thin the herd. We need to depopulate. That's another derivative narrative. I'm going to give you a couple, maybe just to think about, right? Another derivative narrative is that we're polluting this planet, right? This planet is being polluted by individuals such as you and me, cow farts and whatever are contributing to the climate descent, right? So that's another derivative narrative. And they're all sitting on top of a foundation of the Earth being an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space. So the truth behind that supports all of these derivative narratives are such that the Earth is a globe. And these derivative narratives wouldn't exist if you take the rug right from under the globe. Okay, no globe. So what about the derivative narratives? They don't exist either. So the other people that are pushing these other derivative narratives, like climate change and overpopulation and, a killer asteroid that wants to come and take us out one of these days, right? There's a lot of fear mongering that's happening. You don't have to live in fear anymore. You can tell the globe whatever is telling you, like, yeah, how do you know that there's a killer asteroid coming if the Earth is not a globe? Like, duh. So there's a lot of things that you can debunk on its face by knowing this truth. So it support, like the narrative of the globe supports a lot of derivative narratives that help you, like in the future, not be afraid anymore. Because fear-mongering is a form of control. And that's the way that you understand, like, the world being a globe exists. It's like a feeble little speck of dust that's barely hanging on by a thread. And so everybody lives in fear because they don't want to destroy the planet when this thing has been existing forever, right? The earth that you stand on has been existing forever. And they're telling you, oh, but dude, we're running out of resources. You know, your land doesn't have any more oil. So you got to go to the other land and take those guys' oil. So here's a gun. And then you go run around and do, you know what I'm saying? Like, they push these fear-mongering tactics because of all the derivative narratives that support the idea that the earth is a globe, dude. So all of it has to do with, like, getting you to believe this narrative. And then once you fully trust it and you take it on as your belief, you defend it. Not you, the royal you, right? The people defend it because they think it's true. And so all I'm telling you, I'm going back to my premise, right? So my premise is this. So now that we know it's important, right? We established that it's important to know this and answered your question, right? Going back to my premise, the information that you receive, it doesn't matter from where, and someone tells you, hey man, the earth is a globe and we got 9 planets and we're in a solar system, we got black holes and quasars and exoplanets and whatever out there. And so you think that you can refute somebody like that because now you're like, okay, tell me how you know all that information. You can, on its face, you can tell the person, how do you know anything you told me about all of these things is true? Because we're handed this information, Goyim. This information is given to us, and it's whether we choose to accept and believe it's true or investigate or do some research. How do people know this is actually the case? And then once we can refute that, then the narrative that supports all these little derivative, like fear-mongering narratives, it gets taken away. And they can't hold that over you anymore. They can't tell you that the climate's changing and you were contributing to it because you were like, dude, people have been around for eons, and you mean to tell me that I'm now killing this thing that, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. On and on.
Nah, you just nailed it. That's all I was asking for. I mean,
thank you.
Nah, thank you. I appreciate that.
A lot of people don't really know that the globe is kind of like greasing the skids for a lot of the fear-mongering narratives that are out there, but that's what it is. It's put in place. It gives people agenda control. So when like whatever government just puts out some kind of agenda, then that agenda is attached to some type of narrative that you already believe, like with the faith-based belief that the earth is a globe. It comes along attached to this derivative narrative that we're overpopulated. And a lot of these psychos have control over the narrative because they're like, well, just like, some of the stuff you read out there in social media, right? And we got to depopulate, man. We got to get down to those numbers because we're going to kill our planet off, dudes. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's evil. In and of it's intrinsic evil to say things like that. So, I mean, I'm not just on the side of like humanity where we can critically think for ourselves, understand the truth, like fight against like misinformation. And the only thing that we have against that is people that can actually say, okay, wait a minute. You just told me something that sounds like an extraordinary claim. You're telling me that we're spinning, we're tilting, we're wobbling, we're flying through the vacuum of space, bro. I need some hard evidence for that. And once you get them to actually admit that they don't have that, then they can maybe perhaps join you and say, hey, let me tell somebody that I couldn't give you the answer. So maybe I could tell the other guy I couldn't do it. So you know what I'm saying? Like dude, it's so, the globe is detrimental to a person's ability to critically think. That's all I'm saying, man. Like there's nothing more I can say about that other than if you come in here and say like, nah, man, you just want us to believe in flat earth. Like, you don't realize the implications of believing this false narrative. It's like I said, it's attached to so much other things that nobody's ever really gone over. So anyway.
No, I agree 100%. Alpha, real quick. you're a believer in giants too, right? Like they change history throughout. I mean, they've changed history. The winners write history, right? Unfortunately.
Yeah, you mean the victors? The victors.
Yeah.
Dude, like
whoever the victors of the Giants. I mean, do you believe the Giants or no? You think the Giants existed?
You're talking about something to do with like the Book of Enoch and so forth.
Yeah. Do you think Giants existed or walked?
I'm gonna just for the sake of this conversation, I have to detach from any other.
Yes or no?
No, I'm not. I'm gonna stay impartial to that because of the fact if I do give my 2 cents on that, there's a lot that people read into it. So I'm just gonna stay out of that for now.
No worries. Yeah.
Because I want people to focus on this conversation because it's important, right? The information that.
Don't worry, Goyam. I think Giants are real.
That's fine. That's fine. So the only thing that we're sticking to right now is getting people to realize the narrative that we've been told that the Earth is a globe is not supported by any facts or evidence.
I brought Nate up way earlier and then Kobe after that. So if you want to try to go through,
let them talk. I'll stop. I was just saying.
Go ahead, Nate.
One last thing. Whenever you discover something like the Earth is actually flat, you realize that history has been, taught to you differently, and that could be a lot of different history. That's all I'll say.
Hey, can you guys?
Yeah, they'll have to do a lot of research. So go ahead. Yeah, Yeah, we hear you.
Awesome. Yeah, I just wanted to say, you said, why does the truth matter? I think that's just a very Aryan thing to say. The European race, we care about the truth a lot, and the Aryans will always come out on top. White fucking power. Hail Hitler.
Oh my goodness. It is the Jews, but we're not racist.
No, hold on a minute. No, you saying, don't be coming into my chats. Dude, don't come into my chats.
We love the truth.
Okay, you're removed from chat.
Well, what the fuck? Did you guys see his username?
Yeah.
Get him out of here.
He's out. And a lot of it has to do with he's actually a part of the problem. I think that's the reason why when people have these narratives that they think that something is correct without looking into it, I think that's what happens, man. They fall into these traps of belief systems.
Yeah, it's without having.
Yeah, that was ugly.
Yeah, it's without having the right tools to be able to navigate through some sort of information given to you.
Nate, unfortunately, you're not coming back up, so I wouldn't request to speak. You're not coming back up.
I don't blame you. Think you guys are keeping it PG-13. That racism stuff. I can't believe. Look at his name and his profile. That's not even funny.
So you came up here too, Colby, and what do you think about the topic of the room, or have you anything to contribute? Before that, Colby, 1 second. Let me go to Bree because I know you had your hand up before. So sorry about that, Bree.
No problem. I was about to dip out because I got to go to bed, but I just wanted to say that AI said to repost Nathan's information that you have up there at the top, or the Mandela effect is going to be put out again, man. So. Yeah.
Oh, he's gonna mess with our timeline, so we got to do that as he says.
Yeah.
So I put it.
Go ahead.
I reposted it up in the nest, so if you want me to post it on my profile, I can do so.
I guess sure. The more, the merrier. Yeah. Man, this app is so glitchy.
All right, so everybody repost that. Also, I reposted it. It should be in my profile now, but it's now on my timeline. So our physical timeline won't get messed with by AI. He'll leave it alone.
I think Colby or Kai wants to speak. Sorry to interrupt you, Alpha.
Go ahead, Colby.
Oh, he left. My bad.
How about Kai? Kai, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, fuck you, nigger. White power, hail Hitler.
Really?
Kill yourself, nigger. Die, nigger. Die, nigger. Gas the kikes. Fuck you, Jew.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's all they have.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't know he was a troll.
Did that mute straight away, guys, for everybody? Because I muted that instantly.
No, it kept going for a little bit. I got like a portion of that.
I even like reported and removed him, and he was still talking. I was like, what the hell? Like, I don't know what.
X is really glitchy, man.
Yeah, I was even trying to like block him out. Better check the net. Make sure they didn't put nothing. No, they didn't put nothing.
Yeah, they're trying to do what they can to cancel what we're doing here, because that's the only tactic they have. It's called cancel culture.
Right. They're seething, bro. They can't stand that these people. Hey Nate, stop. I'm just gonna report and remove as well, bro. Just get out of here, bro. You're done.
Man, these guys are just so sad, yeah. That we live in their head rent-free like this, that they're that upset about flat Earth that they've got to stalk us and come in like this. This is just crazy, man. You guys need to get a life, yeah? If it affects you that much, don't listen.
They thought they had it when, the TFE happened. They're like, all right, cool, slam dunk, like globe Earth prevails. No, they just realized that they still weren't stopping us from even having the discussions because they didn't prove anything. And apparently that's all they got. They just have to resort back to their old tactics of trying to get places and spaces shut down, and just try to distract the conversation from the truth being spread. I mean, it is what it is, but that's all they got.
It's amazing, man. This episode has 1,300 impressions right now already. So it's really going ham right now on the impression side of things. So
nice.
Appreciate everybody who's been doing that and reposting the spaces. We're only going to get bigger and more well known by everyone. So hopefully this actually gets out to as much people as we can. We work hard to kind of curate our platform to make sure that information is concise and moves forward in a timely way. So thanks for everybody who's participated. We're pretty much reached the end of our show. So I'm going to go ahead and call it a night for me anyway. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But episode 28 was interesting because we had Nathan Oakley as a part of our guest here. And if you didn't catch him, go ahead and re-listen to this space from the beginning, and you'll hear when he comes on. Or skim through it. It's up to you. But also, I'd like to say, go ahead and take a look at all the other episodes that we have. We got a lot of good stuff, man. But cancel culture has been doing what they do to try to remove my content and such. So get it while it's hot, man, while it's out there. I lived it, so I don't need to listen to it again. Although if you guys want to have a good listen, you can go for it, man. We got 28 good. Well, there's about 6 episodes that were scrubbed because of cancel culture, but for the rest of them, man, like I said, go listen to them before they get removed. And they do have a lot of impressions, so a lot of good stuff has been talked about already. I'd like to give a shout out to everybody who's joined us today, including the panel right now. So APOC, appreciate you for joining us as a co-host. Sure. AJ as a co-host. Flatsy Klein. Yakub Sen, who's on the speaking panel right now. Creation Bear. Give everybody the follow that, for being on the panel, guys. Overlord AI, who was in here just a while ago. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord profile that's in there in the listening panel. Go ahead and follow that thing too. That shows all the places that when we're not on here. We're on Discord and such, so you can find us over there on Discord. And if everybody likes the conversation that happened today, go ahead and give me a follow and give everybody else a follow, and join us again for another episode in the continuing series 24/7 Flat Earth. You're
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Yeah. Oh, I played StarCraft 1 like fucking for 15 years straight. When I found out space was fake, I'm like, those motherfuckers. They just lied to me.
There you go.
I don't even play these games anymore. You know, like I don't like playing anything in space. Doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, it's boring to explore the world by yourself. You know, it's better to do it with the government.
Hey guys, can I interrupt for a moment?
Go ahead.
I've got a Glober about to pop in. Wants to talk about pendulums drifting. Is anyone interested in a conversation about pendulums?
Go ahead. I'll mute.
Of course.
Because I really don't know much about these pendulums drifting, apparently. But I figured there'd be someone in here that might be able to have a chat about it.
We could figure it out together. You know, like
that's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
Right. What even is that? Right.
Well, I'm not sure.
Right.
Okay. Hey, I want to deal with this nonsense. So, okay. You have a device, a pendulum, that's attached to the ground, right? But the pendulum itself is swinging. It's supposed to swing freely. That's the idea. That the Earth spins underneath the pendulum. I'm just talking about the theory first. The theory of how it's supposed to operate. Because that's what we're dealing with, right, Anthony? The Golub claim of what a pendulum does. Like a Foucault's pendulum.
Yep.
So I'm just laying the foundation here. The foundation is, take a pendulum, you attach it to the ceiling, it's on a swivel, right? You swing the pendulum back and forth. It stays in it stays what do they call it? Rigid in space. It swings back and forth. But because it's on a swivel, eventually it'll start appearing as if it's moving, as if it's turning, processing of a pendulum. The idea is that the Earth is spinning underneath the pendulum. That's the idea. You're swinging the pendulum, the Earth's spinning underneath it, but the pendulum's staying rigid in space. So it's swinging on the same plane it was always swinging at. You're moving around the pendulum, right? The Earth is moving. The pendulum's staying straight. Yeah, that's the idea. So the pendulum is in one reference frame, and you're in the rotating reference frame. And because you're in the rotating reference frame, the pendulum appears to move. Just like if you're on a merry-go-round, right? And you had a pendulum swinging over the merry-go-round, and you're on the outside of it spinning, to you, the pendulum will appear to move. It'll appear to process, right? So you can't see outside the merry-go-round. You're in a merry-go-round. It's all enclosed. There's a pendulum swinging, and you can't feel your motion. Let's pretend that, too. And pendulum is going to seem like it processes from your point of view. That's the idea. And it's supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude. That's the formula. 15 degrees per hour times the sine of the latitude. That's the formula, okay? What actually happens when you do this? Well, you get all sorts of fucked up results. Doesn't actually do that. Sometimes it swings one way, sometimes it swings the other way, sometimes it's too fast, sometimes it's too slow, right? So I'll give you an example of when this happened. So Amundsen Station is supposed to be in the South Pole. They set up a 4-story Foucault's pendulum. So what happened? Well, the first time they did it, they were like, Eureka! It's processing 15 degrees per hour because we're on the South Pole. 15 degrees times the sine of latitude. Then they realized, hey, we're on the South Pole. This shit's swinging the wrong way. They didn't think. They're so used to being in the north that when they saw processing in one direction, they declared victory. And then they realized it's supposed to be going the other way because they're on the South Pole. And they're like, fuck. Okay, let's do it again. So they did it again. Well, then it processed half the speed it's supposed to. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt.
So let's try it again. So they tried it again. Then they got 15 degrees per hour, swinging in the right direction, declared victory, and said that they proved that the Earth is spinning. Now, think about this. Just as a scientific adventure, think about that for a second. You have 3 results. 2 don't match the prediction. You claim victory because 1 matches the prediction. That's not scientific. That's cherry picking and confirmation bias. That's nonsense.
Save your energy, bro. The Glober that loves the pendulums is in the VC check-in if anyone can check him in.
I'll just move. I don't need to check him in.
Okay, you can get him in somehow.
Yeah, I'll just move him here.
Okay,
Come on, mate. Let's move him in here. They'll be all right.
Buck said that. Was that you, CB?
Yeah, you like that?
That was your best one yet, man. Damn.
I've been working
I thought
on
like some other person joined the chat. I'm like, who the hell? Got an Australian going on.
Almost, guy. TB. Almost.
Damn it.
So-
All right, I didn't get the approval. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Oh, hey.
Krishan, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Howdy, everyone.
Hey, what's up? So, what about these pendulums?
Yeah, I was chatting with what was his name, Anthony, and I was just asking why pendulum.
Why pendulums precess?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's lots of reasons. It's not released correctly. There's imbalance in the gearing. All sorts of reasons they precess. So I was just telling Anthony that they did one of these Foucault's. Well, let me go back to the beginning. Okay, so a Foucault's pendulum is supposed to swing back and forth, and the Earth's supposed to spin underneath it. Right? It's supposed to stay rigid in space on its path of swinging. Right? And it's supposed to precess at a rate of 15 degrees per hour times the sine of the latitude. Okay, so it's describing him. Well, this doesn't actually happen when you do it. Okay, so if you see one that's in a museum, those are driven, right? And they have adjustment screws, so you keep adjusting it, right? You do the calculation of how fast it's supposed to process, and then you adjust it until it does that. That's how those work. Okay, so I was telling him a free form one, right? So the longer the pendulum is, the quicker you're going to get a result. So a very short pendulum won't appear to precess very fast because the swing arc is small. But if you have a very large one, like 4 stories, what they did in the South Pole, the so-called South Pole. So they did this test in the South Pole, and the first time they did the test, it went 15 degrees times the side of the latitude the wrong way, as if they were on the North Pole. So the second time they did it, it went half the speed, half the precession it was supposed to go. And then the third time they did it, it got the result that they expected. Okay? And this is well known. This test is just garbage. Pendulums are garbage. Because there's another one. There's also a known effect called the Elias effect. So for some reason, if you have a pendulum, if there's a lunar eclipse, the pendulum will speed up, slow down, stop precessing, or do all kinds of other shit.
What was the name of that effect?
Elias effect. It was discovered by Maurice Elias. It's Allias. It's on Wikipedia. You can Google it. It's just Elias effect. So here's a funny thing. NASA in 2011 was going to systematically test this because other people have replicated it and then other people have gotten no results, right? So NASA was going to do a whole bunch of these simultaneously all over the world in 2011. Well, those results, if it ever happened, were never released. It's still up on their webpage saying, yes, we're going to test the Elias effect, blah, blah, blah. Whether it was ever actually done, who knows, because we don't know what the results were, if any, or if the test was ever even done. The point is, Foucault's pendulum. The point is the Foucault's pendulum is notoriously unreliable. It's not any type of scientific test.
I'm definitely going to do reading about the Elias effect. But
I'll tell you what to look for. Look at Academy pendulums. So they make pendulums for museums, universities. You know what I mean? They make it for this purpose. And just read
I feel like
just read the manual.
Moving on to another topic, right? Could I ask another question about Foucault's pendulum? About what you said about it? So you said that the precession of the pendulum is often caused due to a mistake in releasing the pendulum?
Allegedly. Well, if they don't release it straight, right? If there's any,
what does that mean? What does that mean?
If there's any sideways force on the releasing it, it won't swing in a plane. It'll swing in a little arc.
Well, it'll
do like
wobble.
It'll do like a figure 8.
Or sure, well, depending on it, it could even do like a little sine wave back and forth, right?
Yeah, it depends on how you release it, right?
Right, but that's something you would observe, and then eventually that.
Yes, but even a tiny one, even a very tiny one, will cause it to precess.
Well, I don't see why. Right, because as long hang on. If I could,
because there's a lateral force.
Just to clear it up, right? Just to clear it up. As long as that lateral force, as the amplitude that way is shorter than the amplitude the long way that the pendulum is swinging, that will settle out and zero out before pendulum stops swinging. Right. So what causes the precession?
Well, which precession? Which one? The one that matches the globe, or the bunch that don't?
The one that matches
the one that swings backwards, or the one that swings forwards, or the one that swings too slow. Which one?
I guess I don't understand the question.
No, which one? Because we have a bunch of different test results. So which test result? Which precession? Pick one. You're asking what causes the precession. They got a bunch of different results. Which precession? You're asking what causes which precession, right? You ask, what causes the precession? Well, we got a bunch of different results. So I guess when the one is backwards, the Earth spun backwards. And then when the one that was too slow, the Earth spun too slow. And then when it spun to just the right speed, when they got 15 degrees per hour, right? That's the conclusion we're going to reach. What I just illustrated was the faulty logic of all of this, of affirming the consequent.
Next, can we go into sunsets?
Yeah.
Can we just say, does this guy understand what?
We heard that shit. He's like,
Does this guy understand what Indio said?
If you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to, right?
I don't think he does. Christian.
No, I mean, yeah.
This topic's already been crushed to oblivion. Let's go on to sunsets now.
I mean, just go listen. No. Just go read the user manual for a Foucault's pendulum from Academy pendulums. It's easy to Google. Just look at the manual. Why does it need to be adjusted? Right? You know what cherry picking of data is? You have an expectation that I'm going to get X, and then anytime you don't get X, you say, I made a mistake, there was something wrong, there was wind, the sun was in my eye. You make some excuse why that data piece should be thrown out. That's the Foucault's pendulum in a nutshell. Same with Cavendish. Same crap. Neither one of them are scientific experiments. And they're also notoriously hard to replicate, give anomalous results, give spurious results, give frickin' crazy results.
And the conclusions are logically unsound.
Yes, that's the main. The conclusion is just because if you say X is causing this effect, any anomalous effect means that X changed in some way, right? So if it was going the wrong way, that means if I take the logical sound, if I take the premise as the same, that Earth spin is causing the precession, and then if it goes the wrong way, I have to go Earth spun the wrong way to maintain the logical consistency of the whole thing.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, if the Earth's spinning underneath the pendulum, then the Earth is spinning underneath airplanes. So
Everything,
can he please explain? I'm going to crush it here in just a few seconds. Can he please explain why a fucking straight flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles takes 4.5 hours when it should take 1.5, according to the Globe Dart? Why is that? Right? Because you got to take the plane speed plus the speed that's coming into its face, right, at about 860 miles an hour. Yeah. Why is that? Yeah, it's all over.
It's
Check it out.
The Foucault's claim is that there's two reference rings, right? that the Foucault's pendulum is in a separate reference frame while it's swinging from the rotating reference frame.
Yeah. Okay. Pretty sure you were so worried they weren't going to let you talk, bro.
Well, I'm just saying that's fine that you're in two separate reference frames. But when do we know you're in one reference frame versus the other? How can we tell? Like with the airplane example that Kiwi just stated. If the Foucault's pendulum, the swinging pendulum's in another reference frame, why isn't the plane in another reference frame? In cutting its flight time.
I got
letting the Earth spin underneath it.
I got easy one, Indio, if you'd allow me. Krishan, are you in live stream voice text, by the way?
Oh no, he can't see it. I'll give him BC Verify real hold on, just 1 second.
Okay.
Bam, he's got it.
All right, I want you to scroll down to 12 minutes after the hour. Just scroll down. It's the live stream voice text. It's right above the VC. Just hit that, and there's a bunch of people posting in there.
Yep.
If you scroll all the way down, you'll see Quantum Eraser, and this is an 18-second time lapse. It's 18 seconds long, but it's like 35 minutes of a drone hovering in the inertial reference frame, and it's shooting the stars and mainly the moon, but there's a whole bunch of stars around it. Tell me when you're there.
Yeah.
Because this is the death of the entire heliocentric Baltard spinning space monkey religion in 18 seconds. If you hit play,
yeah,
you hit play. If you're on a spinning Baltard, right, and you're saying that the Earth is causing the rotation, the apparent rotation of the sun, moon, and stars. We don't have the sun here, but the moon and the stars. We got a big problem because that hovering helicopter is in the inertial reference frame along with the moon and the stars. If we were on a spinning globetard, if we shot this, then the moon and the stars wouldn't move a smeg inch. You follow my logic here?
I hear what you're saying. It's just that, like, this particular drone, I don't know anything about it, right?
I do.
That's why I've been trying to talk about, like, easily observable and replicatable things.
This is easily observable and replicatable.
So, like a sunset, right? Like, we've all seen that.
No, not a sunset. Stick to the argument. I have a hovering drone.
That's kind of the thing I came here to talk about, right?
We are talking. So this is a hovering drone, and it's staring at
Anthony,
the moon and the stars. Stay with me.
Able to talk here?
Stay with me now, before you piss me off. A second grader can understand this. You're gonna piss me off, right? Fucking fuck you and fuck off. How about that? You're a clown. Bye. There's your fucking conversation. Your heliocentric Baltar's dead, along with your fuckwit pendulum.
So, Anthony, we don't, like, the one thing we don't do here, you want to talk about sunsets? We don't gish gallop here, right? We bring whatever topic was brought up to its logical conclusion. We don't go, shit, that ain't working out. Oh, I'm going to jump to something else.
Amen.
I'm just telling you why we didn't go, we're going to adjust sunsets. Not because we can't. Just because we're going to bring that. We're going to kill that. We're going to freaking, we're going to go to the point is, the horse is dead. Nothing else to kill. Let's keep beating it. Okay? That's what we're going to do.
And we're going to get the 9.
Because then you would have half killed the sunsets, and then as you were half killing the sunsets, he would have tried to jump to another one.
Yeah,
exactly. Then we'd be talking about ISS, and then freaking the edge of the flat Earth, and then fucking eclipses, and then climate change, and then over the horizon.
I already went through it.
Ice wall, and then conspiracy. Yeah. Now this one's dead. So you want to bring up sunsets, or who were you asking?
To me.
Yeah.
He was just mentioning that. He was mentioning the sun doesn't change size or something like that. And I was saying, well, there is footage of it changing size.
Yes.
It's on, what's his name's channel? That Jew.
Yeah. That's correct. I showed it on my channel before. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's got to do something like with perspective, and I think probably the way our eyes are shaped. Yeah,
doesn't matter anyway. It's a false equivalence fallacy.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say, but I just didn't know the word false equivalence.
Yeah, false equivalence, because he's confusing terrestrial observations with celestial observation. On its face, it's fuckwit. On superficially, superfluously, it has cowbell, but once you look just a fraction of Formica deep into it, it's a fuckwit false equivalence fallacy. And even though that, however, that it was shown in 2016, his name escapes me right now. I could see his face, but I had a video compilation of the sun changing angular size throughout the day and year. So there you go. Doesn't matter anyway. It's a fuckwit point.
Yeah, Jay Tolan Media recorded it using the solar filter. So yeah,
it's not Jay Tolan. It was.
I'm just saying, Jay Tolan's done the same thing. This issue has been beaten to death.
It was well before Jay Tolan.
Yeah, but yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. I got a couple on my YouTube channel.
Doesn't matter anyway. It's a false equivalence fallacy.
Oh yeah, of course. I've been saying that for a long time. That terrestrial observations should be the same as celestial observations. You got to show that. You can't just like assume it.
Yeah, exactly. You got it. Yep.
So what we're saying is unscientific because we can't
think about it. Like when you make a celestial observation, all the things that you can do in a terrestrial observation, you can't do to anything in the sky. You can't triangulate. You can't use parallax. You can't use so many different tools that we use on Earth to reach conclusions. Why would you assume it's the same thing and it works the same?
Yeah, it's a faulty assumption. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you got it. Oh, by the way, the sun never sets on a globetard or a flat Earth. It's just rhetorical language.
We got a Goldberg in here, bruh, L.
To be pedantic. Oh, I'm sorry. He's on mute. Somebody muted him.
On him.
He was on red mute. So, bruh, L, you're off mute. Batter up. I don't think you should. Maybe wait for about 3 people in here with the YouTube bot playing. Because now you're in for an ass whooping. Any topic you bring up, I don't give a shit what it is. Freezing ice cubes, you're fucked.
I'm calling him out.
Bruh.
Come on, brah.
Come on, bro. Gotta give us something.
You didn't come in here to pussyfoot, did you?
No swearing.
Let's see.
Shut up,
He's
Blatzy.
been in the nosebleeds. What up, Blatzy?
He's been in the nosebleed section.
Pussyfoot, that's like a analogy with punt or cunt punt.
Oh. Yeah, bro. Come down from the nosebleeds and get in this boxing ring. Come get this.
Nosebleed section.
You all the way up there in the nosebleeds, trying to throw popcorn down in this boxing ring like you're doing some damage.
You got a mic, bro? Mike, you got a mic? We hear you breathing.
Bruh, L.
You guys saw your buddy Flat Earth Data pop in here for a second.
I haven't seen Flat Earth or heard from Flat Earth Data in a long time. How's he doing?
I don't know. I think he wrote a book or something.
Wow.
Hey? On how to write a book?
Yeah.
Shout out to Data.
God, I retracted.
I've never heard that before. I'm stealing that.
He's all right when he's sleeping.
Okay, we have another non-rolled Azrabels.
Damn, Indio taking charge in his own server. You feeling all right?
Man,
just came from the gym, so I'm still like.
I just came from the gym. What'd you do? Hold on a second. What'd you do in the gym?
Everything. I do a full body workout. I did squats. I did deadlifts. I did bench press, incline press, cable flies, pec deck, overhead press, curls, dips, leg extensions.
What were you doing? Snorting
fucking curls.
What the fuck? What were you doing? Snorting coke?
What the fuck?
Nah, dude.
What are you doing? One set each?
No. It depends. So I try not to like overdo it. I also did pull-ups, weighted pull-ups.
He's not overdoing it. You fuck. That's some fucking bullshit, man. What the fuck?
I do like 2 sets of each. I do like a warm-up set and then like a hard set, a heavy set.
All right. Well, that's making.
But there's a lot of overlap, right? Because you can't like, you got like, anytime you do any pushing exercise, you're working your back arms. So like, your triceps.
The triceps, the back arms. Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. So you can't like if you do overhead press, like a lot of the exercises are redundant. So like you're working the same muscles, even though you're a different muscles getting involved. So there's redundancy there. So, if you do some pull-ups and then curls, you don't need to do 50 goddamn sets of curls. If you do, you're doing pull-ups, rows, and,
T-bar or single dumbbell?
For what?
Rows. T-bar rows?
Oh, for rows, I use the one that has the little V thing, the enclosed. It's like I don't know what the fuck you call it.
You put your chest on a pad, and it's a T-bar?
No, they're cable rows. So it's like a universal machine with, freaking weights. Right?
That's fine.
Put the pin in.
Yeah, that's fine.
But the cable is like, the attachment is like a little, like a double handle. It's enclosed. They have other handles. That's just the one I use.
All right. Fair enough. All right. How long you been doing this?
Fuck. I don't know. A while. A couple years.
Couple years? Cool. How old are you?
51.
All right. Fair enough.
Thanks, buddy.
Legendary. That's just so legendary.
You do all that? It doesn't look. You've been working out? Yeah? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. That's messed up, isn't it, man?
No, that doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look.
What are you doing when you go to the gym? Eyes, dude. You know when people are just on the phone in the gym the entire time? Like, dude,
Sure.
It makes me mad, man. It makes me so mad.
Sure. Well, when I was going to there were mostly military gyms where I was going to. That we didn't.
You don't want to screw up, man. You're gonna get a bunch of shit if you were on your phone.
No, there wasn't any phones back then, so that wasn't an issue.
Oh.
Freaking my day.
Can you imagine how bad you'd get razzed if you went to the gym and used the phone like 80% of the time? Like oh no.
So QE, you were born before Alexander Graham Bell?
Yeah, I thought somebody would be a smart ass and catch that. There weren't any cell phones back then.
So that's prior to 1988. You got the
Not
bricks,
prior.
right? Nobody brought in their brick cell phones?
No, hell no.
Alexander Graham Bell does not get enough credit as a human being. He beat the United States government twice in court. And that says something, dude. Seriously.
Base.
They tried to steal his technology and he beat them twice.
That's good.
But they didn't want to pay for the patent of a telephone. Because you got to think about it. We need lots of phones. We're the government.
What if I don't want to think about?
Oh, go back to sleep. Think about Globetardia.
Think about Did you fix that little glitch in the system?
Which glitch?
The Globetard chat.
The one Globetardia and Globetard. Did you fix that glitch?
Oh yeah, I fixed that. I fixed that right away.
It was probably some ether believer, friggin' moderator to put that in.
No, actually, I put it in because we had some. I don't know who it was, but like, he just came in to just verbally abuse the Globers, and I had to do that to make him stop.
Sure, that wasn't me.
It definitely. No, it wasn't you. It was worse than you could ever think of. He was just out of control.
That's bad.
Yeah.
I want to hear this person.
It was just in text. He was just like flaming all the Globers in text for like 6 hours straight. I'm like, man, that's enough of that.
Listen, Flatsy, shut up. Legs up, sit-ups are awesome. Those are called crunches, love.
Legs up, sit-ups. I've never heard him call that.
You ain't been in the gym, huh?
I mean, you didn't ask me why I didn't do sit-ups.
Do you even gym, love?
What about legs up bench though?
Legs up, no swearing.
You real ninjas know about that legs up bench.
See, I used to work out like 5 sets per exercise, dude, but that shit's stupid. I've come to the conclusion.
Too much.
People fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger said he did that shit in Pump and Iron. Everybody copied it and thought that was the thing to do. They forgot that he was taking massive doses of PEDs and exaggerating because he was trying to get famous.
Right.
Yeah, that pull-up bar, that's what I'm talking about. That's a man's exercise right there.
Damn.
Wide grip pull-ups, look the fuck up.
That's what I got hanging in the lounge room
with 40
every morning.
Yeah, and then you get hold up, kangaroo guy, and then you put 40 pounds. But then you put 40. You're a fucking moron. You put 40 pounds wrapped across your fucking waist.
Oh,
yeah, those kind of morons.
I actually take the dumbbell, stick between my legs, and when you curl your legs, the dumbbell just gets stuck there. And then I jump up, grab the bar, and I can do about 6 pull-ups with 40 pounds on me. And I weigh about 184 right now.
How much you weigh, bro?
184.
You fat fuck.
6 foot. Yeah. Something like that 3 hours ago.
You would.
83. That's pretty good.
How much do I weigh in newtons?
What's your angular velocity?
How much do you weigh in degrees?
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Well, good on you for being 51 and getting in the gym. Good job.
Freaking.
Thanks, man.
Hell yeah.
I have to. I have no choice.
I got you.
I'll fall apart physically and mentally. You gotta remember, I admin the server, so like I have to take out my anger somewhere.
Yeah, we're gonna lose too many hair follicles. It'll counter the yeah.
I think it's super easy. Yeah, it's super easy the first year. After that, it's basically, little teeny jumps and starts, right? Unless you're genetically a freak.
That's what I was just going to say. It depends on your body type, and then, well, if you're pushing roids and stuff, you're going to reach your genetic potential at some point. No matter, I mean, if you're lifting weights, no matter how many sets you're doing, you know what the best advice. I was just thinking about this the other day. The best advice that I would have taken back then was rest. I didn't rest.
That's my problem. My problem is rest and drinking enough water. I really don't sleep enough.
Yeah. Not only sleeping, but rest. I mean, don't go crazy. I was a fucking lunatic. But rest. Say again?
No, I just said was. Was a lunatic.
True. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, society pushes it on you to like work and put the sleep off, So
yeah, I didn't do that. I worked out. Initially, I did it for that, but after a while, I did it for therapeutic reasons. So I wouldn't get up on a clock tower with a rifle.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what the hell I'm talking about. I'm Walt Whitman over here. But, at my age, my priority is not to get hurt because
that's
really it. I'm trying not to get hurt.
Yeah, that's pretty smart at 51. Yeah.
Because especially like when you're doing like large volume, man, the odds of you getting hurt are way increased, right? And then you're hurt, right? So now I can't work out for goddamn 3 months.
Exactly.
Whatever you thought you gained, you just lost. It was better to, it's the same thing. Tortoise in the hare. Slow and steady wins the race, man.
Mm-hmm.
So my advice is to do rotator cuff work, and remember to keep.
That's what I do.
Weight. Yeah, do that. Yeah,
that's exactly what I do for a lot of rotator cuff stuff. For archery, I have to do that. So that's what I do now.
And then really low weight, otherwise it will jump the small muscles and
I do it. Low weight.
Yep.
I do low weight, many reps.
Yeah, I get to like until my shoulders feel like they're just water. But yeah, exactly, Huey.
Yeah, that was the opposite of what I did for years and years, though. I was fucking lunatic. I told you.
Yeah,
and no, we don't have to hear was.
Right. And it wasn't me. But yeah.
I remember I came back. I brought all my weight equipment. I had tons of that shit. I'm in my basement at home after I got out of the military, and I put too much weight. I'm doing fucking incline benches, and I got caught because I used to do a lot of work without spotters, so I'd use dumbbells. But this time I had the bar, and I was dumb fuck. I did about 6 reps. I went down and I couldn't get that fucking thing off my chest. I'm there, Mom!
Mom!
She comes down into the basement. She goes, "What the hell are you do?" I don't know, fucking moral support or some shit. So what I did, I was smart when I didn't have spotters. I didn't have caps on the end weights, so I just tilted it to the side.
Yeah, if you don't have a spotter, don't cap that shit, dude.
Yeah, you can't cap them, man. So you just tilt it to the side, let them roll off one side. You better be ready for the reverberation.
Oh.
Yeah.
I said, "Mom, stand back."
Yeah, it's hard to get a good fail in without a spotter. So,
that's why you just use dumbbells, man.
Yeah.
So I worked out for years and years and years with really fucking heavy dumbbells.
Oh, it's called the roll of shame.
The roll of shame.
When you have
the roll of shame.
Yeah, I knew there was a phrase for it. I had to look it up.
It's the fucking roll of life.
Life on the line. Yes, no kidding. Yeah, it says the most common method for safely getting out of a failed bench press is to use the quote-unquote roll of shame technique.
Who said that?
I've just heard of it, like from.
Have you heard of it? Yeah, too funny.
Listen, it's called the roll of shame because if you get in that position, you're obviously ego lifting. That just shatters your ego.
Nah, I wanted to push it up. Like I said, I got 5 or 6 of them. I thought I could do the next one, but it wasn't happening.
You went for that 7th. You were like,
yeah. Oh shit! The panic feeling you get.
Yeah. Oh man.
So I basically do like high intensity version of training because I'm training stupid. I just think it's dumb. Like, give me one reason fucking volume training works. Yeah, okay.
I had a roommate who tried to.
I think people like volume training is because you always have. I think that's why people like it, is because they're like, I feel big because they always have a pump because they're always in the gym, right? So they're like always pumped, right? But if they didn't go to the gym for like a week, they'd deflate, right? So they just. I think that's what people do. I think they like volume training just to maintain a pump 24/7.
I remember back in the day, man, people were like, because you had country strong people, right? And this one time, man, this guy come up, he was fucking country strong. One of the old sergeants, he goes, "The fuck are you guys thinking?" Because he noticed me and another guy was going to the gym all the time, and he goes, "I cannot fucking wait." I said, "Yeah, you think you can? See, those country strong people." They're really strong on that first fucking set. But when you get around weight trainers, go to the 3rd set. Let me see where you're at. Right?
Okay.
He got to the 2nd and 3rd set because he went to the gym with us. That he was as weak as fucking Little Miss Muffet.
Dude, we were strongest on the 3rd set. Like, I can lift the most weight on the 3rd set.
Exactly. See, and then with increased weight, because you start off with a smaller weight and then you increase it, right? And then on the 3rd set, he was like, he couldn't lift the fucking bar up. Yeah, exactly. And I said, that's the difference.
Did he call for his mom?
He wanted to. That was too funny, man. Yeah, but that's the easy way to tell the difference between weight trainers and, just cock strong country strong folks, which there are. There's no doubt about it.
I was gonna say there is some truth to that farm boy strength because
there fucking is.
Yeah, but maybe they don't lack that stamina. I guess
they lack the stamina. Exactly. You got it.
Say those big dudes that walk around all day with their pump, they're all just big, useless, slow idiots. Yeah, they want to look good, but it doesn't really help them. But mate, go and try and fight a cowboy who rides bulls.
Look, the biggest people aren't the strongest people.
Nope.
Yeah, like, you can get bigger and not be, like, super strong. The people that are the strongest are the people that power lift. Because that's what they're trying to do, is get stronger. They're not trying to look big.
Yeah.
Right? You can build muscle and look big, but not be, like, you're going to be stronger than the average person, don't get me wrong. But you're not going to be the strongest dude in the gym.
Nope.
And same thing with this too, is like the biggest guy isn't necessarily the best fighter either. I mean,
100% true.
No.
So
and they're too big and slow. They can't move, especially those big bodybuilders. You hit them 6 times before they even realised what was coming.
No. They have knees.
Yeah. Cut them off the knees. Yeah, that's true.
We all have knees, man. There's no macho stuff after. Do you have knees? Yeah. You need to put that macho shit down right now.
I worked as a bouncer in a nightclub for 15 years, yeah. And I was probably the smallest dude there. And I've seen some small dudes knock some pretty big dudes that you just wouldn't even think was going to occur.
Yeah, because fighting and strength that's 2 different things.
Yeah, dude, you can't work out your jaw. Okay, lifting weights don't make your jaw stronger.
You can with ribeyes.
I'd rather be fit.
Maybe that's why cowboys can take a punch because they're chewing freaking jerky all the time.
They're just used to fighting bulls.
Yeah, that too. Human being is nothing after a bull.
Yeah. I think you're better off being nice and athletic and fit and agile. Exactly. I want to get into climbing. I think that climbing would be really good, because it's a full body workout, like maybe indoor rock climbing. I don't know if I'm keen to go out in the bush.
As long as you don't go too fucking high. Other than that, fuck that.
Look, if you just look at the history of warfare, the size of the most effective soldiers, it ain't big muscle dudes. That's for sure.
Nope, it's not. Small agile.
It's little 5'8" motherfuckers, dude, that can goddamn run for like 3 days straight. Carrying like 50 pounds on their back.
He just described me.
You know what I'm talking about. You go in the Navy SEALs or something, like, it ain't a bunch of jack dudes, man.
No, they can't be.
They're all like 5'10", 5'9", 5'8".
Yep. You get your exception every now and again, but they're the exception because they can't hang. Yep.
Shout out to the short kings out there.
That's why women are not good at, like, they're like, I want a big guy that can protect me. Dude, you're not good at evaluating what can protect you. Like, you just suck at it.
Well, that's why you're supposed to.
How can a woman evaluate combat?
Well, amongst other things, but
novels.
Maybe if the short kings would like wear vampire or outfits and shit, because that's what like women look up. Like that's like the things they're into.
Really? Shut up,
yeah,
Blatty.
Like, well, think about romance novels, like vampires or like crazy doctors or like monsters. That's what women kind of like look up to for like fantasy, romantic fantasy, sexual fantasy, whatever you call it.
Yeah, there's actually a study on this. I learned from FNF. We don't have to go too deep into it, but I guess they put certain nodes, brain activity nodes type of thing on a set of women and a set of men, and then they would flash certain images on the screen, and then they would click on whether or not they were, quote unquote, like aroused by this thing.
Where it wasn't brain nodes. It was a blood flow to the genitalia.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. You've heard it before, yeah. So
yes.
But yeah, so what you're saying is exactly like that's where I heard that from. Is that
no swearing?
Is that they?
What I heard was from Jordan Peterson. He said like when they looked at like what women search for, as in porn, or what they like for like we call it sexual fantasies. They're vampires, werewolves,
right?
Crazy shit.
Yeah, Myron has talked about.
Dude.
Yeah. Well,
what the fuck kind of woman you got?
Women you got?
This ain't my woman. This is other women. I chose better than that.
This is the study. They sat them down and flashed a bunch of things in front of their eyes. Monkeys banging, weird stuff, like a bunch of weird stuff, right? And they would click and say, I don't like this, but their bodies would show that they were actually aroused by it. So yeah, what India was saying is not too far off from, this is what this is science.
All right. Well, side topic from Raleigh Criterion. That dude, Norway's strongest man versus rock climbing. That small dude right there, that's one bad motherfucker, man. That short dude right there.
Yeah, he's got amazing grip strength.
He's a rock climbing fool, dude. I watched that fucking guy. I was like, holy shit. I forget his name. What's his name?
Magnus.
That's what it is. Yeah, he's one bad motherfucker.
Yeah, he'll out-hang pretty much anybody.
Yeah, those rock climbers are crazy. Of course, most of them do. I've seen him do some rock climbing. I mean, actual rock climbing. It's a little bit more technical. I wouldn't say technical. It's so much different than the walls that they do. But as a wall climber, get the fuck out of here. That dude is like, you don't want to be around him. Just leave.
You know, this is going to sound stupid, but race car drivers, like Indy race car drivers, their heartbeat is at something like 128 beats per minute, like the entire time they're driving, and it's like equivalent to running a marathon or something.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I would suppose.
That's because you're shitting bricks the whole time you're driving at 300 km an hour.
Yeah, they do say they lose a lot of weight. I mean, maybe shit was some of the weight they lost. I just thought it was water weight, but I guess not. Emptying your bowels. Maybe their seats got like a toilet. It's like built-in toilet.
Yeah, where it depends.
No, bro, they use astronaut technology.
Sure they do. Shut up, Flatsy.
Anyway, welcome Nash Respect. Join the panel.
Clap. I like the claps, man. That's fucking.
You like that?
I do. I love it. What's that?
Now I'm talking to CB. Have you talked to Nash?
I am familiar that he is a concaver.
Kind of. I think he's on the bench. I think he's just like, you don't want to be a flat earther. So he's going to like be an edge lord and say he's a concaver.
On the fence, that gets uncomfortable after a while.
Well, that's playing into the stereotype that they try to say about flat earthers. Y'all are just trying to be different. I mean, that sounds a bit like that.
That's a great argument.
But he doesn't really know that much about concave earth because I quizzed him. So he knows a little bit, but I wouldn't say.
Isn't it trash? Isn't it trash when they say that, QE? Oh, you're just trying to be different. No.
It's yeah. Therefore, globetard. Come on.
Right. No, I'm not trying to be different. They think
different already.
Well, yeah.
Everybody's different. Everybody's a special snowflake, CB. Didn't you know that? We're all special.
Right. Let's give out participation trophies to everybody. What?
Except the Globers, they're all the same.
Yeah, dumb as shit. That got a good Terrio response.
Look, I'm almost ready to put up like $100, maybe even more.
Please don't. You don't need
no. If a Glober comes in here with an argument that I have not heard before.
Oh, that's different.
Do you think it's actually possible? You think a Glober can make an argument you haven't heard before, QE?
No fucking way.
Hell no.
No, not after almost 9 years. No fucking way. Unless they got to be really, real dumbass. I mean, right off the street, dumb fuck.
To
come up with a stupid argument like ink molecules are alive or some shit.
What?
I've heard that before, by the way.
Wow.
Yep.
Oh, the weirdest one I heard was plants know which way they're growing because of gravity.
Oh, we had that on Nathan's show some years ago. Yep. Heard that one.
Yeah, I do feel like I've heard that one before. That's
ants. Have you heard the ants one? Ants know which way to make their little thing because of gravity.
Well, I guess that they win the $100. Nope.
It's still a variation of the same thing that some form of life on Earth has to use gravity to survive or something. Just silly.
I thought that was in a textbook when I was in 7th or 8th grade physical science. Playing with gravity. I thought it was in school.
There's some stupid shit like an amoeba knows which way gravity is. Some shit like that. I probably didn't hear it. Just making stupid shit up. That's the only way.
I've had the same argument with my brother-in-law for 3 years, and his argument is oranges are round, apples are round, and your head is round. So therefore the earth is round. And he gets so fired up and he has no other argument.
That's some dumb shit there.
Look, no, don't try to convince him to be a flat earther. Just keep him over on that side.
Exactly, Indio. I don't want everybody on this side. No, not you, goofballs. That's crazy. Just tell him to look at the floor that's underneath the fruits or the basketball or whatever.
What about
his first argument? His first argument started with fruits, so I started naming all the fruits that weren't round. So now it's just gone to like apples and oranges and mandarins and the fruits that he does see as round. But he is retarded.
That's a horse
He's
blinder.
gone full retard.
You should walk in and be like, I got my flat earth proof, and whip out a banana.
It debunks the globe at least.
Yeah.
That's a good one, Grisp. I like it.
Yeah, that is a good one. I'm curious to see it for myself, man. But y'all need to learn how to crop your stuff.
Yeah,
Flat
they're
Earthers.
cropping. That's not good.
Flat Earthers, in 2024, crop everything. All right. Everything gets cropped like this. Okay, look at how much better that is.
How'd you do that? What kind of witchcraft is that?
That took 2 seconds. Okay, crop your shit. Flat Earthers, you're giving us a bad look. And you know what? I'm gonna just call my boy Elijah out. You too, you specifically, man. But I haven't seen him in a while posting his screenshots. But yeah, just when you make a screenshot, crop it. Be done with it. You reap what you crop. Exactly, Toby Dog.
Elijah, that's some non-cropping mic train wreck shit right there, Elijah.
With your non-cropping ass.
Dude, Elijah's totally no frills, man. You get no polish, no frills.
Hey, not gonna lie, he was on camera today over at Politics. Not gonna say he wasn't. He was. I'm gonna say, my boy looking right. He had his stuff together.
I'm not talking about his personal appearance. I'm talking about on the internet, dude. He's rough around the edges. Hot micing, not cropping, half images. Don't know where they came from.
Shout out to Elijah though, man. He's got his strengths in a lot of ways, and I was around when he got lead mod as well. So shout out to Elijah.
But I mean, I'm gonna speak for Elijah because I am. Elijah would say, "Still get the idea. Fucking stop complaining about that. Like, you know what I mean? You're complaining about the wrong thing. Yeah, it's not aesthetically pleasing because it's not cropped. But so what? The point is like the content and the information."
Lead fucking mod? What kind of shit is that? Where's lead mod? If I better have that shit in like 5 seconds.
Well, it's crypto. It's Elijah. Crypto. But they haven't been around, bro.
Lead mod is an antiquated role.
Yeah, that one's an old one, kind of. There's no one.
That was made for a specific time, and the problems that existed at that time no longer exist.
Yeah,
let's create the problem again so you can give that shit to me. not give it, earn it. You need to fucking knight me.
Well, I think Panto and Helio need to come back and start arguing.
Please, no.
And then that'll be the problem.
Who?
Helio needs to be drunk, arguing with nobody, and Panto needs to be arguing with everybody at the same time. That's what the lead mod role was for, to deal with that. Not them specifically, but just like
that scenario.
Clean up in aisle 10, that type of stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Shut up, Flatsy.
Not gonna lie, because this is so funny that you explain it like that, Indio. Because when I first joined the server, I would make up in my head what roles meant. Because there's no channel where it explains it. You kind of have to figure it out over time and stuff.
Dude, it's supposed to be mysterious. That's the point.
Yeah, I mean, it worked on me because when I joined, I saw that referee role, and I started making up all kinds of stuff in my head about what that meant, and it meant nothing. It wasn't even close to what I made up.
Listen, like, I hate internal politics, and if you make all these stupid little hierarchies, people try to climb them like fucking monkeys, right? So if nobody knows what anything is, then they don't try to achieve it, right? I don't know what that role does. Why would I want that?
I see. Yo, when I saw that referee role, I was like, I want that. I saw Jedi in here. He had it. And he was like, the way he was hosting the stream and everybody's in here. We got QE, we got this, but like, they were just going through the panel. And so I thought referee was someone that controls and kind of hosts the stream.
Yeah. I had that shit. It's not in my fucking roles anymore. What the fuck?
Our role structure is like playing Chutes and Ladders, man.
that was it. The referee was just an arena type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same with like Spartan and Gladiator and I actually just disabled those commands out of the bot after 3 years.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. For fuck's sake.
Ooh.
Wow, give me the Gladiator roll.
Not a Gladiator. I want the fucking referee back.
I want my Spartan roll back.
Oakley can be knighted. The fuck? How can Oakley be knighted? I was his Jedi.
I was gonna say.
The fuck?
Yeah.
Well, we all have roles.
I miss the arena. I wish we could bring it back somehow. I just don't think our opponents. I don't know how you finesse them into that in the first place.
That was a lot of fun, man.
Because I got the last bits of it. I remember having my Spartan. No, I didn't even get to be a Spartaner. I just didn't get to enjoy it in live, but I saw clips and kind of the aftermath of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they didn't have their tool bag of sophistry, so they had to. We're not going there. All we have are dirty tricks. Like, why would we go there?
Yeah, they must have caught on. Okay, well, our shit's not going to work over there, so we got to stop or try something else.
Yeah, it wouldn't because you had the single topic, right? You couldn't gish gallop, right? So there's that dirty trick. You could object to what people say, point out it's a logical fallacy, right? You could actually call people on their bullshit and hold them accountable for their words, right? Or in their actions. Don't Goldberg wants that. They don't want to be held accountable. They just want a freaking verbal diarrhea, muddy the water, smoke and mirrors, anything but actual substance. They don't want to talk about any substance. They want to talk about flat earthers are stupid. They don't understand anything, and that's my argument. That's what they want to project into the world. They don't want to deal with the actual issues.
I hate it. I call those the vague earthers. They want to keep everything vague, like you said.
Vampires, dude. They're fucking soul-sucking vampires.
Such trash. But I don't know.
Jen Panda. Jen Panda's evidence. The proof of the globe is it's too hard to fake all the paperwork for the moon landing. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Are you kidding me?
Fake all the paperwork?
It's too hard to fake out. There's too much paperwork. There's all those records of the moon landing, so the Earth has to be a globe. That was literally an argument he made.
Oh, he had some dumb fuck arguments through the years. My word.
I think a lot of it boils down to they just don't want us to be right. So they'll say anything, like even 2 + 2 is not 4.
It got so bad, and when I first come out here, I was in Jim Panda. There was no
That is the yes.
You're not making any sense.
Every time
keep
it's a relationship
changing what it
between
is.
weight and mass. It is the relationship between weight and mass. We can also say it's the relationship that gives rise of the force between two objects with mass. That's equivalent
Gives
statement.
rise
One of them just
to a
uses
force.
Yes.
Okay, so now it's a
that
relationship
describe-
gives rise
It's a relationship that
Oh my gosh, dude. You don't have to filibuster. We can have a calm conversation or you can spaz out. One or the other. So now gravity is a relationship that gives rise to resistance to inertia and the amount of stuff, which is mass. Okay.
Yeah. So what I was saying is we can also say
now what?
it's a relationship between two masses. But it's okay. So what we're saying then, you agree that things with mass have an equivalent
I don't
weight.
really know what mass is. You haven't described it very well yet.
Amount
It's
of
two
stuff.
things. That's amount of stuff. Okay, so and how would we describe this amount of stuff?
Well, we measure it in terms of like usually grams to say that's how much stuff is there. That's basically we're asking the question, what is its resistance to change of like with a given force? So that's actually how we describe it. If you don't believe this, I don't know. Like, look.
Listen, it's not about what I believe. It's just the fact that you haven't really explained anything yet. You kind of dodge definitions. You kind of switch one out for the other. So gravity gives rise, or there's a relationship that gives rise to something. I'll tell you what. Let me ask you a question. Is there a vector involved here? Is it exclusively a downward vector?
Is force exclusively a downward vector?
No, not force. I didn't ask you about force. I asked you about gravity.
Okay.
Okay. Is it exclusively a downward vector?
No.
No. Oh, okay. So nothing. So this is not weight going down. This is weight in all directions. So gravity moves everything all directions? No.
But is that?
So
okay. Before may I ask you a question?
So when you talk about weight, what kind of weight are you talking about? Are you talking about like weight on a scale? Because you're talking about grams. So is this a downward vector, like on a scale?
May I ask you a question? What level of physics?
Okay, so I'm just going to keep asking you the same question over and over again. You can ask me about my physics acumen, yada, 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 all you want. I don't really, I didn't take a lot of physics, even in high school. So, it's neither here nor there unless you want to, poison the well. I'm sure you wouldn't be doing that at all, right? So can you tell me, is there a vector associated with this gravity?
Yeah, so I'm not trying to poison the well. I just would like to.
All I need to know is if there is a vector associated with this gravity. I asked you if it was down, and you said no. So this weight, is this weight in like all vectors, or is it just down, like when you put a gram on a little scale and then, on like a tabletop, like a downward vector?
So yes, gravity is, for the terms of weight with Earth, it's a downward vector, yes.
Okay, no problem. So we have a downward vector now, but we also have gas, which has mass, which is moving freely and randomly in all directions. So I guess this relationship that gives rise to whatever the heck it was that you were talking about, now it's apparently mass has all different vectors, not just an exclusively downward vector. Isn't that right?
No, it's not. Mass doesn't have a vector.
Mass has no vector, but gas is supposed to have mass, and gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. So it's kind of contradictory to the thing that you're describing here.
Mass has no vector. I never said mass had a vector.
I didn't say that mass had a vector. I said gas does, and gas has mass. I don't know why you're not hearing that part. Does gas move freely and randomly in all directions, or does gas just go down?
Neither.
It doesn't do either one? What does gas do then?
No. So
no. Okay, so now you're bricked. So it doesn't move freely and randomly in all directions. It doesn't go exclusively down. No.
Does a baseball go freely in all directions?
An idiot. Or an
Does a baseball go freely in all directions?
There's a baseball sitting on my desk. It's just sitting there. It's not doing anything. I'm asking you about gas. I'm asking you about gas, my friend. Can you tell me what vector does gas have?
The vector
distinguish the difference between states of matter, solid, liquid, and gas. So don't conflate the behavior of solids with gases or liquids, please.
Each particle of gas, each molecule has a velocity vector. That velocity can be in any direction. Over time, that is going to be affected by whatever forces are on that object. So, for example, at standard temperature and pressure,
we worked out it's not a force. I thought we worked out it's not a force. Agreed earlier. I said
whatever forces are on it. Period.
So, what's force? What force is going to act on it?
Well, we said that we have a relationship that relates mass to weight. And weight is that.
You said you have a relationship between two masses. Yes. So you have a relationship between resistance to inertia and resistance to inertia.
Between mass
you chose
and
mass to me. That's what you chose. You can't just switch and choose when mass means this and mass means that. No. Stick to one definition.
Were we here from the beginning?
We'll
you changed the topic now. So I said we pointed out a relationship between mass and weight. We've demonstrated that exists.
I heard you specifically say it's a relationship between two masses.
That was also, but he said he didn't want to go there.
So clip it out if you like.
Listen, mass and weight is fine. He also said mass had a vector. That's okay. So
hold on a second. I didn't say mass had a vector. I asked you if it did. Gas has mass, and gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. That's the claim, and that's not my claim. That's apparently physics. So now you're lying, which doesn't surprise me one bit.
So I was saying we have a velocity vector.
Excuse me, are you going to apologize for lying about what I said?
No. So with a velocity vector.
Okay, well then you don't get to talk until you're ready to apologize about lying. So you've contradicted yourself, you've double spoke, you've given two different identities or descriptions to one thing, you violated the law of non-contradiction, you're telling us about a relationship that gives rise to whatever, and then you basically accuse me or put words in my mouth that I didn't say, and you don't want to apologize for it. You got to lie to Glurf. It's a true statement.
Good morning, Vietnam.
What's up, Denmark?
The sun for 24 hours at all times.
Yeah, somewhere. It's above the horizon all the time. It's above the flat earth.
Yes, sir. No, I didn't say we could see it the whole time, but it's there somewhere. It's there. I'd almost bet my last wooden nickel on it.
Anybody else in here ever seen gravity defined as a relationship that gives rise to a force between two masses? I don't know if I've ever seen it defined that way.
No, it should be making stuff levitate if it's buoyancy too. If gravity is density and buoyancy, right? if it pulls everything down and pulling everything down, and it also makes helium rise up because stuff's pulled down, then helium should be making stuff rise too. Helium should be able to make stuff. I mean, God damn it, gravity should be. Fucking gravity is such a stupid word. I hate it. Gravity should be able to make things levitate. The same way they keep wanting Witsit and everybody with the Van de Graaff machine to levitate the ping pong golf ball or whatever, you know?
Right.
Yeah, so why do we got to manipulate fucking weight of things, but they don't? They just do a Cavendish? I'm sure.
Well, yesterday I was told that buoyancy, that force that has gravity baked into it, pushes objects up, right? But typically only in like water. So then everyone like ascribes fluid type attributes to water and air. Okay, so when the thing is the buoyant quote unquote force pushes up whatever object, let's say a ping pong ball, and it rises to the top of the water, why wouldn't the buoyancy of the air keep pushing the ping pong ball up into the sky, since that buoyant force is apparently still there even in the air? No, instead, you can drop a ping pong ball and it will go down. So what happened to buoyancy, which has the gravity baked in?
It just became gravity.
It just became great, just like that, just instantly, right?
Yeah. And then what about the idea of holding something into a shape with gravity that normally won't keep its shape? Fuck the Cavendish. Forget all this garbage. When they're like mass attracting mass, then show that. Show mass form a shape of itself. Get a whole bunch of lead, make itself like throw a whole bunch of lead BBs, and they should make a fucking sphere out of themselves. I mean, this should be simple and easy to do. You should be able to do it with water, though, and all materials. That's why they can't ever say they know what gravity is, because if they tell you anything they know what it is, then they got to fucking manipulate it. Right now, all they got to do is say, we can't manipulate it. Well, all that means is you can't demonstrate it.
Well, I was told that gravity is a relationship that gives rise to a force. A lot of gobbledygook, a lot of nonsense.
Yeah, a whole bunch of words that mean another word that these words ain't the force, but they mean force, but the word force ain't used for force, but they mean force. They act like it.
Right.
The fuck? Now we have
Fight the tight shirt used to call it an emergent force, whatever the hell that is.
We have lesbian forces now. They act like it.
Yeah, they're pretending.
Yeah. We got pretending forces. Well, I want to be this. Why would a force know how to pretend to be another force? Like how? What the fuck?
It's got to be confusing to be a globe earther. Always contradicting yourself, the rhetoric contradicting itself, and then trying to explain it to people, telling people how mass is the amount of stuff and also resistance to inertia. And then try to describe that particular violation of the law of identity by bringing in some kind of false equivalence, like you're a son and a dad, right? But you're, I guess, a male, right? So weird.
And why does NASA keep showing all these guys a flat pizza dough Earth floating in space, or a flat pizza? You know, it just gives us a bad name. You know what I mean? Now they want to put their flat pizza disc floating in space on us. Say, you guys believe in what the ISS shows? No, that's your guys' dog crap. That's not mine. It ain't mine. So Neil deGrasse says it's flat, and you can't see no curve from the ISS, and they all say, oh, he's stupid, fuck him, we can see it from the ground. Yeah. All the other globers are so smart, they know all the math, they're so brilliant, they can see the Earth curve from the ground. But the physicist who came up with the globe math said you couldn't see the Earth curve because it doesn't exist. And then I said, does Earth have an edge? You know, like a spherical portion of an edge that I could go past? And they said, no, this flat globe has no edge. I said, what? They said, no, this flat 360 has no edge. I said, huh, that's pretty weird. I'm learning new things every day. So this flat pizza globe doesn't have an edge, then where's the curve? What are the boats going over if the globe doesn't have an edge? Can I ask that question? What's the sun going down past if the globe doesn't have an edge? Don't let the sun go down on me. It'll bust my head open like a big coconut from a tree.
Denmark, I've never heard you sing. That was wonderful.
That was wonderful? I got more where that came from.
Yeah, please don't encourage him.
I got one that McToon was singing. He was like, come to the South Pole. There's no guns. Nathan Oakley. There's a 24-hour sun. There's no guns. Record a 24-hour sun. You can go there by yourself for fun. There ain't no gun. McToon is stupid as hell. How come he didn't yell out, this is proof of a globe?
Denmark, why don't you get McToon to come on here and explain to everybody how the 24-hour sun proves a globe?
Why don't I get him to?
I don't know. Maybe somebody in it. I don't know.
I'll say I don't really know him like that, but I know he loves to debate me. I know that much. Anytime I say I want to debate him, he says this show is ready. But he doesn't debate. He just mutes me after I get mad at him for not answering the damn question right. Or for not knowing how to use a ruler. Like literally I had to try to teach the guy how to use a ruler and what an inch was for like the longest. That was one of his shows. That was like the whole show. He would not. He does not. And then his other show was trying to debate me, and I told him that a helium balloon, I would debate Elon Musk, him, Neil, all of them, that my helium balloon will outdo Elon Musk's rocket. It'll rise vertical in elevation before Elon Musk's rocket or any object can rise going horizontal to the horizon. And I'll bet them whatever they want. I mean, I don't got money like that, but I'll take it. But I get the odds. See, that's the thing, though. They say they want to bet, but then when I tell them what the bet is, then they don't want to bet anymore. And they definitely don't want to give me my 500 or 1,000 to 1 odds, or 10,000 or 1,000,000 to 1, because I'm a little flat earther and I'm only 1% versus the other 99. So what would be my betting? What would be the scale against that? What would be the odds to prove the earth is flat, or to prove that a helium balloon will beat every rocket no matter what? So they were all pointless. What was the point of ever using a fucking rocket when an airplane can fly horizontal that way and never leave Earth? Can't even see the edge. Can't even see the edge. But they're telling the rocket on here, wasting its fuel, going horizontally that way, and seeing some edge to Earth that nobody else can see. This rocket sees the edge of Earth somehow, while no human can stand there and watch it in front of them. And another thing, how come no human is on the horizon? There's islands everywhere, right? How come no human can be standing on that part that is the horizon? Oh, you mean like the guy in the boat that's going down over it that can't find it? Huh. This is pure idiocracy, how people have been duped. If they wouldn't have did it to kids as kids, they would have never did it. It would have never happened. It would have never even... If you come to an adult and try to show them some dumb shit like that out of nowhere and be like, yeah, this, and this, no, there's no way. There's no way in hell. And all these dudes that are like telling us how dumb we are, that tell us how dumb we are, have their own math. They don't agree with nobody else. It's like, where the fuck did you get your math from if you're not getting it from Google? Why would Google lie? You're not getting it from Neil deGrasse? Why would he lie?
Santa Checker is going live soon. Some of the news channels are going to show the science behind it.
Behind what?
Science behind tracking Santa Claus.
Oh, Santa. Okay, I didn't hear that part. Sorry. When they track him with the Doppler radar?
They didn't say how. They're going to explain the science behind it shortly on TV.
They used to say Doppler radar back in the day. They're like, we're tracking Santa on Doppler radar or some shit, like on the news, depending on what your news people said to you.
Well, I think that they just developed new sciences, and now they're going to show us something new.
Okay, that's cool. I can't wait for Santa to be realer than the ISS. Yeah, they don't like bringing up pictures for proof and evidence when I bring up Santa Claus. And I tell them they probably got a picture of themselves with Santa while they were on his lap. And then they really get mad at me because it's true. I'm like, you guys have met Santa and you're going to tell me you don't believe in Santa, but you believe in a globe and you haven't met the globe? Imagine believing in a floating ball that you could never experience over Santa Claus, where he's sitting right at the mall waiting for you. That's crazy.
Are the gamers home?
What the hell does that mean?
I was hoping to ascertain the vacancy status of this VC.
The vacancy status of this VC?
Correct.
I was hoping to ascertain the vacancy status of your IQ.
I have an IQ, so I guess no.
Oh, it's there?
Yeah, actually, in fact, everyone has an IQ. Did you know that?
No, I don't
Even the stupidest person on the planet has an IQ.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? I mean, you don't even know what IQ is, do you?
You don't have one. You're going to tell us all about it.
What is IQ, dude?
That's what you're going to tell us.
You don't know?
Oh, no, you're going to teach us.
So when you say I don't have something, you don't even know what that thing I don't have is?
I don't
have a planet. That's one thing you don't have is a planet.
Oh, yeah, brother, you don't have no planet. Therefore, you ain't got no IQ.
No,
that makes so much sense. I get it now.
Can I get your I before the Q?
Can I get your I before the Q? That's a really good point.
You don't have an I.
That's really elucidative. Is that the word? Elucidative? Like having a tendency to elucidate?
Can I get the Q?
Or is it elucidative? Fuck, what is it?
I guess the IQ is elucidative because you won't bring one.
I think it's like elucidative. That sounds funny, doesn't it?
Just bring an IQ and show us what it's about. Tell us how it works and what it is and everything.
I mean, you introduced the term. Pardon me for wanting clarification on the term that you fucking introduced, you absolute mongoloid.
Yeah, because you don't have one.
Dude, crap.
You're proving it.
I think you rage the flat earthers.
Is that the kind of noises that you make when you don't have an IQ to present?
I brought
maybe you're a scientist then, Mark.
Mug.
I used to think you bagged groceries, but now I realize you bag papers, you bag citations. You're an H-index mob.
Sitting here with my mug, teardrops from all the flat earthers. If you can stop the debate and start crying, please. Fill my mug. Thank you. I appreciate it.
That was the funniest joke I've ever heard.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Did you know you are a mug?
What does a mug mean? I thought it meant a cup.
You're one ugly mug.
Okay. But at least I know the Earth is round, right?
No, you don't. No, you don't. Show me how globe elevation works right up close and personal.
Well,
empirically, firsthand.
You do know that like gravity exists, right?
No, you don't know how globe elevation
Yeah,
works.
you don't know about them gravitational forces. They ain't be real. I mean, are they a force or not a force? They gotta be confused.
I know.
They scientisms. They be telling us it's a force, and then 5 seconds later they say it ain't a force. Like, is it a force or ain't it a force?
Are you eating hay down yonder, no glober? I asked you to prove globe elevation. I know it's.
Is it a force or ain't it a force? Like, damn, you tell me, brother.
Globe elevation? No, globe elevation is not a force.
Believe that the like everything is flat and there's no South Pole.
We don't have to believe anything. We're gonna get your representation.
We don't believe in nothing because we got knowledge in our garage with our Lamborghini.
Can you stop talking?
1 second, I have a question here, and if you can answer it, then maybe it'll prove some things on your side.
No, there's nothing. If you don't have the globe elevation that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'll answer it. If you don't have a South and North Pole, then where does Santa come from?
Not globe elevation.
Oh, so now you don't have an answer. So I guess you're wrong. Maybe you should do something.
The only answer is that you don't have is how globe elevation works or a globe at all. In fact, because you don't know how globe elevation works and you couldn't show your grandma. Why would you lie? Why would you lie about globe elevation?
Huh?
Huh?
How did the reindeers of Santa fly in the air? If there was
the same way you can produce globe elevation on your wall and show us it. You can show us how something drops below itself and stays at the same altitude, like the top and bottom of the Earth that are both sea level, right?
How does something drop below itself? I'm confused.
How does the globe got sea level on the right, left, top, and bottom of itself? I'm confused.
You do know what sea level is, right?
Not a ball, it's a horizontal line. I'm waiting for you to demonstrate the curved one. You have a curved one.
What does sea level mean when
we're looking for the non-horizontal sea level?
Do you believe
there's no belief needed here. You're either going to demonstrate fucking curved sea level or horizontal sea level.
Yeah, you can demonstrate curved sea level by going out to the ocean. And
no, I'm not going to go nowhere, retard. I'm going to take a look at your line. And your altimeter, you rub down that
atmospheric distortions that be going on.
Take a step back and can we do this one at a time? It's absolute audio chaos. One at a time and get back to your conversation.
Like an audio jungle, right?
Oh, like globe elevation. One of you. How does globe elevation work?
What the fuck is globe elevation?
Welcome to Flat Earth, retard. Next.
Holy shit, you just cooked him, Denmark. He's practically a flatter now. Oh my god, you cooked him and then you sauteed him and then you drizzled him with sauce.
You're cooking yourself.
What?
Are you now a flatter?
Yourself.
Oh yeah, I'm retarded. I'm a diagnosed retard. I mean, I'm flat earther, sorry.
Diagnosed with flat earthism.
Yeah.
You can't be anything flat earther with no globe elevation. If you don't have globe elevation, you don't have a globe.
In a profoundly sick society, I mean, being well appears like an illness.
Little parrot with no elevation.
Your science and your reading, you ain't gonna confuse us flat earthers.
The only thing you know is parrot. You don't even know the
word science. Books? I ain't read no books. I don't read no books.
Show me how to science globe elevation.
Walk outside.
I feel with my hand, my eye.
How do you science globe elevation?
First, you're going to have to define globe elevation for us.
I'm going to have to define horizontal. Yeah. It's horizontal. Horizontal flat Earth. It's a flat Earth horizontal elevation. I've never seen globe elevation. It doesn't exist unless you can demonstrate it. You and your
I asked you to define a term, and you were using the same
Globers that came in here acting like you were smart. Which one of you can logically?
If I ask you what a tree is, and you're saying it's something that looks like a tree, that's what you're
Brother,
saying.
don't stop asking questions and start proving your globe elevation.
I will after you define your terms, but you can't do that, right?
Globe elevation's the only term you need to know. Get her done.
Define globe elevation then, moron.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Oh, Ragnar, you're a flat Earth.
What is this argument? Welcome to flat Earth. Like, what did you prove?
Well, brother, if you don't know what a globe is, welcome to fucking flat Earth. I don't know what a globe is either. No flat Earth.
I didn't know what it is. I asked you to define it.
Never seen one. Never touched one.
You never touched a globe?
Have you ever experienced globe elevation? What is it?
Oh my God.
Not God. We're going to get away from religion.
Have you ever experienced flat elevation?
Yes, it's a horizontal line, motherfucker.
No, what is it? What is it? What is flat elevation?
It's a horizontal line.
I've never seen flat elevation. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by line?
From a horizontal?
Straight line. There's no such thing as a straight line. I don't know what you're talking
globe elevation. Globe elevation is the distance. It's essentially the diameter. No.
It would be like the distance from the center at any given particular point.
It's from the magic radius, the little center focal point that doesn't exist.
Well, no, the center of the Earth is not its focal point. The Earth has two foci. Those aren't, neither of them are their center.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense, retard.
No, you don't understand.
It makes a lot of sense.
It has two foci, neither of which is the center.
Brother, what is the fucking globe curve look like?
What in the fucking globe curvature is this mathematics going on in the chat? I only do things I can feel about with my hands and my feet.
You guys are too dumb to draw a fucking arc on the wall and show us how the elevation works with it.
That's a really good point. When you draw, an arc
on the two-dimensional platform, you stupid
draw your arc on the wall and show us how the
elevation when you draw like an oval, you get two nails and then you get string, you wrap around both nails. Those two nails are the two foci or foci.
Yeah, okay, retard. Okay,
but neither of them is the center.
Crazy ideas do you have?
You're retarded because you're using math right. Don't use math. You're confused.
Yeah, this guy said he's got two nails.
Yeah, mathematics. He just ain't real.
You're not going to confuse me with your math.
Yeah, brother, we know
mathematics. You just get confused.
Your black magic math.
We're learning nails or foci with your black nail magic foci.
Oh, he's talking about math. Like this. So do you think that flat earthers are denying mathematics? Ragnar?
Yes, you are.
I'm looking for the earth curve mathematics.
So when you say we're denying mathematics, are you saying we're denying reality?
You're denying spheres and you're denying sea level as well.
Yeah. Are we denying reality? Are we denying reality?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
So you think that you're living on a sphere?
Yes.
That's mathematically understood.
Yes. And well-founded for thousands of years already, and if you haven't understood that yet, then I guess...
Okay, so now that you're calling us stupid and all this stuff, let's see if you have any evidence for your claim. So go ahead and produce in the field how it's been measured that the surface of the Earth has any curvature. Go ahead.
Why? Okay, what would the light?
No, I don't need to hear okay. I don't need to hear okay. I need to hear this guy tell me how.
Yeah, there's the light experiment.
I don't need to talk to you. This isn't a community brain experiment.
Yes,
this is this guy.
You're wrong.
Speaking for himself. You have one more chance to shut up.
Groupthink is right. Flat Earth is wrong.
Here's what we got.
Stop.
Shut up. Back to you, Ragnar. Go ahead. Evidence of the Earth being a globe using mathematics. According to you, it's reality. Let's have it, sir.
I don't even need mathematics to prove it's a globe. That's the thing.
I don't need mathematics to prove it's a globe. So now who doesn't have math? That's you. You don't have the math. I don't need math to prove the globe. That's what you just said. When after you were yammering on about how flat earthers don't use mathematics. We deny mathematics. Look at you denying mathematics right now. I don't need mathematics to prove the globe. Is that so? Oh, and we do to prove flat Earth? That's called a double standard.
So now, math?
When I unmute you, I want you to go ahead and tell me how now you're the denier of math. Prove that the Earth is a globe using math.
Where's the equation? I'm just asking for that.
Where's this guy at? I'm not talking to you either. If you're not the guy I'm speaking to, don't speak. So now, back to the guy, Ragnar.
Hey,
Go
retard,
ahead.
Retard. Let me explain something.
No, this isn't about retard. You just denied math. You said, I don't need math to prove the globe. Now, it's interesting to me that you were actually saying that about flat Earth. Now, you as a globe earther can't use math to prove the existence of the globe, which you previously said that we denied math. So now how are you going to prove the globe without math? According to you, you needed it.
So retard.
Denier of math.
Listen. Yeah.
Yeah, what? Denier of math. Go ahead and produce the Earth being a globe without math. Let's see you do it.
Okay, retard. I'll prove it without math, retard. Basically, we could use math as they have done for thousands of years to prove that.
We could use math. Once again, denying math, not using math. I don't care about we could suggestively use math. I need to know affirming how we did use math to prove the Earth as a globe using math. Go ahead. Once again.
So retard, what I'm saying.
Well, now, you're going to shut the fuck up with your retard and just give me the example of how you proved it with math. If not, you could sit on mute, which is a win for us because you didn't prove the claim that you said you had, saying that we were denying math when now you're denying it.
Oh, I'll explain, retard. It's not that.
Okay, so you just lost. Easy win for us. We can go ahead with the next guy. Easy win for us. Ultimate loss for you. I'll unmute the next guy and see if he's got it. Because you can't do it. So do we have any more deniers of math? We just unmuted this guy. His name is...
Here, do you want the equation?
Ikan.
I'll give you the equation.
Okay, so once again, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the other gentleman. I want you to prove the globe Earth, prove its existence in reality using math.
I'm using math, okay, retard? So C equals 360 divided by theta over diameter.
Okay, now that you have the equation, prove to me in the existence out in the field how that comports over to reality. Go.
Yeah, because you use this to find the distance of sea level and
The
measure the
distance
Earth's
of sea
circumference.
level. Okay, so now, what is an observer doing when you say the distance to sea level? Exactly where is the observer standing when he's measuring the distance to sea level? Go.
That's irrelevant where he's standing.
No, it's not irrelevant. It's completely relevant because we're trying to figure out how the Earth is a geometric shape. You utter moron. So if we need to know the drop over the distance using math, which you are eloquently putting with an equation, which you're not stating any variables as to which the observer was having standing on top of the Earth in reality, out in the field, accumulating this data. So how did the observer accumulate this data if he doesn't have to be out in the field? Does he have to be out in the field, or can he just imagine the Earth as a globe using math?
Okay, retard, ask or answer.
Okay, answer without using the word retard, or else you're going to get another loss because your other guy couldn't do it without saying retard. I want you to prove this information without you having to use ad homs. If you can do so, your ability to speak will be relinquished back to you. So I'm going to do it once again. If not, I'm going to win. This is an easy win for me. You say retard one more time, that's your easy out. You lose. It's a loss for you. And I'll enjoy your loss. Go ahead. Say it again.
All right, retard. So
you're muted. You're fucked. So that's an easy win for me. You saying retard is just your way of saying you don't have the answer, which is fine with me. Now sit in silence and enjoy your mute because you lost. So anybody else think that we are denying reality? Because you guys are the ones saying that math is reality, where you can't comport any of your mathematics over to reality. As the gentleman said, well, we don't have to stand anywhere on the Earth. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Well, it does matter because we're trying to measure the drop over the distance of the surface of the Earth. There's another guy in here who's muted. Let's see if he's got the answer. His name is Giforia.
Okay, retard. I have the answer.
Okay, so you're going to get muted as well. So none of you hapless brainwits have the answer. All you got is retard. That's it. That's fine. If that's all you got, then it shows your intellectual capacity to have this conversation, which is about the IQ that I thought you had. It's probably the IQ of a road cone. So I think you guys don't have what it takes to have the capacity to have a conversation like this. It's just fine with me.
Hey,
enjoy your mutes, losers.
Why you want to diss road cones like that? I think road cones are much smarter than these guys.
Yep. See, here's the thing. With intellectual discussion, you're able to prove a point without using ad homs if you're able to. And if not, it shows that you can't do this. As far as you go is a fantasy globe Earth in a mathematical construct, but no farther. You can't prove its existence in reality, which doesn't comport with any equation. I've just debunked your worldview. And had you not said the word retard and go ahead and used it in the beginning of your statement, you would have been able to speak and make your point. But since you denied that and acted like children, well, now you sit on mute. No, you're denied, Ragnar. You're denied the ability to speak in this channel and prove your point verbally. Now you'll sit in the text channel and whine and moan and complain. But you were offered the opportunity, each and every one of you. Ikan was offered the opportunity. Jephoria was offered the opportunity. Ragnar was offered the opportunity, and you squandered it.
Aliens.
Okay, so Tenza's in here. Tenza, welcome to the chat. Do you have any information that leads everyone in here to believe that the Earth is a globe, Tenjin?
Yes, aliens are real.
All right, so is that all you have? Just aliens are real?
I can show you the evidence.
Yeah, we don't care about that. It has nothing to do with the topic of this room.
That has to do with flat Earth, bro.
It's just don't say that. That's nothing to do with flat Earth. What your statement that you just made has nothing to do with it. Nothing.
And has nothing to do with Earth itself. So there you go.
Yeah, but the aliens made the Earth flat.
Yeah, that's great.
Holy crap.
That's great. You got nothing but a troll to offer.
This must be a low-hanging fruit.
How's it a troll, bro? It's real information.
No, the information that you're a troll is the only thing you provided. What would you say, Neil? Neil, you were kind of low there. Couldn't hear you.
Oh, so is this retard troll hour? Come on, guys. You do better.
Yeah. We got a bunch of hapless brainwits who share a community brain who are not able to speak for themselves, but have each and every one speak for each other. And then they were talking about how we're denying math. And it turns out, well, it's weird, plot twist, they're the ones denying math. When I asked Ragnar, go ahead and produce the math for your Earth being a globe, he said, we don't need math to prove the Earth is a globe. His words, not mine. They are the ultimate deniers of math, yet their projection of us denying math is kind of funny, actually. Yeah, you see, if you weren't, a big old baby, I would have unmuted you and you would have been able to intellectually have a conversation with me. But you and Ikan are, well, what we call low-hanging fruit when it comes to intellectual discussion. Yeah, we squash bugs like you instantly. We only let the people who can speak of the Earth being a globe in any way articulate it, the ability to speak. Now, you guys, you squandered that opportunity because you think that this is some troll. You utter fool. Well, fools, I should say. You and Ikan are utter fools.
Good question. Are you black?
Yeah, question. Are you an idiot?
Question, are you an idiot?
No one gives a shit. All right. So the topic of the room is the Earth a globe?
The answer is yes.
Okay. Can you provide any evidence of that?
Presupposition.
No, I asked you if you could provide any evidence of the Earth being a globe, as in, does the Earth exist in reality as an oblate spheroid? Do you have any evidence for that?
If you have an eyes and see all of the planets...
Not asking you. You weren't the one speaking. You weren't the one speaking. It was AC Abu Sour.
I'm sorry, I forgot what I said.
Okay, so you tapped out. Great. Next person. Does anybody one of you want to answer the question?
Me.
Can I provide evidence of the Earth being an oblate spheroid?
Me.
Who's me?
Say you can read my name, bro.
You can say your name too, or you can't say your name. You don't have the ability to say your name?
He's like a Jew who won't say the name of God.
Weird. Okay, whatever your name is, can you provide evidence of the Earth being a globe?
All right, but you have to promise me if I
I don't want to promise you anything. I'm just asking a simple question. Can you answer yes or no?
All right. If you have an eyes and saw all of the surrounding, how can I say that? Just a second. If you saw all of the surrounding planets that orbit around us, you cannot think that anything is a sphere except us, except the Earth. Is not a sphere. Is that a convincing point?
No. The question was, how can you provide evidence that the Earth is a spheroid? So to you, that would mean you have to affirm that the Earth is an oblate spheroid in some way. So I'm putting the question to you and everybody else who's in the chat right now. How can I provide evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? Don't ask me a question of how other things can be a spheroid and how we can relate to those other things. I'm asking specifically, directly, how can you know specifically the thing that you're standing on is an oblate spheroid? Evidence, please.
Oh, this is
stupid. Oh, no, it's not. This is getting you guys to realize and critically think about the question that you've never thought about before because you think that the Earth is already an oblate spheroid without you having to think about it. The question, hold on. The question now to you guys is, how is it possible that the Earth is an oblate spheroid? And I need the evidence for that claim. Do you have the evidence? I don't need to hear anything else. Not any questions about the forum or how we are in here, anything. I just need the answer, if it can be satisfied, to the question. I don't need to hear crickets. I need to hear in 2024 a lot of young people chiming in and telling me how they know the Earth's an oblate spheroid, and here's the evidence. That's what I need. Young people should have the answer readily available. You have Google, you have AI, you have all resources available at your fingertips. And why am I getting crickets? Why?
Maybe because you're black.
Yo.
Really, guys? No answer. Embo, I'm giving them a chance. I'm giving them the floor, giving them the chance. All young people.
Merry Christmas. Santa is real. Santa is real. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Now back to the question. Anybody in here can provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. The floor will be yours.
Santa is real. Santa is real. I can prove it.
Yeah, that's great. Maybe you can go to a room where they're talking about that topic, not this room. Off you go. For the people in this room, go ahead. Unmute your mic and present your evidence. Should be easy, guys.
I have a syllogism.
Nah. I'm looking for the young guys that are coming in here confidently saying they know the Earth's a globe. I like to hear the epic failures that they do. When they say they have mathematics to prove that the Earth is a globe, and we're math deniers. And the gentleman, he's still in here, I think, Ragnar, says, I don't need math to prove the Earth is a globe. His words, not mine.
They also said they didn't know what a globe was and couldn't even bother.
That's not what I said, retard. Let me explain. I said I can explain with math, but you're not capable of understanding math because you're too low IQ.
Okay. So, you keep using the word retard, which is going to get you bounced the fuck out of here. The word retard will get you bounced the fuck out of here. If you're not able to present the evidence without using ad homs, you're just going to get booted. Because like I said, it's an easy win for us. Easy win because you're not able to control yourself. Shut up. So, if you're not able to control yourself, you're going to get bounced out of here. That was somebody graciously unmuted you so that you're able to articulate your point, but you're not able to control yourself and saying the word retard. You just got to say it. You don't have to, but that's the reason why you're going to get bounced.
That must be the globe proof, that word.
Well, it's simple. All you got to do is articulate how you know the Earth's a globe. And if you can't do that, then why do we need you in here saying anything when the evidence is not produced?
100%.
Let's see if we can get an easy.
Simple. Yeah,
let's see if we can get a simple win. Hold on, D-Monk. Let's see if we can get an easy win. Last chance, one more time in time, Ragnar. Produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I will, retard, if you let me.
You're gone. Easy win. Don't say I don't give these guys a chance. Here you go. Ikon, whatever your name is. Produce evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, why is there 24 inches of curvature per 8 miles on the Earth?
Why are you asking me a question? I need the affirmation that the Earth is a globe. I don't need you asking me questions.
We can measure that there's 24 inches of curvature per every 8 miles of Earth.
8 miles?
Why is that true?
Wait a minute. I'll let you reform that statement.
That's wrong as hell. Anyway.
Yeah, I'll let you reform it. Just think about what you just said.
6 miles. I lied. 6.
No. Okay, just think about the statement again, like what you just said.
Yeah. So
I'm not gonna get you for saying it incorrectly.
Over 6 miles of distance, there is 24 inches of curvature.
False.
Okay, you're wrong.
Way more than that.
No, even according to the Earth curve calculation charts don't show that figure. What they show is, in 5 miles or over 16 feet of vertical drop. So
hold on, Ikon. Yeah, Ikon, if you just hold on a minute, that Sonny's right. But if you hold on a minute, we got Indio in here who's going to walk you through this.
Yeah, okay, retard.
Yeah, so you're the retard. That formula that you just stated is a slope. So slope Earth, dummy.
Yeah, but you know what that means. You understand that if you look...
Yeah, so Earth is a slope.
No, you're so fucking stupid. That's not what he said.
Think about what you said a minute ago.
Yeah, you know exactly what
8 miles, right?
Stop trying to get me on some...
For 8 miles is a slope, genius.
You're a fucking idiot. You're
8 miles
retarded.
is a slope.
You're actually retarded. You're all retards. I hope you all know that.
Yeah, so you embarrass yourself.
The IQ of a
Congratulations, you can't do math.
I tried to tell you, Ikon.
I was listening on YouTube. I heard that shit. I'm like, oh man, that's an easy dunk, man. I'm coming in to dunk on him.
Yeah. If anything can spark your interest to come in here, it's those idiots on the internet, dude. I already know.
Especially when they say Earth is a slope, man. They don't even realize it.
Yeah, and the one guy, Ragnar, says that we don't need math. He's like, you guys deny math. And then he's like, well, we don't need math to prove the Earth is a globe. What the fuck are you talking about us denying math for when you're the one denying it? Fucking idiots, dude.
Yo, listen, after I left this morning, well, not this morning. Yeah, it was this morning. I was still the rest of the stream. That shit was lit, bro. That shit was lit.
It was fire, wasn't it? It was fire.
Nathan was like, that Glurf came in with his scripted question, and like what do you say, Nathan? Are you done with your rant? And he is like non-responsive. It was freaking great, man. Yeah, that was awesome.
They were getting cooked, dude, and yeah, this is only gonna like benefit us like in the long run because we're cross-pollinating and it's gonna help like grow the numbers, and we're gonna have a nice platform for all of us. Which is what I was telling Nathan. Well, I didn't tell him. I don't think I specifically told him this, but each and every one of us like that join there, and we get our presence known because the way Twitter is it works off our account, like each individual account. So you'll get a following, and as your following grows, as the community, gets bigger and bigger, and there's more people that follow the account that I'm doing, then by proxy, everybody else who joins there can get the follows from like me just saying, hey, don't forget to follow X, Y, and Z, whoever's showing up. And then you get follows. And then,
so when someone joins your space, it makes a post that they joined your space. Right? So if I join your space, anyone that follows me is going to get a thing that says NDOW007 joined this space. So anyone that joins your space, dude, their timeline's automatically going to post that they joined the space. So it's pretty badass that way.
Dude, I got like 30 followers last night just by Nathan showing up, and the impressions on that one, I think it's exceeding like 1,400 impressions for last night's stream. The streams are like
you're just getting started,
like in
man.
the thousands. So
when I woke up this morning, 671 people had tuned in. I haven't looked lately.
Yeah, dude, the algorithm is pretty nice for what we're doing there, so it helps us get the numbers for sure.
Yeah, so what Nathan was asking you last night was he was asking you how do people join from YouTube. He didn't understand that he has to share the link to the space to get people to join from like the YouTube chat or wherever, or the Discord. Because that's what he was talking about.
Yeah.
Trying to get people in the space from YouTube.
From YouTube? Okay.
Yeah.
It was kind of confusing
because I sent him a message and explained it all to him. Right? And then the other thing you guys are trying to explain to him is Spaces is different from broadcast. So what Helio does is he joins the space as the account, right? And records it. Then his YouTube stream, he records it, sends it to his YouTube stream, and he broadcasts that onto X. But the broadcast part is different than the Spaces part, right? So
I thought it was live. Isn't it live?
Yeah, but it's a broadcast of his YouTube stream. So it's basically, you know how he used to he'd send it. We had Rumble and YouTube at the same time,
or like restreams.
So it's like that. Yeah, exactly. So it's getting Nathan can stream it to his YouTube and X simultaneously, whatever's on his YouTube. And a lot of people don't know there's XTV. Did you know there's XTV, dude?
Yeah, I did, but I haven't even looked into all that stuff. Is that another way to like view?
It's like an app you can download, like on your Fire TV or your Android, and anything that's all the broadcasts that are on X, they show up on XTV, and anyone can watch them. So any random that with a Fire TV in the world, if they download that app, they might accidentally run into our stream, dude, and be like, "What the fuck is going on here?"
Does that work off of the impressions as well? Like when people log into that, that XTV, do they show up as like a check on the impressions?
Well, I mean, they'll log in as an account. I don't know how. So it's displayed differently. It doesn't look like X, right? Because it's just like a TV app. So it just has like a bunch of like broadcast streams that are going on. Right, so it'll just randomly go. There's probably an algorithm that'll give it to you based upon what you watched before, but it also gives you like random ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that's kind of cool, though. I mean, it's another way that we can be viewed on there.
I'm waiting for somebody to come in and be like, "You fucking assholes! I heard you on XTV." And I freaking downloaded this. I made a Twitter account just to yell at you guys.
Yeah, I'm all about that, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Shit. They were they were telling Nathan all about, like, Flatsy she was like, well, this is what Alpha really likes. So for all of them to come in here and like, Nathan's all like, okay, like he's liking the vibe, man, because it gives him more like room to like have discussions with people, because it's a staged event, right? So the staged event would be something along the lines of what he likes. People coming up to the stage, then having their turn at a discussion, and then if they're not able to, bridle themselves, you can put them back down as a listener. You know what I mean? So it's, to him, he likes that format. I think that's works well with him. Like pull somebody up from on stage, or like even have the co-host vet the person, because there's a lot of people that are coming with like low account numbers, like 1 or 2 people like they're following, and the followers they have is like that, and then they want to come up to speak, and those are just trolls. So we don't let them up. But we're doing a little bit better, like vetting the people. But yeah, it's getting to be popular, man. I'm telling you.
Did Nathan say he was going to be looking to do it with you guys again in the future, or was it just a one-off thing?
Nah, he's trying to dip his toe in there because he wants to see if he can do something new. Because right now, since we have like the following, it's going to help his numbers, like kind of build himself up. I think he can come in a couple of times and get more following. Then once his numbers start getting better, he can branch off. And I'm thinking that's the best way to go about it.
I think he's looking to do it on X, man. And he's just with us for now, right? To get like, we're the training wheels, so he gets to know how to use it, how the platform rolls. I think eventually he's going to do his own X space. That's what my thinking is. He hasn't said that to me or anything, but that's what I think. Which is fine, dude. We'll hold your hand. Someone had to hold our hand.
Could you guys send out a notification? I know you guys probably can't do it on the politics, but maybe on like 24/7. Like, I don't know. Like,
I do. There's an announcements channel. I've been putting it in there.
Yeah, X also does a good job of like notifying you. If you have an X account, it does a good job of notifying you when I go live. If you're following me, it'll notify you when I go live, like as a notification. So all you have to do is just follow me. And
I just had issues using X on the app. Remember that one time like no one can hear? It was kind of choppy. So yeah, I had to not listen to it on the app and listen to it on the browser. But yeah, I'll figure it out. Thanks.
This Spaces technology is a little sketchy. I mean, it's pretty bad for the value of the company and how long it's been around and all that, and how long that feature's been around. They should work way better than that. They got they must have like one guy working on it or something.
No, I was hearing, Indio, that the techies that were behind that don't want to touch the code or fiddle with it too much because like things break when they start to try to fix certain things. So they're kind of like not messing with it too much. Is what I'm hearing from the guys who know like what code, how to.
I bet you what they've done is they completely revamped it. So they're basically going to ride this until the wheels fall off, and then they're probably like revamping it in the background, like they're developing something like Spaces, but like all new code. On their development platform, and then they'll like when they'll update the app, and Spaces will be all different.
I think we need to do some more research, dude, to see if they're actually doing that. Because I'm more interested in like
they're not going to tell anybody, man.
You don't think so?
They just roll out features without telling anybody shit. They're just like, look, surprise.
It's frustrating though, man, because like people are joining the space, and we got audio issues and joining issues, and it's just trying to figure that out, man. Not have the complex, because you're just trying to get like a seamless, way that people can have conversations. Because it's hard to shellac somebody when they're clipping, and it's just. Once that gets, I think, a little bit better, I don't know.
It seemed like the question last night that was pissing everybody off, no matter what the answer was the why would they lie? seem to be thematic that way? Because you had like 4 different people come in and say, basically some variation of, why are they teaching it? Why are they teaching it to everybody that way? Or why does everybody believe it? Or why is everybody else wrong? Like that was like some weird theme. And no matter what answer you gave them, no matter how much sense it made, so like Nathan went through it because Nathan was like, hey, why are they teach in school? Oh, it comes from the Catholic Church. Yeah. You did not like that answer, man. But then another guy came in and asked you that Yuka son, dude, who is all freaking butthurt over it. Like, dude, you gave him a perfectly sound reasoning and he just did not want it. He wants you to say, Donald Trump is lying for this reason and fucking Angela Merkel's lying for this reason. And yeah, we know because we tapped their phones and, shut up, dude. Like, how the hell are you going to know why anybody's lying, man?
I'm always guiding them back to this, like, it's about the information and how we process it. So it doesn't matter, like, the agenda behind the information. It's about the information itself. If you actually accept...
I understand, that, Dan, but they don't even understand that, dude. They're so... Yeah. They don't understand that knowing the why is irrelevant to the question. You know what I mean?
Do you think there's a better way we can deal with that, Indio? Like a better way we can...
What I ask them is, I just like... what I do is I just concede. I go, okay, everybody, all the government, everybody on Earth that's lying, they signed confessions. Hey, we're freaking liars. This is why we lied. We lied because we hate your guts. Here's my signed under the penalty of perjury confession. Then I ask them, does that prove the Earth's flat? And they're like, no. I said, then the fucking question's irrelevant. It doesn't tell us anything. So like, you know what I mean? Then it's an irrelevant question if it doesn't answer the question. Because signed confessions, right? Because that would be the ultimate, right? The ultimate proof that they're lying, right? They came out and they confessed, and they swore on the penalty of perjury that they're lying. And we have a stack of confessions. Hey, they're lying.
Yeah, but you got Buzz Aldrin.
Just go, okay, these guys all admitted they're lying, so the Earth's flat. They're all going to just concede. You know they're not going to do that. You can have a stack of confessions to the fucking moon, dude. They still wouldn't concede.
Speaking of things that go to the moon, like Buzz Aldrin asking him to swear on the Bible, you get a right hook for that, man. So it's not like they're going to do it readily. You know what I mean?
Well, what about Matthew Lawrence? He said that even if NASA admitted that they were lying, that he wouldn't believe NASA.
I mean, but at least that's intellectually honest. Because, I mean, just like we don't believe at NASA because they say Earth's a ball. I mean, I hate the anthropomorphizing freaking agencies and government, bodies of people and projecting human attributes onto them. I hate that shit. It just makes my skin crawl. It reminds me like the Egyptians, right, where they anthropomorphized human beings as freaking animals. That's what I think about when I hear someone go, NASA doesn't lie. What? NASA can't lie. Doesn't have any motivations. It's not a thing. It's not a human. It's not an entity. It's not a sentient being that can tell lies.
Shouldn't it be restated to like the body of NASA?
Yeah, the body of NASA. Yeah. Where's NASA's lungs, man? When's the last time NASA had a good meal?
That was Rumpus's kind of like rebuttal to Nathan Oakley.
The body
of science. The body of science. Like,
dude, you don't want to get Rumpus in a room with the body of science on, man. Could be ugly.
For some reason, the song in my head is playing. What's his name? That I get really tired. You know that song, that romantic. Trying to hold back. Barry White.
Oh, good. Yes.
Let's get it on.
Okay, Alpha.
Slow jams.
It's like the body of science broken for you for your sins.
Dude, they honestly they appeal to it like that. They appeal to it like it's like God or something. It's like, dude, you put these guys so like morally above reproach that no one can ever talk about that, like them being wrong. God forbid they're wrong. when they even say it themselves. Well, we love being disproved. Bullshit. Do you like being disproved? I think it's the opposite.
Body of science bled for you and your sins, Alpha.
Yeah, I wonder, like what people think about scientists, because they put them on such a pedestal. These guys who come in here thinking the Earth's a globe, they put these people that work in certain fields on such a pedestal that they are like such lofty characters, above reproach. They're like these morally like saint. They're just like how do you put these guys that way? They're just like you and me. They make mistakes. They
They lie, they cheat, they steal, they do everything that human beings do because they're human beings.
Yeah, they pick their nose and wipe it on the bathroom stall. It's funny. A couple days ago, we had a Glober come in, and he said, one of the things that's been really weighing on me is, he said, I used to trust the science. I was all about science. I grew up loving science. I thought science had all the answers. And then I hear these self-proclaimed science types, these academics, talk to you guys, and I've just been very unimpressed with them. It's been very eye-opening to me. We're like, yeah, stick around.
You know who else is a part of our listening panel? Try Thinking. He's been sitting there a couple of episodes now.
He's really upset. He's really upset. He's loaded about maybe 10 syllogisms into the pill to the little chat thing. He's really upset.
Good. Let him stew.
So you played up to 6 postulates now? Maybe 7?
He's fucking stewing. He's stewing like beef stew right now, dude. He's fucking in there like swimwear, dude. Like he can't stand the fact that Nathan now is going to be on X, dude. He's throwing a hissy fit, dude. He's a big old baby.
You just made me think why people like you said, you were just saying that person they hear us push back on these science types, and he's not impressed. Like now he's kind of like disappointed. Do you know why? I think when people see so-called scientists speak, they just get to monologue. There's no pushback on anything they say ever. And even when they speak to each other in a so-called debate, they never call each other on their bullshit. Ever. I heard Michio Kaku saying, he was in a panel with other scientists. And you could see by the looks on their faces, they're like, this dude is full of shit. But they don't say it, right? Because they got to stay collegial, right? You got to let people say whatever nonsense comes out of their mouth. And we're just no, we're not letting you do that, dude. We're calling your ass out. You need to put up, man. You need to put up or shut up.
Hey, Alpha, do you ever let them speak on X?
We can put up or shut up.
Yeah, but
hi, Peter.
Indio, you haven't heard the latest Kumbaya flat earthers that have been coming through here. The Kumbaya flat earthers are like, I just think we need to be civil and be more.
Last night, dude.
I'm like, dude. Well, wait a fucking second, man. You don't know who we're dealing with or what we're dealing with. So it has to be, listen to this, a case-by-case scenario. You can't paint a broad brush over the whole conversation and say, let's just be civil, guys. Why do we have to be angry? Why do we have to tell them that? Fuck off, dude. I'm thinking in my head, do you know that sometimes you have to get in someone's face about shit? It's not always a one and done for everybody to just talk civilly. If that were the case, we'd be okay. We talk civilly to everybody, and we wouldn't have to talk in a matter of fact and in your face and all that other shit. It is what it is.
The people that have you noticed? So the people that do that, and they come in and they go, "We should all be civil." No one's ever heard of them. They're brand new to the topic. They're like, I just became a flat earther. I want to talk civilly. Now, either it's supremely naive as to this topic, or this is what I think. I think they're actually Glovers, and they want to just they're trying to get us to just accept their monologues of bullshit. The dude Nathan, a perfect example is Nathan last night, and the guy, the guy that was he was Why do you believe in the globe from flat Earth measurements? And he would not address the question. He went on for like 30 minutes and would not address the question because I just need 30 seconds. What do you think he was going to do with that 30 seconds? Think he was going to answer the question? No. He wanted 30 seconds to monologue and preach his freaking dogmatic worldview, and he just wanted everybody to hear it, right? He wanted to get up on a soapbox and say, y'all are stupid, we're smart, you got to explain this, you got to explain that, or I don't believe you. Okay, so what? Hit the bricks. Like, I don't care what you believe, right? But he won't answer. Answer the question. Yeah, dude. Like, but that's the thing.
He was supposed to post that evidence too, and he never did.
Dude. Oh hell yeah!
He never posted the evidence.
Of course not.
Yeah, of course not. Exactly. He wanted to keep us a captive audience to listen to that bullshit. I caught on to that too.
Same with Concaver. Did you hear the Concaver guy?
Yeah, I did actually.
Concaver is a model that predicts the sun. I was like, post the model. He freaking went ballistic when I asked him to post his concave model of solar predictions.
How'd you get the radius? You asked. You got it from the black sun.
He measured from the center of the black sun to the inside of the concave Earth, dude.
I'm with you, man. Like these new folks that come in and start tone policing, it sucks. They're here with ulterior motives. They have to know that you spend one day in this topic and you see all the bullshit we put up with. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, no, exactly, dude. I mean, literally, if you just came in this chat while it's active and spent maybe 2 hours in here and watch the randoms that join and spiral on arrival, and then or they try to act nice, and then whatever gotcha they came in with gets refuted, then their mask falls off and we become utter freaking retards who should drink bleach. In seconds, they went from yeah. So that's how you thought when you came in. Your whole demeanor was just an act, right? Once you see that a bunch of times, you're that this topic is not meant for congeniality. It's it's a parade of dishonest people that we have to deal with.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what gets me. I mean, we all have noticed it. We're dealing with dishonesty, at a very fundamental core level, gets to the pulp of these people. And that's something that's also been very eye-opening for me in this journey, is seeing just how dishonest it seems like the average person is. The average person being your average globe believer.
Well, it's the ones that want to defend it, right? Those people. And typically,
that's what I mean.
And as you know, most of them are irreligious, right? They don't like the idea. They associate flat Earth with God, right? And that's the real reason why they're in here. And why is it any surprise that they don't think lying's wrong? They're fucking atheists. They have no moral fucking foundation from which to even say lying is wrong. Shouldn't surprise us.
No.
They're not going to go to hell for lying. Everything is it's whatever I can get to my advantage, right? So if I have to lie to get my advantage, it's good enough, right?
Yeah, it's Machiavellian at the core.
Yeah, but Machiavelli was an alpha male. These dudes are gamma males coming in and trying to execute Machiavellian traits, dude. Don't work for me. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. They're just the fans. They read the book. No. Yeah, the bullshit's pretty thick. It's pretty alarming. But when the end justifies the means, I mean, we see that play out. They believe that they can lie to us as long as they get to uphold the dogma. And it's ethical. How many camera tricks did they show us? How many freaking camera tricks? You look at the stuff that people like Soundly put out, and you're like, man, these guys have to know what they're doing. They're adjusting focal length, subject distance, angular relationships, cherry picking from hundreds of photos, and these guys are so freaking dishonest. And they almost get off on trying to watch us figure out how they faked it. They're psychos.
Do you guys agree with Nathan Oakley that you cannot get a distance on a curve?
Did Oakley say that?
Yes, he said that when some guy asked him why the globe can predict distances, he said that distances are impossible on a curve because they are linear distances like miles, and you can only get them on a plane.
So Nathan Oakley thinks that, like, balls don't have a circumference.
Yeah, I'd bet $1,000 you're straw manning his position.
Yeah, I think Oakley just mentioned that like miles are linear measurements, and he put the onus back on them to say that those are curved miles and not straight miles. He was trying to keep the burden of proof on the other guy. That's what I took from that.
They used that today on Globers, and they just fucking left the chat.
Yep. Irish goodbye.
So you do agree that you can get linear linear distances on a curve?
Amber, why did you ruin it? Can you not give me like my Christmas gift and let them cook amongst themselves and generate
the guy's licking the other guy's boot. This is not cooking. He's just licking the other guy's boot. I think he's gay or something.
You would know.
Just let them cook, Handball.
Okay.
So, did you hear what I said?
No.
Not you.
No,
so,
we didn't.
Did Glurp sell it? I don't know if you're a Glurp sell it.
Nobody heard what you said.
Yeah, so a projection, you can't project the curve onto a flat surface and get linear distances. Got it?
Yeah,
I don't know if that's what he said, but I'm saying you can measure a linear distance because you can measure a curve directly, like with a piece of string or something like that, and you can get a linear distance that way. Like, so I could take a 10-inch piece of string, get a physical globe, and I can measure linear distances on the surface. It's no problem.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
You sound like somebody.
It's not really a disagree thing.
Plus surface.
It's really just the way it is.
Well, there are certainly people like disagreeing, like Nathan Oakley, for example.
I don't know what he said exactly, so unless I get a verbatim quote.
Well, answer me this question.
I posted the video.
Answer me this question, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead.
What you just said as it relates to measuring a length on a basketball, does that have anything to do with celestial navigation or elevation angles?
No.
Exactly. So if we're not talking about the Earth, then it's kind of pointless. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't be talking about something that's not the Earth.
Yeah, that's like I bet $1,000 what he said is a straw man, and I mean, dude, I don't know. The only day I'll hear not a straw man argument is a day I don't like get on the internet. That'd be the only day it happens.
Did you heard the conversation earlier that we were math deniers? Did you guys hear that?
No, I only heard that one.
I only heard the slope guy at the very end of him saying that the Earth is a slope, basically.
Yeah, there was like 3 guys.
24 inches is the curve, dude. For 24 inches.
Yeah, there was 3 guys. One of them was saying that we denied math, and I asked him for the evidence that the Earth is a globe using math. He says, "Well, I don't need to use math to prove that the Earth is a globe." I'm like, "So you're denying math then?" It was just like, how are you going to tell me us we're denying math when you couldn't use it to produce the evidence that the Earth is a globe? You're the denier of math, dude.
Miggy, I was using
Bring that
math and
guy
geometry
back.
to explain that the Earth is a
Bring him
globe the
back
other
in
day,
here.
and you weren't having it. You wouldn't even agree that a triangle has 180 degrees. What's going on there?
Gosh.
Is that the Mez head?
Yeah. What's up?
Okay.
You mean
the
the
triangles have
when the guy
180
said the Earth
degrees?
is a slope? Were you in here when the guy said the Earth's a slope? Mez or Ebo?
No.
EMBO, whatever your name is. Did you guys hear that guy?
No, I haven't been there yet.
Said the Earth curves at 24 inches for 8 miles or something. So how come you guys never correct Globers on their math when they say a curve is a slope? You guys stay silent.
They want to keep a unified front, Indio. That's why.
I just like hearing people embarrass themselves without interrupting them.
Well, what's
Dude,
more
you didn't
ridiculous?
step in to say
What's more
anything,
ridiculous?
Emil?
You can't get a linear distance on a curve or saying a slope is a curve. Which is more ridiculous, dude? Think about it.
I would say both of them. I would say both of them are very similar, ridiculous. But if I were to pick one, Oki statement would be probably more stupid because that's basically the for example that a circle has a circumference, because a circumference is a linear measure of a distance on a curve, which would have some pretty weird implications. So basically, you have to deny the existence of the concept of circumference if you want to claim that.
I still hold to that they're trying to keep a unified front so that it doesn't look like there's any inconsistencies with speaking about the Earth as a globe. That's my take anyway from listening to these guys.
Yeah.
So let's take it back to see what's more ridiculous. It's really easy to figure out. So back in the time of Euclid, who made how you even think about geometry, the curve isn't a per thing, right? A ratio, right? It's not a rational number. That's been known since Euclid. And we've known there's a circumference, but they didn't use units of measure, right? All they were comparing was the ratio of the diameter to the circumference. They didn't care about a linear distance. It didn't matter. They only cared about the ratios.
Yep, that's right.
So, you don't know what you're talking about, as usual.
Yeah, I was having this discussion with another Glober. I said, look, that back then, like the Greek mathematicians and builders, they pretty much had arbitrary lengths for things. They didn't really have standardized measurements like we have today. So when they'd go to like a building or construction site to build a new temple, they would pretty much come up with a stick right on the spot that becomes like their base unit of measurement. Everything would be based off of ratios from that one thing that they used. And it may not be the same thing, the same length at other sites and throughout time.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Indio. You have a pretty vast knowledge of this. The ancients, they used body parts to actually have their units of measurement, right? Like any standard unit of measurement was used as a form of a body part. That's how they in antiquity.
Kind of, but they didn't really have to use anything like that because they tried to make things proportional to themselves. Right?
Shut up, retard.
Yeah, that's deep, man. Fuck, man. We got another rocket scientist in here.
Did he think of that all by himself?
His mom made him say it. So they just use ratios, like. So say you have a fraction of something, 3/4, right? One is the measure of the other, right? You're just measuring one with the other, right? So you have 3/4, right? So how many units can I, so 4 is the ultimate measurement, and how many units can I put in that? So that's what they would do. They would just say, hey, you have a particular guy that's building a building. He chooses to we want to fit it in this space. Okay, so we're going to take a string, and we're going to go from one side to the other side, this rock to that rock. And then we're going to make everything a ratio. That's going to be the measure of the whole site. The Indians did the same thing. It was just a comparison. It was about ratios. They didn't care about absolute units or even arbitrary units. None of that shit mattered to them. That matters to people now. It didn't matter to them. That's why you get things like the golden ratio and things like that, because that's the type of stuff they cared about. The proportions of everything from one feature to another feature. This would be half of this, or 1/3 of this, or 1.619. That's how we call it now. Like we put a decimal value to it, but they wouldn't even have a decimal value. They just use rational numbers, so they use fractions, right? So that's what they were using. They were just using fractions. Real numbers didn't exist, so there was no decimal system. There was no point, blah, 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 blah. They didn't use the numbers. They didn't use zero or anything like that. It's completely different. Like the way they thought about the number.
There's a timeline, right, of how things came about. So in accordance to like what system of math, right? Because it always seems like I'm not really sure with the timeline, so I don't answer like as a rebuttal to these guys, like specifically when calculus came about or whatever, because they're trying to use certain things in relation to the timeline, like Eratosthenes and Aristotle and some of the older guys. And so they're trying to equate that to like what types of systems of math that they have to equate them to. So I'm more of like, well, I'd have to know a little bit of history to figure out when in the timeline these certain systems of math were actually introduced, for them to say that within that context of the time period they're talking about for the individual, that they were using that system of math, or whether it was like hundreds of years later prior to that. Because I think I've heard you say it once about, I don't know, it might have been Eratosthenes, but you said that that they didn't have this system of math at that time. So I don't know if it was calculus or something.
Angle.
Was it calculus?
They didn't use at that time with Eratosthenes. They didn't use angles as a unit of measure. So there wasn't 360 degrees in a circle. They didn't do that. That was like 300 years later.
So why do they mention that being like how he figured it out? It almost sounds like it's a part of the story.
I don't know. Nobody knows what he used. Like that story that he measured it, it's really just like a fill in the blank story. He took 2 sticks, one in Egypt and one in Cyrene. So there's a story of the wells and whether one had a shadow. But the angle thing, right? So it just is basically, he measured the shadow here, he measured the shadow there, and someone walked, and it was this many stad between here and there. And that means the Earth's circumference is this many stad. And it never says like, he measured like at least in the text, of like Cleomedes, right? So that's the first actual. So it's like this. One of the elder sites says Cleomedes said, Eratosthenes said. You know what I mean? That's our information. So and so said, so and so, and some other person said.
It sounds tertiary, though.
He says what Cleomedes said about what Eratosthenes said. He's not directly quoting Eratosthenes. He's quoting Cleomedes, who allegedly read Eratosthenes directly, I guess, 800 years later. But whatever. But the story that's told, Pliny the Elder is a story. He's just telling a story. It's not meant to be a mathematical fucking text. He's just saying, hey, they measure the circumference of the Earth to be X amount of stad because the distance between Alexandria and Cyrene was this many stad, and blah blah blah. But they don't say like the technique, right? They just say, hey, the
story sounds preposterous itself.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does sound suspect. It does sound suspect, but they're talking about the length of a person's stride. It's like equivalent to like how or
what they use for timekeeping. Like what kind of clocks they have.
Maybe it's worse than that. The stad. Remember how I was just saying a ratio? So if you take a typical Greek stadium, that's where stad comes from. The length of a stadium, it was the subdivision of units in that stadium. Like there was so many stad in the length of a stadium, but each stadium was built different. So every stad in frickin', Athens was different than the stad in Sparta, which was different than the stad in frickin' Cyprus, which is different than the stad in frickin' Damascus. So each place had a different stad because whatever stadium they had, that was a unit of measure, right? So stad isn't even known as a unit of measure to within 30%. Right? It could be a foot. It could be frickin', a foot and a third. It could be a sixth of a foot. I say 30%. I mean plus or minus 30%. I don't mean just 30% one way. I mean plus or minus. They don't know. And
isn't this a problem
for
the argument?
Hold on, Alpha. If any Globe zealots doubts what I say, I'll post a peer-reviewed paper.
What is it that you said?
I doubt it.